The King's Forest. The morning I turned 18, the frost had teeth. It silvered the fence rails, stiffened the dead grass, and turned every rut in the yard hard enough to twist an ankle. My hands were already numb when I stepped out of the house. The sun hadn't cleared the low hills, but the farm didn't care about birthdays. The cows bawled in the shed. A loose shutter knocked against the side of the barn. Somewhere beyond the wheat field, a fox barked twice and went quiet. I stood on the porch and looked at the land that had fed us and worn us down for as long as I could remember. Our house leaned a little to the east because the ground had settled under the stone base. Smoke crawled from the chimney and flattened beneath the gray sky. The barn roof sagged in the middle, and the south wall had gaps wide enough to put 2 fingers through. We fixed what we could. We lived with the rest. My name is Wesley Fox, and I was the eldest of 8 children. That meant I'd been old enough to work before I'd been old enough to understand why work never ended. I knew how to pull a calf from a frightened cow, lift a grain sack onto my shoulder, mend a trace strap, and drive a spade through clay that fought like fired brick. By 18, I was taller than my father and broad through the shoulders from years of labor. None of that made me a swordsman. I liked to pretend it did. A wooden practice blade waited behind the barn, tucked beneath the broken wagon bed where my younger brothers wouldn't find it. I'd carved it from ash, wrapped the grip with strips of old leather, and weighted the tip with a narrow band of iron. It wasn't a real weapon, but it dragged at my wrist after 100 cuts. That was the point. I fed the cows, carried 2 pails from the well, split enough wood to last their supper, and then stole 10 minutes for myself. The yard behind the barn smelled of manure, wet straw, and cold earth. I took off my coat. Steam rose from my shirt as I settled my feet and brought the wooden sword up. I learned from watching soldiers on the road and from a torn training booklet a trader had sold me for 3 copper bits. The pages had been stained with grease and half the pictures were missing, but I'd studied every line. Keep your knees loose. Don't cross your feet. Strike through the target. Recover fast. I cut from high right to low left, turned my wrists, stepped, and drove the point at a fence post wrapped in old sacks. The blade landed with a hard thump. I struck again. The next cut bit into the sack and kicked back into my hands. I struck it again. By the time my arms burned, I'd stopped thinking about the farm. I saw the King's Forest. Everyone in West Rock knew the stories. From the outside, the forest looked like a belt of dark trees that could be crossed in 3 or 4 days. Hunters had ridden around its edge and measured it. Mapmakers had marked its length. The forest didn't care about their ink. Once a person entered, the land changed. Paths stretched for weeks. Rivers turned and ran uphill. Trees shifted behind travelers while they slept. Some who escaped claimed they'd walked beneath the same dead oak for a month. Others swore the sun had stayed in one place for days, weak and red behind the branches. The crown waited somewhere inside. No bloodline ruled West Rock. A farmer, a washerwoman, a soldier, or a thief could take the throne. The law was older than any castle in the country. Enter the King's Forest. Find the golden crown. Carry it back to the capital. The crown would mark the finder above the heart, and that person would rule. While the ruler held the throne, age couldn't take them. Steel could. Fire could. Sickness could. The crown promised endless years, not safety. Our current king had held the throne longer than my grandfather had been alive. Now a sickness had settled in his chest. News writers said he coughed blood into white cloth and couldn't cross his own bedchamber without help. He might live 3 months. He might die in 3 weeks. If he died before someone brought back the crown, the old curse would break loose. Crops would blacken. Wells would sink into mud. Flies would hatch in winter. Fever would move from town to town until bodies filled the roads. The stories weren't meant to scare children. West Rock had suffered it twice in the records kept at the village hall. My father had shown me the pages. The clerk who wrote them had counted 11,000 dead before his own handwriting stopped. The capital had called for volunteers. No one had answered. I struck the post again. My father's voice came from the barn door. "Wesley, come here." I froze with the wooden sword raised. He stood with one hand on the frame, his hair and beard gone more gray than brown. He wasn't a large man, but hard years had pressed strength into him. His fingers were thick and bent. A pale scar ran from the corner of his mouth to his jaw, left by a horse that had kicked him when I was 6. His eyes moved from the sword to my coat on the ground. "You'll miss breakfast," he said. "I'm coming." He didn't move. The shutter knocked against the house again. My youngest sister shouted inside, and another child answered. The noise of our family carried through the walls because our house had never learned how to hold a secret. My father looked toward the northern road. "When were you going to tell us?" The cold worked deeper into my sweat-soaked shirt. "I was going to tell everyone tonight. You've been packing food beneath your bed." I lowered the practice blade. I didn't take much. "That isn't what I asked." I could have lied, but he'd already found the answer. "I'm leaving tomorrow." His jaw tightened once. "For the forest." "Yes, for the forest." He stepped out into the yard and pulled the barn door shut behind him. He did it gently, which worried me more than if he'd slammed it. "You think practicing with a stick makes you ready?" "No, I don't." "You think being strong makes you ready?" "No, I don't think that either." "Then tell me why my eldest son plans to ride into a place that's killed trained soldiers." I looked down at the scarred wood in my hands. The answer had sounded better when I'd said it alone at night. "Because someone has to go. Someone always says that right before doing something foolish." The king's dying. "I've heard." "What happens to the farm if the rain stops? What happens when the well dries? We barely made it through last summer." His mouth hardened. "Don't use this family to dress up your hunger for glory." Heat reached my face despite the cold. "I don't want glory. That wooden sword says otherwise. I want more than this." The words came out sharper than I meant. My father glanced toward the house. The kitchen window glowed yellow. My mother moved behind the glass, setting bowls on the table. 3 small faces crowded beside her, then vanished when she waved them away. My father spoke quietly. "This kept you alive." "I know." "It fed you." "I know that too." "Then don't look at it like it's a prison." I forced my hands to loosen on the grip. "I'm not ashamed of the farm. I'm tired of waking up scared one bad harvest will kill us. I'm tired of counting grain before we eat. I'm tired of pretending hard work fixes everything when a late frost can ruin a year in one night." His eyes stayed on mine. I went on, because stopping would have meant losing my nerve. "I want to see something beyond these fields. I want to prove I'm more than another pair of hands. I looked away, embarrassed by the last part. "I want a life where I can meet people. Maybe meet a woman. Maybe have stories that aren't about a sick cow or a broken plow." A rough sound came from him. It might have been a laugh, though. No humor reached his face. "You're riding toward demons because you want to meet a woman? When you say it that way, it sounds stupid." It sounded stupid before I said it. I almost smiled. He almost did too. Then the moment passed. "If you find the crown," he said, "you won't come back here as my son. You'll come back with soldiers, clerks, priests, and half the country begging you to solve their troubles. I'd still be your son. You'd be king. I haven't even reached the forest." "That's the first sensible thing you've said." He picked up my coat and tossed it to me. "Come eat breakfast." Inside, the kitchen was hot enough to sting my skin. My mother had cooked oatcakes and fried the last strip of salt pork. 8 children squeezed along the benches, elbows knocking, cups spilling, voices climbing over one another. My place waited at the end beside my father's chair. My mother kissed my cheek. "Happy birthday." The younger ones repeated it, some with food in their mouths. My second brother punched my shoulder. One of my sisters had made a little crown from straw and tied it with blue thread. She set it on my head while everyone laughed. The crown scratched my forehead. I stared at my bowl. My mother noticed first. She always did. "What is it?" My father sat down without answering for me. I lifted off the straw crown and placed it beside my cup. "I'm leaving in the morning." The room thinned into silence. Even the smallest child stopped chewing. My mother's face changed as she understood. "You're not going." "I'm going to King's Forest." "You can't go." "I need you to listen." "I listened when you were 12 and wanted to join a merchant crew. I listened when you were 15 and thought you could hunt wolves with a grain knife. I'm not listening to this." My third brother looked at me with open awe. The others seemed frightened. My father folded his hands on the table. My mother turned on him. "You knew. I found his pack. And you let him sit down without stopping him?" "I haven't let him do anything." "You're his father. And he's 18. That doesn't make him less foolish." I swallowed and kept my voice steady. "The boys can handle more now. I've shown them the north field and the mill. I repaired the plow. The roof patch should hold until spring. My mother stood so fast her bench scraped the floor. You planned how we'd live without you. I had to. You didn't have to plan any of this. She walked to the stove, pressed both palms against its warm iron, and lowered her head. Her shoulders moved once. Guilt hit harder than I'd expected. I'd faced this conversation every night in my mind. In those versions, I'd been calm and brave. No one cried. The real room smelled of pork fat, smoke, and wet wool. My little sister's straw crown sat between us. My mother's breath came in broken pulls. I stood and went to her. She turned before I reached her and gripped my shirt in both fists. Your grandfather went, she said. Did you know that? I didn't. He was 19. He entered with 4 friends. He came back alone after 6 days. His hair had turned white. He never told anyone what happened. He woke screaming until the day he died. The kitchen stayed still. My mother searched my face for fear. She found it. I couldn't hide all of it. Then he made it out, I said. Her grip tightened. That's what you heard? It means the forest can be survived. It means it broke him. My father rose and placed a hand on her shoulder. She shook him off, then pulled me against her. For a while, I couldn't speak. She smelled of flour and wood smoke. She'd held me through fevers, stitched my leg after I fell through the loft, and once walked 6 miles through snow to find medicine when my lungs filled with fluid. Leaving felt less like stepping away from the farm and more like cutting something living out of my chest. I'm sorry, I whispered. Then stay. I can't. She pushed me back and slapped me. The strike snapped my head sideways. Gasps came from the table. My cheek burned. My mother stared at her own hand. I'm sorry. I know. She left the kitchen and shut the bedroom door. No one ate much after that. The day dragged through chores and whispered arguments. My brothers followed me everywhere. The youngest asked whether monsters truly ate a man's eyes first. Another wanted to know if I'd bring him a golden knife. I told them I'd bring back whatever I could carry, though we all knew there might be nothing. At dusk, my father found me in the barn rubbing oil into my best boots. He carried a small cloth bag. I told your mother I was checking the mare's shoe. Is it bad? The shoe's fine. He knelt near the rear wall and pried up a loose floorboard with his knife. From the dark space beneath it, he pulled a leather purse tied with cord. The coins inside made a heavier sound than anything we owned should have made. I stared at him. Where did that come from? Saved it. For what? Something that mattered. He poured the coins into the cloth bag and held it out. I didn't take it. We need that here. We need you here more. The words struck deep. He pushed the bag against my chest. Take it before I change my mind. My fingers closed around the coins. There were enough for a used sword, supplies, and perhaps a few nights beneath a roof. My father looked at the practice blade leaning against the stall. A good weapon won't make you skilled. I know. It might keep you alive long enough to become skilled. I nodded because my throat had closed. He pulled me into a hard embrace. My father had hugged me before, but never like that. His arms shook with the effort of holding on without asking me to stay. When he stepped back, his eyes were wet. I've seen you practicing at night, he said. You're faster than you were last year. Don't let that fool you. A real fight won't wait for you to get your feet set. I'll remember. No, you won't. You'll remember after someone hits you. That drew a weak laugh from me. He gripped the back of my neck. Do your best, Wesley. I will. Your best might not be enough. I know. That's the part I needed you to understand. I slept little. Before dawn, my mother came to my bed and sat beside me. She didn't ask me to stay again. She gave me a wool scarf, 2 packets of dried herbs, and a small iron charm shaped like a house. For finding your way home, she said. I tied it around my neck. The family gathered in the yard while I saddled our brown mare. The children cried in different ways. Some did it openly. Some stared at the ground and wiped their faces on their sleeves. My mother kissed me. My father checked the saddle straps twice. Then I rode north beneath a colorless sky, carrying a wooden sword across my back, a bag of coins beneath my coat, and the stupid belief that wanting a different life meant I deserved one. The road to Dead End had earned its name long before the town did. It narrowed as it climbed into the North Country, trading farm fields for scrub and broken stone. Mile markers vanished. Bridges became planks laid over black water. The ruts deepened until my mare had to pick her way between frozen holes. I left home with my chest tight and my eyes burning. By midday, the wind had scraped most of the feeling from me. The wool scarf my mother gave me covered my mouth. Frost formed in the fibers each time I breathed. My mare's sides darkened with sweat beneath her winter coat, so I walked beside her on the steep hills and talked to her because the road offered no one else. Her name was Fern. My youngest sister had chosen it when the mare was born, though there wasn't anything delicate about her. Fern had a thick neck, wide hooves, and a bad habit of biting anyone who pulled her girths too tight. "You'll hate the forest," I told her. Fern flicked one ear. "I might hate it too." She blew steam from her nostrils. The road passed through 2 villages by evening. In the first, a bell rang while men covered a well with boards. The water had turned cloudy, and 3 children had taken sick after drinking it. In the second, brown beetles crawled over the snow around a grain shed. The king still lived, but the curse seemed to be testing its chains. At an inn outside the second village, I paid for a space in the stable instead of a room. The stable boy stared at the wooden sword on my back. "You going to Dead End?" "Yes, I'm." "You going in?" "Yes, I'm going in." He looked at me the way people look at a man standing on a roof during a storm. "How many with you?" "Just me." His expression worsened. I slept in hay that smelled of horse piss and dust. Rats moved in the walls. Sometime after midnight, a rider arrived from the north. I heard him tell the innkeeper that another volunteer had turned back after seeing the trees. I wanted to ask what the man had seen. I kept my eyes closed. By the next afternoon, the road crested a bare ridge, and I saw the king's forest for the first time. It filled the northern horizon. No mountain had ever looked that large. The forest stood miles away, yet its shadow seemed to reach the road beneath my boots. The trees along the outer edge rose twice the height of normal pines, their trunks dark and crowded. No snow rested on their branches. Clouds gathered over them in a low bruise that didn't move with the wind. I stopped beside Fern. The stories had failed to capture the worst part. The forest looked aware. I felt watched from that distance, not by one set of eyes, but by thousands of small hungers buried beneath bark and soil. Fern shifted behind me. "I see it," I said. The mare tugged at the reins, trying to turn south. I didn't blame her. Dead End sat 6 miles from the forest's edge. A timber wall ringed the town, more to keep things out than to defend against soldiers. Every gatepost had iron spikes driven through it. Bundles of dried herbs hung above doors. White salt had been poured in lines across windowsills, though wind had scattered most of it. The guard at the gate wore a patched coat over rusted mail. "What's your business?" he asked. "I need supplies." "For where?" I glanced north. He followed my eyes and sighed. "Of course. Have many gone through?" "Not lately." "How many came back?" He scratched beneath his chin. "Go to the supply store. Buy twice the food you think you need. Don't camp under red leaves. Don't answer anything that calls your name after dark." I waited. He stared at me. "Is that all?" I asked. "No, that's all I'm telling you for free." Dead End smelled of smoke, boiled cabbage, wet dogs, and something sweet rotting beneath the street. Buildings crowded close together as though they wanted warmth. Most had shutters even though it was still afternoon. The supply store stood across from a tavern called The Last Cup. A painted sign showed a skeleton drinking from a cracked mug. I tied Fern to the rail and stepped inside. Heat struck me first, then the smell. Leather, lamp oil, dried meat, wool, old iron, and damp wood crowded the narrow room. Spears and axes hung from hooks along the walls. Coils of rope filled a barrel. Shelves held clay jars marked with rough symbols for salt, pitch, and medicine. The shopkeeper sat behind a counter with a gray cat in his lap. He had one eye, 2 missing fingers, and no interest in polite talk. "Going to the forest?" he asked. "Yes, I'm." He looked at the wooden sword across my back. "You planning to beat it to death?" "I need a real blade." "Most people do." He pointed toward a rack near the rear wall. The cheapest swords were worse than my practice weapon. One had a cracked guard. Another bent when I pressed my thumb against the flat. A third smelled of rust and old blood. I found a short sword with a dark leather grip and a plain round guard. The blade had nicks near the tip, but it was straight. The balance sat a little forward, making it feel heavy in my hand. "How much?" The shopkeeper named a price that would have bought 2 calves. That's robbery. You can carry your stick. I checked the edge again. I'll pay half. He lifted the cat and set it on the counter. 3/4 and I add a sheath. 2/3, the sheath, and that whetstone. He looked at me with his one eye. You're a farmer? How can you tell? You bargain like every coin has your father's face on it. In my pocket, the cloth bag seems to gain weight. We settled nearer his price than mine. I bought dried beans, hard bread, smoked meat, a cooking pot, a bedroll, a wax cloak, flint, 2 candles, salt, and a roll of clean cloth for injuries. I added a small hatchet after remembering the size of the trees. As I stacked everything on the counter, I noticed the woman near the rope barrel. She'd been watching me. She looked near my age, perhaps a year older. Long red hair spilled from beneath a dark hood. Her green eyes didn't move when I caught her staring. Instead, she smiled. Dimples appeared in her cheeks. No woman had ever looked at me like that. I turned back to the counter too quickly and knocked over a jar of nails. The shopkeeper closed his eye. Careful, Your Majesty. The woman laughed under her breath. I gathered the nails while my face burned. She moved around the store, choosing many of the same supplies I'd chosen. Her pack was larger than mine. A rolled blanket hung beneath it. She wore a sword at her left hip and the long knife at her right. Both looked used. I tried not to watch her. That meant I watched her whenever I thought she wasn't looking. She moved like someone who knew exactly where her hands and feet were. I'd seen soldiers with that same ease. Nothing bumped against her. Nothing dragged. When she lifted a coil of rope, the sleeve of her coat pulled tight around a strong forearm. The shopkeeper totaled my purchases. My father's coins vanished quickly. I packed everything outside beside Fern, making sure the heavier gear sat low. The short sword hung strangely at my side. I'd practiced with wood for years, but the weight of steel changed the way I stood. The store door opened. The red-haired woman stepped out carrying her pack. She had a gray horse tied farther down the rail. The animal was lean and alert, with a white mark down its nose. I kept working. Her boots stopped behind me. Hey, farmer boy. I turned. Up close, her eyes were brighter than I'd thought. A faint scar crossed her left eyebrow. Freckles dusted her nose. Cold had reddened her cheeks. What's your name? She asked. Wesley Fox. I'll call you Wes. My name's Wesley. Are you going into the forest? The way she shortened my name irritated me more than it should have. Maybe because she'd laughed in the store. Maybe because I could tell she wasn't impressed by the sword. Yes, I said. I'm going to find the crown. Her gaze moved over me from boots to shoulders. She didn't hide the inspection. Do you know how to use that blade? Yes, I know the basics. Have you ever been in a real fight? I hesitated. No, I haven't. Have you killed anything bigger than a pig? I've killed a boar. From horseback? On foot. That stopped her smile for half a second. How big? Big enough. Did it charge? Yes, it charged. What did you use? A hay fork. She laughed. Anger tightened my neck. Is something funny? You're honest. I didn't expect that. My name's Wesley, not Wes. Right, I heard you, Wes. I pulled the last strap tight. Enjoy your day. She stepped closer, close enough that I caught the smell of leather oil and cold air in her hair. Do you truly think you can survive in there? I wouldn't be here if I didn't. That isn't an answer. It's the answer you're getting. She studied me again. I felt as if I'd been weighed on a butcher's scale. Then she nodded once. I can help you. I didn't ask. No, but you need it. I don't know you. My name's Grace Hammer. The name landed harder than I expected. Hammer, I said. As in Captain Benjamin Hammer. As in my father. Every child in West Rock knew Benjamin Hammer. He'd led the King's Guard for 20 years, broken a siege at High Wall, and hunted the men who'd poisoned 3 royal judges. There were songs about him, though most tavern songs gave him a larger chest and fewer morals. Grace watched recognition reach my face. You're a long way from the capital. So are you. Does your father know you're here? Her smile thinned. That depends on what hour it is. I looked at her pack, weapons, and horse. You ran away. I left after a disagreement. That means you ran away. That means my father believed I needed more training, and I believed the country needed a ruler before the king's lungs gave out. You want the crown. No, I don't. The answer came fast and flat. Everyone wants it. I don't. Then why go in? My family serves the crown. My father served this king, and I'll serve the next. The capital sent notices to every barracks and every town. Men talked about honor until someone showed them a map. Then they found reasons to stay home. Her eyes settled on me. You're the only person I've seen who's foolish enough to keep riding north. That doesn't sound like praise. It isn't. I should have walked away. Instead, I asked, how long have you trained? Since I could hold a knife. Have you been in a real fight? Yes, more than once. How many? Enough that I don't count them to impress strangers. The answer stung because I'd been ready to count the boar. Grace took the reins of her gray horse. If we leave now, we can reach the edge before dark. We'll camp outside and enter at first light. You decided we're traveling together. I decided I'm traveling with you. You're free to fall behind. She mounted in one smooth motion. I stared up at her. You could try asking. I could. She didn't. Grace turned her horse north and started away at a trot. I cursed, climbed onto Fern, and nearly caught my new sword hilt on the saddle. Grace looked back just in time to see it. Her dimples returned. Not a word, I called. I wasn't going to say anything, Wes. My name's Wesley. She rode faster. I urged Fern after her, leaving Dead End behind as shutters closed along the street and the dark line of the King's Forest rose ahead of us. The road beyond Dead End climbed through bare hills where the wind had stripped the snow down to frozen dirt. Grace stayed ahead for the first mile. I told myself she was showing off. The truth was simpler. Her gray gelding was faster than Fern, and Grace rode as if she'd grown from the saddle. She leaned with the horse instead of fighting him. Her cloak snapped behind her. The red ends of her hair caught the last week light. Fern worked hard to keep up. You can slow down? I called. Grace glanced back. You can ride faster. My mare's carrying farm weight. Your mare's carrying you. Fern's ears went back. She heard that. Good, she should. I pushed Fern until I rode beside Grace. The road had narrowed to two pale tracks through black weeds. To our left, low ground held pools of ice. To our right, broken stone rose in shelves. Ahead, the forest stood so close that I could pick out separate trunks. No birds crossed above it. I'd spend my life outdoors. Even in deep winter, the land made noise. Crows argued. Mice scratched beneath leaves. Wind moved through dry grass. Near the King's Forest, those sounds weakened one by one. The silence pressed against my ears. Grace seemed to feel it too. Her teasing stopped. What's your horse's name? I asked. His name's Stone. That's a strange name for a fast horse. He was gray and stubborn as a rock when I got him. He isn't stubborn now? He's faster now. Stone flicked an ear toward her voice. Fur moved closer to him without being asked. The road dipped. A smell reached us, faint at first, then thick enough to taste. Rotting wood. Not the clean smell of a split log left in rain. This was damp decay from something sealed away too long. It carried fungus, sour water, and a sweet trace that reminded me of meat left beneath the sun. Fern snorted. Grace reached down and loosened her sword in its sheath. We're still outside, I said. The edge moves. I looked toward the trees. The maps show it half a mile north. The maps show where it was when the ink dried. You've been here before? No, I haven't. You sound certain. My father brought back people who escaped. How many? 7 in 20 years. I waited for more. Grace stared ahead. How many went in? I asked. More than 7. The road passed between two leaning stones marked with old cuts. I couldn't read them. Moss filled the grooves, dark and wet despite the frost. Grace stopped her horse. What is it? She pointed to the ground. A horse print marked the mud near the left stone. It was fresh enough that water still gleamed in the edges. Another print lay 2 steps ahead. Then nothing. I dismounted and crouched. The road beyond the second print was hard, but not hard enough to hide tracks. I pressed a thumb into it and left a clear mark. Maybe the rider turned, I said. There'd be more prints. Someone could have brushed them out. Why would anyone do that? I looked at the trees. The nearest trunk stood 50 yards away, wide as our kitchen. Its bark had deep splits that looked black inside. Thin branches reached from it without leaves. I don't know. Grace got down and checked the weeds beside the road. I found something here. A strip of brown cloth clung to a thorn. Farther in, a leather strap hung from another bush. We followed the signs 10 yards from the road. The ground dropped into a shallow ditch. A saddle lay at the bottom. Its straps had been cut, not cleanly. They were ragged and dark with something that had dried almost black. No horse. No rider. Grace climbed down and touched the stain with one gloved finger. "Is that blood?" I asked. "Old enough to be brown. New enough not to be washed away." I looked around. The gate guard said another volunteer turned back after seeing the trees. He might have lied. Why would he? To keep people calm. To keep them buying supplies. Dead-end libs because frightened travelers spend money there. Grace lifted the saddle flap. Scratches covered the leather beneath it. 4 long grooves ran side by side. "Could those be claws?" I asked. "Could be. Big claws." She looked toward the darkening forest. "We should move." We returned to the road and led the horses rather than mounting. Neither animal wanted to pass the marked stones. Stone planted his feet. Fern pulled backward until the reins cut my palm. Grace took a cloth bag from her pack and poured a little salt into her hand. "What are you doing?" "My father taught me a test." She stepped between the stones and scattered the salt across the road. Most grains fell normally. A few struck the air at knee height and stayed there. I stared. The white specks hung in an empty line, trembling as if caught on a thread. Grace drew her knife and pushed the flat of the blade forward. The steel met nothing I could see. Then the air rippled. For one instant, the road ahead disappeared. I saw packed trees, wet roots, and a floor covered in gray leaves. The image snapped back, and the road returned. My mouth went dry. "The forest's edge," Grace said. "It's already here." Fern tried to wrench free. I held on. "How far has it moved?" "Far enough. We plan to camp outside." "We still can. We go back beyond the stones." The thought of turning south gave me relief so strong it felt shameful. We retreated nearly a mile and found a bare rise with no trees. A ring of blackened stones showed where other travelers had made camp. Grace checked the ground, the rocks, and the low brush before she let me unload anything. "You do that every time?" I asked. "If I want to wake up." I gathered dry grass and split dead branches with my hatchet. Grace built a fire. She used less tinder than I would have and sheltered the flame with her body until it caught. Soon smoke blew south across the hill. The light faded fast. The forest became a solid wall against the sky. I brushed Fern, checked her hooves, and gave her a small measure of grain. Grace did the same for Stone. She murmured to him as she worked, too softly for me to hear. "You're kinder to your horse than you are to people," I said. "Horses listen." "So do I. Not when I tell you your name's too long." I sat near the fire and opened the food bag. "Wesley has 2 parts. That's one more than needed. You're going to keep doing this until it stops bothering you. That could take years. Then we'd better survive." She said it lightly, but the last word changed the air between us. I handed her hard bread and smoked meat. We ate while the cold settled over the hill. The fire cracked. Fat from the meat shone on my fingers. Grace's pack rested within reach. A short length of chain was tied around the top. "What's the chain for?" I asked. "It's for sleeping safely." I must have looked confused. "You'll see." That's a poor answer. It's better than telling you everything at once and watching half of it fall out of your head. I can remember instructions. You nearly hung your sword from the saddle instead of your belt. I've had it for 2 hours, and you'll have it longer if you listen. I bit into the hard bread and regretted it. The crust felt strong enough to crack a tooth. Grace softened hers in the cooking pot with hot water. I copied her. She noticed but didn't comment. "Why won't your father let you go?" I asked. The question tightened her face. "He believes I need more training." "Do you?" "No, I don't." That was quick. "I've trained since I was 6. I can track, ride, hunt, fight, stitch an injury, set a broken finger, and sleep through my father snoring after 3 cups of ale. I'm ready." "You ran away because he said no." "I left because he never planned to say yes." The fire threw light over her eyes. Green became dark around the edges. "What happened?" Grace turned the piece of bread in her hands. "He came home from the king's rooms 2 nights ago. There was blood on his sleeve from helping the healers. He said the king had weeks, maybe less. I told him I was going north, and he said you needed more training. He always says that." "What did you say?" that the country needed a ruler, that he knew what would happen if the throne sat empty, that I'd spent my life preparing to protect the crown, and protecting it meant making sure someone found it. What did he say? Grace's mouth twisted. He locked me in my room. I laughed before I could stop myself. Her eyes narrowed. I'm sorry. No, you aren't. I'm trying to be. He forgot the roof ledge runs beneath my window. I packed after midnight, climbed down, took stone, and rode through the east gate before the watch changed. Captain Hammer's daughter escaped the capital by climbing out a window. I didn't say it was a grand plan. Does he know where you went? He knows where I was going. He'll come after you. He can't leave the king. He can send soldiers? He might. I looked at the road behind us. Darkness had swallowed it. Will they drag you back? They'll try. I waited for her to smile. She didn't. What will you do? Keep moving. You could have taken the crown yourself. Grace stared into the fire. I told you I don't want it. You didn't tell me why. For a few heartbeats, only the wood spoke. My father has served rulers his whole life, she said. He sleeps 4 hours when the king travels. He tastes food before the king eats. He's been cut, burned, and poisoned. People cheer when a king rides past and barely see the men keeping him alive. That doesn't explain why you don't want the throne. It explains exactly why. I've watched what power does to everyone near it. The crown gives a ruler more years, but it also gives every greedy person in the country a reason to smile at them. You think I'm greedy? I think you're young. So are you. I know what the palace smells like after an execution. Her voice had gone flat. I didn't ask for details. Grace rubbed her hands over the fire. I want Westrock to survive. I don't want people kneeling when I enter a room. What if I find it? Then they'll kneel to you. The thought should have thrilled me. Instead, I pictured my mother's kitchen. The straw crown. My father saying I'd return with clerks and soldiers. I'd make things better, I said. Grace looked at me. What are you thinking? Every person who wants the crown says that. I mean it. I believe you. That sounded worse. It should. The wind turned. Smoke rolled over us. I coughed and moved to the other side of the fire. Grace smiled faintly. What would you do first? She asked. Do you mean as king? No, as a baker. I gave her a hard look. As king, I'd lower the grain tax after a bad harvest. Who pays the army? The treasury. What fills the treasury? Taxes fill it. Then you'd pay the army less? I'd stop wasting money on palace feasts. The palace buys food from farmers, not farmers like us. That's fair. I thought for a moment. I'd send healers to villages instead of keeping all the good ones in the capital. Who protects them on the roads? Soldiers protect them. Paid with? Are you going to turn every answer into taxes? Most kings learn that everything turns into taxes. I tossed a twig at her. Grace caught it before it hit her face. That was more impressive than I wanted to admit. She threw it into the fire. You've got strong ideas for someone who bought his first sword today. You've got a sharp mouth for someone who needs me to claim the crown. I don't need you. Westrock needs someone. That's comforting. It wasn't meant to be. Despite myself, I smiled. Grace smiled back. The hard edge left her face, and for a second she looked less like Captain Hammer's daughter and more like a young woman who'd ridden alone for days with fear pushing at her back. I noticed how close we sat. The fire's warmth touched one side of me. Her knee rested inches from mine on the other. I looked away first. Grace rose and walked to the horses. What are you doing? The chain. She tied one end around Stone's front leg, loose enough not to bite, then ran it through Fern's tether and connected it to a small iron cup filled with pebbles. If either horse moves, the cup falls. That's clever. My father uses bells. Bells carry too far. I wrapped myself in the bedroll near the fire. Grace lay on the opposite side with her sword beside her hand. You take first watch, she said. I thought you said we were outside. We're still outside? Then what am I watching for? Anything that shouldn't be outside with us? She closed her eyes. I watched the forest. At first I saw only darkness. After an hour, shapes formed. The trunks at the edge looked like bars. Mist gathered between them. The fire sank. I added 2 sticks and listened to Grace breathe. Then a branch snapped. It came from the north. I stood, short sword in hand. The steel felt colder and heavier than it had in the shop. Another snap came from the forest. It was closer. Fern shifted. The pebble cup rattled but didn't fall. "Grace," I whispered. Her eyes opened at once. No sleepy confusion. No question. Her hand closed around her sword, and she rolled to her feet. We faced the trees. A pale shape moved between two trunks. It was too tall for a deer and too thin for a man. I saw one white limb, then another. The shape stopped just beyond the edge. Something breathed out there. The sound was wet and slow. Grace stepped beside me. "Don't call to it." I wasn't going to. "Don't chase it." I wasn't going to do that either. "Good, then stay here." The pale shape leaned around the trunk. It had no face, I could see, only a smooth oval of skin above a narrow neck. Fern began to tremble. The thing raised one arm. Its fingers were long enough to wrap around a man's head. Then it tapped the tree 3 times. The first knot came hard. The second sounded closer. The third shook loose a strip of bark. From far to our right, another tree answered. 3 knocks. Then another behind us. 3 more. My grip tightened until the guard pressed into my palm. "They're around us," I said. Grace's shoulder touched mine. "Stay near the fire." The first shape slipped behind the trunk and vanished. We waited. No attack came. The knocks moved farther apart, circling the hill through the dark. Near dawn, they stopped. Grace let out a slow breath. "What were they?" I asked. "I don't know." "That doesn't help." "It's the truth." We didn't sleep again. When the sky paled, we found footprints around the camp. Long bare feet had pressed into the frozen ground. They formed a complete circle. None came from the forest. None led back. We entered the king's forest at sunrise. The sun didn't enter with us. One step carried me across the line Grace had bound with salt. Cold light lay on the road behind. Ahead, the tree swallowed it. The air grew warmer, but not in a good way. Damp heat wrapped my face. The smell of rot thickened until every breath seemed to coat my tongue. Fern stopped at the edge. Her muscles locked beneath me. I leaned forward and rubbed her neck. "Come on, girl." She backed into stone. Grace dismounted. "Lead them." We walked. Fern crossed only after Stone did. The instant her front hooves touched the gray leaves, she jumped sideways and nearly tore the reins from my hand. The air rippled behind us. I turned. The road south remained visible, but it looked farther away. The marked stone stood beyond a stretch of ground that hadn't been there moments before. Mist slid between us and the open hills. Grace scattered a second pinch of salt. The grains fell straight down. "The edge moved again," I said. It closed. "You expected that?" I hoped it wouldn't. The path ahead was little more than a strip where leaves had been pressed into mud. Trees crowded both sides. Thick roots broke the ground like the backs of buried animals. Moss coated them in dark green pads that looked soft, until my boots sank and cold water filled around my toes. I cursed. Grace glanced down. "Watch the moss." "I know that now." "Good, because you're learning." Drops fell from branches, though. There'd been no rain. Each one struck with a soft tick. Somewhere far away, wood groaned under weight. We led the horses for the first mile. At least, I believed it was a mile. Distance behaved strangely beneath the branches. A tree ahead could seem 20 steps away and take 10 minutes to reach. Another appeared distant, then passed close enough to scrape my shoulder after 2 strides. I marked trunks with the tip of my hatchet. Grace watched the third mark. "Don't cut another." "Why shouldn't I?" "Some things follow cuts in bark." "What things?" "The kind we don't want." "You've got a lot of rules without names." My father's people brought back warnings, not field guides. I wiped sap from the hatchet. It was thick and black. The smell reminded me of burned sugar. The cut in the trunk slowly closed. It hadn't healed. The bark had simply closed. The bark edges drew together with tiny creaks until the mark vanished. I stepped back. Grace didn't look surprised. "You could have mentioned that." "I told you not to cut it." We moved on. The forest floor held signs of travelers. A rusted buckle, half buried in moss. A clay cup split in 2. A boot with no foot inside it. Near midday, we found a helmet hanging from a branch 15 feet above us. No body. No bones. Just the helmet, turning gently though the air was still. Fern refused to pass beneath it. We went around. The path split at a dead tree. One branch went left into thicker dark. The other sloped right beside a shallow stream. Water slid over black stones without making a sound. Grace crouched at the split. "What do you see?" I asked. "I see tracks." I joined her. Boot prints marked both paths. They were the same size and shape. One set led left, the other led right. "Two people with matching boots," I said. Grace pointed to a nick at the heel. "They came from the same person." "How can you tell?" "Maybe the path brought him back. Maybe there were two men wearing boots made by the same cobbler." She gave me a look. "I prefer my answer." "So do I." We chose the stream because water offered something to follow. I didn't drink from it. Grace filled a cup, dropped a silver coin into the water, and watched. The coin darkened at once. "Is it bad?" I asked. "It's very bad." She poured it out. As we walked, the stream widened. Its silent flow bothered me more with every step. Water should have clicked over stone. It should have splashed around roots. This moved like oil beneath glass. The trees changed. Their bark grew pale and smooth. Knots bulged at shoulder height. Some resembled shut eyes. I kept my gaze on the ground. A fly landed on my cheek. I slapped it. The body smeared red across my glove. "That fly was full of blood," I said. Grace checked my face. "Did it bite you?" I didn't feel it. She pulled my chin toward the light. Her fingers were cold. She leaned close enough that strands of red hair brushed my coat. I tried not to notice. "There's a mark," she said. "What kind?" "A small one." "That isn't helpful." "Hold still." She took a packet from her belt, pinched gray powder between two fingers, and pressed it to my cheek. Pain flashed hot. I jerked away. "What was that?" "Salt and ash." "It burns." "That means it found something." "Could have warned me." "You would have flinched sooner." I wiped my watering eye. "Do you treat everyone this kindly?" "No, because some people I let die." I couldn't tell whether she was joking. A buzzing sound rose behind us. We turned. Flies gathered over the stream. Hundreds of them whiffed from beneath the bank, their bodies swollen and red. The cloud widened as more joined. "Move," Grace said. We pulled the horses into a fast walk. The buzzing thickened. Fern tossed her head. Stone kicked at his belly. Flies landed on their coats and vanished into the hair. "Faster," I said. The path narrowed between two roots. Grace went through first with Stone. Fern balked. The cloud reached us. Flies struck my face and hands like hot grit. I pulled the scarf over my mouth, slapped Fern's flank, and dragged at the reins. "Come on." She reared. The reins burned through my glove. A fly crawled beneath my collar and bit. Another found my wrist. The pain wasn't large, but it came again and again. Grace ran back through the gap. She pulled a small clay bottle from her pack, tore the stopper out with her teeth, and splashed dark liquid across Fern's neck. A sharp smell cut through the rot. Vinegar and smoke. The flies lifted at once. Grace threw the rest over me. I coughed as it hit my face. "That's foul." "You're welcome." She slapped Fern hard behind the shoulder. The mare surged between the roots, knocking me sideways. I stumbled after her. Grace followed. The flies stopped at the gap. They filled the air behind us, a red-black cloud, but none crossed between the roots. Grace bent over with her hands on her knees. I checked Fern. Blood dotted the mare's hide, where the insects had fed. Stone had fewer marks. "You carry vinegar for flies?" I asked. "For leeches. It works on most blood feeders." "Only most of them?" "We'll find out about the rest." I touched the bite beneath my collar. It had swollen into a hard knot. Grace inspected it. "We need clean water. The stream's poisoned." "Then we find another." We led the horses away from the silent water. The ground rose. Roots twisted closer together, forcing us to climb. Damp moss slid beneath my boots. My thighs burned from hauling Fern upward. At the top, we found a stone road. It ran straight through the trees, 12 feet wide, made of fitted blocks worn smooth by age. Fern's shoes rang when she stepped onto it. Grace crouched and wiped moss from one stone. A crown had been carved there. Not the simple 5-point mark used on royal flags. This crown had 9 thin points and a circle beneath them. The same symbol repeated along the road. This leads somewhere, I said. Everything here leads somewhere. To the crown. Or to something that wants people looking for it. I stared down the road. It vanished into green-black shade. Behind us, the forest floor shifted with a faint dragging sound. The roots we'd climbed over were moving. Slowly, they drew together. Soil pushed up between them. Within a minute, the slope vanished behind a wall of tangled wood. Grace and I stood on the stone road with no path back. Still prefer the stream? She asked. I'm starting to dislike every choice. That's sensible. We followed the crowns. The road made walking easier, but nothing in the forest felt safe. Stone blocks tilted beneath our weight, though they looked solid. Thin, white worms slid from cracks and vanished under our boots. Once, something large moved parallel to us beyond the trees. I heard branches break. I saw a gray back pass between trunks, too high to belong to a bear. Fern smelled it and pulled toward stone. Grace kept her sword bare. What did you fight? I asked quietly. When do you mean? You said you've been in real fights. I fought men. Only men? Men are enough. How many? She looked at me. You asked that already. You avoided it. I was 14 the first time. 3 thieves came over a wall near the royal stables. I cut one across the arm. My father killed another. The third ran. You were 14? I'd been on watch because I begged for it. Were you scared? Yes, I was. The simple answer eased something in me. What about the others? Street fights. A drunk soldier. 2 men trying to take a girl behind an inn. A knife attack outside the palace. You make the capital sound worse than the forest. The capital smiles first. The road curved around a thick stand of thorn bushes. Beyond it lay a clearing. At the center stood a wagon. Its wood had gone gray. 1 wheel was missing. The shafts rested in mud. Canvas hung from the frame in rotten strips. A human skeleton sat in the driver's place. Its hands still gripped the reins. 2 horse skeletons lay ahead, half sunk into the earth. Grace raised 1 fist. We stopped. The driver's skull faced us. Something had nailed a small gold coin into its forehead. Is that royal gold? I whispered. Grace didn't answer. She approached from the side, sword ready. I followed with the short sword in one hand and Fern's reins in the other. The skeleton's coat had decayed, but a metal badge remained on its chest. A crown inside a circle. Grace stared at it. What is it? I asked. King's Courier. How old? The badge style changed before my father was born. I looked at the wagon. It can't have been here that long. Why not? The canvas would be gone. The wood would have collapsed. Time doesn't behave here. I wanted to argue. A faint creak came from beneath the wagon. We froze. Mud bulged between the rear wheels. A hand pushed out. It wasn't human. The fingers were black, jointed twice too many, and tipped with flat nails. A second hand emerged. Then a head rose from the mud. The face looked built from wet roots pressed into the shape of a man. Small, pale eyes opened beneath a shelf of bark. Its mouth split sideways across both cheeks. Grace backed away. The thing pulled itself up. Its chest was narrow. 4 arms unfolded from beneath it, each one ending in those long black fingers. Mud poured from holes in its body. Behind the wagon, more ground began to move. Run, Grace said. We turned. The horses needed no urging. The first creature struck the road on all 6 limbs. Its fingers clicked against stone. Another climbed from beneath the wagon. Then a third. They came fast. Grace mounted stone while moving. I tried to do the same and caught my foot beneath Fern's belly. The mare lurched, dragging me 2 steps before I tore free. Wesley, hurry. Grace wheeled stone around. I'm up. I grabbed the saddle and pulled. Fern's weight shifted. The sword struck my leg. One of the creatures reached the edge of the clearing. I got into the saddle. Ride now. We drove the horses down the stone road. Hooves hammered the blocks. Branches whipped my face. The root creatures chased on all 6 limbs, their bodies folding and opening with each stride. They made no cry, only the dry click of fingers on stone. One moved into the trees and ran beside us, gripping trunks and swinging forward. Grace saw it. Pull left. I pulled Fern left as the creature launched. It missed my back by inches and struck the road. Its limbs tangled beneath it. Stone's rear hoof crushed one hand, but the creature rolled and kept coming. The road narrowed ahead. A fallen trunk blocked half of it. Grace pushed Stone toward the open side. The first creature leaped from the trees and landed on the horse's rear. Stone screamed. Grace twisted in the saddle and cut downward. Her blade struck the creature's upper arm. Black fluid sprayed across her cloak. The arm hung by strips, but the creature clung with the other three. I was behind her. There was no room to pass. I kicked free of one stirrup, leaned out, and swung. The short sword felt nothing like wood. Its weight pulled my shoulder. The edge hit the creature's neck with a jolt that reached my teeth. The blade cut halfway through and stuck. The creature turned its pale eyes toward me, its mouth open. Inside were rows of thin wooden teeth. I yanked the sword. It wouldn't come free. Fern ran into Stone's flank. Grace shouted. The fallen trunk rushed toward us. I braced one boot against the creature's shoulder and pulled with both hands. The blade tore loose. Grace ducked. My second strike landed where the neck had split. The head came away. The body fell beneath Fern. The mare stumbled. For one terrible moment, her front legs folded. I threw my weight back. She recovered with a wild jump, nearly throwing me. We cleared the fallen trunk. The remaining creatures stopped on the far side. They didn't climb over. They gathered behind it, pale eyes fixed on us. One lifted the severed head. It pressed the head against the cut neck of the body. Roots crawled from both sides. They began to join. "Keep riding," Grace said. We didn't stop until the stone road ended at a wall of thorns. The thorn wall rose higher than a house. Its branches locked together in a solid mass across the old road. Each thorn was pale, curved, and long as my smallest finger. Scraps of cloth hung from them. Brown wool, faded blue linen. A strip of leather with a rusted buckle still attached. Grace pulled Stone to a stop. Fern crowded close behind him, shaking hard enough to rattle my gear. I looked back. The root creatures remained beyond the fallen trunk. They had finished joining the severed head to the body. The neck sat crooked, but the thing was standing again. It placed one hand on the trunk. The black fingers sank into the wood. "Can they cross?" I asked. Grace watched the creature. "We're about to learn." The thorn wall blocked the road from one side to the other. On the left, it continued into the forest until the branches disappeared between the trees. The right side did the same. No gate, no break. "We go round," I said. Grace dismounted and touched the nearest thorn with the tip of her sword. The branch snapped forward. It struck the steel with a sharp crack and wrapped around the blade. Grace pulled back. 3 more branches shifted toward her. "Don't touch it," I said. "That's useful now." She twisted her wrist. The edge cut through the thorn branch. Milky sap ran down the blade. It smoked where it touched the stone road. Grace dropped the sword. The sap ate a dark pet into the steel before she kicked the weapon clear. Her face changed. "Your sword." "I know." The edge near the tip had gone rough and black. She wiped it in the dirt, then used a scrap of leather to clean the rest. Behind us, the first root creature climbed onto the fallen trunk. Its body shuddered as if the crossing hurt it. One of its hands split open. Black fluid dripped from the fingers. It came anyway. "We need a way through," I said. Grace searched the base of the thorn wall. I dismounted and led Fern back a few steps. My arms had begun to shake from the chase and the fight. The short sword felt twice as heavy as it had in Dead End. Dark fluid from the creature dried along the blade. A sour smell rose from it. My first real fight had lasted seconds. I'd nearly lost my weapon, nearly fallen under my horse, and struck close enough to Grace's head that I could have killed her. The creature I'd cut apart was already moving again. The old confidence I'd carried from the farm seemed childish now. "Wesley," Grace said. She knelt beside a square stone set at the road's edge. Moss covered most of it. A narrow slot had been cut into the top. I joined her. The crown symbol marked one side. Beneath it, shallow letters had been carved in the stone. Grace brushed them clean. "Can you read it?" I asked. "I can read some of it." The language looked like old court script. I'd seen similar marks on land deeds, though the letters here had extra hooks and cuts. She traced each line. "Blood opens what gold can't buy." I looked at the thorn wall. "That sounds unpleasant." "Most old royal laws do." The root creature dropped from the trunk to our side. Its front limbs hit first. The rest of its body folded after them. A second creature climbed behind it. Grace drew her knife. The stone wants blood. How much? I don't know. Whose blood? She looked at me. No, don't use your hand. You want the crown. You're the one who can read it. The crown seeker pays. That's convenient. The creature came toward us, fingers clicking on the road. I took off my glove and held my left palm over the slot. Grace caught my wrist. What are you doing? Not your hand. You need it to fight. She turned my arm and cut a shallow line along the outside of my forearm. Pain flashed. Blood welled and ran toward my elbow. I held it over the slot. The first drops disappeared into the stone. Nothing happened. The creature quickened. More, Grace said. She pressed below the cut. Blood ran faster. The square stone gave a low thud. Deep inside the thorn wall, something moved. Branches pulled apart with a dry, grinding noise. A narrow opening formed, barely wide enough for a horse without a rider. Grace wrapped clean cloth around my arm and tied it tight. Lead them through. She grabbed Stone's reins. The horse backed away from the opening. The gap smelled worse than the forest. Rotting leaves, old blood, and bitter sap filled the passage. The first rude creature was 20 steps away. I took Fern's bridle near the bit and pulled her toward the thorns. She fought me. Come on, girl. A branch reached from the wall and scraped the saddlebag. The leather hissed where sap touched it. Fern reared. I hung from the bridle, boots sliding on stone. Grace struck Fern's hind quarter with the flat of her knife. The mare lunged into the gap. I went with her. Thorns scraped my coat. One hooked the scarf at my neck and pulled it tight. I tore free, leaving a strip of wool behind. The passage twisted. There wasn't enough room to turn around. Fern filled most of it, her sides brushing branches. I kept one hand on her bridle and the other over my face. Behind me, Stone screamed. Grace, are you there? Keep moving forward. A heavy impact shook the wall. The root creature had reached the entrance. Branches snapped. A dry, clicking cry rose behind us for the first time. The thorns were tearing it apart. I dragged Fern faster. The passage ended without warning. We burst onto soft ground beneath tall ferns. I stumbled, fell to one knee, and pulled Fern clear. Grace emerged with Stone seconds later. A thorn had cut her cheek. Blood ran in a thin line toward her jaw. She led Stone away from the gap. The opening began to close. The first root creature pushed halfway through. Its forearms clawed at the branches. Thorns pierced its bark-like skin and hooked into the root cords beneath. The creature forced itself forward. Grace grabbed my arm. Move away from it. I stood there watching. The thorn wall tightened. The creature's body split down the center with a wet crack. Black fluid and pale worms poured onto the ground. Its upper half fell through the closing gap and landed near my boots. The pale eyes opened. One hand seized my ankle. I struck downward. The short sword cut through 2 fingers, but stuck in the wrist. The hand pulled. I fell backward. The creature dragged itself toward me on 3 arms, its broken body leaving a trail of dark sludge. Grace stepped over my leg and drove her knife through one pale eye. The creature jerked. She twisted the blade and shoved it deeper until the point struck the ground beneath its head. The fingers around my ankle loosened. The thorn wall closed with the rest of the body trapped inside. Branches moved over it. Within moments, nothing remained but a dark stain. Grace pulled her knife free and wiped it on wet leaves. I sat up. My ankle throbbed where the fingers had squeezed it. You froze, she said. I thought it was dead. Nothing here's dead until we're far from it. I know that now. You said that about the moss. I looked at her cut cheek. You're bleeding. So are you. My arms tied. Then we're both doing well. She held out a hand. I took it. Her grip was firm. She pulled me up, and we stood closer than either of us had planned. The forest closed around us. Fern and Stone breathed hard nearby. Dragons and kings, dragons and kings, dragons and kings. Grace's blood reached the corner of her mouth. I lifted my hand before thinking and wiped it away with my thumb. She went still. So did I. The warmth of her skin surprised me. Her green eyes held mine. I became aware of everything at once. Her fingers were still wrapped around my wrist. My chest rose too quickly. A strand of red hair had caught on the buckle of her cloak. Grace let go first. You missed some, she said. What did I miss? You missed the blood. I looked at my thumb. Right, I see it. I cleaned the cut with water from my skin and the powder she'd used on my fly bite. She hissed, but didn't pull away. That burns, she said. You would have flinched if I warned you. Her mouth twitched. Careful, she said. You're learning too fast. We checked the horses. The sap had eaten through one strap on Fern's saddlebag. A corner of the bag hung loose, and some of our bread had fallen into the thorn passage. We still had enough food, but not as much as I wanted. Stone had 3 shallow cuts along his side. None bled badly. Grace cleaned him while I searched the area. We had left the stone road. The ground on this side of the wall sloped into a low valley filled with giant ferns. Their fronds rose over my head. When the wind moved them, water poured from one leaf to another. A line of round stones led downhill. They were too evenly placed to be natural. I called Grace over. Another road? She asked. Maybe it is. She checked the first stone. The crown mark had been cut into its center, nearly hidden beneath moss. We follow it, I said. You're certain? No, I'm not. I'm tired of pretending any choice is good. That's better than certainty. We led the horses downhill. The ferns brushed our shoulders and closed behind us. Their undersides were pale, almost white. Small black spiders covered some leaves in tight groups. They didn't move when we passed. My cut arm pulsed. Grace noticed me flexing my fingers. Too tight? Little. She stopped and loosened the cloth. Her hands worked carefully. The anger she'd shown after I froze had faded. I'm sorry, I said. For what? For freezing back there. You've never seen anything like that. Neither have you. I've seen people keep moving after they should have fallen. That thing wasn't a person. No, it wasn't. She retied the cloth. My father says the first fight teaches you what training hid. What did yours teach you? That fear makes my left hand slow. I looked at her sword hand. Your left? I use both. Of course you do. What did your first fight teach you? I considered it. That a real sword gets stuck. That horses don't care about good footwork. That I'm dangerous to anyone standing near me. You cut where you aimed. Close to your head, but not into it. That's a low measure of success. It's the measure we've got. We continued. The round stones led to a pool fed by water dripping from a rock face. Unlike the silent stream, this water made noise. It splashed over stone, clear and cold. Grace tested it with the silver coin. The metal stayed bright. We drank, filled our skins, and washed the creature's filth from our weapons. The water darkened around the blades. I took off my boot and checked the ankle. 4 bruises had formed around it, long and narrow like finger marks. The skin wasn't broken. Grace crouched beside me. Can you walk? I rode here. That wasn't the question. I stood and put weight on it. Pain reached my calf, but the joint held. I can walk. She pressed 2 fingers against the bone. I swore. Not broken, she said. You enjoyed that? A little. We rested only long enough for the horses to drink. The forest had changed while we sat. The fern valley behind us seemed narrower. The rock face beside the pool had grown darker. A crack had opened in it, wide enough for a hand. Cold air came through. Grace stood and listened. What is it? She held up one finger. At first I heard only falling water. Then a voice came from inside the crack. Grace, answer me. It was a man's voice, deep and angry. Grace stepped back. The voice came again. Grace hammer. Her face lost its color. Your father? I asked. She nodded once. The crack widened with a soft grind. Grace, answer me. She gripped her sword. The voice sounded close, as if Benjamin Hammer stood on the other side of a thin door. You left without permission, it said. You shamed me. Grace's jaw tightened. I remembered the gate guard's warning. Don't answer anything that calls your name after dark. It wasn't dark, but I didn't trust the difference. Don't speak, I said. Her eyes stayed on the crack. You'll get that farm boy killed, the voice continued. You always think you're ready. You never are. Grace flinched. I stepped between her and the rock. Wesley Fox. My mother's voice came through the crack. Every hair on my arms lifted. Wesley, please come home. It sounded exact. Not close. Not similar. My mother's voice held the same rough edge she'd had after crying. I could hear our kitchen behind her. A spoon struck a pot. One of my sisters laughed. My hand moved toward the crack. Grace caught it. That isn't her. I knew. My body didn't. Wesley, the voice said, your father fell. We need you. The cold iron house charm rested against my chest beneath my shirt. I gripped it through the cloth. The voice became softer. My son, answer me. I pressed my lips together. The crack widened another inch. Something moved in the dark behind it. Grace pulled me back. We gathered the reins and left the pool. The voices followed through the stone. They called from cracks in the ground, from holes in trees, from beneath moss. Sometimes my mother begged. Sometimes my father shouted. Once my youngest sister cried my name and said something was in the barn. Grace heard her father. I could tell by the way her shoulders stiffened. Neither of us answered. The round stones led away from the valley. After half a mile, the voices stopped. We didn't speak for a long time. Then Grace said, "Thank you." For what? Standing in front of me. You pulled me away. That's different. It isn't. She looked at me, then gave a small nod. We walked closer after that. The light began to fail before we found shelter. Inside the forest, evening didn't arrive from the sky. It seeped from the roots. Darkness gathered beneath ferns, pooled in hollows, and climbed the trunks until the weak gray light above seemed trapped. We'd followed the round stones for hours. They never bent, yet somehow they brought us back to the same fallen cedar 3 times. I knew it was the same tree because its trunk had split around a boulder shaped like a fist. On the 3rd pass, I stopped. We're walking in a circle. Grace studied the stones. The path's moving. That's worse. Yes, it is. Fern lowered her head. Stone's flanks trembled with fatigue. We pushed them too hard, but standing still felt dangerous. I examined the cedar. Its trunk was hollow where it had split. The opening faced the boulder, leaving a narrow space protected on 3 sides. The wood inside looked dry. We camped there, I said. Grace checked the hollow with her knife in a burning twist of grass. Beetles crawled from the bark, but nothing larger moved. It'll hold us, she said. Not the horses. We tie them close. If something comes, they'll pull the tree down trying to run. Then what do you suggest? She looked around. A cluster of stone pillars stood 30 steps away, half hidden by brush. The pillars formed a rough square. Old iron rings had been set into their bases. Grace cleared the leaves around one. Built for horses, she said. By whom? People who knew they'd need shelter here. The rings were rusted but solid. We tied fern and stone with enough line to move between the pillars. Grace set the pebble cup again and spread salt around the square. I gathered dead wood. Most branches were wet through. When I split them, pale grubs twisted inside. The smell was sour enough to make my eyes water. We used the driest pieces and built a small fire inside the hollow cedar. Smoke slipped through cracks in the trunk. The shelter forced us close. Grace sat with her back against one curved wall. I sat opposite, our boots nearly touching. Between us, the fire gave more light than heat. We ate beans boiled soft with strips of smoked meat. Hunger made them taste better than any feast I'd imagined in the capital. My ankle had stiffened. Grace noticed when I shifted. Let me see it. It's fine. You're limping. I can still walk. Take off the boot. I obeyed because arguing took more strength than I had. The bruises had darkened. Grace warmed a cloth near the fire, wrapped it around the ankle, and pressed carefully. Her hair fell forward, hiding part of her face. Where did you learn this? I asked. My father's healer. He taught you? She did. Did you ask permission? I was 9. I followed her until she gave up. That sounds like you. You've known me 1 day. It's been a long day. Grace looked up. The fire reflected in her eyes. Yes, she said. It has. Her hands remained around my ankle. The warmth eased the deep ache. I watched the small scar across her eyebrow. How did you get that? She touched it without thinking. I got it during training. Your father? A wooden shield. I rushed him. He turned, and the rim caught me. How old were you? I was 11. Did he feel bad? He made me finish the lesson. That sounds cruel. He stitched it himself afterward. That still sounds cruel. He cried when he thought I was asleep. The answer changed the picture I'd built of Benjamin Hammer. Grace looked toward the dark outside. He isn't a bad father. You didn't say he was. I ran from him. You ran towards something you believed mattered. That doesn't make what I did right. No, it doesn't. Her eyes narrowed. You could pretend to agree. I thought honesty was one of the few things you liked about me. One of the few. You laughed at everything else. I haven't laughed at your hair. I touched it. What's wrong with my hair? Nothing is wrong with it. That sounded like something. It sticks up when you sweat. I smoothed it down. Grace laughed quietly. The sound felt out of place in the forest, but not wrong. I reached for the cloth around my ankle. Her fingers closed over mine. Leave it. Our hands stayed together. The joking faded. Grace's thumb rested across my knuckles. Her palm was rough from weapons, not soft like the hands of the women I'd danced with twice at village festivals. I'd never kissed either of those women. I'd barely spoken without tripping over myself. Grace was close enough that I could see a faint fleck of gold near the center of her left eye. She looked at my mouth. The pebble cup fell outside. Stone clattered against stone. We broke apart. Grace had her sword in hand before I'd pulled on my boot. The horses snorted and pulled at their lines. I kicked dirt over the fire until only a red glow remained. What do you see? I whispered. I don't see anything. That was the problem. The forest had gone quiet again. No drops struck leaves. No insects moved. Even the horses held their breath between frightened snorts. I eased out of the cedar hollow. The stone pillars stood beneath the trees. Fern faced north, ears forward. Stone pressed against her side. Something moved beyond them. A branch bent. Then another, not snapping, bending aside beneath slow weight. Grace came beside me. A shape entered the weak firelight. At first, I thought it was a stag. Its body stood taller than stone. Wet hide clung to sharp ribs. A rack of antlers spread above its head, but the branches weren't bone. They were human arms, pale and thin, joined at the wrists and elbows. Hands opened at every tip. The head beneath them had no eyes. Its lower jaw hung in two halves. Between those halves, a second mouth opened in its throat. Fern screamed. The creature rushed the pillars. Cut the horses loose, Grace shouted. I ran left. Grace went right. The creature struck the salt line. Its front legs buckled as if it had hit a low wall. Smoke rose from its hooves. The hands in its antlers twisted and grabbed at the air. The line wouldn't hold long. I reached Fern. Her lead rope had pulled tight against the iron ring. My hand shook as I sawed with my knife. Stone tore at his own rope, eyes white. The creature slammed into the salt again. The line broke. It entered the square. Grace cut Stone free. The stag turned toward her. Its split jaw opened. A scream came from the throat mouth, high and human. Grace's horse bolted. She threw herself aside as the creature charged. One front hoof struck a stone pillar and cracked the top from it. I cut Fern's rope. She ran before I could grab the bridle, vanishing into the ferns with Stone. Our packs were still tied to the saddles. Everything but the weapons at our belts, one water skin, and the clothes we wore went with them. The creature wheeled toward me. Its rear legs bent backward like a cat's. Muscles shifted beneath the wet hide. I raised the short sword. Wesley, move. Grace's warning came from my right. The stag lunged. I jumped behind a pillar. Its antlers hit Stone. The human hands closed around the pillar and pulled. Fingernails scraped rock. The creature's throat mouth snapped inches from my face. The smell nearly dropped me. Rotten meat and stagnant water poured from it. I stabbed beneath the ribs. The blade entered to the guard. The hide clenched around the steel. The creature jerked sideways, ripping the sword from my hand. Its rear hoof caught my chest. I flew backward. The ground struck hard. Air left me. Grace attacked from behind, cutting across one rear leg. The blade opened hide, but no blood came out. Black roots packed the space beneath. The stag kicked. Grace ducked, rolled, and came up near me. Can you stand? I tried to answer. Nothing came. She dragged me behind the broken pillar as the creature turned. My short sword still hung from its side. I need my blade, I forced out. You need air. I've got some. Not enough. The stag paced around the pillars. Its eyeless head moved from side to side. The hands in its antlers tapped stone and tree bark. It hears through the hands, Grace whispered. How do you know? It keeps touching things. The creature slapped a palm against one pillar. Another hand pressed to the ground. Its head turned toward us. Grace picked up a loose stone and threw it into the ferns. The stag spun toward the sound. Good, I said. Stay here. She started to rise. I caught her cloak. Don't go alone. My sword can't cut deep enough. Mine's in its side. That's why I'm getting it. You'll get kicked. Then distract it. She pulled free and moved behind the pillars. I picked up a stone. The stag had taken 2 steps toward the ferns. I threw left. The stone struck a trunk. Hands turned toward the sound. Grace ran right. She reached the creature's side and grabbed my sword. The stag twisted with impossible speed. One antler arm swept down. A hand caught Grace by the hair. She cried out. The fingers closed and lifted. Grace slashed upward, cutting through the forearm. The hand remained tangled in her hair, but the severed limb fell. The stag kicked at her. She released my sword and dropped. The hoof passed over her shoulder. I ran from cover. My chest burned. Each breath felt too small. The short sword hung loose from the creature's side. I seized the grip and pulled. The blade came free with a sucking tear. The stag swung its head. 3 hands struck my back and shoulders. Fingers closed around my coat. I drove the sword upward into the throat mouth. The point hit something hard. The jaws clamped around the blade. I pushed with both hands. The creature dragged me closer. Teeth scraped the guard. Grace rose behind it. Get down. I bent my knees. Her sword passed over my head and cut through the rear tendon of the creature's left leg. The leg collapsed. The stag fell sideways, pulling me with it. I lost the short sword again. One antler arm wrapped around my neck. The hand covered my mouth. Another gripped my shoulder. The creature's weight pinned my legs. Its throat mouth opened around the blade, stretching wider. Black cords crawled over the steel, trying to push it out. I bit the palm across my mouth. The skin tasted like wet bark. The hand tightened. Grace hacked at the arm around my neck. Her damaged sword caught in the cords. She pulled once, twice, then left it. She drew her long knife. The creature's front hoof struck her thigh. Grace went down. The stag began to rise on 3 legs. I saw the broken stone pillar beside my right hand. Its top had split into a sharp point. I grabbed it. The piece weighed more than a grain sack. I rolled my shoulder, tore my mouth from the hand, and swung the stone into the side of the eyeless skull. Bone cracked. The stag lurched. I hit it again. The head caved inward. The antler hands opened. Grace crawled forward and drove her knife into the break. She shoved until the hilt met hide. The creature's body locked. Every hand in the antlers spread wide. A low sound came from its chest, too deep to be a cry. Then the body collapsed. I lay beneath part of it, gasping. Grace rolled away and sat with one hand pressed to her thigh. For several seconds, neither of us moved. Is it dead? I asked. Nothing in this place is dead until we're far from it. I looked at the stag's crushed head. I hate that rule. Grace pulled the severed hand from her hair and threw it aside. It crawled back toward the body on its fingers. We both stared. Then we got up. My chest hurt where the hoof had struck. Grace could stand, but she favored her right leg. We retrieved our weapons. The short sword's tip had bent slightly, though the edge still held. Grace's blade had another dark pit from the thorn sap and a new chip near the middle. The stag began to twitch. Roots pushed from the cut in its rear leg. Far from it, I said. We limped into the ferns. The horses were gone. We called softly at first, then stopped when other voices began calling back. Fern, something whispered to our left. Stone, another answered from the right. The voices didn't sound human. They came through narrow throats, each word stretched. Grace took my hand. Not for romance. Not at first. The ferns were too thick to see through, and the false voices moved around us. Hand in hand, we stayed together. We found hoof prints near the pool of clear water. Both horses had passed there running east. Our packs, food, bedrolls, and most of our tools were with them. We follow, I said. Grace tested her leg. Pain tightened her face. We won't catch them tonight. We can't stay near that thing. I know. The hoof prints led into a stand of trees with red leaves. I remembered the gate guard. Don't camp under red leaves. We kept moving. Darkness deepened. The red trees seemed to follow the trail, their branches meeting overhead. Leaves brushed my face, though there was no wind. They smelled of copper. Grace stumbled. I caught her around the waist. She leaned into me for one step, then another. I can walk, she said. You are walking. You're carrying half of me. You carried me behind the pillar. That was different. It wasn't. We went another 100 steps before her leg gave way. I lowered her beside a tree that didn't have red leaves. Its roots formed a shallow hollow. We need to stop. The red trees are close. They're everywhere. A soft rustle moved through their branches. I looked back. The path behind us had vanished. Red trunks stood where we'd walked moments earlier. Their bark glistened. Faces seemed pressed beneath it, mouths open, eyes shut. Grace saw them too. We can't stay on the ground, she said. The nearest red tree bent toward us. Its leaves turned as one, showing dark undersides. I pulled Grace up. Ahead, a narrow opening appeared between two black rocks. Cold air flowed from it. A cave, I said. Could be a mouth. Do you have a better shelter? No, I don't. I put her arm over my shoulder and we moved toward the rocks. The red trees leaned closer. Branches scraped behind us. The opening was barely wide enough. I pushed Grace through first, then followed sideways. A branch struck the rock beside my head. Red leaves spilled into the gap. Inside, the passage sloped down. We had no torch. No flint. No lamp. I touched one wall and felt cut stone instead of rough rock. Grace's fingers found mine again. We moved in total darkness. The entrance narrowed behind us until the red leaves became a thin patch of dim color. Then the branches covered it. Blackness closed over us. The passage ended 10 steps later. My outstretched hand struck a wooden door. I felt iron bands, a round handle, and a mark carved at chest height. 9 points. A circle beneath them. The old crown symbol. Grace stood close behind me, one hand pressed against my back for balance. Open it, she whispered. I turned the handle. Something on the other side turned it back. The handle twisted beneath my palm. I tightened my grip and turned it back. Something on the other side resisted. The iron knob was cold enough to hurt, yet sweat made my hand slide across it. Grace stood pressed against my back in a narrow passage. Her breathing came fast and shallow. The red trees had sealed the entrance behind us, and the dark felt thick against my eyes. The handle shifted again. This time, whoever held it gave 2 slow pulls. Grace leaned close to my ear. Don't open it yet. I wasn't planning to. A nail scraped across the other side of the door. The sound started near the handle and dragged upward. It stopped at the old crown mark carved into the wood. Then my mother's voice said, "Wesley, let me in." My stomach tightened so hard it hurt. Grace's fingers dug into my coat. That isn't her. I know. The voice came again, weak and shaking. Please, son. It's cold. I stared into the dark, as though I might see our kitchen if I tried hard enough. I could almost smell wood smoke, onion broth, and the soap my mother made from ash and fat. The forest had used her voice near the clear water pool. It had been close then, but this was exact. Even the little cat she made before saying my name was right. Grace moved her hand from my back to my wrist. Let go of the handle, she whispered. If I let go, it may open. It may be waiting for you to keep fighting it. The handle jerked hard enough to wrench my shoulder. I set my boots against the sloped floor and pulled. Grace wrapped both arms around my waist to brace me. Pain flared across my chest where the antler creature had kicked me. The iron knob turned a fraction in my hand. My mother began pounding on the door. Wesley, open this door. Your brother's hurt. We need you. Grace pressed her mouth close to my ear. Your mother isn't 3 months from home, inside a sealed stone passage. I know where she is. Then listen to me instead. The pounding stopped. A child began crying on the other side. It sounded like my youngest sister. I clenched my teeth. Grace slid one hand down my arm until her fingers reached mine. On 3, we both release it and step aside. What if it comes through? Then we cut it somewhere important. Her answer steadied me more than it should have. She counted in a whisper. At 3, I released the knob and threw myself left. Grace moved right, dragging her damaged leg. The handle spun. The door flew inward with enough force to strike the stone wall. Nothing rushed out. A smell rolled into the passage. Old grease. Damp cloth. Human waste. Under it lay the sweet stink of meat left too long in summer. Grace drew her knife. I raised my short sword. A small yellow flame burned beyond the doorway. It sat in a clay cup on the floor of a square chamber. The flame bent toward us, though the air moved the other way. Behind it, A man knelt with his back to the far wall. At least, I thought he was a man. He had arms, legs, and a head. That was where the likeness ended. His body was too narrow, as if years without food had pulled him tight around the bones. Strips of brown cloth hung from his shoulders. His bare feet had toes twice as long as mine. Roots ran from his wrists into holes in the wall. A rusted chain crossed his chest. Above his heart, a black crown mark stood out against gray skin. He lifted his head. No eyes remained in the sockets. Black dirt filled them. "Close it," he said in my father's voice. Grace shifted beside me. "He's tied to the wall." He turned the handle. The kneeling thing smiled. Its teeth were flat and yellow. A third arm slid from behind its ribs. The arm was thin as a branch and long enough to reach the door. His hand remained wrapped around an iron lever set into the wall. The lever connected to rods that ran above the doorway. The thing hadn't touched the outside handle. It had worked the lock from across the room. "Close it," it said again. The flame in the clay cup shuddered. I looked at the floor. A dark line had been painted across the doorway. It was the width of my hand and mixed with white chips that looked like crushed bone. The creature stayed behind another dark line near the far wall. "Don't cross," Grace said. "I can see that. You didn't see the stag until it nearly took your head. That was fog. That was you staring at me." Even then, hurt and trapped underground, she found room to annoy me. The thing against the wall turned its head toward her. "Grace, listen," it said in Benjamin Hammer's voice. "You've had your lesson. Come home." Her face hardened. The third arm pulled the lever. The door started to close. I stepped forward and caught it with my shoulder. The painted line lay beneath my boots. The creature's smile widened. Hands burst from the floor. They broke through packed dirt between the stones, fingers first, then wrists wrapped in rotten cloth. One caught my ankle. Another clawed at my boot. I hacked downward. The short sword struck stone and jarred my arms. 2 fingers came free. The hand kept gripping. Grace seized the back of my coat and hauled me across the line. The instant both boots cleared it, the hands went still. The door slammed shut behind us. We were inside. The creature pulled the lever again. The iron rods clanged, but the door didn't reopen. A wooden bar had dropped on our side. Grace looked at me. "You crossed the line." The door was closing. "You could have let it close." The trees were outside. The trees didn't have hands under the floor. Now we know both choices were bad. The kneeling thing laughed with my brother's voice. Grace turned on it. "Keep doing that, and I'll cut the extra arm off." "You'll come closer," it said. Its real voice was dry and low, with a wet click between words. The root cords at its wrists tightened. Something moved behind the wall. I saw the stones bulge outward, then settle. Grace limped toward the nearest side wall, staying outside the second painted line. She held her knife forward and felt along the stone with her other hand. "There's another door," she said. I moved beside her. The chamber was wider than I'd first thought, perhaps 12 steps across. 2 stone benches stood along the walls. Rusted hooks hung from the ceiling. The clay lamp gave little light, but after the passage, it seemed bright enough to hurt my eyes. The second door was low and made of iron. It had no handle on our side. The creature watched us with dirt-filled sockets. "You want the road," it said. "We want out," I said. "The road goes down." "Where does this door go?" "To the hungry room." Grace glanced at me. "That sounds welcoming." I crouched by the iron door. A small hole had been drilled near the bottom. Cold air breathed through it. I put my ear close and heard water dripping at a steady pace. Behind us, the creature whispered in Grace's voice, "Wes, help me." I turned before I could stop myself. Grace didn't. She kept her eyes on the iron door. It knows what gets our attention. The creature's third hand released the lever. The long arm folded against its side in too many places. "You have blood," it said. "We all do," I answered. "You opened the thorn. You carry the asking mark." I looked at my left forearm. The shallow cut from the thorn wall had started bleeding again beneath the torn sleeve. The blood had dried in dark tracks down to my wrist. The thing leaned forward as far as the roots allowed. Its nostrils widened. The dirt in its eye socket shifted. Small white worms pushed through it, turned toward me, and pulled back inside. Grace stepped between us. "What opens the iron door?" she asked. The creature licked cracked lips. "A king's hand." "He isn't king." "Then he'll feed the lock." I felt along the iron door and found a shallow cup set into the center. 9 narrow grooves ran from it, matching the points of the crown sign. Grace saw it. More blood. Looks that way. You've already given enough today. I'm not asking you to do it. That's not what I said. The creature pulled against the roots. Stone dust fell behind it. Feed the lock, it said. I drew my knife. Grace caught my hand. Wait a moment. The thing's head snapped toward our joined hands. Its jaw opened wider than a human jaw could. A second row of teeth pushed through the gums. Blood together, it said. Grace released me at once. The creature laughed. I studied the cup and grooves. Dark crest filled the bottom. People had used it before. Some of them had probably stood where I stood and believed the crown waited one room farther. What happens when the door opens? I asked. The creature's smile vanished. That isn't your voice, Grace said. It cocked its head. You've copied us, she continued. You've copied our families. But when you spoke about the hungry room, you used your own voice. You want us to open that door. Roots creaked behind it. Grace moved along the wall again. Her limp had worsened, and her right hand shook from strain. She reached the clay lamp and crouched without crossing the second line. The flame leaned toward the creature, not toward the open air around the door. Toward it. Grace took a copper coin from the bottom of the lamp cup. The coin had been holding the wick in place. She tossed it across the painted line. The creature lunged. Its third arm snapped out. The hand caught the coin before it landed. Roots tore from one wrist. Black fluid sprayed the wall. The thing stared at the coin in its palm. A king's face had been stamped on one side. The old crown sign marked the other. Its mouth worked. That's mine, it whispered. Grace looked at me. It's not guarding the door. It's trapped by the line. The creature shoved the coin between its teeth. The roots at its wrists pulled tight. Its shoulder tore open. Inside there wasn't flesh. There were packed leaves, worms, and finger bones. I looked up at the rusted ceiling hooks. A chain ran through them from the bar above the first door to the roots behind the creature. When the creature worked a lever, the chain tightened the wooden bar. Another length passed down behind the wall and likely connected to the iron door. It's part of the lock, I said. Grace followed my gaze. Then we don't feed the cup. The creature began chewing the coin. Each bite bent the copper. I stepped along the safe edge of the room, searching the stone benches. One had a cracked lid. I wedged my knife beneath it and lifted. Inside lay a coil of black rope, a flint striker, 2 short candles, and a cloth bundle stained brown with age. The rope crumbled when I touched it. The flint looked usable. I picked up the candles. The creature stopped chewing. Leave those, it said in my mother's voice. That told me they mattered. Grace lit one candle from the clay flame. The wick caught with a weak orange glow. I carried it close to the iron door. Lines had been scratched into the wall beside it. Most were too faint to read. One remained deep enough. Don't pay what asks. The letters were uneven, cut by a shaking hand. Below them, an arrow pointed up. I raised the candle. A square stone sat above the iron door. Its edges were packed with dirt, but the center bore the 9-point crown. Grace reached for it. Her fingers fell short. I stepped behind her and lifted her by the waist. She made a strained sound. Warn me first. I thought you liked quick plans. I like good ones. Her boots left the floor. She put one hand against the wall and pressed the crown stone with the other. Nothing happened. Turn it, I said. It's stone. You told me to think. I didn't tell you to become pleased with yourself. She gripped the crown points and twisted. The stone moved. The creature screamed. Its own voice broke into a dozen stolen ones. My father shouted. Benjamin cursed. My youngest sister wailed. Grace's voice begged us to stop. The chain above us snapped tight. I lowered Grace and pulled her clear. The wooden bar lifted from the first door. The iron door dropped into the floor. Cold air rushed through the opening. The creature tore free of the wall. Roots ripped from both wrists. Its narrow body pitched forward across the second painted line. The line flared white. Smoke rose from its skin. It kept coming. Its third arm struck Grace in the chest and threw her against the bench. I met it before it reached her. My short sword cut into its shoulder. The blade passed through leaves and thin bones, then stuck in the chain across its chest. The creature's normal arms wrapped around me. Its fingers reached nearly around my back. The smell of old meat filled my mouth and nose. Its jaw opened beside my face. I drove my forehead into its nose. Cartilage broke. The thing didn't seem to care. It bit at my cheek. I shoved my left forearm under its chin. Teeth closed on my sleeve. Pain pinched through the old cut. Grace came off the bench with her long knife. She drove it into the creature's side and ripped downward. Packed leaves spilled across the floor. Finger bones clicked against stone. The creature released me and swung its third arm. Grace ducked. The hand struck the wall hard enough to split 2 fingers. I yanked my sword free from the chain and cut the long arm at the first bend. The blade took it halfway through. The arm folded around the steel. Grace grabbed the wrist and pulled it straight. I cut again. The severed hand hit the floor, fingers still closing. The creature fell against me. A root pushed from its mouth and curled around my neck. I dropped the sword, caught the root with both hands, and pulled. It tightened like a rope. Black spots crowded my sight. Grace's damaged sword came down on the creature's neck. The first strike sank into packed dirt. The second struck a pale bone inside. The third broke through. The head rolled against my boot. The root around my neck loosened. The headless body kept clawing. Its hands clawed at my coat. The open neck spilled beetles that scattered across my chest. I kicked the body backward across the white flaring line. It caught fire without flame. The skin blackened and split. The stolen voices poured from it, all talking at once, until the chamber filled with screams. Grace seized my sleeve and pulled me through the open iron doorway. I grabbed the candles and flint from the bench as we passed. Behind us, the burning body crawled after us on 2 arms. The iron door began rising from the floor. We stumbled into the next passage. I turned and saw the creature's real face for the first time. The gray skin had peeled away. Beneath it sat dozens of small human mouths packed around a knot of roots. They opened together. "Wesley, come back," they said. The iron door slammed up between us. The sound stopped. Grace and I stood in the dark, pressed shoulder to shoulder, listening for movement behind the metal. Nothing struck it. Nothing called our names. Water dripped ahead. I lit the second candle with shaking hands. Grace looked at the red marks around my neck, then at the new blood soaking my sleeve. "You're terrible at staying out of reach," she said. "You're terrible at staying behind me. I was never behind you. That explains a great deal." She almost smiled. Then her injured leg buckled. I caught her before she hit the floor. Grace's weight pulled at my bruised chest, but I kept her upright. The candle shook between my fingers. Wax ran over my knuckles. Its light reached only a few steps down the passage, showing wet stone and a shallow channel cut along the floor. "Put your arm over me," I said. "I can stand. You just proved otherwise." My leg crimped. "Your leg lost an argument with a hoof." She gave me a hard look, then hooked her arm across my shoulders. We moved slowly. The passage was too low for me to stand straight. The ceiling scraped my hair, and the damp wall left slime on my free hand. Water ran beside our boots with a faint mineral smell. It looked clear, but after the pool that had borrowed voices, I wasn't ready to drink anything without testing it. The way bent twice before opening into a round room. A stone basin sat in the center. Water fell into it from a pipe shaped like a closed fist. 6 low shelves had been cut into the walls. 3 held clay jars. Another held a stack of folded cloth gone yellow with age. A narrow vent high above us showed a patch of gray light. The room smelled of wet limestone, dust, and mouse droppings. It was the best place I'd seen since entering the forest. I helped Grace onto one of the shelves. She tried to hide the sound she made when she sat. She failed. "Let me see your leg." "You're enjoying giving orders. I'm enjoying not carrying you." "That wasn't what your face said." Heat reached my ears despite the cold room. Grace noticed. Her mouth pulled at one corner. I set the candle in a wall notch and knelt near her boots. The right trouser leg had torn above the knee. Dark blood stiffened the cloth, but most of the swelling came from the hoof strike. The skin had gone purple from her knee almost to her hip. "I need to cut the cloth," I said. "You need to be careful." "I know how cloth works." "That isn't what worries me." I looked up. Her green eyes held mine for a moment. Dirt streaked her cheek. The small cut there had crusted over, and loose red hair clung to the sweat at her temple. She looked tired enough to sleep on bare stone for a week, yet the teasing hadn't left her. I'll be careful with all of it, I said. That took the humor from her face. She nodded once. I used my knife to open the torn seam. The bruise was ugly, but the bone felt straight beneath my fingers. Grace hissed when I pressed the muscle along the outside of her thigh. Can you bend your knee? She bent it halfway. More than that? Not unless you want me to kick you. That answers the question. The folded cloth on the wall shelf fell apart at the edges, but the inner layers stayed strong. I tore 2 long strips. One jar held salt turned into a hard white block. Another held dark oil that smelled sharp but clean. The third contained dried beans so old they'd split into dust. Grace watched me smell the oil. Don't put anything from this place on me until we know what it is. That's sensible. You sound surprised. I'm learning you have hidden strengths. She reached down and flicked my ear. I wet a strip of cloth with water from the basin and held the iron house charm over it. The charm didn't warm or stain. My mother had said iron turned against bad magic and old stories, though she'd also admitted old stories changed depending on who wanted children to behave. So far, it had done nothing except hang against my chest and remind me of home. I touched the wet cloth to a scrape on my own hand. No burning followed. No voices spoke from the basin. I cleaned the blood from Grace's leg, then wrapped the cloth from above her knee to mid-thigh. The pressure eased the shaking in the muscle. I kept my eyes on the work, even when my fingers had to pass beneath the torn edge of her trousers. Grace rested one hand on my shoulder for balance. You really haven't spent much time with women, have you? She asked. I grew up with 4 sisters. That isn't what I meant. I know what you meant. Your ears are red again. The candle's close. The candle's on the other wall. I tied the coif tighter than necessary. Grace grabbed my wrist. Not that tight. I tied it too tightly. I loosened it. Her fingers remained around my wrist for a moment longer. Mine rested against the warm skin above the bandage. Neither of us spoke. Water tapped into the basin. Somewhere in the wall, a small animal scratched and stopped. Grace released me first. Your arm, she said. The creature's teeth had reopened the cut on my left forearm. It wasn't deep, but blood ran to my palm. I cleaned it and let Grace wrap it. She worked more gently than I had. You're bruising across the chest, she said. That part was clear. Lift your shirt. That sounds like an order. It is one. I pulled my shirt over my head and tried not to show how much the motion hurt. A hoof-shaped mark darkened the left side of my chest. Grace pressed along each rib. Her fingers were cold. I watched her face instead of her hands. Nothing feels broken, she said. You may have cracked one. What do we do for that? You complain every time you breathe and try not to get kicked again. I can manage the first part. Her fingertips brushed the iron charm hanging against my skin. It was a simple piece, no longer than my thumb, shaped like the front of our house. My mother had hammered it flat years ago and scratched a crooked door into it. Grace turned it over. The thing behind the door looked at this, she said. I didn't notice. You were busy letting it bite you. She ran her thumb over the little iron door. My father carries a nail from his first home. He says a soldier needs one thing that belongs to a place worth returning to. Does he know you know about it? He knows now. I took it from his coat when I was 10 and tried to trade it for a sweet cake. I laughed, then held my ribs. Grace smiled. The baker brought it back before Father knew it was gone. You were a criminal. I was hungry. You haven't improved? I've become harder to catch. She let the charm fall against my chest. Her hand stayed there, flat over my heart. The room seemed smaller. I could feel every place her fingers touched. I could also feel the rough stone under my knees, the ache in my neck, and the cold air slipping through the vent. It wasn't a soft moment. Nothing about us was clean or safe. That made it more honest. Grace looked down at her hand, then back at me. A scrape sounded behind the iron door. We moved apart. I pulled my shirt on, while Grace reached for her knife. The scrape came again, followed by a light tapping. The dead thing had found the door. It can't lift it without the crown stone, I said. Unless it has another arm. Don't give it ideas. We searched the room. A narrow arch stood behind the water basin. Beyond it, steps climbed into darkness. Beside the arch, someone had carved words into the wall. Rest while the road allows. Under that, a second hand had added, It hears sleep. Grace read it and looked at the 6 stone shelves. I'm beginning to dislike helpful messages. They're better than learning afterward. Only slightly. The tapping behind the iron door stopped. A child laughed on the other side. I moved to the stairs. Grace caught my sleeve. We can't keep going without rest. We can't sleep beside that door. We won't both sleep. I looked at her leg. She could walk, but not fast. I could still swing a sword, though my ribs protested each breath. We had one water skin half full, 2 candles, flint, a little salt, and no food. The forest had made our choices narrow enough to choke us. I'll take the first watch, I said. Grace shook her head. You nearly passed out under the stag. You can barely stand. That means sitting awake is perfect for me. We argued quietly until she threatened to hit my bad ribs. I gave in because I believed she would. I drank from the basin first. The water tasted of stone and old metal, but nothing else. Grace drank after me. We filled the skin and used the hard salt to rub a little into our mouth. It made the thirst worse, though I hoped it would replace some of what we'd sweated out. I lay on the shelf across from Grace. The stone pulled heat from my back. I folded my coat beneath my head and kept one hand near the sword. Grace sat with her back against the wall, damaged sword across her knees. Candlelight put hollows beneath her eyes. Wake me if the door moves, I said. I'll wake you before it reaches your throat. That isn't early enough. Then sleep lightly. I closed my eyes. The dripping water counted time. My body dropped faster than my thoughts. One moment I was listening to Grace shift on stone. The next I stood in our wheat field beneath a red sky. My father was cutting grain with his bare hands. Each stalk sliced his palms. My mother stood by the fence with her back to me. You left too soon, she said. I had to go. You wanted to go. The wheat bent toward the forest. My brothers and sisters moved between the rows. Their faces were turned away. I tried to reach them, but roots held my boots. My mother faced me. Dirt filled her eyes. You'll bring it home, she said. The crown mark opened above her heart like a mouth. I woke with Grace's hand clamped over mine. I had drawn my knife in my sleep. The point hovered near her stomach. Her other hand gripped my wrist. Wesley, look at me, she said softly. I focused on her face. The candle had burned halfway down. Sweat chilled my skin. I'm sorry. You weren't awake. I could have hurt you. You didn't. My fingers wouldn't release the knife. Grace pried them open one at a time and set it on the floor. Then she sat on the edge of the shelf beside me. What did you see? My family. Were they speaking? My mother was. Grace glanced toward the words about the road hearing sleep. It may use dreams the same way it uses voices, she said. Did you hear me talking? You said you had to go. Then you said you wanted to. I rubbed my face. That truth bothered me more than the dream. I did want to leave, I said. My family needed me, and I left anyway. You're trying to save their country. I'm trying to become king. The words came out rougher than I intended. Grace waited. I stared at the water basin. I told myself I wanted to help. That's part of it. But I was tired of the farm. I wanted people to know my name. I wanted money, good clothes, a room that didn't leak, and every meal without counting how much was left for the children. I wanted women to look at me instead of through me. Grace's eyebrow rose. At least you've achieved one goal. This isn't funny. It can be a little funny. I looked at her. She moved close enough that our knees touched. Wanting more doesn't make you rotten, she said. What you do to get it might? You still think I could be king? I think you could reach the crown. Being king comes after, and I haven't seen you deal with taxes. I can count sacks of grain. That's almost government. I smiled despite myself. Grace nudged my knee with hers. My turn to sleep. She lowered herself onto the shelf, but the stone made her shiver. I gave her my coat. You'll freeze, she said. I'm used to cold barns. You're also half naked under that shirt. That isn't how shirts work. She took the coat and rolled onto her side. Within minutes, her breathing deepened. I sat where she'd been, sword across my knees. The scratching behind the iron door didn't return. The candle burned lower. At first, I watched the arch and the stairs. Then I noticed marks on the underside of the shelf opposite me. I carried the candle closer. A map had been scratched into the stone. It showed the round water room, the rising stairs, and a line that curved toward a river drawn as 3 dark cuts. Beyond the river stood a crown sign. Beside the river, Someone had carved a horse. I traced the line with one finger. The carving ended in a warning. Black water runs to the road. Follow it against the flow. A crack crossed the next words, leaving only 2 clear lines. Don't trust the first crossing. Don't let it take your name. Grace shifted in her sleep. From the vent above, a horse gave a frightened cry. I stood so fast my ribs seized. The cry came again. It was Fern. I knew the rough edge in her call. I'd heard it when she'd caught her leg in a fence as a young mare. I moved beneath the vent and looked up. Gray light showed tangled roots across the opening. Fern, come here, I called quietly. Grace woke and reached for her sword. A hoof struck the ground somewhere above us. Then my own voice answered from outside. Wesley, climb up. My voice came through the roots again. Wesley, she's hurt. Grace pushed herself upright. My coat slipped from her shoulders. That's new, she said. It heard me talking in my sleep. Or it heard you before that. A hoof scraped above us. The sound was close enough to shake grit from the vent. I moved toward the arch. Grace caught up in 2 limping steps. The message says not to trust the first crossing. This isn't a crossing. The message also says not to let something take your name. It already has my voice. That may not be the same thing. The stairs climbed steeply. I held the candle low and checked each step before putting weight on it. Some stones had split. Others tilted beneath my boots. Grace followed with one hand on my belt, more for balance than closeness, though I felt every tug. My copied voice moved overhead. Come faster. Then Fern screamed. I nearly ran. Grace yanked my belt hard enough to stop me. That's what it wants. What if it's really her? Then rushing blind won't help. We climbed another 20 steps. The stair ended beneath a round slab of wood. Thin roots hung through cracks around it. Cold air smelled of mud, pine sap, and something sour like spoiled milk. I put out the candle between wet fingers. Darkness covered us. Grace drew her knife. I pressed one shoulder against the slab and lifted. It rose an inch. Gray light cut across my face. A boot stepped onto the slab from above. The weight drove it down. I caught it before it closed and shoved again. My ribs burned. The boot shifted. Whoever stood there made no sound. Grace wedged her damaged sword into the gap. Push when I say. The boot pressed harder. A pale hand curled through the opening. Its fingers were long and jointed in 4 places. I'd seen hands like that beyond our first camp, reaching between the trees. It felt across the wood. Grace sliced 2 fingers. The hand pulled back. She shouted, "Push now." I drove upward with both legs. The slab burst open. A thin body toppled across it and fell down the stairs toward us. I caught a glimpse of white skin stretched over sharp ribs. Its face had no mouth, only a soft patch where lips should have been. Its black eyes fixed on me as it fell. Grace flattened against the wall. I tried to do the same, but the creature struck my shoulder. One long arm wrapped around my neck. We tumbled down 3 steps. Its fingers reached for my mouth. I bit one before it could touch my lips. The flesh was cold and rubbery. Bitter fluid filled my mouth. I spat and drove my knife beneath its jaw. The blade went in with little resistance. The creature convulsed. Its chest opened along a hidden seam. Inside, rows of small teeth worked around a red tube. The tube pushed toward my face. Grace brought her sword down point first. It pierced the open chest and pinned the creature to a step. The teeth snapped around the steel. I crawled backward. The pale thing tore itself off the blade, leaving a strip of white skin behind. It climbed on all 4s, joints bending the wrong way. Grace kicked it in the side. Her injured leg failed under her. She fell beside it. The creature turned toward her and lifted both hands. Its long fingers spread around her face. I grabbed one ankle and pulled. The pale body slid down the steps. Its chin struck stone. I climbed over it and drove my short sword into the back of its neck. The point hit bone. I leaned my weight onto the grip. The blade broke through. The creature went loose. A whisper came from its sealed face. Wesley Fox. The sound didn't use a mouth. It came through the skin, soft and clear. Grace stared at it. The thing whispered my full name again. Its black eyes sank inward. A ridge formed beneath the blank skin of its face. Lips pushed out. They looked like mine. I ripped my sword free. "Don't answer it," Grace said. "I wasn't going to." The new lips smiled. "Grace Hammer, it whispered. Her face went still. The creature's fingers twitched toward her. I cut its head from the neck. Black fluid ran down the steps. The lips continued moving for several seconds, shaping our names without sound. Grace pushed herself up by the wall. "That's what the warning meant," she said. "It takes names and makes voices." It already knew ours. It knew what we called each other. Now it knows the rest. I looked through the open slab above. Then we shouldn't stay near its friends. We climbed into the forest. The slab had been hidden beneath dead needles between two pine roots. From above, it looked like a rotted stump split down the center. The red trees were gone. So were the black rocks and the sealed passage where we'd entered. Morning light leaked through a ceiling of dark branches. At least, it looked like morning. My body said we'd been underground for half a day. The light could have lied as easily as the voices. Mud spread between the pines. Shallow water filled every depression. Gnats swarmed above it, though they kept away from the iron charm on my chest. 3 pale creatures stood among the trees. They were thin enough to hide behind trunks. All had blank faces. One held 2 fingers against the smooth place where its mouth should have been. Another wore a scrap of fern saddle blanket around its shoulders. My copied voice called from behind them. "She's hurt." Grace moved beside me. "They want us to speak. Then we'd keep quiet." We backed away from the stump. The 3 creatures followed without sound. I pointed toward a low rise where the mud looked firmer. Grace nodded. We turned and moved. Each step supped at our boots. Cold water seeped through the leather. I heard the pale things behind us by the soft splash of their hands touching the ground. Grace's bad leg dragged. I put her arm over my shoulder. One of the creatures spoke in Benjamin's voice. "Grace, stop." She flinched, but kept going. Another used my mother's voice. "Wesley, answer me." I fixed my eyes on the rise. A black stream cut across our path. It ran no wider than 6 feet, yet the water moved fast enough to drag branches against the bank. Instead of flowing downhill, it climbed toward the rise. It slipped over stones and crawled upward without spilling back. The scratched map had said black water ran to the road. The map told us to follow the stream against its current. The first crossing lay directly ahead. A fallen pine bridged the stream. Its bark had been stripped smooth. Hoof marks scored the mud on our side and continued on the far bank. Fern or stone had crossed there. The pale creatures closed behind us. One whispered, "Wesley Fox." The log shifted, though nothing touched it. Grace looked upstream. The warning said not to trust the first crossing. We can't fight 3 of them in the mud. We don't know that they'll attack. They tried to put fingers in my mouth. That one did. "That's enough for me." I crouched beside the log and pressed my sword against it. The wood dented like soft meat. A clear fluid leaked from the cut. The log pulsed. I stepped back. What I'd taken for stripped bark tightened around the trunk. It wasn't a tree. It was a long gray body stretched from bank to bank. A round eye opened near the far end. The creature lifted its head from the mud. Its body had been buried beneath pine needles, leaving only the back exposed. A mouth split along the entire length of it. Teeth rose where branches should have been. Grace grabbed my sleeve. The false log rolled toward us. We stumbled back as the mouth closed on empty air. Mud sprayed our legs. The pale creatures stopped. One stepped close to the stream and held out both hands. The long gray animal settled. Its eye closed. "They use it," Grace whispered. I looked upstream. The black water bent around the rise. Thick reeds lined both banks. There might be another crossing beyond it. We moved along the near bank. The pale creatures spread out behind us. They didn't hurry. They knew our pace. The black stream climbed beside us, carrying dead leaves uphill. Once, a fish broke the surface. It had human teeth set in a round mouth. It watched us pass and sank again. My stomach cramped from hunger. Grace's weight grew heavier on my shoulder. The bank narrowed between the stream and a wall of thorny brush. We had to move single file. I put Grace ahead so I could watch behind us. The pale things followed. The nearest one had formed my mouth on its face. The lips looked wrong against the white skin, too red and too alive. It mouthed words without sound. I knew what it was saying. Wesley Fox. The brush ended at a patch of open mud. A second crossing waited there. Flat stones rose above the black water in a crooked line. The first looked solid. The second sat just beneath the surface. The third had the old crown mark cut into it. On the far bank, a strip of gray cloth hung from a branch. Grace's saddlebag was made from the same cloth. Stone's hoof prints led toward the stones. Grace knelt and touched the nearest mark in the mud. He crossed. Did Fern? She pointed to a wider print beside it. Both horses came this way. Behind us, the pale creatures entered the open mud. One spoke in my voice. Cross first, Grace. She looked at me. It's trying to split us, I said. Then we crossed together. The stones are too narrow. Close enough to reach each other. I stepped onto the first stone. It held. Grace took my hand and followed. Her boot slid on wet moss. I pulled her upright. The pale creatures stopped at the bank. Their new mouths opened. All three spoke together. Leave your names. I stepped to the second stone. Black water washed over my boot. Something brushed my ankle beneath the surface. Grace squeezed my hand. Keep moving, she said. The third stone bore the crown mark. When my weight touched it, the lines filled with red light. The stream stopped moving. Leaves hung motionless in the black water. The pale creatures lowered their heads. A voice came from beneath the stone. Name the ruler who crosses. Grace looked back toward the bank. The long gray bridge animal had left the first crossing. Its body slid through the mud toward us, mouth opening along its back. The voice under the stone repeated the demand. Name the ruler who crosses. I'm not ruler yet, I said. Grace turned on me. You answered. The red light climbed from the crown mark into my boot. Cold closed around my ankle. The stone split beneath us. The stone broke under my feet. Black water swallowed my right leg to the thigh. The cold hit like a hammer. My grit tore free from Grace's hand, and I dropped between the crossing stones. Something wrapped around my ankle. I caught the broken edge with both hands. The current pulled uphill, dragging my legs beneath the surface. My ribs struck stone. Pain flashed across my chest. Grace dropped to one knee on the second stone and seized my wrist. Hold on to me. I'm trying. The thing around my ankle tightened. Fingers pressed through my boot leather. Not a rope. Not a root. A hand. More hands brushed my calf. The water beneath me filled with pale shapes. The voice under the crossing spoke again. Name the ruler. The red light from the broken crown mark crawled across the water toward my chest. Grace braced both boots and pulled. Her injured leg shook. The long gray animal reached the near bank. Its mouth opened along its back, showing rows of wet teeth. The three name-takers climbed onto it, crouched with their long hands spread. The animal pushed into the stream. I kicked beneath the water. My boot struck a soft face. Fingers slid higher along my leg. Grace drew her knife with her free hand. Give me your other arm. If I let go, I'm gone. You're gone if you stay there. The red light reached my belt. The iron house charm went hot against my chest. I cried out. A little piece of metal burned through my shirt, but the red light stopped. It gathered around the charm as though caught on a hook. The voice beneath us changed. My mother said, Name yourself, son. Grace's face tightened. Don't speak. The bridge animal moved closer. Black water poured through the gaps between its teeth. One name-taker reached toward Grace. She threw her knife. The blade struck the creature's smooth face and buried to the hilt. It rocked backward but didn't fall. Grace shifted her grip from my wrist to my sleeve and pulled with both hands. The old cloth tore. I dropped another inch. A hand beneath the water closed around my knee. I released the stone with my left hand and drew my short sword. The current twisted me sideways. My shoulder went under. Black water filled one ear and rushed across my mouth. It tasted of dirt, iron, and old blood. I stabbed down. The blade hit something that bent around it. I pulled and stabbed again. Fingers opened from my ankle. Grace caught my left hand. She leaned backward until her shoulders nearly touched the water behind her. I kicked off the broken stone. My chest scraped across its edge. Grace hauled me onto the second crossing stone with enough force to knock us together. We sprawled in ankle-deep water. The long animal struck the first stone. Its mouth snapped shut around it. Rock cracked between its teeth. Grace pushed me toward the far bank. Move before it reaches us. The next stone sat 2 steps away. I jumped. My wet boot slipped when I landed. I dropped to one hand, caught myself, and turned. Grace stood on the second stone. The animal's head rose beside her. One name-taker clung to its neck. My knife still stuck from the creature's face. Grace couldn't jump with her bad leg. She glanced at the far bank, judged the distance, and knew it too. I held out my hand. Come toward me. That's too far. Use the animal. She stared at me as if I'd suggested riding it to the Capitol. The gray head lunged. Grace stepped onto its nose. Teeth closed where her boot had been. She ran 2 steps along the creature's skull. The name taker reached for her. Grace tore my knife from its face as she passed and drove the blade into its black eye. The creature folded backward. Grace jumped. I caught both her forearms. Her weight pulled me off the stone. My knees hit the edge, but I held on. She swung above the stream. The long animal turned beneath her, mouth opening. Grace drove both boots against the side of the stone and climbed my arms. I pulled until her chest hit mine. We fell together across the crown-marked rock. Behind us, the bridge animal bit the stone where it stood. The entire crossing shook. Get up, Grace said against my shoulder. You're lying on me. That's because you fell badly. I caught you. You complained the whole time. The name taker stepped from the animal's back onto the broken stones. We got up. The last jump carried us to the far bank. I landed first and turned to catch Grace. She hit me hard enough to drive us both into the mud, but we were across. The black stream began moving again. Its current climbed between the banks as though nothing had happened. The bridge animal stopped at the last stone. It opened its long mouth and made a low, grinding sound. The name takers stood behind it. They didn't cross onto land. One pulled my knife from its ruined eye. The eye filled with black fluid and closed. It held the knife out to me. My own mouth formed on its face. Wesley Fox belongs to the water, it said. The iron charm remained hot. I pressed it through my shirt with 2 fingers. My name belongs to me. Grace slapped the back of my head. Stop answering them. The name taker smiled with my lips. It dropped the knife into the stream. The current carried it uphill. We watched until the blade vanished around the bend. That was a good knife, Grace said. It was my knife. You threw mine. I used yours to save you. You threw it into a face. That saved you. She looked ready to argue, then glanced at the creatures waiting across the water. We'll settle ownership later. We moved away from the bank. The strip of gray cloth hung ahead. It had torn from one of Grace's saddlebags. Beyond it, hoof prints led into a stand of dead pine. The mud under the trees had dried into cracked plates, and broken branches showed where the horses had forced their way through. My wet clothes clung to my skin. The air smelled of sour sap and stagnant water. Each breath hurt my ribs, but standing still near the crossing felt worse. We followed the tracks. Stone had begun dragging his left rear hoof. The mark cut a line through the mud every few steps. Grace crouched to examine it and pressed one hand to her bandaged thigh. He's hurt. How badly? I can't tell yet. Fern's prints stay beside his. That eased something in me. She hadn't run off alone. She'd stayed with the faster horse even after he slowed. The trail passed beneath trees stripped of bark. White grubs covered the trunks in thick patches. When we walked by, they turned their dark heads together. I kept my sword low. Grace picked up a straight branch and used it as a staff. The support improved her pace, though she still put little weight on her right leg. After half a mile, we found the first piece of gear. My bedroll lay torn across a bush. Wet stuffing spilled from one end. A leather strap had been sliced cleanly, not broken by a branch. Grace touched the cut. A blade did this. The pale things? They don't carry steel. Something else found the horses. A few steps farther, we found an oat cake crushed into the mud. The smell made my stomach clench. I scraped off the cleanest piece and held it out to Grace. She stared at it. You eat it, she said. We split it. It was under a hoof. You wanted food. I wanted food before it became part of the road. I broke away the muddy edge. The center stayed dry. We ate it in 4 bites each. It tasted of leather and dirt. It was still the best thing I'd eaten since entering the forest. The horse tracks quickened ahead. Stone's dragging mark deepened. Fern's prints moved around him in tight half circles as though she'd tried to drive him forward. Then both trails stopped. No prints continued beyond a wide patch of cracked earth. I searched the ground. They didn't turn. Grace pointed up. Broken branches marked a path through the lower limbs. Gray hairs clung to one twig 6 feet above the ground. Something lifted them, she said. A horse weighs more than 3 men. The forest doesn't care. A creak sounded overhead. We looked up. Stone hung between two pines. Black vines wrapped his belly, legs, and neck, holding him 15 feet above us. His gray coat was dark with sweat. The white mark down his nose showed through a mesh of thin roots. One saddlebag remained detached. The other dangled open. His eyes rolled when he saw Grace. She stepped under him. "Easy, boy." "I'm here." Stone kicked weakly. The vines tightened. A tree beside him groaned. Fern wasn't there. I searched the higher branches and the ground beyond. "Where's my mare?" Grace kept her voice low for Stone. "We'll find her after we get him down." A thick vine ran from Stone's chest into the crown of the left pine. Another wrapped the trunk like a rope. Small white flowers opened along it as we watched. The flowers turned toward us. Each had a red center shaped like an open mouth. I touched the iron charm. It had cooled. "Can you cut him free?" I asked. "Not without dropping him. We can lower him with the vines. Those vines are alive. So are we. That hasn't made us helpful." Stone let out a strained cry. The white flowers opened wider. A sweet smell filled the air. It covered the sour pine sap and mud. My legs suddenly felt heavy. Grace swayed on her staff. "Don't breathe deeply," she said. The flowers released a cloud of pale dust. I pulled my shirt over my nose. Grace did the same. Something moved around the base of the pine. At first, I thought roots were rising through the cracked earth. Then one shape crawled clear. It had the body of a large dog with no skin. Its muscles were gray and slick. The ribs stood outside the chest, curving downward like hooked fingers. Where its head should have been, the spine continued into a long neck ending in a round jaw. A second animal pulled itself from beneath the tree. Then a third. They circled Stone's hanging body, sniffing the air through holes along their necks. Grace raised her damaged sword. "The vines caught him for them," she said. The first ribhound turned toward us. Its outer ribs spread. A second mouth opened inside its chest. I stepped in front of Grace. She moved beside me. "We don't split," she said. The three animals charged. The first ribhound came straight for me. Its outer bones spread as it ran, opening the mouth in its chest. The round jaw at the end of its neck snapped twice. Its beak struck the cracked earth without cause, making wet slaps instead of scratches. I set my left foot and held the short sword with both hands. Grace took position, half a step behind my right shoulder. Her damaged blade stayed low. "Let it commit," she said. The hound jumped. I cut across the long neck. The edge sank into gray muscle but didn't reach the spine. The creature's weight drove me backward. Its chest mouth closed around the sword guard. Hooked ribs scraped my hands. Grace stepped in and struck the front leg at the joint. The blade bit deep. The leg folded. The hound hit the ground and rolled past us, dragging my sword from my grip. The second animal rushed Grace. I caught her staff from where it had fallen and shoved it crosswise between the open ribs. The wood struck the inner mouth. Teeth closed and split the branch. Grace stabbed through the gap above the ribs. Black fluid sprayed her sleeve. The hound twisted. One outer bone hooked around her sword and pulled it from her ham. The third animal circled behind us. "Move left," Grace shouted. I turned. The round jaw hit my shoulder. Blunt teeth crushed cloth and skin without tearing through. I drove my elbow into the neck, but the animal held on. Its outer ribs spread around my body. Grace snatched my knife from my belt and cut the neck from below. The blade opened a deep line. Gray muscle parted, showing white cords. The jaw released me. I grabbed the neck with both hands and pushed it away as the chest mouth snapped shut. The ribs closed across my coat. One hooked beneath my belt. Grace stabbed the same cut again. The neck bent. I twisted until the cords broke. The round head fell against my chest, still biting at the air. The body kept moving. Its chest mouth opened and pulled me closer by the rib caught under my belt. I tore free, leaving a strip of leather behind. The first hound regained its feet on 3 legs. My short sword remained locked between the teeth inside its chest. It shook its body, trying to throw the weapon loose. The second hound had Grace's sword trapped across its ribs. Both animals turned toward us. We had one knife between us. Above, Stone kicked against the vines. The white flowers released another cloud of dust. Grace coughed into her sleeve. "We need the swords back." That problem was clear. The 3-legged hound charged. I waited until its neck stretched forward, then stepped aside and caught it behind the round jaw. Its skinless body was slick beneath my hands. It dragged me 2 steps. Grace ran beside it and seized the short sword grip where it stuck from the chest mouth. The inner teeth tightened. She put one boot against an outer rib and pulled. The blade came free. I released the neck and dropped. Grace swung over me. The short sword struck the hound's front knee. Bone split. The creature crashed onto its chest. Its outer rib stabbed into the ground and held it upright for a moment. I took the sword from Grace and drove the point through the back of the long neck. The hound jerked once and went still. The second one rushed us before I could pull the blade free. Grace shoved me aside. The outer ribs caught her across the waist. They closed. She screamed. I left the short sword in the dead hound and grabbed the living one from behind. My hands slid across its wet back. I hooked an arm under the base of its neck and hauled backward. The chest mouth kept closing around Grace. Her coat bunched between the inner teeth. One outer rib pressed beneath her bad thigh. She reached through the bones, found the grip of her trapped sword, and twisted. The blade cut across the inner mouth. The hound released a grinding cry. Its ribs opened. I pulled hard enough to topple it. Grace fell clear. The creature rolled onto me. Its long neck bent backward. The round jaw snapped beside my cheek. I forced my forearm beneath it and held the teeth away. Grace crawled to the dead hound, pulled my short sword free, and came back on one knee. Hold it still? I'm doing my best. She drove the blade into the hound's chest mouth. The point came out through its back beside my shoulder. The animal stiffened. Its round jaw opened against my face. A thin tongue slid between the teeth and touched my cheek. Then the body collapsed. I shoved it off and rolled away. For a few seconds, only Stone's frightened breathing and our own gasps filled the grove. The first animal's severed head continued biting near my boot. I kicked it into the cracked earth. Grace sat with both arms around her middle. I crawled to her. Did the ribs break anything? They mostly caught my coat. Mostly isn't comforting. She opened the coat. 2 red lines crossed her stomach where the bones had pressed through the cloth. Neither bled badly. My shoulder hurt where the round jaw had struck. 4 dark marks showed through the torn shirt, but I could still move the arm. Stone kicked again. The vines pulled him higher. We have to get him down before more come, Grace said. I retrieved both swords. Mine had gained another bend near the tip. Grace's blade looked worse. The edge was chipped in 3 places, and black fluid steamed along the steel. The sweet flower smell thickened. I wrapped a strip of old cloth from my arm across my nose and mouth. Grace used the loose end of her bandage. We moved to the pine trunks. The main vine wrapped around the left tree in a tight spiral. It was as thick as my wrist and covered with white flowers. When I touched it with the short sword, the flowers snapped at the blade. Cut low, Grace said. I'll hold Stone's line. She took the hanging length beneath him with both hands. You can't hold a horse. I'm slowing the fall. We need a better plan. A distant grinding cry answered from the dead trees. More ribhounds. Grace looked toward the sound. That plan just became good enough. I cut the vine. The first strike opened the outer skin. Clear sap poured over the blade and made my fingers numb. The second strike sank halfway through. The vine tightened around the tree. Stone dropped 2 feet. Grace's boots slid across the ground. She wrapped the line around her forearms and leaned back, face white with effort. I struck again. The vine split. Stone fell. Grace couldn't hold him. The line tore through her hands and threw her onto her back. The horse hit the ground on his side with a heavy crash. I ran to him. The smaller vine still bound his legs and neck. Stone thrashed, nearly catching me with a hoof. Easy, boy, Grace called. Stay low, Wesley. I crawled near his shoulder and sawed through the neck vine with my knife. The flowers bit at my knuckles. Their tiny mouths left burning red dots. Grace cut the vines around his rear legs. A ribhound cried closer. Stone pulled one front leg free and struck the ground. I cut the last loop from his chest. He rolled onto his belly, then surged upright. His left rear leg shook. Blood darkened the hair above the hoof, where a vine had cut deeply. Grace caught his bridle before he ran. Stone dragged her 3 steps, then recognized her voice and stopped. She pressed her forehead to his nose. I'm here. Settle down. The horse trembled all over. I searched the remaining saddlebag. We'd lost most of the food, but the bag held a flint kit, a small coil of rope, one blanket, a tin cup, a packet of dried meat, and Grace's spare shirt. A water skin hung beneath the saddle, half full. A long scratch marked the leather flap. Someone had cut the other bag away. I found one of my own saddle straps caught high in the vines. Fern had been there. A clump of brown hair stuck to it. She was lifted too, I said. Grace examined the ground around the second pine. She got free. How can you tell? The vines are torn, not cut. Look at the trunk. Fresh hoof marks scarred the bark. Fern had kicked until she broke loose. Her prints led north through the trees. Relief weakened my legs more than fear had. The distant hounds cried again. Stone tried to turn away from the sound. Grace checked his rear leg. He can walk, but nobody should ride him yet. Grace used water from the recovered skin to rinse the cut above his hoof. Stone tried to pull away, so I stood at his head and rubbed the flat place between his eyes. He'd never trusted me, but fear had taken some of the fight out of him. His breath warmed my palm. We need cloth that won't rot against the skin, Grace said. I handed her the spare shirt from the saddlebag. That's the only clean shirt we have left, she said. We need Stone walking more than we need clean sleeves. You'll regret it when the forest tears that shirt off too. I'll face that trouble when it arrives. She cut a wide strip from the hem and wrapped Stone's leg without tying across the joint. The gelding shifted his weight, tested the foot, and kept it on the ground. Grace sat back on her heels. Her palms had fresh red lines where the vine had run through them. Small white petals clung to one cut. I picked them away with the tip of my knife. They bite after being torn off, I said. So do I. I've been warned. I cleaned her hands and wrapped the worst palm with another strip. She watched me tie the knot. You gave up your shirt for my horse and your last clean cloth for me, she said. I'm trying to look useful. You've passed useful. The words were quiet. She looked away before I could decide what to say. We'll lead him. You should eat first. We both should. We divided the dried meat into equal pieces while walking. It was hard enough to hurt my jaw and salty enough to make me thirsty. I ate every strip. The dead pine grove thinned. Fern's trail stayed clear where her hooves broke the crusted ground. She'd been moving fast at first, then slowed. A few times she stopped and turned back. I knew those marks. She'd been looking for Stone. Grace led him beside me. His limp matched hers. You make a fine pair, I said. He has better manners. He bit me when I saddled him in Dead End. He sensed weakness. You told him to bite me. I only told him you were annoying. Stone snorted. Grace smiled at him. You see? The ground began to rise. Black water appeared to the trees on our left, still flowing uphill. We were following it against the current as the map instructed. The stream had widened, and its surface reflected branches that weren't above it. Once I saw towers in the water. They were black against a red sky, a gold shape burned at the highest point. When I stopped to look, the image broke into ripples. Grace tugged my sleeve. Don't stare into it. You saw the towers? I saw my father lying in an empty hall. We kept our eyes on Fern's prints. The forest quieted near dusk. No birds called. No insects moved. Even Stone's host seemed dull against the earth. Fern's trail crossed the black stream at a place where the banks nearly touched. There was no log or line of stones. She'd jumped. Stone couldn't. Grace studied the water. We keep going upstream and find another place. The first two places tried to eat us. The third may be polite. Your hope inspires me. We followed the near bank until the trees opened around an old stone shed. The roof had partly fallen. Moss covered the walls, but the doorway stood clear. A crown sign had been cut above it, 9 points over a circle. I didn't like the mark anymore. Every time it appeared, something wanted blood, a name, or both. We searched the shed before entering. It held no hidden creature, only a stone hearth, a broken stool, and a pile of dry leaves in one corner. The floor smelled of mouse nests and smoke so old it had sunk into the rock. It was shelter. Grace tied Stone to a living pine several steps away. She left enough slack for him to pull free if the tree moved. We built a small fire with dead branches from beyond the shed. The flint sparked after 6 tries. Smoke slipped through the broken roof. I gave Grace the blanket. She refused it twice, then took it when I threatened to wrap her myself. We sat on opposite sides of the hearth with our boots near the flames. Steam rose from my trousers. Hunger still gnawed at me, but warmth made it easier to ignore. Grace cleaned the black fluid from both swords with sand and water. The steel beneath had darkened. "My father gave me this blade," she said. "He said it would last longer than I would if I cared for it. Maybe he expected you to live somewhere without monsters made of roots. He expected me to stay in the capital. Do you regret leaving?" Grace rubbed the chipped edge with her thumb. "Ask me when we're out." "That isn't an answer. It's the only honest one." The fire cracked between us. I thought of my own father standing by the lifted floorboard, giving me coins he couldn't spare. I thought of my mother's hand on my cheek and the dream in the water room. "I don't regret leaving," I said. "I regret what it cost them." Grace looked across the flame. "Those can both be true. What if we get the crown and return too late? Then we still return. What if your father thinks you're dead? He probably does by now." Her voice stayed steady, but her eyes dropped to the sword. I moved around the hearth and sat beside her. Our shoulders touched. Grace didn't move away. "My father didn't speak to me for a week once," she said. "I was 13. I followed him during a street raid after he ordered me to stay in the guard yard. A man came through a window behind him. I hit the man with a brick. That sounds useful. I also ruined the raid and nearly got 2 guards killed. Father was too angry to speak because every time he tried, he started shaking. He was afraid. I know that now." The fire warmed one side of her face. The scar through her left eyebrow looked pale against the soot. "When we get back," I said, "I'll tell him I made you come." Grace turned toward me. "He'd know you were lying before you finished. I can be convincing. You apologized to a horse after it stepped on you. It wasn't the horse's fault. That's exactly why you can't lie." Her hand rested on the stone between us. I placed mine over it. Grace's fingers turned beneath mine until our palms met. Neither of us made a joke. Outside, Stone shifted against his rope. The black stream moved uphill in the dark. Grace leaned closer, slowly enough that I could have moved away. I didn't. Her forehead touched mine. Her breath smelled faintly of salt and dried meat. Mine was probably worse. We were bruised, filthy, and listening for creatures in every break between the fire's pops. Her mouth brushed mine once. It wasn't a grand kiss. It was warm, cautious, and gone before I understood how badly I'd wanted it. Grace kept her forehead against mine. "Don't become foolish," she whispered. "I crossed a black river because a stone asked my name. More foolish than usual. I'll try." A horse called from across the stream. Fern's voice carried through the dark. Stone lifted his head and answered. Grace and I separated, hands still linked. Across the black water, branches broke. Fern called again. This time another mare answered from farther upstream with the same rough cry. Fern called from across the black stream. A second Fern answered farther uphill. Stone pulled against his rope so hard the pine bent. His ears turned from one call to the other. A low sound worked in his throat. Grace stood and reached for her sword. I kept my hand around hers for one more second, then let go. The fire had burned low. Beyond the shed, the forest was a wall of trunks and wet shadow. The black water reflected a pale sky even though night covered us. The nearer call came again. It carried the impatient rasp Fern used when she wanted grain. "That one sounds right," I said. Grace wrapped the blanket around her shoulders and stepped outside. "The forest has heard her all day. You think both are false?" "I think we assume everything wants us dead until it proves otherwise." Stone answered the mare across the water. From upstream, the second mare answered him at the same time. Grace looked at the gelding. "He doesn't know either." I fed dry branches into the hearth and made 2 thick torches. We had little oil, so I wrapped the ends with narrow strips from the spare shirt and smeared them with pine resin. The flames burned smoky and uneven. Grace untied Stone. I took the lead rope and looped the spare coil around my waist, then tied the other end to her belt. She looked down at the line between us. "Planning to drag me again?" "Planning not to lose you." Her expression softened before she hit it. "Keep enough slack for me to fight." We left the shed. The black stream lay to our left, moving uphill with a quiet hiss. I carried 1 torch and led Stone. Grace followed with the second flame. Our shadows moved ahead of us in the wrong direction, stretching toward the water instead of away from the light. Fern called from across the stream every few minutes. The upstream mare stayed silent. That worried me more. We followed the bank through reeds taller than our shoulders. Their dry heads brushed our faces and released dust that smelled like mold. Stone kept trying to stop. Each time he did, Grace touched his flank and spoke until he moved again. The stream widened. A shape moved on the far bank beside us. Brown hide flashed between the reeds. I saw Fern's head, then lost it. "Fern, come here," I called. Grace caught the rope at my waist and pulled. "Don't give it more words. It already knows her name. That doesn't mean it needs your voice saying it." The mare across the water stepped into view. She was brown with a black mane, broad through the chest, and muddy to the knees. My saddle remained strapped to her back. One bag hung open. The other looked full. A white scratch crossed the leather where the antler creature's hand had struck. Fern tossed her head. My chest tightened with relief. Then I saw another brown mare standing 20 steps ahead on our side of the water. She wore the same saddle. The same open bag hung from the same side. Even the white scratch marked the leather. Stone stopped. The near mare faced us. The torchlight shone in her dark eyes. Grace whispered, "Don't move toward either." The mare across the stream pawed the mud. The near mare did the same. Both had Fern's small notch in the right ear from a winter rat bite. Both had the pale mark under the jaw where a halter had rubbed her skin bare. The forest hadn't missed anything I could see. The near mare took one step closer. She smelled of horse sweat, damp hair, and leather. The mare across the stream snorted. The same smell came across the water. I thought of every morning I'd led Fern from the barn. She'd never liked being caught. She'd turn her back and wait until I came near, then move 2 steps away, not enough to escape, just enough to make me work. I took a step toward the near mare. She came straight to me. I stopped. Grace saw it too. Fern makes you chase her. Every time. The near mare stretched her nose toward my chest. The iron house charm warmed beneath my shirt. I raised the torch. The mare's shadow didn't have 4 legs. It had 8. I shoved Stone's lead toward Grace and stepped back. The false mare opened from throat to belly. Its brown hide split into 2 hanging halves. Long black limbs unfolded from inside, each ending in a hoof sharpened to a narrow point. The horse head stayed upright above them. Its lips pulled back from flat human teeth. It came at me sideways. One pointed hoof struck the torch from my hand. Another punched through the front of my coat and glanced off a rib. I fell into the reeds. The creature climbed over me on 2 many legs, its hanging hide brushing my face. Inside the open body, roots held the shape of ribs and organs. Small white flowers grew where the heart should have been. I drew the short sword and stabbed upward. The blade cut roots and stuck. The false mare kicked with a front leg that bent backward halfway down. The hoof caught my sword arm and drove it into the mud. Grace charged from the side. Her torch struck the hanging hide. The hair caught at once. The creature screamed through Vern's mouth. Across the stream, the real mare screamed too. Stone reared. His lead rope ripped through Grace's hand. He turned toward the water, dragging his bad rear leg. "Catch him," I shouted. Grace drove the torch deeper into the false mare's open body. Flames ran along the dry roots. "I'm not leaving you under it." The creature stamped at my head. I rolled, the pointed hoof buried in the mud beside my ear. I pulled the sword free and cut through the nearest black leg. It split like green wood. Thick sap sprayed my face. The false mare collapsed on one side. Its remaining leg stabbed at the ground, lifting it again. Grace grabbed Stone's trailing rope with her free hand and wrapped it around her forearm. The gelding pulled her toward the stream. The real Fern paced the far bank, frantic. The black water between them rose. It formed a smooth hump higher than either bank. Pale hands moved beneath the surface. "Stone is going in," Grace said. I climbed to my knees and cut another leg from the burning creature. His horse head twisted all the way around. Fern's voice came from its human teeth. "Wesley, help me!" "Find your own voice." I drove the short sword through the roof of its mouth. The point came out behind one eye. The body jerked. Every black leg folded at once. Grace released Stone's rope before he pulled her into the stream. He limped to the edge and stopped trembling. The water hump leaned toward him. Hands pressed through the surface without breaking it. I ran to Stone and grabbed his bridle. The nearest hand pushed out farther. Its fingers reached for his nose. I held the iron house charm toward the stream. The black water dropped flat. All the hands vanished. The charm went cold enough to numb my fingers. Grace stamped out the burning reeds around the false mare. The body had collapsed into a pile of brown hide and black sticks. One white flower remained unburned. It opened and closed around tiny teeth. She crushed it under her boot. "Now we know which one isn't yours," she said. Across the stream, Fern turned her back on me and walked 2 steps away. I laughed before I could stop myself. Pain caught my ribs, but I kept laughing. "That's her," I said. Grace looked from the mare to me. "I'm glad bad manners run in the family." We continued upstream. Fern followed along the far bank. She kept us in sight, sometimes disappearing behind the reeds, then returning. Stone calmed once he could see her. The ground rose more sharply. Water rushed uphill beside us, climbing over ledges in smooth black sheets. The air grew colder. Our torches burned down until resin dripped across the handles. At the top of the rise, the stream passed beneath an old stone bridge. The bridge had one narrow arch and no sidewalls. Moss covered most of the surface. The crown road reached it from both directions, pale stones running straight through the dark trees. I felt as though we'd found a road from home. Then I remembered what lived along it. Fern stood on the far end of the bridge. She wouldn't step onto the first stone. Grace searched the approach with her torch. Words had been cut across the bridge entrance. "Only what is yours may follow." Below that, a second line read, "Carry what you claim." "I don't like either sentence," I said. Grace studied stone. "He's mine, if any horse can belong to anyone. Fern's mine. The forest may ask us to prove it. I just killed a thing wearing her skin. The forest doesn't seem impressed by effort." The stream under the bridge began whispering our names. Not copied voices this time. Hundreds of soft voices repeated Wesley Fox and Grace Hammer from beneath the arch. Stone backed away. Fern turned from the bridge, then looked over her shoulder at me. I placed my boot on the first bridge stone. Nothing moved. Grace stayed on the bank with Stone. The rope between us reached its full length. "Don't go farther until we know," she said. "If it breaks, pull me back. You weigh as much as a young bull." You held a horse for several seconds. It was a disappointing effort. I took another step. The names beneath the bridge grew louder. The house charm pulled against the cord around my neck. Not downward, toward the far side. Fern's ears lifted. I reached the center of the bridge. A crown mark appeared beneath my boot as moss slid away. Red light traced the 9 points. The black stream stopped. The voices went silent. A shape rose beneath the arch. It looked like a man made from water. Shoulders, arms, and a smooth head formed from the current. It stood upside down under the bridge, feet attached to the underside of the stones. One watery arm reached toward Fern. Another reached toward Stone. The shape spoke without a mouth. "Claim one." I looked back at Grace. She held Stone's bridle with one hand and her sword with the other. What did it say? "It wants me to claim one horse. Then claim your mare." "What happens to Stone?" "We don't know." The water shape reached closer to both animals. Fern kicked at its fingers. Her hoof passed through, scattering drops that flew back into place. Stone pulled against Grace. "Claim one," the bridge repeated. I thought of the message. The message said only what belonged with us could follow, and that we had to carry what we claimed. I'd called Fern mine. Grace had called Stone hers. The bridge was asking the wrong person. I turned toward it. "Stone isn't mine to claim." The red light beneath my boot dimmed. "Claim one," it demanded. "Fern is mine to care for, but she isn't a sack of grain." The waterhead tilted. Behind me, Grace said, "Wesley, don't argue law with a river. I'm not leaving either horse." The watery arms lengthened. One closed around Stone's neck. Grace struck it with her sword. The blade passed through and hit the bridge stone. The other hand caught Fern's bridle. Both horses reared. I ran to the far side. The water shape pulled itself from beneath the arch. Its upside-down feet stayed fixed to the stone while its body stretched around the bridge edge. The black arm around Fern's bridle thickened. I cut it. The short sword passed through water and struck something hard inside. A black bone showed for an instant. I cut again at the same place. The arm split. Fern tore free and ran onto the bridge. The red crown marks flared beneath her hooves. "Grace, bring Stone now." She pulled him forward. The gelding planted his front feet. The water arm tightened around his neck. Grace shoved her sword through her belt, grabbed his bridle with both hands, and leaned backward. Her bad leg shook so hard I saw it from the center of the bridge. I ran toward them. Fern followed me. The water body opened where a chest should have been. Black arms poured from the hollow and swept across the bridge. I ducked beneath the first. The second struck my back and drove me to one knee. The third reached for Fern. She bit it. Her teeth closed on water, but the black bone inside cracked. The arm broke apart. Fern jumped past me and ran towards Stone. The two horses touched noses. Stone stepped onto the bridge. The hand around his neck loosened. Grace stumbled forward with him. I understood. Bring what you claim, I said. They claimed each other. Grace looked at me as though I'd become feverish. Move first. Explain later. We crossed together. The water shape stretched after us, but every step the horses took made another crown mark glow. The light passed beneath Grace's boots, then mine. It didn't burn. At the far end, the black arms collapsed. The stream rushed uphill again. The upside-down figure remained beneath the arch, watching with a smooth face. We led both horses away from the bridge before stopping. I put my arms around Fern's neck. She smelled of sweat, mud, and the familiar oil my father used on harness leather. Her warm hide moved beneath my cheek. She shoved me hard enough to make my ribs hurt. I missed you too, I said. Grace opened Fern's saddlebags. We'd lost one food sack and a small cooking pot, but most of my gear remained. My blanket was wet. My spare shirt had torn. The packet of herbs from my mother stayed wrapped in waxed cloth. We still had dried oats, hard bread, 2 pieces of smoked pork, a second water skin, and the little bag of coins my father had given me. Grace held up the coin bag. You're rich again. I'm hungry again. That never changed. We fed both horses a little grain and checked Fern for injuries. The vines had left cuts around her belly, but she walked without a limp. Stone leaned close to her and stopped trembling. Dawn had begun to thin the darkness. Gray light showed the crown road stretching ahead through tall trees. For the first time since the antler creature attacked, we had both horses, food, blankets, rope, flint, and a marked path. That should have felt like victory. Instead, I saw boot prints in the soft dirt beside the road. They were human. One person had passed recently, moving toward the crown. The prints were deep and wide. A round hole appeared beside every third step where a staff or spear had touched the ground. Grace crouched over them. These weren't here long. How long? Less than a day. No one else volunteered in Dead End. Not everyone asks permission. A thin line crossed the road ahead at chest height. I saw it just before Grace stood. Stay down, I said. A bolt struck the tree behind us. The shaft had crossed the place where her throat would have been. Fern reared. Stone lurched sideways. Grace rolled into the ditch and drew her damaged sword. I pulled my short sword and crouched behind Fern's saddle. A man's voice came from the trees ahead. You got 2 horses and enough food for 1 traveler. I searched the branches and saw a dark shape 20 yards away. A long spear rested across his knees. A compact crossbow lay beside him, ready for another shot. Grace looked at me from the ditch. The unseen man continued. Leave the gray horse, half the food, and the red-haired girl. You can keep walking. I stepped from behind Fern. Grace hissed, Wes, don't give him a clear target. I held the short sword where he could see it. You can have none of them, I said. The dark shape rose. He was taller than I was, and wore a coat made from strips of black hide. A crown mark had been burned into the leather over his heart. He lifted the spear. Then your road ends here. The spear point lowered toward my chest. I could see the man clearly now. He had a narrow face under a hood of stitched black hide, with a short gray beard and a pale scar running from his nose to the corner of his mouth. Mud covered his boots nearly to the knee. The leather strips of his coat hung loose enough to turn a blade, but not enough to hide how thin he was. He'd been hungry for a long time. That didn't make him less dangerous. His crossbow lay on the road beside his right boot. The string had already been drawn back. All he needed was another bolt and a few seconds. Grace stayed low in the ditch. Her chipped sword rested across one forearm. Fern and Stone crowded behind us, their leads tangled in the roadside brush. The man's eyes moved from me to Grace, then to the saddlebags. You heard my offer, he said. I heard you ask for things that aren't yours. Everything in here belongs to whoever can keep it. Then you haven't kept any of this yet. His mouth twitched around the scar. Farm boy, your sword's bent, your coat's torn, and you're leaning away from your left side. The girl's limping. The gray horse is nearly lame. You're alive because the force hasn't finished deciding what to eat first. Grace called from the ditch. You talk too much for a man hiding behind a trip line. His eyes snapped toward her. I saw the cord then. It ran from the road's edge to a sapling behind the man. A clay jar hung above the ditch, wrapped in dark cloth. Another cord ran from his boot toward the crossbow. He built the ambush before we arrived. Grace had seen more of it than I had. The man shifted his spear toward her. Stand up slowly. She'll stay where she is, I said. You think that little sword makes you brave? It makes me harder to rob. He stepped forward. I kept my weight over my good angle. My rib hurt every time I pulled air into my chest. The short sword felt heavier than it had the day I bought it in Dead End. The bent tip pointed a little to the left, which might matter if I got close enough to use it. The spear gave him 12 feet of reach. I had less than 3. Grace glanced at the cord beside him, then at me. Her chin dipped once. I didn't know her plan. I trusted that she had one. The man lunged. The spearhead came straight for my belly. I knocked it aside with the flat of my sword and stepped left. The shaft slammed against my bruised ribs. Pain turned my legs weak for half a second. He pulled back before I could grab the wood. Grace cut the cord in the ditch. The hanging jar dropped behind him. It struck the road and burst. A cloud of fine gray dust rolled around his boots. He jumped away from it, but his heel caught the second cord. The crossbow fired from the ground. Its bolt punched through the hanging strips of his coat and buried itself in the meat of his upper arm. He shouted and twisted. I charged before he could recover. The spear swept across the road. I ducked, felt the shaft scrape my hair, and drove my shoulder into his chest. We hit the mud together. His elbow caught my jaw. Light flashed across my sight. He rolled on top of me and shoved the spear shaft across my throat. The black hide strips smelled of smoke, sweat, and old blood. I pushed upward with both hands. The shaft pressed harder. My injured rib ground under his knee. Grace came out of the ditch. The man kicked at her bad thigh. She turned with the blow, stumbled, and hacked at the spear shaft. Her damaged blade bit halfway through the wood. I jerked sideways. The cracked shaft snapped between us. The man kept the front half. I kept the rear. He drove the broken end toward my face. I caught his wrist. His strength shocked me. He was thin, but every cord in his forearm stood out as he forced the splintered wood closer to my eye. Grace struck him behind the knee with the flat of her sword. His leg folded. I rolled him off and hit him across the mouth with the piece of shaft. A tooth flew into the mud. He spat blood and came up with a knife from inside his coat. Grace was between us before I could stand. She caught his knife wrist with her left hand and drove her forehead into his nose. Bone cracked. He staggered, but didn't drop the blade. He slashed low. Grace jumped back. The point cut through the front of her trousers without reaching skin. I grabbed the rear half of the spear in both hands and swung it like an axe handle. The wood struck his forearm. His knife fell. Grace kicked it into the ditch. The man backed toward the road's edge, blood running over his lips and beard. The crossbow bolt still hung through his coat sleeve. He broke the shaft close to his arm and let the front half remain. You should have taken the offer, he said. You should have asked for less, Grace answered. The gray dust from the broken jar spread over the crown stones. It smelled sweet at first, like dried apples. Then my tongue went numb. Grace covered her mouth with her sleeve. Don't breathe it. The man smiled through the blood. Too late. He jumped away from the jar, but not because he feared it. He'd wanted it to break. The road moved beneath my boots. The crown stones didn't shift. The dirt between them did. It puffed upward in small rings as something burrowed under us. Fern screamed behind me. Stone pulled against his lead. The man snatched his crossbow from the road and ran into the trees. Grace moved after him. I caught her coat. Leave him. He drugged us. He drubbed the road. The dirt split. A black hand pushed out between 2 stones. It had 6 fingers, each joint bending in a different direction. Another hand broke through beside it. Then another. The gray dust sank into the soil, and the things below followed its smell. Grace ran for Stone. I grabbed Fern's bridle as the road opened behind us. Bodies pulled themselves from the dirt. They were shaped like men from the waist up, but their skin was packed soil held together by white roots. Their mouths were round holes filled with pebbles. Below the ribs, Each body narrowed into a thick tail that remained buried in the road. One reached for Fern's rear leg. I cut through its wrist. The hand fell apart into dirt and roots. The creature's mouth widened. Pebbles rattled inside it like teeth in a cup. "Get them off the road," Grace said. Stone wouldn't move. His injured rear leg shook, and the rising bodies had blocked the ditch on his side. Grace grabbed his saddle and tried to pull him around. A soil creature came up under her feet. Its 6-fingered hand closed around her ankle. She fell hard on her back. I let go of Fern and ran to her. The creature pulled Grace toward the hole it had made. Its buried body tightened like a rope beneath the ground. She chopped at its arm. Her sword broke through roots but stuck in the packed dirt. I drove my knife into the wrist and sawed between 2 hard roots. The hand opened. Grace kicked free and rolled beneath Stone's belly as another creature reached over the ditch. Fern charged past me. She struck the first soil body with her chest and front legs. It bent backward, still fixed in the road, and tore in half. Wet dirt sprayed over her neck. I grabbed her trailing lead and pulled her into the trees. The forest floor off the road stayed still. "Grace, bring Stone here. He won't cross them." The creatures had risen in a broken line between Stone and the trees. 5 bodies swayed above the road. More hands pushed through behind them. Grace stood at Stone's shoulder. She held her broken-looking sword low and kept one hand on his bridle. The man in the black coat watched from between 2 trunks 30 yards away. He had another bolt set against his crossbow string. He'd expected the road things. He'd likely used the gray dust before. "Help us," I shouted at him. He raised the crossbow. Grace saw him. "Wes, move." The bolt flew. I pulled Fern's head down and dropped behind her shoulder. The bolts didn't come at us. It struck the nearest soil creature in the open mouth. The clay bulb tied behind its iron point shattered. Flame burst inside the creature. Fire ran through the white roots, holding it together. The body collapsed into a burning mound. The other road things turned toward the man. The man fired again before the first burning body had finished falling. His second bolt struck a hand that had broken through near his boots. Fire raced down the white roots. The dirt around him cracked in a wide circle. The road things turned as one. They dragged themselves toward him through the soil, berry tails cutting raised lines beneath the crown stones. He backed into the trees and reached inside his coat for another clay bulb. Grace pulled Stone's head toward the ditch. "Move him while they're looking away." I caught the gelding saddle strap and pushed from the other side. Stone tried to plant all 4 feet. A soil hand burst beside his good rear leg. Fern stamped it flat. The hand broke into wet clumps. Stone jumped sideways and nearly knocked Grace down, but the jump carried him over the ditch. I shoved against his ribs until all 4 hooves reached the forest floor. The ground stayed quiet beneath him. Grace leaned against his shoulder for half a second, breathing hard. "They're tied to the road." So is he. The man had reached a thick oak. 3 dirt bodies rose between him and open forest. He threw a clay bulb at the nearest one, but a crooked hand struck it from the air. The bulb broke against his black coat. Gray powder covered his chest and face. Every road thing stopped. Their round mouths turned toward him. He wiped at his eyes. "No." "Get back." They came faster. One caught his boot. Another seized the strips of his coat. The oak behind him split open at the roots as buried tails pushed against it. Grace grabbed my sleeve. "He tried to kill us." "I remember." "He'll try again." "I know." The man drove the broken front of his spear through a dirt mouth. Pebbles burst from the back of the creature's head, but 2 more hands locked around his arm. He didn't ask for help. That made it harder to leave him. I pulled the little oil flask from Fern's saddlebag. Less than half remained. My father had packed it for tech, not monsters. Grace saw it. "Wesley, that's all we've got. We've got flint. We've also got sense, though you hide yours well." The man vanished to the waist beneath grasping arms. I handed her the flask. "Throw it when I say." "You can't reach him." "I don't need to." I cut Fern's lid free from the brush, tied the end around the broken rear half of the spear, and wrapped the other end around my forearm. Then I ran to the crown stones and slid the wood beneath the nearest creature's arms. The thing grabbed it. I pulled. Its upper body bent toward me. The buried tail stretched under the road, dragging the other creatures sideways with it. They weren't separate. White roots joined them beneath the stones. "Now," I shouted. Grace threw the flask. It broke in the center of the gray powder. I struck flint against my sword guard. The first spark died in the mud. The next caught a strip of cloth from the man's coat. Fire spread across the oil. The road things opened their mouths. A hard grinding noise filled the trees as pebbles crushed together inside them. Flames ran down every joining root. I let go of the spear and jumped for the ditch. Heat rolled over my back. The man tore free and crawled into the forest. Behind him, the dirt bodies collapsed. Crown stones dropped into the empty channels beneath them. The road sank in several places, leaving black cracks that smoked in the gray morning. Grace stood over the man before he could rise. Her damaged sword touched the side of his neck. "Use your left hand," she said. "Pull the knife from your boot and throw it away." He stared at her. "Try the right hand and I'll see how much edge this blade has left." He removed the knife with his left hand and tossed it into the brush. I collected his crossbow, the remaining bolts, and the front half of his spear. He had 2 more clay fire bulbs inside his coat and a small leather bag of gray dust. The bolt through his upper arm had gone cleanly through the flesh without touching bone. Blood soaked the black hide around it. Grace looked at me. "We should take the food he wanted and keep walking." "That sounds familiar," the man said through swollen lips. "You asked for me as if I were part of the saddle gear. I needed someone who could fight. You aimed at my throat. I needed the horse more." She pressed the sword harder. "You're making a poor case for mercy." He glanced at the smoking road. "Your friend already made it." I crouched beside him. "What's your name?" He hesitated long enough to make me wonder whether the forest had taken it. "Cole Reed." "Why did you burn a crown mark onto your coat?" "Because some things hesitate when they see it. The road things didn't. They were hungry." "So are we," Grace said. Cole's eyes moved to the horses. "Then you understand why I made the offer." I broke the crossbow string with my knife. His face changed for the first time. The hard look slipped and fear showed beneath it. "That was my best weapon. You fired it at Grace. The forest doesn't forgive weak choices." "Neither do I." Grace looked at his arm. "We can leave the bolt in and let him slow us down, or take it out and risk him trying again." Cole gave a dry laugh that ended in a cough. "You two won't last another day. Then you'll only have to behave until noon," I said. We tied his left wrist to the ruined spear shaft and made him hold it across his body. Grace cut the bolt head free, then pulled the broken shaft through his arm. Cole's face went gray, but he didn't cry out. We packed the cut with cloth and herbs, using less than I wanted and more than Grace thought he deserved. The Crown Road smoked behind us. Ahead, the human boot prints continued between the pale stones. They were Cole's. A second set appeared beside them after 50 paces. Bare feet. Small at first, then larger with every step. Cole saw the prints and stopped. "I only came this way once," he said. Grace kept her sword at his back. "Then something's been walking beside you." The bear tracks left the road and entered the trees ahead of us. From somewhere in the brush, a man with Cole's voice whispered, "Leave the red-haired girl." Cole's face lost what little color remained. "That wasn't me," he said. I tightened my hand around my short sword. "We know," I answered. The brush whispered again in Cole's voice. "Leave the red-haired girl." Grace shifted behind Cole and touched the flat of her sword to his back. "Tell it to find a better idea." Cole watched the trees. "It won't listen to me." "You know what it is," I said. "I know what it sounds like." The bear tracks crossed through a patch of wet moss. 5 toes pressed into the green surface, but the heel marks were wrong. They pointed forward and backward at the same time. Fern smelled them and pulled her head away. Stone crowded close enough to bump her flank. I took the broken crossbow from under my belt and held it out to Cole. What was in the gray powder? Ground apple bark, grave mold, and dust scraped from the crown stones. "Why would anyone carry that?" Grace asked. "It wakes what's buried under the road." We learned that part. Cole's eyes followed the bear tracks. "It also hides a man's smell for a little while. Most things in here hunt by scent." "Most things?" I asked. "The rest hunt by regret." Grace gave him a hard look. That sounded practiced. "I've had time to practice." "How long have you been inside?" 17 days. Maybe 18. The answer made the back of my neck tighten. He looked hungry enough for twice that. "You didn't come through Dead End," I said. "There's an old quarry north of the border hills." A split in the rock opens into the outer trees when the moon is thin. You found another entrance? I pay for it. With what? Cole looked at the burned mark on his coat. A man who'd been here before sold me the way in. He took everything I had except the coat and the weapons. Where's he now? Grace asked. Outside, unless the drink finished him. The brush moved 10 paces to our left. A pale hand closed around a sapling, then slipped away. It was the same size as Cole's hand. Cole started walking faster. Grace caught the rope tied to his wrist. You stay where we can see you. If that thing catches up, seeing me won't help. What thing? He kept moving. I slept on the Crown Road my 3rd night. I woke to my own boots walking beside me. The underground warning came back to me. The road here sleep. You made a copy, I said. I didn't make anything. The road did. Cole's mouth tightened. It took a few thoughts. That's all. Grace looked toward the bear tracks. Dots don't leave footprints. They do here. Grace checked the wrap around Cole's arm. Blood had worked through the cloth in a narrow line. She tightened the knot without warning. He sucked air through his teeth. You enjoy that. I enjoy knowing you won't bleed on the rope. You could untie it. You could stop giving me reasons not to. Stone shifted behind her. His rear leg barely touched the ground. The cut above the hoof had filled with black mud from the road. Grace knelt to wipe it clean with a damp corner of cloth. Cole watched her work. The gray won't make the next hill. His name is Stone. Names won't fix the leg. They remind us he isn't meat or gear. Cole looked at the gelding's lowered head. Everything becomes meat here. Fern pinned her ears at him. I rested a hand on her neck. Say that again, and she may help you prove it. Cole's mouth moved around what might have been a smile. Your horse has better judgment than you. The copied voice came from farther uphill. Cole Reed. It said the name gently, almost kindly. Cole's face tightened. Don't answer it. You already gave us the name, Grace said. I gave it to you, not the road. The voice repeated it from the opposite side. A second whisper joined, using Wesley Fox. A third spoke Grace hammer close to the ground beneath the horses. Stone jumped. Fern struck at the dirt with one front hoof. I searched the roots but saw only wet moss and brown needles. The name takers crossed the stream, or the road carried what they learned, Grace said. Cole stared at us. You really did give the stream both names? It asked, I said. So does a thief. You didn't wait for permission. The whispers followed as we moved, always close enough to hear and too far to place. They tried our voices in different orders. Grace called for her father. I begged Grace to stop. Cole told someone beneath the ground that he was sorry. None of us answered. We led the horses along the edge of the Crown Road. I wanted to leave the stones entirely, but the trees stood too close together beyond the ditch. Their roots rose from the soil like bent knees, and curtains of thorn vines blocked every clear gap. The copy kept pace somewhere to our left. Sometimes it whispered Cole's demand. Sometimes it used my voice and asked Grace to stop. Once it spoke in Grace's voice and said my name with such fear that I turned before I could stop myself. Nothing stood behind us except the smoking road. Grace touched my arm. I'm here. I know. Then listen to the person you can see. Cole gave a low laugh. That rule won't last. Grace pulled the rope hard enough to make his injured arm jerk. Neither will you if you keep helping. The road climbed through tall cedar trees. Their lower branches had died, leaving gray spikes along the trunks. Damp needles softened our steps. The air smelled of mold, horse sweat, and the burned roots behind us. After half a mile, we found a stone marker lying on its side. 9 crown points had been cut into one face. The other held 3 lines. No sleeper crosses twice. No liar keeps his face. No thief carries fire. Cole stopped reading before the last line. Grace noticed. You stole the fire bulbs. I bought them. With whose money? That part doesn't matter. The bear tracks appeared in the needles ahead of us. They passed us without making a sound. I moved close to Fern and drew my sword. Grace untied Cole's wrist from the spear shaft, then tied the rope around his waist instead. She kept the free end in her left hand. Why loosen him? I asked. If it has his thoughts, he may know how it fights. Cole flexed his left hand. It doesn't fight. It replaces. The cedar branches clicked overhead. A man stepped onto the Crown Road. He had Cole's height and narrow face. The short gray beard hung from the same jaw. Even the pale scar beside his mouth matched. He wore no clothes. His skin had the dull white color of mushrooms growing beneath wet logs. His bare feet faced backward. His eyes were closed, but a second pair of lids opened in his cheeks. The copy smiled. "Cole Reed," it said in my mother's voice. Cole's body went rigid. The thing opened its mouth wider. Black bark filled the space where its tongue should have been. Cole Reed killed a guard at Southgate. Grace looked at the real man. He didn't deny it. The copy took one step closer. Its backward feet bent without turning. Cole Reed left his brother beneath a fallen cart. "Shut your mouth," Cole said. Cole Reed heard him calling. Cole rushed it. Grace tried to hold the rope, but it burned through her palm. Cole hit the copy with his good shoulder and drove it off the road. They fell among the cedar roots. The copy's arms wrapped around him. Its fingers sank through the black hide coat as if the leather were mud. Cole struck its face with his left fist. The blow folded one cheek inward, but the skin filled out again. I ran toward them. The copy turned its cheek eyes toward me. It spoke with Grace's voice. "He's going to take Fern while you sleep." I cut at its arm. The bent point of my sword tore through pale skin. Thick, clear fluid spilled over the roots and smelled like old mushrooms. The arm didn't bleed. It lengthened around my blade and closed on my wrist. The skin felt cold and soft, but the grip beneath it was hard enough to grind my bones together. Grace struck the back of its knee. Her damaged sword bit deep. The leg folded the wrong way, dragging Cole down with it. Cole reached inside his coat and pulled one of the clay firebulbs. The stone marker had warned that a thief couldn't carry fire. The copy saw the bulb and laughed. Its face changed. For an instant, it looked like a younger man with Cole's eyes. Then it became the gray-bearded face again. Cole froze. The copy whispered, "You left me." It wasn't Cole's voice anymore. He dropped the bulb. I caught it against my boot before it struck a root. The copy threw Cole aside and came for me. Both cheek eyes opened. Its regular eyelids stayed shut. I held up my mother's house charm. The iron pulled toward the thing so sharply that the cord cut my neck. The copy stopped. Its pale skin rippled from head to foot. Dark lines appeared beneath it, forming the shape of roots wrapped around a human frame. Grace saw them too. "Cut the black lines." The copy lunged. I stepped inside its reach and drove the bent tip through a line beneath its ribs. The sword stuck. I pushed with both hands until the point broke through its back. The thing screamed in 3 voices. Grace cut another root line behind its knee. Cole grabbed the ruined spear and drove a splintered end into its open mouth. Black bark cracked. The copy's face sagged. One cheek eye slid down toward its jaw. It caught Cole by the throat and lifted him. I pulled the firebolt from beneath my boot, struck it against the crown stone, and shoved the broken clay into the cut under the thing's ribs. Flame flashed inside the clear fluid. The copy dropped Cole. Its pale skin tightened against the root frame. Fire moved through the dark lines, showing every joint and branch inside it. The body bent backward until its head touched its heels. Then it split along the center. Hot, clear fluid sprayed across the needles. Grace dragged me away before it reached my boots. The 2 halves collapsed and shrank into piles of pale skin wrapped around black roots. Cole lay on his side, coughing and rubbing his throat. Grace recovered the rope. "You killed a guard at Southgate." "He was taking me to a rope." "For what?" Cole stared at the dead copy. "For killing my brother." The trees settled around us. I picked up the clay bulb he'd dropped. "Did you?" "No, I didn't." The answer came too fast. Grace heard it too. The forest seems to disagree. The forest uses pieces. It doesn't care how they fit. Then fit them for us. Cole stood slowly. His injured arm had started bleeding through the cloth again. "My brother got trapped beneath a grain cart during a raid. The king's men were searching the road behind us. I could pull him out, or I could take the stolen grain to our village before the soldiers caught me." "You took the cart," I said. "He told me to go." "Did he live?" Grace asked. "I don't know." That sounded worse than a clean death. Cole looked at the Crown Road. I went back the next night. The cart was gone. So was he. A guard found me searching and tried to take me in. I killed him. The copy's last words stayed with me. "You left me." Grace tied Cole's waist rope shorter. "You'll walk in front now." He didn't argue. We passed the fallen marker and continued uphill. The burnt copy left no tracks behind us. Near midday, the cedars opened around a low stone building built across the road. Half its roof had fallen. An iron crown hung above the doorway, turning slowly, though the air had gone still. 3 sets of words had been carved into the lintel. Travelers may rest. Travelers may eat. Travelers must not dream. Cole stopped at the edge of the shadow. I know this place, he said. Grace tightened the rope. You've been here before. No, I haven't. His eyes stayed on the doorway. I've dreamed about it every night since I entered. Cole wouldn't cross the threshold first. Grace stood behind him with the rope wrapped twice around her fist. You dreamed of the building. That makes you our guide. I dreamed of dying inside it. That makes you a careful guide. The iron crown above the door turned another slow circle. Rest grated inside the hook holding it. No wind touched the cedar branches around us. I led Fern toward the side wall. A narrow lean-to remained standing there, with 3 stone feeding troughs and iron rings for rains. The roof sagged, but the ground beneath it was dry. Stone limped into the shade beside her. His rear leg had stiffened during the climb. Grace crouched to check the cut, while I searched the wall and floor for vines, hands, or anything shaped like a mouth. Nothing moved. That worried me more than movement would have. We tied both horses where we could see them through the doorway. Grace gave them a little water and a handful of oats each. The grain sack felt too light when I retied it. Cole watched every bite disappear. You won't get their share, I told him. I was counting what's left. So was I. Grace searched him again. She found a strip of dried root sewn inside his coat hem. Cole reached for it with his left hand. Give that back. She smelled it and pulled her face away. What is it? Bitter root. Keeps a man awake. Then, why did you sleep on the road? I found it later. Grace broke the strip into 3 pieces. Cole's jaw tightened. You could have asked, he said. You could have introduced yourself before shooting at my throat. She handed 1 piece to me and kept 1. Cole got the smallest. The root tasted like burnt dirt and spoiled tea. My mouth went dry almost at once. A sharp ache settled behind my eyes. We entered the building together. The front room was long and low. Part of the roof had fallen over the far corner, leaving a heap of black rafters and wet stone. 2 narrow windows looked onto the road. An old hearth stood against the back wall. Ash still filled it, though rain had reached everything around it. 4 stone sleeping shelves had been built into the walls. Each shelf held a folded gray blanket. The cloth looked clean. A tin plate sat at the foot of every shelf. The first held a dry heel of bread. The second held 3 red berries without stems. The third held a strip of meat that still glistened with fat. The fourth was empty except for a human tooth. My stomach tightened at the smell of the meat. We'd eaten little since the stone shed. The house knew that. Cole caught me looking. The food wasn't there in my dreams. That doesn't improve it, Grace said. A small sound came from the folded blanket nearest me. Someone breathed beneath it. The wool rose and fell once. I stepped away. The movement stopped. Grace used the tip of her sword to lift 1 corner. Nothing lay beneath the blanket. The stone shelf was bare and cold. When she lowered the cloth, it rose with another slow breath. Cole turned toward the doorway. We should use the lean-to and leave the room empty. The iron crown above the entrance scraped against its hook. The open doorway looked darker than it had a moment before. I walked to it and put 1 hand into the daylight. Cold air touched my fingers, but the road outside seemed farther away. Fern stood in the lean-to, no more than 20 paces from us. She looked the size of a toy horse at the end of a long stone hall. The house is stretching, I said. Grace came beside me. Then we don't give it time. We backed toward the entrance together. The floor lengthened beneath our boots. Each step carried us half the distance it should have. Behind us, all 4 blankets breathed in different rhythms. Cole chewed his piece of bitter root. It's already started. Grace stopped beside the first one. Nobody touches those. Cole stared at the shelf across from it. In the dream, I was lying there. Were you alone? I asked. No, I wasn't. He didn't explain. I checked the hearth. The ash smelled cold and damp. Beneath it, my fingers found scratched letters on the stone floor. Do not close both eyes. A second message had been carved deeper beside it. The road here sleep. The house builds it. Grace read over my shoulder. We eat standing up. We can't keep moving without resting, I said. We can rest outside? Cole looked through the window at the cedar trunks. Not after dark. You've never been here, she reminded him. I've seen what comes to the windows. The iron crown above the entrance stopped turning. A soft knock sounded from the rear wall. 3 taps. Then my mother's voice called from the other side. Wesley, open the door. There was no door in that wall. The stone darkened in a narrow rectangle. A brass handle pushed out near the center. My house charm pulled against my chest. Grace caught my hand before I reached for it. I wasn't going to open it, I said. You moved. I wanted to see whether the handle was real. You can see it from here. My mother knocked again. The little ones are hungry. The voice wasn't a rough copy, like the forest had used before. It had the tired edge she got near the end of winter when stored food ran low and every meal became a quiet count. The handle turned. Warm light appeared around the false door. I smelled bread, smoke from our kitchen hearth, and the soap my mother made from lard and ash. Cole spoke beside me. It's better if you don't answer. The wall to his left darkened. Another door formed. A man's voice called his name from behind it. Cole bit down on the bitter root. His cheek jumped as he chewed. Grace's false door appeared last. Benjamin Hammer spoke from the other side. Grace, you trained enough. Come home. Her fingers tightened around mine. The room grew warmer. My sore muscles loosened. Even the pain in my ribs softened. That was how it reached us. Not with fear. With rest. The stone shelves seemed wider now. The gray blankets had become thick brown wool. One smelled like the scarf around my neck. I dug my fingernails into my palm. Talk, Grace said. About what? Anything real. I looked at her cut cheek. The loose red hair stuck to the dirt near her temple, and the pressure marks across her stomach beneath the torn coat. Your father snores, I said. Her head turned. How would you know? You told me. I never told you that. Then I guessed. You guessed poorly. You smiled. I'm deciding where to hit you. My mother called again from the wall. Grace stepped close enough that her shoulder pressed against mine. Keep talking. You call Stone spoiled while feeding him better than us? He works harder than you. I pulled you from a road full of dirt men. You pulled on a stick and nearly burned off your hair. It worked. Fern did most of the work. The room cooled a little. The false doors faded at the edges. Cole had stopped chewing. His eyes were open, but they didn't move. The door before him stood wide. Beyond it, I saw a moonlit road and a grain cart lying on its side. A man's boots stuck from beneath one wheel. Cole took a step. Grace snapped the rope around his waist. He fell backward onto the floor. The false doorway stretched toward him, its stone frame pulling out of the wall like a long throat. Hands reached from beneath the cart. Cole! I shouted. He crawled toward the opening. My brother's alive. That isn't your brother. He knows where I left him. The hands gripped the threshold. Their fingers were made from splintered wood and iron nails. Grace planted both boots and pulled the rope. Her bad thigh shook. I grabbed Cole under his good arm and dragged him away from the door. The floor tilted beneath us. All 4 stone shelves slid toward the false openings. The gray blankets unfolded. Human shapes lay inside them, faces hidden under the cloth. One blanket slipped down. The body beneath it had my face. Its eyes stayed shut. Its lips moved as it slept. Grace Hammer, it whispered. The other covered shapes began repeating her name. Grace kicked the nearest shelf. We're leaving. The front doorway had narrowed to half its width. Outside, Fern screamed. We hauled Cole toward the entrance. The floor tilted more sharply. Ash poured from the hearth and formed fingers around our boots. My false sleeping body sat up. The blanket fell to its waist. Black roots pushed through its lips. It opened its eyes. I threw the iron house charm at it. The cord stayed around my neck, so the charm struck its chest and snapped back. The sleeping copy folded around the iron. Smoke leaked from its mouth. The house shuddered. The front door widened. Grace shoved Cole through first. I followed, dragging the charm across the floor as ash hands broke against my boots. We fell outside into cold daylight. The iron crown dropped from its hook. It struck the threshold and split into 9 rusted points. The false door slammed somewhere inside the stone walls. The sounds moved from room to room, though the building had only one chamber. Fern pulled at her reins. Stone had backed into the far corner of the lean-to. We freed both horses and led them 50 paces up the road before stopping. Cole sat against a cedar trunk. Sweat covered his face despite the cold. Grace stood over him. You said you dreamed of dying inside. I did. How did it happen? I opened a door. That detail would have helped. I thought knowing it might make it happen. I checked the cord around my neck. The iron charm felt warm for the first time since entering the forest. A black line had appeared across one side. Not a crack. A mark. It matched a carving I'd noticed beside the hearth, but hadn't understood. A square house with one slanted roof and a line through its center. Below it, someone had scratched a single word. The word was Fox. I went back to the doorway. Grace caught my coat. You're not entering again. I only need to see the wall. The wall tried to put you to bed forever. Someone named Fox carved beside the charm mark. Her grip loosened. Cole looked up. Your family has been here. My grandfather entered when he was 19. He came out 6 days later. Did he find the crown? Grace asked. No. He barely spoke about the forest after that. The building groaned. Part of the roof dropped into the front room. I stepped close enough to see through the doorway without crossing it. Dust rolled over the floor. The false shelves were plain stone again. The carving near the hearth remained. Fox. 6 days. Home iron cuts the false road. Beneath it, a shallow arrow pointed toward the collapsed rear corner. I told Grace what it said. Cole stood. There's a way under the house. Or another bed, she said. The crown road continued uphill beyond the building, but pale bare footprints had appeared on its stones. Not Cole's this time. They were mine. They began at the doorway and led around the side of the house toward the collapsed wall. My house charm pulled after them. Grace drew her damaged sword. I'm starting to dislike your family history, she said. I took Fern's lead and followed the tracks. You've known me 2 days, I answered. Give it time. The tracks ended behind the fallen wall. Rain and rot had turned the broken rafters black. A cedar root as thick as my leg had pushed through the stonework, lifting one corner of the building. Beneath it, the ground dropped into a narrow opening. Cold air came from below. It smelled of wet iron and animal droppings. Grace crouched beside the hole. Your grandfather had poor taste in roads. He may have used the front door. The front door tried to grow another Wesley. Then this road's already better. Cole looked down into the dark. Horses won't fit. Fern pushed her nose against my shoulder as if she understood him. I moved loose stones from the edge. The opening widened into a sloped passage, low at first, but broad enough for a horse if we cleared the hanging roots. Flat stones had been laid beneath the mud. Someone had built it for more than crawling men. Grace examined the first stone. No crown mark. Maybe that's good, I said. Cole's eyes stayed on my chest. The iron's pulling you toward it. I covered the house charm with my hand. You've watched it before. I watched it stop the pale thing. That isn't what I asked. He looked toward the road. The man who sold me the quarry entrance said there were pieces of house iron inside. He said one could cut a straight path to the crown. Grace stepped between us. Did he tell you to rob anyone wearing one? He told me I'd know it when I saw it. That sounds like an answer. Cole raised his left hand. If I meant to take it, I'd have taken it while the dirt things had you. You were busy being eaten, I said. That slowed me down. Grace retied the rope around his waist and secured the other end to Stone's saddle. Try to run and the injured horse gets to drag you. Cole looked at Stone's rear leg. That's cruel to both of us. It'll encourage good behavior. We cut the roots away from the opening and led Fern down first. Her hooves slipped twice on the wet stones. I stayed at her shoulder, one hand on the bridle and the other against the wall. Grace brought Stone behind us. Cole walked between the horses with the rope kept short. The passage widened after 30 paces. The roof rose high enough for me to stand straight. Old iron lamps hung from hooks, but the cups were empty. Water dripped from the stone and ran in thin channels beneath our boots. The daylight behind us narrowed. I lit one of the recovered candles and shielded it with my palm. Grace carried a second. Their light reached only a few steps ahead. Scratches covered the walls. Most were too shallow to read. Names, dates, pleas, and rough crown shapes crossed over one another. Some letters had been cut with steel. Others looked made by fingernails. Grace stopped beside a clear line. A rotted pack lay beneath it. The straps had turned soft and black, but the brass buckle still held. I opened the flap with the tip of my knife. Inside were 2 candle stubs, a cracked cup, and a bundle wrapped in oilcloth. The cloth fell apart when I touched it. 3 finger bones rolled across the floor. Each had a small crown cut into it. Cole stepped back. Don't pick those up. I wasn't planning to. People mark bones when the road takes a name. Carry one and the thing that owned it may start answering for you. Grace nudged the bones into a water channel with her boot. They clicked away into the dark. How many warnings did the quarryman give you? Enough that I thought he was trying to frighten me. He should have tried harder. Other messages covered the lower wall. One traveler had counted 9 days with straight cuts, then scratched over all of them. Another had written that the water road returned him to the same room 3 times, but each return cost him a tooth. A third warned that the bone road knew the shape of every person it had eaten. No one had written what waited at the end of Ash. The hand-cut crown lies. She glanced at Cole's coat. That explains your luck. The mark kept 2 name-takers away, or made them follow you quietly. A small crown had been burned into the leather over his heart. Its 9 points were uneven. One leaned sideways. The true road marks had always been exact. I remembered how the bridge light had passed beneath our feet. The forest might know the difference between a crown given by its own rules and one copied by a desperate man. Far ahead, something clicked. Fern stopped. The candle flame bent toward the sound. 3 sharp clicks came from the dark. Grace whispered, "Could that be hooves?" "No," Cole said. "Those are teeth." The clicking came from above us. I raised the candle. The roof moved. Dozens of gray bodies clung between the stones. Each was the size of a small dog, with folded wings wrapped around a narrow chest. They had no eyes. The lower half of every face was a round throat pouch lined with hard white teeth. One pouch opened. The creature clicked again. All the others turned toward our candle. Cole blew his out. Darkness swallowed half the passage. "Put yours out," he whispered. Grace pinched her flame between wet fingers. I did the same. The clicking continued. Fern's breathing sounded too loud. Stone shifted one hoof against the stone floor. A wing opened overhead. Air brushed my hair. Cole leaned close enough that I smelled blood and smoke on his coat. They find movement and sound. "Don't run." A drop of water struck the floor. The creatures clicked toward it. Another drop fell near Fern. She jerked her head. Leather creaked. The roof exploded into wings. I ducked beside Fern's shoulder. A heavy body struck my back and clawed at my coat. Its throat pouch opened beside my ear. The clicking became a hard blow of sound that made my teeth ache. Fern kicked backward. Her hoof hit something with a wet crack. Grace's sword scraped stone in the dark. "Stay low." A bat hit Stone's neck. He reared, pulling Cole off his feet through the saddle rope. The injured gelding screamed and tried to turn in the narrow passage. His hip struck the wall. More bodies dropped onto his back. I found the candle in my pocket and struck Flint with shaking hands. Sparks flashed, showing wings, teeth, and pale throat sacs. One bat came straight at the light. I held the candle away and cut beneath it. My sword opened its belly. Hot fluid and half-digested insects spilled over my sleeve. The body hit the floor and kept biting. Grace grabbed Stone's bridle. "Wesley, we need fire. We've got 1 bulb left. Use it." The passage was too narrow. Fire could trap us as easily as the creatures. Cole pulled at the rope. "Cut me loose." Grace didn't answer. "I know where to throw it," he said. A bat landed on her shoulder. Its claws punched through her coat. She slammed herself against the wall, crushing one wing, then drove the sword backward beneath the throat sack. The creature released her. I cut Cole's rope from Stone's saddle and shoved the last clay bulb into his left hand. "Miss and you go after it." He listened to the clicking for 1 second. Then he threw into the darkness ahead. Clay broke against the left wall. Gray dust spread through the wet air. Every throat bat turned toward it. They left us at once. Wings beat past my face as the flock rushed toward the powder. Cole struck Flint over a scrap of cloth, lit it, and tossed it after the bulb. The dust flashed. Fire climbed the wall in a flat sheet. The bats hit it together. Their throat sacs burst with small, hard pops. Burning bodies rained onto the passage. The smell of scorched hair and sour meat filled the dark. "Move," Grace shouted. We led the horses forward before the fire could spread behind us. Fern stepped over twitching wings. Stone limped badly but kept moving when Grace spoke to him. Cole stayed between us without a rope. He could have run ahead. He didn't. The clicking faded behind us. A few surviving creatures crawled along the roof, too hurt to fly. After another 100 paces, the passage opened into a round chamber. A dry stone well stood in the center. 3 narrow tunnels left the far wall. Above them, someone had carved simple marks. A flame over the left tunnel. A tooth over the center. A wave over the right. Grace lit her candle again. Ash, bone, and water. The route map from the underground shelter had shown 3 scratched lines beyond the black stream. I hadn't understood them then. We listened at the water tunnel first. A current moved somewhere beyond it, but the sound came from every direction. Cold mist touched my face. For an instant, I smelled the black stream and heard pale hands sliding over stone. Grace stepped back. That road remembers us. The center tunnel smelled of old teeth, wet leather, and the inside of a butcher's shed. The floor beyond the mark was scored by deep lines. One groove held a piece of green cloth pinched beneath a stone tooth. Cole didn't lean close. Bone takes anything it can fit. The ash tunnel gave off steady warmth. Not enough to burn, but enough that sweat formed beneath my collar. A faint orange glow moved far inside it, low to the ground. Fern turned her head away from all 3 openings. Stone rested his nose against her shoulder. Grace walked round the dry well and found iron rings set into the floor. Old rope fibers clung to 2 of them. People tied their horses here. Then left without them, I said. A shallow pile of horseshoes lay behind the well. Some were small enough for ponies. Others had been bent in half. None carried rust. The water ran within a few feet. Cole picked up one shoe and dropped it at once. It's warm. I touched it with the edge of my knife. The metal hissed. Words had been cut into the well's inner rim. Grace held the candle over them while I cleared away grit. A road is a promise made by the thing at its end. Beneath it, another traveler had added a rougher line. Promises bite. The well answered with a quiet laugh. All 3 of us looked down. There was no water below, only a shaft falling beyond the candlelight. Something scraped along its wall, climbing for several seconds before stopping. We moved away together. Cole studied the tunnels. The man at the quarry said, "Water bends back. Bone takes payment. Ash reaches the inner road." "The man who wanted your money?" Grace asked. "He knew enough to get me inside." I walked around the well. More writing covered the outer stones. One message had been cut beside the same square house mark as my charm. Fox took Ash. 6 days in. No horse. No sleep. My grandfather had stood in this chamber. I touched the carving. The lines were old, their edges softened by damp air, but the name remained clear. Grace stood beside me. He lost his horse before he reached here. He came out alive. Then he found another road. Cole read over my shoulder, or he turned back. A smaller line had been carved beneath the first. Home iron opens ash. Home iron closes bone. The charm pulled toward the left tunnel. I lifted it from beneath my shirt. The black line across its face had widened. A thin red glow showed inside it, like heat under cracked iron. Cole stepped closer. Grace put her sword between us. He stopped. "If that breaks, you lose the only key we've seen." "We've also seen what it does to false things," she said. "That's why I'm worried." I pressed the charm against the flame mark above the left tunnel. Iron scraped inside the wall. A row of stone teeth withdrew from the floor, opening a path that hadn't been there a moment earlier. Warm air rolled from the tunnel. It carried the smell of ash, old smoke, and cooked meat. Fern backed away. Stone did the same. From the dark center passage came a slow grinding noise. The tooth mark above it split down the middle. Something large moved behind the wall. Cole looked at the glowing charm and then at me. "You opened ash," he said. "You also woke bone." The center wall burst outward. Stone blocks hit the dry well and shattered. A horse skull pushed through the opening, but no horse had ever grown that large. Its jaw hung beneath a tower of human ribs. 4 front legs unfolded from the dark, each made from arm bones tied together with black roots. More bones scraped behind it. The thing had no hide, no eyes, and no single body. It dragged a long pile of joined skeletons through the tunnel, adding new ribs and limbs to itself as it came. Fern screamed and tried to turn in the round chamber. Stone backed into her. His injured rear leg folded, and he struck the floor on one hip. Grace went to him. "Get Fern into ash," she shouted. "I'll bring Stone." The bone thing opened the horse jaw. Human teeth filled the space behind it. They snapped together in rows. I pulled Fern toward the left tunnel. She planted her feet at the smell of smoke and cooked meat. The stone teeth had withdrawn from the floor, but the opening was barely wide enough for her saddle. Cole slapped her flank with his good hand. Fern kicked at him. He twisted away and almost fell into the well. "Push her shoulder," I said. "Don't hit her." The bone creature dragged itself fully into the chamber. 6 legs struck the floor. 2 were horse legs. 4 ended in human hands that slapped and gripped at the stones. A length of spine trailed behind it like a tail. Grace got stone upright. The gelding put little weight on his hurt leg. The creature turned the horse skull toward him. Its jaw opened. "Wesley," Grace said. I left Fern with Cole and ran back. The bone thing charged. Its joined legs moved at different speeds, making the body jerk from side to side. The human hands pulled it faster. Loose teeth and finger bones scattered beneath it. Grace led stone around the well. I struck the nearest hand with my short sword. The bent point caught between 2 wrist bones. The creature pulled, nearly taking the weapon from me. I braced one boot against the dry well and twisted. The wrist broke apart. A new hand reached from inside the rib tower and fastened itself to the empty root. "It repairs itself," I said. Grace ducked beneath the horse skull. The jaw snapped above her head and bit through Stone's saddle blanket. The gelding lunged forward, dragging the torn cloth free. Cole had Fern halfway into the ash tunnel. The wall said iron closes bone. I remember. "You got the iron." The charm pulled toward the creature so hard that the cord tightened across my throat. I yanked it over my head. Red light showed through the growing line in its face. The bone thing changed direction and came for me. Every tooth inside the horse jaw clicked together. Grace saw what I was doing. Lead it past the well. What then? I'll think faster when it isn't trying to eat stone. I ran around the chamber. The thing followed. Its spine tail whipped through the well and broke the upper stones. Dust filled the candlelight. Cole pushed Fern into the ash tunnel, then came back with the ruined spear shaft. "Take the horses," I told him. "You won't close it alone. You tried to rob us an hour ago." "That doesn't mean I want to watch a pile of bones chew you. It's good to know you have limits." The horse skull struck at me. I dropped flat. Its teeth scraped the stone wall and tore loose several blocks. A human hand caught the back of my coat. Grace cut through the roots above its wrist. The hand stayed hooked in my cloth, but the arm fell away. "Less talking," she said. Cole drove the spear shaft between 2 of the creature's legs. He leaned his full weight against it. The joint bones tangled. The thing crashed beside the well. Its rib tower split open. Inside, packed among the roots, were small pieces of rusted metal. Buckles, knife tips, nails, coins. A dozen iron house charms lay buried near the center. They weren't like mine. Each had been broken in half. The creature rolled. Human hands reached from the open ribs and caught Cole's injured arm. He shouted and struck them with the spear. Grace cut one away. I grabbed his coat and pulled him clear. The bone thing rose again. My charm burned against my palm. The red line across it widened into the shape of a door. I understood the old message. Home iron closes bone. It wasn't telling me to shut the tunnel. It was telling me to shut the creature. "The charms are its heart," I said. Grace looked through the open ribs. "Then put yours with them. It may break. Do you have a better use for it while we're dead?" I didn't. Cole limped toward the ash tunnel. "I'll pull it around." Grace caught his coat. "You'll be crushed. Then don't miss." He dragged a broken spear tip across the floor. The scraping turned the horse skull toward him. Cole ran. The creature followed, striking at the sound. He circled the well once, slipped in loose bone, and recovered before the jaw reached him. His injured arm hung close to his chest. Blood had soaked through the wrap. Grace and I came from the other side. She struck the rib tower with both hands on her sword. The chipped blade cut through one black root, then lodged against a breastbone. The ribs opened wider. I shoved my charm into the packed iron. Every broken house shape snapped toward it. The pull almost took my fingers. I released the charm and jumped back. The creature stopped. Its horse skull remained stretched toward Cole. One human hand hung inches from his ankle. The red light inside the ribs went white. Iron struck iron in a rapid series of hard knocks. The broken charms closed around mine like jaws. The rib tower folded inward. Bones cracked under pressure. The horse skull twisted backward. Its many teeth ground together until the jaw split. The entire creature collapsed into the center of the chamber. For a moment, it became a tight ball of bone no wider than a barrel. Then the floor opened beneath it. The ball dropped into a black shaft. Stone slabs slid over the opening. The center tunnel sealed behind a new wall. Silence filled the chamber. My house charm was gone. I stared at the place where the creature had fallen. Grace touched my shoulder. "It saved us." My mother gave it to me. "I know. I told her I'd bring it home." "You told her you'd try to come home. That matters more." The loss felt larger than a piece of iron should have. The cord still hung from my neck, cut cleanly near the end. I wrapped it around my fingers. Cole picked up one half of a broken charm that had fallen loose. The iron crumbled when he touched it. "Yours was made differently," he said. "By whom?" He shook his head. Grace wiped her sword on the edge of his coat. "We can ask the forest after it stops trying to kill us." Stone struggled to keep standing. His injured leg had begun to swell above the hoof. We had to move. The ash tunnel sloped down. Warm air thickened around us. The floor changed from stone to packed gray powder. Each hoof step sank an inch and left a dark print. The walls had been burned smooth. Black roots pushed through in places, but none moved when we passed. We walked for what felt like an hour. Without the house charm, I couldn't feel the direction of the road. I'd grown used to the iron pulling against my chest. Its absence made every turn feel wrong. The tunnel opened beneath a sky the color of dirty wool. We stepped into a broad grove of dead trees. Ash covered the ground nearly to my ankles. The trunks were thick, black, and split by old heat. No leaves remained. The air smelled of smoke even though nothing burned. Stone huts stood among the trees. Most had fallen. The nearest still had 3 walls and half a roof. A low wall formed a pen beside it, wide enough for both horses. Grace checked the ash for tracks. No bare feet. No roadstones. Cole looked behind us. The tunnel entrance had vanished into a black bank. "That's normal," he said. "Your idea of normal needs work," I answered. We took the horses to the hut. The pen held no traps that we could find. I removed Stone's saddle and helped Grace wash his leg with the last clean water from one skin. The cut wasn't deep, but the skin around it had gone hot and tight. "He needs rest," she said. "So do you." "So do you." Cole sat outside the wall while we tied his ankles with the rope. Grace didn't tie his injured arm again. He'd helped in the chamber, but she kept his boot knife and broken crossbow out of reach. We ate one piece of hard bread between the 3 of us and gave the horses another handful of grain. Hunger sharpened every smell. I could taste the smoked pork through the wax cloth around it. Grace caught me looking. "Not yet." "I didn't touch it." "You were thinking loudly." Cole leaned his head against the stone. "The ash road takes food as payment." "How do you know?" I asked. "The man at the quarry told me." "Did he also tell you the bone tunnel would wake?" "No, he didn't." "Then we'll wait before feeding the ground." Grace sat close to Stone's front legs where she could watch his breathing. I lowered myself beside her. My rib had become a steady, hard ache. When I pulled my coat open, dark bruising spread along my left side. She pressed 2 fingers near the lowest mark. I hissed and caught her wrist. "That one hurts," I said. "That's why I touched it." "You could have asked." "You lie when asked." Cole closed his eyes across the pen. Grace threw a pebble at his boot. "No sleeping." He opened them again. "I'm resting one eye at a time. The house said not to close both." "We aren't in the house." The road heard me through stone. Grace leaned against my shoulder without looking at me. The contact was careful, avoiding my ribs. For a while, none of us spoke. Ash drifted from the dead branches when the wind moved. It made a soft, dry hiss across the roof. I thought about my grandfather reaching the round chamber without a horse and without sleep. He'd chosen ash. He'd come out 6 days later. We were already deeper than I'd known a person could go, and every road behind us had closed. Grace's hand found mine in the ash between us. She didn't squeeze it. She only left her fingers there. Cole watched from across the pen. "This is touching," he said. "I still think one of you should watch the trees." Grace picked up another pebble. Cole turned his face away. Grace cleaned his arm before the light failed. She used a strip torn from the lower edge of his shirt and the last of one herb packet. Cole watched her hands but kept his mouth shut until she pulled the knot tight. You could have let the dirt things keep me, he said. I considered it. Why didn't you? She nodded toward me. He was already running back. Cole looked at me. You make expensive choices. My father says cheap choices cost more later. He sounds like a man with land. He has land because he works it. Cole's mouth shifted, but he didn't argue. Grace sat beside me again. Why did you ask for me? Cole glanced at her empty belt, then at the dark trees. You stood like a guard before you drew the sword. Your boots were capital made. I thought you knew more about the Crown Road than he did. You still aimed at my throat. I thought you'd duck. I did. That's why I wanted you alive. Grace picked up a third pebble. Cole lifted his good hand. It's an ugly answer, but it's true. She threw the pebble past his head. It struck the stone wall behind him. You don't own the right to want anyone, she said. Remember that before you make another offer. Cole nodded once. The ash hissed over the roof. Fern shifted in the pen and rested one rear hoof. Stone lowered his head near her shoulder. Grace kept her voice low. The kiss in the shed wasn't the forest. I turned toward her. I know. You haven't mentioned it. You had a sword then. I still have hands. That's what worried me. Her fingers closed more firmly around mine. I don't need a speech, Wesley. That's fortunate. I haven't prepared one. I only needed to know you didn't regret it. I looked at the dirt on her face, the loose hair over one eye, and the careful way she held her bad leg. I regret that we were bleeding, hungry, and hiding from 2 false horses. There was one false horse. The other one has bitten me since childhood. Fern lifted her head at the sound of my voice. Grace smiled. You're avoiding the answer. I don't regret you. Her smile faded into something quieter. She leaned her temple against my shoulder. That'll do. Across the pen, Cole made a point of staring at the wall. A dark line appeared in the ash outside the pen. It ran between the trees, straight as a cut made with a ruler. The ash on one side began sinking. On the other, it rose. A road formed where no road had been before. Flat black stones surfaced one after another. Each bore a 9-point crown. The true Crown Road had found us again. At the far end of the grove, a stone gate lifted from beneath the ash. 3 shallow bowls had been carved into its face. Above them, words burned red through the black rock. Feed what carried you. Grace looked at the horses. Cole looked at our food. I looked at the cut cord around my neck. The road hadn't finished taking things from us. The new road ended at the stone gate. Ash slid from the 3 shallow bowls as they pushed out of the black rock. Each bowl was smooth inside, with a narrow slot running down its center. The red words remained above them. Feed what carried you. Grace stood beside Stone with one hand on his neck. It had better mean food. Cole looked at the bowls. Nothing in here means the kind thing first. That's the closest you've come to useful advice. I took a pinch of oats from the feed sack and dropped it into the first bowl. The grain turned black. A low knock came from inside the gate. The oats rose again as gray husks and scattered at my feet. Grace tried a piece of hard bread in the second bowl. The same thing happened. The stone gave another knock, louder this time. Cole held up his injured arm. It may want blood. The thorn wall already had mine, I said. The forest isn't known for being satisfied. I studied the slots inside the bowls. They were wide enough for a coin, a blade, or a strip of leather. Not wide enough for a horse. What carried us here? I asked. Fern and Stone, Grace said. Fern stepped backward as if she disliked hearing her name near the gate. Not through the tunnel, I said. The message at the bridge asked what we claimed. This one's asking what brought us into the forest. Cole looked at my saddlebags. Hunger brought me. Fear brought you, Grace said. Both can carry a man a long way. I thought about the morning I'd left the farm. I'd wanted adventure girls, better meals, and a life where the same field didn't wait every dawn. I'd also wanted to prove that being born above a barn didn't decide where I'd die. My father's coin bag rested beneath the bread in Fern's saddlebag. He'd saved those coins one at a time. Every piece held work I hadn't done and meals my family might have eaten. The money had bought my sword and supplies. It had carried me to dead end. I removed the bag. Grace watched me loosen the string. Those are all you have. Coins won't help if the gate stays shut. They're from your father. So was the chance to use them. I dropped one coin into the first slot. It fell through the stone without a sound. Red light filled the bowl. The gate gave a deeper knock. One of 3 vertical lines appeared across its face. Cole leaned forward. It accepted it. I fed the rest of the coins into the slot. Each vanished. The small bag went last. The stone took the cloth as easily as metal. The first line burned bright. An ache settled in my throat. The coins had been useless this deep in a forest, but giving them away felt like losing my father's hand from my shoulder. Grace touched the empty place in my palm. "You'll tell him where they went," she said. "I'll need to reach him first." "You will." She said it firmly, as if the gate might hear doubt and use it. Grace turned to the second bowl. Her damaged sword hung at her side. The blade had dark stains from the hidden passage, chips along both edges, and a bend near the point from the rib hounds. Her father had trained her with it. She'd carried it out of the capital when she left. She rested her hand on the grip. Cole gave a short shake of his head. "Don't feed it your only long blade." Grace pulled the sword free. "You tried to take me because I could fight. I was right about that part. You're about to learn whether the blade did the work." She placed the point in the second slot. The gate seized it. The sword slid from her hands. Grace caught the grip with both palms and pulled back. For one instant, I thought she'd changed her mind. Then she released it. The weapon sank into the bowl. The pommel disappeared last. The second red line lit across the gate. Grace stared at her empty belt. I offered her my knife. She shook her head and held out her hand to Cole. "Your boot knife. You took it already. I'm taking ownership now." He looked at the short blade tucked through her belt. "You could have left me the illusion. Not after what you asked for on the road." The third bowl stayed dark. Cole removed the broken crossbow from behind his back and placed the stock into the slot. Nothing happened. He pushed harder. The stone spatted out. The weapon hit the ash and broke at the grip. Grace glanced at the false crown burned into his black hide coat. Cole covered the mark with his left hand. "That brought you," she said. "The coat kept me alive. The lie brought you farther. It's leather. It's the reason you thought the forest might mistake you for a king." The gate knocked again. Ash stirred around Cole's boots. The red crown on his coat darkened. He stepped away from the bowls. "Find something else." "We gave what carried us," I said. "You gave money. You can't spend." She gave a blade that was nearly broken. Grace's face hardened. Then giving the coat should be easy. Cole grabbed the collar with his good hand, but didn't remove it. The ash behind him rose into a narrow column. A head formed at the top. It had no face, only a burned crown where the features should have been. More columns lifted between the dead trees. Human shapes pulled themselves from the ground. Their arms ended in black sticks. Hot red cracks opened beneath the ash packed around their chests. The gate knocked a fourth time. All the ash figures turned toward us. Cole backed against the bull. "It wants the mark." "It's been clear about that," Grace said. He fought with the coat ties one-handed. The wet leather had tightened around him. I cut the first tie with my knife. Grace cut the second with his boot blade. The ash figures began walking. Their feet didn't lift. They slid across the ground, pulling long trails behind them. Fern and stone cracked against the pen wall. Cole dragged the coat from his injured arm and gasped when leather tore the cloth wrap loose. Fresh blood ran to his wrist. He shoved the coat into the third slot. The burned crown caught on the rim. A red crack split across the nearest ash figure's chest. It came faster. I caught the coat hem and pushed with Cole. Grace used the boot knife to cut to the thick leather around the mark. The crown patch tore free. The gate pulled it into the ball. The rest of the coat dropped into the ash. The third line lit. The stone gate split down the center. Warm air rushed through the gap. Beyond it, a narrow stair climbed between black walls. The ash figures didn't stop. The first reached Cole and swung one stick arm. He blocked with the broken spear shaft. The impact snapped the wood near his hand and threw him against the gate. Grace drove the boot knife into the red crack in the figure's chest. The blade went through ash and struck something solid. She twisted. The figure burst apart. Hot powder covered her arms and face. She shut her eyes and turned away, coughing. Two more reached the pen. I cut at the closest one. My short sword passed through its shoulder without slowing it. The ash closed around the blade and hardened. The thing pulled me forward. Its other arm punched into my bruised ribs. Pain emptied my chest. I lost my grip and fell beside the pen wall. Fern struck the figure with both front hooves. Her first hoof broke its shoulder. The second landed in the chest crack. The body split and dropped my sword into the ash. Stone tried to kick the other attacker with his injured rear leg. The leg failed under him. He fell against Grace. She went down beneath his neck. The ash figure reached for her face. Cole tackled it from the side. It rolled across the ground. Ash packed around his bare shirt and hair. He drove the jagged spearwood into the red chest line again and again. The figure closed both stick arms around his back. Red heat spread beneath its surface. "He's going to burn," I said. I recovered my short sword and cut through one arm at the hot crack near the shoulder. Grace crawled from beneath Stone and stabbed the figure's chest. Cole shoved it away. It burst before it hit the ground. A hard wave of heat struck us. The dead grove moved. Ash poured from every tree split. More figures formed beyond the road, 10 at first, then twice that number. The gate began closing. "Get the horses through," Grace shouted. I grabbed Fern's bridle and pulled her toward the opening. She saw the narrow stair and fought me. "Fern, you followed me through worse." She backed harder. The ash figures slid closer. Cole took her other rein. "Stop asking." We pulled together. Fern's front hooves struck the first stair. The gate scraped against her saddlebags. I tore one bag loose and threw it through the opening. Cole did the same with the other. Fern lunged upward. Grace brought Stone behind us. He could barely push with his hurt leg. The first step stood higher than his hoof. She put her shoulder beneath his neck strap. "Come on, boy," Stone tried. His front hooves reached the step, but his rear legs slipped in the ash. The nearest figures were 20 paces away. The gate narrowed another foot. I tied a rope around Stone's chest and passed the end to Cole. We climbed 2 steps and pulled while Grace pushed from behind. Stone scrambled forward. His injured hoof dragged across the gate threshold, leaving blood on black stone. The red lines on the gate flared. Ash hands broke through the road behind Grace. One caught her ankle. She fell and mossed the boot knife. The gate kept closing. I jumped down the steps. The opening was barely wide enough for my shoulders. Stone blocked most of it. Grace kicked at the hand, but more fingers closed around her boot. I reached beneath Stone's belly and caught her wrist. "Pull him," I shouted at Cole. Cole leaned backward on the rope. Fern braced above him. Stone moved one more step. I pulled Grace through the gap. Her boot came off in the ash hand. The gate shut against the sole and crushed it flat. Darkness covered us. Stone filled the stair ahead. Fern stood beyond him. Cole had wrapped the rope around his waist and one stone post. Grace lay across my chest, breathing hard. Her red hair covered my face. "You lost my knife," Cole said from above us. Grace lifted her head. "Ask for it back. I'll learn from the last offer." She rolled off me and checked her bare foot. Ash had blackened her toes, but the skin wasn't burned. I found the dropped saddlebag near the wall. We'd lost the torn boot, the broken crossbow, the ruined spear, Cole's coat, my father's coins, Grace's sword, and Cole's gray dust bag. We still had my short sword, my knife, the tin cup, the rope, food, water, blankets, herbs, and what remained on the horses. It felt like a victory only because we were breathing. Grace tried to stand and pulled her bare foot back at once. The stair grit had cut 2 shallow lines beneath her toes. I sat her on the lowest step and opened the torn spear shirt from Fern's bag. "I can walk," she said. "You can walk after I wrap it. We need the cloth for Stone. Stone still has 4 shoes. He has an injured leg. So do you." Cole lowered himself beside the wall. Without the black coat, he looked narrower and older. His shirt sleeve around the injured arm had soaked through again. He tore the cuff from his good sleeve with his teeth and held it out. "Use that," he said. "Keep the shirt for the horse." Grace took the cloth. "You've become generous since losing all your weapons." "I'm adapting." I washed the ash from her foot with a small pour from the water skin. She gripped my shoulder when the cold water touched the cuts. I wrapped the cloth around her arch and ankle, then secured it with a strip of leather from a broken saddle strap. The makeshift covering wouldn't last on rough stone, but it kept the grit out. Cole checked the sealed gate. Faint red light showed through the line between the 2 halves. Something struck the other side once. Ash sifted through the edge and stopped. "We should climb before it decides the payment wasn't enough," he said. Grace tested her foot. "We gave it more than enough." Nothing in here agrees with that sentence. I divided the gear between Fern's saddlebags so nothing hung wide enough to catch the walls. We tied the loose blankets behind her saddle and moved most of Stone's load to Fern. The brown mare flattened her ears but accepted it. Stone stood with his head low. Grace rubbed the white mark down his nose and spoke close to his ear. He lifted one front hoof onto the first stair. Fern stepped ahead of him. He followed her. The stair climbed sharply. Black walls rose on both sides without cracks or writing. A thin strip of gray sky showed overhead. Ash drifted down through it, dry against our skin. We moved slowly. Stone needed help at every high step. Cole and I pulled the chest rope while Grace pushed and steadied his injured leg. Fern waited ahead, turning often to watch him. The climb stripped the strength from my arms. My rib hurt with every pull. Sweat ran cold beneath my coat. Halfway up, Grace stumbled on her bare foot. I caught her around the waist. She stayed close for a moment, one hand against my chest. "You can let go," she said. "You can put your boot on first." My boot is on the other side of several feet of stone. Then I'm considering the problem. Cole pulled on the rope above us. "Consider while moving." Grace looked past me. He's becoming demanding again. He misses his coat. I miss my sword. I miss breakfast. She gave a tired laugh and pressed her forehead briefly against mine. There wasn't room for more. Stone shifted above us, and the rope tightened. We kept climbing. The stair ended at a stone arch. Cold wind hit us as we passed through it. The land beyond dropped away so sharply that I stopped at once. Grace struck my back. Cole caught her shoulder before all three of us went forward. We stood on a high shelf of black rock. The King's Forest opened below. It wasn't a forest, as I'd known one. Miles of treetops filled the deep basin surrounded by cliffs. Some trees were green, others white, red, or black. Rivers climbed the slopes in silver lines. Patches of fog moved against the wind. Stone roads crossed through the canopy, joining and breaking apart before my eyes. At the center stood a tall shape built from living trunks. Roots formed walls. Black branches made narrow towers. A golden light moved behind them, passing from one opening to another. The crown road descended from our shelf toward it. From the outer edge, the forest had looked crossable in several days. We hadn't even reached its heart. Grace stood beside me with one foot bare, an ash ground into her cheek. Her hand found my sleeve. "That has to be where they keep it," she said. Cole stared at the moving gold. "Nothing keeps the crown." "How would you know?" "The man at the quarry said it never stays in one place." A low stone post stood at the start of the descending road. The square house mark had been carved into its side. I stepped closer. Below the mark was my family name, Fox. 6th day. The letters matched those beneath the traveler house and in the round chamber. My grandfather had reached this shelf. A second line ran beneath the first. I saw the crown. It saw me. The final line had been cut so deeply that the stone had cracked. It doesn't wait. It hunts. The gold light in the distant trunk tower stopped moving. For several seconds, it burned in one high opening. Then it left the tower. A thin golden line traveled onto the crown road below, coming toward us through the trees. The golden line came uphill faster than any man could run. It slid over the crown road in broken flashes, vanishing beneath trees and appearing again where the stones turned. Each flash lit the inner basin for a heartbeat. White trunks shone like old teeth. Red leaves showed their wet undersides. The rivers climbing the cliffs caught the light and threw it against the clouds. Grace tightened her grip on my sleeve. "We need cover." "There isn't any on this shelf," Cole said. He was right. Black rock dropped away in front of us, and the ash stair ended at our backs. The closed gate below had taken too much from us already. Even if it opened again, Stone couldn't make that climb with his rear legs shaking under him. Fern pulled against her lead. Stone stood with his nose near her shoulder, breathing hard through flared nostrils. Sweat darkened the gray hair along his neck despite the cold wind. The light rounded the last turn. It wasn't a torch. A tall figure walked inside it. Thin plates of gold covered its chest, arms, and thighs, but they didn't fit together like armor made by a smith. Gaps showed white roots twisting where flesh should have been. Its head was an open ring with 9 long points. There was no face inside the ring. The gold light burned in the empty space and spilled through the points. One arm ended in a hand. The other narrowed past the elbow into a long hooked edge that scraped the crown stones as it walked. The sound carried up to us. Metal on stone. Slow and steady. My grandfather's words had been cut deep enough to crack the marker. It doesn't wait. It hunts. Cole moved toward the edge of the shelf. We split up. Grace caught the back of his shirt. It'll take the slowest first. His eyes went to Stone. I stepped between them before he could say what we were all thinking. Nobody leaves the horses. The gold figure reached the bottom of the final rise and stopped. The light in its hollow head turned toward me. Voices came from it, quiet at first. Men and women spoke over each other until the words joined. Who claims the road? The question pressed against my ears. I felt it in my teeth. Nobody answered. The figure raised its hooked arm. A crown stone tore free 20 feet in front of it. Black roots rolled under the rock, lifted it, and set it farther up the slope. Another stone followed. Then another. The road was growing toward the shelf. Grace let go of Cole. Wesley, look at the marker. My grandfather's warning filled one side of the low post. On the other side, almost hidden by black moss, a narrow line had been scratched into the rock. It pointed toward the left edge of the shelf. I wiped the moss away. 3 words waited beneath it. Heap under gold? That makes no sense, Cole said. It made sense to him. I looked over the edge. A broken ledge ran down the cliff beneath us. It wasn't a road. It was barely wide enough for a man, and loose stone covered most of it. 50 feet lower, white branches reached out from the nearest trees. Stone put weight on his bad rear leg and jerked it up again. Grace saw the wedge and shook her head. He'll fall. The gold figure stepped onto the first new stone. Then we make sure he doesn't, I said. We stripped weight from Stone as fast as we could. I moved the remaining food and blankets to Fern while Grace loosened the gray gelding saddle. Cole used his good arm to pull the rope free. His injured arm had bled through its wrap again, but he didn't mention it. The road reached the shelf. The gold figure stepped onto black rock. For the first time, its pace changed. It ran. Take Stone, I said. Grace seized his bridle and turned him toward the ledge. Cole looped the rope around the gelding's chest. Fern tried to follow, but I wrapped her lead around the stone post and pulled the knot tight. You'll come after us, I told her. Her ears flattened as if I'd insulted her. The gold figure crossed half the shelf in 4 long strides. I drew my short sword. The bend point looked small against that hooked arm. The figure swung from my right. I stepped inside the hook and struck its ribs. My blade hit gold hard enough to numb my fingers. The plate dented, but the thing didn't slow. Its free hand caught my coat and lifted me until my boots scraped rock. There was no heat in the gold light. There was cold. Deep cold that pushed through wool and skin. Faces moved inside the empty ring. They weren't whole faces. An eye appeared, then a mouth, then part of a cheek. Old people, young people, men with beards, women with blood in their hair. Each vanished before I could hold the sight. Wesley Fox, they said together. It knew me. I drove my knife between 2 chest plates. The point cut white roots. Clear fluid sprayed my hand, smelling like crushed grass and rotten meat. The figure dropped me. I landed on my left side. Pain bit under my ribs. The hook came down. I rolled. Gold scraped sparks from the rock where my head had been. Grace shouted from the ledge, "Move toward me." Stone had started down. His front feet searched for holds while his injured rear leg dragged. Cole leaned backward with the rope around his waist, taking some of the gelding's weight. I backed toward them. The gold figure followed. It didn't look at Grace or Cole. The hollow head stayed turned toward me. Who claims the road? It asked again. I don't claim anything from you. Its hand opened. A strip of crown road snapped upward behind me. Stones and black roots rose like the back of a waking animal, cutting me off from the ledge. The hook swept low. I jumped over it, but the back edge caught my boot. Leather split. I hit the ground on both hands and lost my knife. The figure stepped over me. Grace came from the ledge with a length of broken stone in both hands. She pulled it from the shelf marker. It was as thick as her wrist and nearly 4 feet long. She struck the side of the figure's knee. The gold plate bent inward. White roots snapped beneath it. The leg folded. The figure dropped beside me. Its hook cut a shallow line across Grace's coat as she tried to get away. She stumbled on her wrapped foot and fell against the raised road. I found my knife, drove it into the damaged knee, and pulled sideways. More roots broke. The gold figure grabbed my wrist. Its fingers tightened until my knife slipped free. Cole's rope fell over the crown ring. He stood 10 feet away, the loose end wrapped around his good forearm. "Farm boy, get clear." Fern's lead was in his other hand. He slapped the mare's rump with the rope. Fern lunged toward the ledge. The loop tightened around the gold figure's head. Its body jerked backward. The open ring struck the rock with a flat clang. Light burst between the 9 points. I pulled Grace up. "Go with Stone," I said. "What about you?" "I'm behind you." That's not what I asked. The figure's hand closed around the rope. Gold fingers cut through 2 strands. "I'll be behind you if we move now." Grace limped onto the ledge. Cole guided Fern past the first drop. The mare hated the narrow footing. Her hooves skidded and one saddlebag struck the cliff wall. Stone was already 20 feet lower, trembling, while Grace held his bridle and spoke close to his ear. The rope snapped. The gold figure rose on one leg. Its damaged knee twisted backward. Then white roots pulled the joint straight. The dented plate didn't repair itself, but the limb held. I picked up my knife and followed the others. The ledge dropped sharply. Black grit rolled under my boots. I kept one hand against the cliff and used the other to steady Fern's saddle. The mare shoved forward whenever the light touched her flank. Behind us, the gold figure reached the edge. It didn't step onto the ledge. For one hopeful second, I thought my grandfather's path had beaten it. Then crown stones began pushing out of the cliff. Roots drilled into black rock. Flat stones set themselves one after another beneath the gold figure's feet, making a road in open air. "Move faster," Cole said. Stone's rear hoof slipped. His hindquarters swung away from the cliff. Grace threw herself against his shoulder while Cole hauled the rope. I caught the saddle from behind. The gelding's front hooves scraped for purchase. A loose rock fell from beneath him and vanished into the white branches. Stone made a broken, frightened sound. "Easy now," Grace said. "You're still with us. Keep your front feet high." The gelding pushed. His injured leg hit the ledge and buckled, but the rest of him came back against the cliff. The gold road grew closer. The figure walked along it with its hook dragging sparks. We reached a place where the ledge ended above the white trees. There was no path down. Thick branches crossed below us, smooth and pale. The nearest was 6 feet beneath the shelf, wide enough to hold the horse if it didn't break. Cole stared. "Your grandfather brought a horse through here?" "He might have been smarter than us and left us outside." Grace looked at Stone. "We lower him." We tied the rope around his chest and belly, using the saddle straps to keep it from sliding. Cole climbed onto the branch first. It dipped under his weight, but held. Grace followed, lowering herself by both hands until Cole caught her waist. I didn't like how quickly he touched her. I liked even less that there wasn't another safe way. They braced on the branch while I led Stone to the edge. The gelding planted all 4 feet. "You won't jump," I said. "He doesn't have to." Grace held the rope, turned his head, and let his front feet feel the drop. Stone's eyes rolled white. The gold figure was 30 feet away. I turned the gelding sideways, pushed my shoulder against his ribs, and took the last wrap of rope around my hands. "Forgive me," I said. Then I shoved. Stone slid over the edge. The rope tore skin from my palms. Cole and Grace shouted as the gelding's weight hit them. The white branch bent until leaves and old water shook loose from smaller limbs. Stone kicked once, struck the trunk, and found the branch with his front hooves. Grace pulled his head up. Cole worked the rope around a fork. Together, they brought the rest of him down. The gold hook struck the ledge beside my boot. I turned and slashed at the figure's hand. My bent point slipped between 2 finger plates. I twisted. One gold finger broke free and spun into the branches. The hollow head leaned close. A mouth formed in the light. It was my grandfather's mouth. I knew it from the small painted likeness above my parents' bed, though the picture showed him before the forest hollowed his face. "You should have listened," it said. The voice nearly stalked me. My grandfather had returned from the forest before I was born, but his fear had lived in our house. My mother lowered her voice whenever she spoke of him. My father never asked what he'd seen. As a boy, I thought silence meant weakness. Now the forest had found that old silence and put a mouth on it. The false face watched me with his tired eyes. "Leave them," it said. That's how I lived. For half a heartbeat, I believed him. Then I remembered the carved warning. He'd left it for whoever came after. A man who wanted me to abandon Grace and the horses wouldn't have marked a way down. Grace shouted my name from below. I jumped. White branches struck my legs and back. I caught one with both arms, swung beneath it, and hit the main limb chest first. My bruised rib felt as if it split open. Cole grabbed my coat before I rolled away. The gold hook cut through the branch where I'd landed. Pale wood split with a wet crack. Sour white sap poured from the cut. The figure stepped down onto its growing road. Fern was still above. She screamed and pulled against the rope trailing from her bridle. I climbed past Stone and reached for it. "Come on, girl." Fern tried to turn on the narrow ledge. Her rear hooves slipped. She struck the cliff with one hip, then jumped rather than fall. She came through the branches like a dropped cart. Cole and I threw ourselves aside. Fern hit the main limb, broke two smaller branches, and nearly took Stone with her. Grace caught Stone's bridle while I crawled to Fern. The mare had scraped one shoulder, but she stood. Above us, the gold figure reached the end of its new road. White sap still ran from the branch it had cut. The figure placed one foot in it. The light in its head flickered. The white sap smoked against the gold plate. The thing pulled back. "Keep under gold," Grace said. "Your grandfather meant the white trees." The branches formed a roof beneath the figure in its road. Their sour sap hurt it. We moved deeper into the white canopy. There was no ground at first. We led the horses along crossing limbs, crawling under some and stepping over others. The air smelled of wet mushrooms, old milk, and the sharp sap dripping behind us. Pale leaves stuck to my face. Every branch felt damp through my gloves. The gold figure followed above. Its light showed through gaps, turning the leaves yellow. Whenever it tried to cut down, white sap sprayed across its plates and forced it back. The canopy sloped toward the basin floor. At last, the branches sank into moss. Fern stepped onto soft ground and pulled us after her. Stone nearly collapsed when his injured leg touched level earth. Grace leaned against his neck, exhausted. Cole dropped the rope and pressed his good hand over the wrap on his arm. Blood had reached his wrist. Above us, the gold light stopped. I looked through the white branches. The figure stood on its hanging road, watching. Then black roots pushed from the last crowned stone. They crawled over the pale bark. Where they touched, the white wood browned and split. A new stone settled onto the branch. Then another. The gold figure took one step closer. It was building a road into the white forest. We didn't have time to rest, but Stone had reached the end of what fear could make him do. The gray gelding took 3 steps across the moss and sank to his knees. Grace pulled at his bridle before he rolled onto the injured leg. Fern moved beside him and pushed her nose against his neck. The gold light brightened above the branches. Cole looked from Stone to the black roots spreading through the white wood. Leave him or die beside him. Grace turned on him with the broken marker held like a club. "Say that again." "I'm not asking you to like it." "You're not asking anything." "He can't outrun that thing." Cole pointed upward with his good hand. "Neither can we while dragging him." I crouched near Stone's rear leg. The cut above the hoof had opened during the descent. Heat came through the old wrap. The swelling had climbed higher, thickening the joint. "He needs water and a clean bandage," I said. "He needs 3 days in a dry stall," Grace answered. Her voice had gone tight. "We don't have a stall." A crown stone settled onto a branch above us with a heavy knock. The white tree groaned. I looked through the trunks. The ground sloped away to our right. Farther down, silver water moved between the trees. It didn't run across the slope. It climbed it, thin and fast, as if the top of the basin were pulling. My grandfather had written that the gold followed roads. Water might give us what the white sap had given us. "We take him to the river?" I said. Cole laughed without humor. "Of course we do." I got under Stone's left shoulder while Grace pulled his bridle. Fern walked on his injured side, close enough that their bodies touched. The gelding rose in pieces. Front legs first, then one rear leg, then the bad one held above the moss. We started downhill. The white forest had no straight paths. Trunks grew close enough to catch the saddles. Low branches rubbed our hair and coats with cold, slick bark. Thick moss had holes around the roots. Each time Stone stumbled, we lost more ground to the road above. I heard the gold hook cutting. Pale wood cracked. Sap hissed against metal. The figure kept coming. Grace limped beside Stone. The cloth around her bare foot had turned gray with mud. The broken marker was too heavy for one hand, but she wouldn't let me carry it. "You can use my knife," I said. "You need it. You need more than a stone." "I've got the stone." "That's what I just said." Her mouth pulled at one corner. Then we agree. A voice spoke from the trunk beside her. Grace Hammer. She stopped. The words came through the bark in her father's deep voice. Grace, turn around. The white trunk split down the middle. A pale hand pushed through. I shoved Grace away as a thin body peeled out of the tree. It had no eyes or nose. A wet mouth opened across its blank face, and Benjamin Hammer's voice came from between small gray teeth. You need more training. Grace swung the stone marker. The edge struck its jaw. Teeth scattered through the moss. The creature bent backward, then straightened without using its arms. Another trunk opened behind Cole. Wesley Fox, my mother called softly. A second blank face pressed through white bark. More shapes moved inside the trees around us. The name takers had found the inner basin. Keep the horses moving, I said. Cole took Stone's bridle. With what hand? The one you've still got. I stepped between Grace and the first creature. It reached for my face with long fingers. I cut across its wrist. Pale skin opened, but there was no blood. Small mouths formed along the cut and whispered my full name. Grace drove the end of the marker into its chest. The stone sank through soft ribs. The creature folded around it, arms wrapping the shaft. She pushed harder, pinning it against the tree. I stabbed under its jaw. The point entered where a throat should have been. The blank face caved inward. Air rushed from the body, carrying a crowd of stolen voices. Children called for parents. Men begged. Women cursed. My own name slipped among them. The body collapsed into a heap of wet white skin. Cole dragged Stone downhill. Fern followed, pulling the gear through branches. 3 more name-takers stepped from the trunks. One had 2 mouths. One had hands growing from its shoulders. The last wore a strip of an old green coat fused into its back. Wesley Fox, the 2-mouthed creature said in Grace's voice. Don't listen to us, Grace said. I'm trying. She pulled the marker free from the dead creature. A crack ran through the stone. The 3 came together. I couldn't let them surround us. I moved left, forcing them between 2 close trunks. The first reached with both arms. I chopped down on one forearm, stepped inside the other, and drove my shoulder into its chest. It weighed almost nothing. The creature flew backward into Grace's marker. She struck from the side and broke its knee. It fell across the narrow gap, blocking the others. A long hand closed around my scarf. The second creature pulled me toward its 2 mouths. One spoke with my father's voice. The other used my youngest sister's. Come home. I cut the scarf. The wool tightened once against my throat, then tore free. I dropped under the reaching hands and slashed both ankles. The creature pitched forward. Grace brought the stone down on the back of its neck. The marker broke in half. The third name-taker climbed over the fallen bodies. Its shoulder hands caught Grace's red hair and yanked her backward. She struck with the short half of stone, but another hand seized her wrist. I stabbed the creature's side. Mouths opened around my blade and bit the steel. The thing turned its blank face toward me. Wes, help me, it said in Grace's voice. She never said my shortened name like that when she was frightened. She said it when she trusted I'd answer. Anger gave me strength I didn't have left. I grabbed the creature's neck, shoved my knife deeper, and dragged the blade across its back. The green coat strip split. Under it, a hard knot of black root pulsed between the ribs. Right here, I said. Grace twisted her trapped wrist, caught the broken stone in both hands, and drove its sharp end into the knot. The creature released her. It dropped to all fours. Every stolen mouth on its body opened at once. Names poured out in a rough whisper, too many to understand. Then the root knot burst. Black fluid soaked the moss. The other 2 bodies stopped moving. Grace pulled hair from her face. Several red strands remained clenched in the dead creature's fingers. You all right? I asked. My pride's hurt. That makes 2 of us. A gold hook came through the branch roof. It struck the dead name-taker between us and split the body from shoulder to hip. The gold figure dropped through the opening. White sap covered its plates in smoking streaks. One knee remained dented, and a finger was missing, but the roots beneath the damage had thickened. Its hollow head turned toward the dead creatures. The name-takers, still hidden in the trunks, began calling our names faster. The gold figure swung its hook. 3 white trees opened in one cut. Blank bodies fell out with strips of bark still attached. The hook rose again and took the top half from 2 of them. It wasn't helping us. It was clearing the way. "Keep moving," Grace said. We ran after the horses. The gold light flickered between trunks behind us. Name takers reached from the bark and grabbed at it. The hook cut hands, heads, and branches. Every strike brought the figure closer. Cole had taken Stone nearly to the river. The gelding's rear hoof dragged a dark line through the moss. Fern stayed beside him, but her sides heaved under the remaining gear. The silver water was wider than it had looked from above. It ran in a channel 10 feet across, flowing uphill hard enough to roll fist-sized stones against the slope. Cold spray hung over it. Flat rocks broke the surface, but the gaps between them were too wide for Stone. Cole stood on the near bank. "Tell me you've got another hidden road." "I'm tired of roads." I looked upstream and down. We used the rope. A white tree leaned over the river. Another stood across from it. I tied one end around the first trunk, took the coil, and jumped to the nearest rock. Water struck my boots and tried to push me uphill. The force came from the wrong direction. My body expected to fall downstream, but the river pulled toward the cliff. I crossed 2 rocks and jumped the last gap. My injured rib tightened when I landed. I tied the rope around the far tree and pulled it chest high. Grace came first. She held the line with both hands and stepped from stone to stone. Her wrapped foot slipped on the second rock. The river caught her leg and dragged it uphill. I hauled the rope tight. She swung against it, found the rock again, and crossed. Cole led Fern to the edge. The mare tested the first rock with one hoof, snorted, then jumped. The saddlebag struck the water. She landed on the second rock and leaped to the far bank. I caught her bridle. Stone wouldn't follow. The gold light entered the last row of white trees. "Blind him," Grace called. Cole pulled a blanket from Fern's saddle and covered Stone's eyes. He tied the rope around the gelding's chest, then wrapped the loose end around his own waist. "You cross first," I said. "He'll pull away if I leave him." Then Grace goes back. Her green eyes cut toward me. "My foot can't hold him on those rocks." Cole looked at the approaching light. He could have cut the rope, taken the first stone, and left Stone to slow the hunter. He didn't. He stepped into the river beside the gelding. The water reached his thighs. His face went white with cold. He used his good arm to guide Stone's front hoof onto the first rock. "Come on, gray fool," he said. "I've made worse choices than you." Stone jumped. His front feet struck the second rock. His injured rear leg hit water instead. The river pulled it uphill, twisting his hindquarters around. Cole went under. Grace and I hauled the rope. It tightened around Stone's chest. Fern planted her feet beside us as if she understood, and I looped the line around her saddle horn. "Step back," I told her. Fern leaned away from the river. Stone scraped over the rock. Cole surfaced under his neck, coughing. He shoved at the gelding's shoulder while the current dragged both of them toward the upper bend. The gold figure reached the bank. Its hook struck the rope near the white tree. One strand parted. I pulled with everything left in my arms. Stone lunged. His front half reached the far bank. Grace grabbed his bridle, and Fern kept backing. Cole came behind him on both knees, one hand twisted in the chest rope. The gold figure stepped into the river. Silver water touched its foot. The crown stone under it cracked. The light in its head spread thin. Gold plates loosened along its chin and white roots floated apart like soaked thread. The figure jerked back, but the uphill current had caught the hook. Water climbed the blade, pouring toward its shoulder. Faces appeared in the hollow head. Dozens of mouths opened in silent pain. The figure cut its own hoofed arm at the elbow with its remaining hand. The gold blade vanished into the river. Its body staggered onto the bank. The severed roots pulled together, making a blunt arm where the hook had been. We dragged Stone clear. Cole crawled from the water and lay on his back, coughing until red spit touched his beard. The gold figure stood among the white trunks across from us. It wouldn't enter the river again. For now, the water had forgotten its road. We stayed on the bank only long enough to breathe. Cole rolled onto one side and spat river water. His wet clothes clung to his narrow frame. The wrap around his upper arm had come loose, showing the dark hole where the bolt had passed through. Blood mixed with silver water and ran uphill in a thin red line. Grace caught his wrist before he could cover it again. "That needs to be tied. You've got a horse falling apart. I can see both of you." She used the last dry strip from her trouser cuff to tighten the wrap. Cole watched her hands with open suspicion, as if kindness were another kind of trap. You could have crossed without Stone, I said. I could have. You didn't. He looked across the river at the gold figure. Don't make me better than I am. A lame horse between me and that thing still has value. Grace pulled the knot hard enough to make him flinch. That's done. Now you can keep pretending. Cole gave her a thin smile. Your father taught you mercy? He taught me where to tie a bandage, so a man can still feel his fingers. I tested the torn place in my boot. The gold ring's teeth had cut through leather and sock, leaving a row of small bites along my ankle. None looked deep. The bruised rib under my coat hurt more, especially when I bent. Grace noticed me pressing it. You're doing that thing again. What thing? Deciding pain doesn't count if nobody else mentions it. It counts. I just don't have anything useful to say about it. Her hand rested briefly against my side, careful and warm through the wet coat. Then don't say anything. The gold figure moved along the opposite bank, searching for a place where the current narrowed. The moment between us ended. Grace knelt by Stone's rear leg. The gelding shook so hard his teeth knocked together. His wrap hung loose, and the swollen joint had turned dark beneath the wet hair. She touched it carefully. Stone tried to kick, but the leg barely moved. Grace sat back on her heels. Her face told me before she spoke. He can't keep doing this. We followed the river because the gold figure wouldn't. It kept pace on the far bank instead. Sometimes I saw its light through the white trunks. Sometimes the trees hid it for several minutes, and the silence felt worse. The river climbed between us, carrying its severed hook uphill with the current. The gold edge struck stones and rang like a distant bell. Stone could manage only a slow walk. Grace and I took turns holding his bridle while Cole carried the rope and watched the opposite bank. Fern stayed against the gelding's injured side. She nudged him whenever he stopped. The ground changed as we climbed. White moss thinned. Black grass pushed through it in wet clumps. The air smelled less like sour sap and more like standing water, horse sweat, and the sharp rot from Stone's leg. Grace smelled it too. She didn't say anything. After an hour, the river divided around a low island of dark earth. Water ran on both sides and joined again uphill. A fence stood on the island. Most rails had fallen, but the posts remained. Small iron bells hung from 3 of them. A stone trough sat near the center, fed by a spring bubbling from the ground. Fern pulled toward it. The gold figure stopped across the river. Its blunt arm opened along the end. White roots searched the air, then pulled back from the spray. This is as close to a stall as we're getting, I said. Grace looked at the broken fence and the thick grass inside. For how long? I don't know. Say what you mean. I hated that she knew me well enough to hear it. We can't take Stone farther. Her jaw tightened. Cole stepped onto the first rock leading to the island. The water circles it. Gold can't cross. Other things can, Grace said. Other things can reach us anywhere. She looked ready to strike him with the broken stone, then remembered she'd left its last piece in the white forest. Cole noticed too. He wisely kept moving. We led the horses through the shallow branch of river. Stone nearly fell when cold water touched his leg, but he reached the island. Fern went straight to the trough and drank. The grass inside the fence had been cropped before. Old piles of horse droppings had dried near the far posts. Travelers had used this place, though I couldn't tell how long ago. I searched the island while Grace cared for Stone. Under a fallen rail, I found an iron horseshoe, 2 bent nails, and a leather strap gone stiff with age. Near the spring stood a small pile of stones blackened by old fires. No bones lay in the grass. That counted as kindness in the king's forest. Cole crouched at the lower channel and washed his injured arm. When he pulled the wrap free, the hole through his upper arm looked raw and swollen. He rinsed it without making a sound, but his forehead shone with sweat. You need herbs, I said. So does the horse. We've got enough for both if we stop getting cut. That plan should have started 6 days ago. Grace had removed Stone's wrap. The cut above his hoof had split wider. Mud and white sap had worked into it. She boiled water in the tin cup, cleaned the leg a little at a time, and packed crushed herbs around the cut. Stone trembled under her hands. Fern stood with her head over his back. I helped rewrap the leg using cloth from the bottom of my shirt. Then Grace put both palms against the swollen joint and closed her eyes. He needs to stay off it, she said. How long? Longer than we can wait. The bells moved in a light wind. Their sound was thin, almost too high to hear. Each bell had a different mark scratched into its iron. One showed a horse head. Another held the 9-point crown with a line cut through it. The smallest carried 6 short strokes, as if someone had counted days and stopped. Near the spring, I found words worn shallow by weather. Leave what can't walk. Return if you can. Grace read them over my shoulder. Someone else made this choice, I said. That doesn't make it the right one. Not exactly. It means the forest has forced it before. She crouched and ran her fingers over the letters. Did they return? There was no answer carved beneath them. We searched the island for tracks. Hoof marks crossed one another near the trough. Some were old and hard. Others had softened at the edges but were recent enough to hold rainwater. Human prints led to the upper channel and never came back. At the lower fence, Cole found a strip of brown mane tied around a post. He pulled it free, looked at it, then placed it where Grace wouldn't have to see. The island was a refuge, not a promise. Across the river, the gold figure stood between 2 white trees. It hadn't looked away. Cole pulled on his damp shirt. Leave both horses here. Grace stared at him. He raised his good hand. Fern won't leave him willingly. Make her and she'll fight us until the whole basin hears. I can lead my own mare, I said. Go ahead. I took Fern's bridle and walked toward the upper channel. She followed for 10 feet. Then Stone called softly behind us. Fern stopped. I pulled. She backed away hard enough to drag my boots through the grass. Come on, I said. We need you. Stone called again. Fern turned, tore the bridle from my hand, and went back to him. Cole didn't smile. That made me dislike him less for being right. Grace sat on the trough. Her red hair had dried in rough curls around her face. Ash still marked one cheek. One boot remained on her left foot. The other was wrapped in cloth and strips of leather, and red had begun showing through near the toes. We leave water, grain, and the heavy blankets, she said. We repair the fence and hang the bells low. Anything large comes through, they'll hear it. We come back, I said. Her eyes met mine. We come back if there's a way. There'll be a way. You can't promise that. I can promise I'll look. Her expression softened, but not enough to hide the fear under it. And promise that. I promise. We worked until our hands shook. Grace made me sit long enough for her to inspect my ankle and palms. She rinsed the bites, rubbed crushed herb into the worst one, and wrapped my right hand where the rope had peeled the skin. You'll need this hand if the sword gets any heavier, she said. It's been getting heavier since Dead End. That's because you keep hitting things made of stone, dirt, and gold. I was hoping for a normal man next. Cole, repairing the rope several feet away, looked over. Careful what you ask for. Grace cleaned her own foot last. The coif had stuck to the shallow cuts. She bit the inside of her cheek while I poured warm water over it. Tell me if I hurt you, I said. You were hurting me. That wasn't useful. It was honest. I cut a cleaner piece of leather from an old saddle flap and shaped it under her toes. We wrapped cloth around the foot, tied the leather beneath it, and made a rough sole. It wouldn't last long, but the stones wouldn't cut her as quickly. When I finished, she kept her hand on my shoulder. You really mean to come back for them, she said. That's true. Even after the crown, especially after. Her thumb moved once against my collar. You'd make a difficult king. I haven't found anything yet. I noticed. The closeness lasted until Stone shifted and struck a bell with his shoulder. We both moved away, though neither of us needed to. I reset 2 fence rails while Cole tied the rope between broken posts. Grace hung the iron bells where the horses would brush them if they moved suddenly. We loosened both saddles and left them beneath an overhang made from rails and blankets. Most of the grain stayed in a cloth sack tied high enough to keep it dry. We couldn't carry everything. I kept my short sword, knife, flint, tin cup, half the rope, herbs, 1 blanket, and as much food as fit in a small pack. Grace carried the other blanket, food, and water. Cole took the remaining rope, a cooking pot without its lid, and a bundle of dried meat. We left the saddle gear, heavy bedrolls, spare tack, and most of our water containers. Grace cut a straight rail from the fence and shortened it with my knife. She sharpened one end and held it in the small fire until the wood darkened. I split the old horseshoe against a stone and tied one curved half near the point. It wasn't a sword, but the iron edge could catch a wrist or tear roots. She tested the staff with 2 quick turns. It's ugly, I said. It matches the company. Cole held up a thick fence post he'd chosen for himself. I feel included. Before we left, Grace checked Stone again. She pressed her forehead against the white mark on his face. "You stay with Fern," she whispered. "She's mean enough to keep you alive." Fern bumped her shoulder. Grace laughed once, but her eyes filled. I looked away to give her what little privacy the island allowed. When she joined me at the upper channel, I took her pack and shifted some of its weight into mine. "You've already got the food," she said. "I've also got 2 boots." That's a cruel use of facts. It's still true. She let me carry the weight. We crossed the water on foot. Stone called after us. Fern answered. The gray gelding tried to follow. He reached the upper fence on 3 legs and pushed his chest against the rope. One bell rang above him. Grace turned so quickly her rough sole slipped in the water. Stone lifted his injured leg and leaned harder. The rope stretched. Fern came beside him, caught the loose shoulder of his blanket in her teeth, and pulled backward. The gelding resisted once. Fern pulled again and forced him away from the fence. Grace covered her mouth with the back of her hand. "They understand more than we deserve," I said. She lowered her hand. "Then we'd better deserve the trip back." We waited until both horses returned to the trough. Neither sound followed once the river curved through the trees. We climbed beside the silver current until the white forest ended. The gold figure remained on the other bank, but the land ahead turned red. Thick trunks rose from dark soil, their bark the color of fresh clay. Long leaves hung in heavy clusters. Moisture dripped from their points with a steady ticking sound. The river narrowed and cut beneath exposed roots. On a rock above it, someone had carved the square house mark. I cleaned mud from the stone. The letters beneath it were my grandfather's. "Gold follows what stands above it. Keep low. Follow what it throws away." Grace read over my shoulder. "What does gold throw away?" "Its hook, for one thing." Cole nodded toward the river. The severed gold blade had caught between 2 stones ahead. Water poured over it. The metal had gone dull, but a faint light still moved along its edge. We waded out and pulled it free. The hook was too heavy to use whole. Its root-filled end had softened in the water. Grace planted her staff against it while I worked my knife into a seam. Cole struck the back with his fence post. A hand-sized plate broke loose. The moment it left the hook, it warmed in my palm. A thin line of light appeared across its surface, pointing toward the red forest. Cole leaned close. "That seems useful." "That means it's probably trying to kill us," Grace said. I wrapped the plate in cloth and put it inside my coat. The line still showed through. We followed it under the red roots. The smell changed again. Warm bark, wet iron, and something sweet enough to make my stomach turn. The trunks weren't hard. They gave slightly when my shoulder touched them, as if thick layers moved beneath the bark. The ground rose. The silver river vanished under a wall of roots and didn't return. For the first time since the inner overlook, the gold figure disappeared from sight. We walked until the light above the leaves dimmed. A cluster of old stone houses stood between the red trunks. Their roofs had fallen and roots grew through their windows. One house still had half a door. Inside, we found a rusted wood axe beneath a collapsed bench. The handle had split near the head. Grace sat on the floor, cut away the rotten wood, and fixed the iron head to the upper half of her staff with leather and cord. The result was short for an axe and heavy near one end. She swung it carefully. The blade struck a red root growing through the wall. The root jerked away. The whole house tightened around us. Stones shifted. The doorway narrowed as red wood pushed through both sides. "Get outside," I said. We ran before the roots closed. The house folded inward behind us. Red bark covered the stones until the ruin looked like a knot in the forest floor. Grace held the axe across her body. "At least we know it works." A bell rang far behind us. One thin iron note crossed the red forest. We all stopped. The bell rang again. It came from the island where we'd left Fern and Stone. Then the sound cut off. Grace turned back before the last ring died. I caught her arm. The river's between them and the gold thing. The bells weren't for that thing alone. You said anything large would ring them. That's what worries me. Cole watched the red trees behind us. The sound may not be real. Grace pulled free. "You don't get to decide that." "I'm not deciding. I'm remembering the house that used our voices, and the creatures that knew your names." "He's right," I said. Her eyes hardened. "Then both of you can be right while I go back." She took 3 steps. The gold plate inside my coat burned. I pulled it out. The thin line of light no longer pointed deeper into the red forest. It pointed behind us, toward the horses. Cole swore softly. "It wants us to turn." Another bell rang. This one came from ahead. Then one sounded to our left. A fourth answered from somewhere above the red leaves. The forest had copied the note. Grace stood still, axe tight in both hands. The bells rang around us, never together. Each came from a different direction. Some were faint. Others sounded close enough to touch. I wrapped the gold plate again. "We can't follow that," I said. Her face had gone pale under the ash. Stone could still be in trouble. He could. We'd never reach him by chasing false bells. She looked back through the red trunks for a long time. Then she nodded once. We kept moving. The bells followed for another hour. The red forest grew warmer. Damp air stuck my shirt to my back. The soil softened under our boots until each step left a deep print that slowly filled with dark red sap. Cole tested the ground with his post. "It's moving under us." I'd felt it too. Thick roots crossed beneath the soil. They tightened and released in slow waves, pressing against the soles of my boots. The trunks around us swelled at the same pace. Grace touched one with the flat of her axe. The bark moved away from the iron. "Keep the blade ready," I said. I was planning to admire it. The ground closed around Cole's ankle. One moment his boot stood in a wet print. The next, red soil tightened over the leather to his calf. He drove the post down and tried to pull free. The earth held him. A root rose behind his knee. It wasn't shaped like a hand until the smaller branches opened. 5 red fingers wrapped his leg and dragged him backward. Grace struck the wrist with her axe. The iron head cut through bark into pale fibers. Warm sap sprayed her coat. The root released Cole and snapped back under the soil. All the trees around us tightened. Their long leaves turned at once. The pale undersides were covered with small mouths. They opened and took in air. The sound was like hundreds of people drinking. "Get onto the roots," Grace said. Exposed roots crossed the ground ahead, thick enough to walk on. We climbed onto the nearest. The soil below began opening in long red lines. More hand roots pushed through, feeling for our boots. We moved above them. The root narrowed as it climbed. I went first, using branches for balance. Grace followed. Cole came last with his injured arm held tight to his ribs. The mouths in the weaves started speaking. My father's voice came from one side. "You've done enough, son. Come home." My mother answered from the other. "Your brothers can't do your work." I kept my eyes on the root. Ahead, the red trunks changed into the walls of our kitchen. Fire glowed in the stove. My 7 younger siblings crowded the table, their cheeks round and clean. Bread, meat, and yellow butter covered every board. My father stood at the head of the table wearing a new shirt. A gold crown rested on the shelf behind him. "You got what you wanted," he said. "Nobody's hungry." The root beneath my boots became our worn floor. I smelled hot bread. My stomach cramped so hard I nearly bent over. Grace's hand caught the back of my coat. "That isn't your house." I looked at her. She wasn't on a route anymore. She stood in a stone training yard wearing a clean guard coat. Benjamin Hammer faced her with a practice sword in one hand. "You're ready now," he told her. Her eyes filled with something worse than tears. It was hope. Cole had stopped behind us. A younger man waited on the route with him. He had Cole's narrow face without the scar or gray beard. "You came back," the young man said. Cole dropped his fence post. The red ground opened below. A hand root climbed toward his boot. "Cole, listen," I said. "He isn't there." The young man smiled. "You came back." Cole stepped off the root. Grace lunged and caught his shirt. Her bare-wrapped foot slipped. Both of them dropped to one knee as the hand root closed around Cole's ankle. I crawled back, grabbed Grace's belt, and pulled. Cole stared at the young man while the root dragged him toward the red soil. "Say something true," Grace told him. "What is it?" "Something it can't give you." The young man reached out. "You don't have to be alone." Cole's face twisted. "I left you," he said. The vision smiled wider. Cole shook his head. "That's wrong. I left you under that cart because I was afraid. I didn't go back. I searched later so I could pretend I'd tried, but I knew." The young man's face split from forehead to chin. Red leaves poured out. Cole kicked at the root around his ankle. Grace struck it with the axe. I pulled until the bruised rib under my coat burned. The root broke. Cole came onto the exposed limb with us. The kitchen around me remained. My father put a hand on the crown. You can feed them all. I smelled my mother's stew. The youngest child laughed. Grace's training yard still stood around her. Benjamin lowered the practice sword. You were right to leave, he said. I was afraid of losing you. Grace's lips parted. I took her hand. My father's hands have cracks across every knuckle, I said. That one doesn't. She looked at the man before her. My father would never admit he was wrong that quickly, she said. The training yard sagged. Stone walls softened into red bark. Grace squeezed my fingers. Your mother burns the bottom of the stew pot. She does. The bread's too perfect. She'd be offended by that. The kitchen broke apart. Red leaves fell for the table. My family collapsed into strips of bark and wet fibers. The crown on the shelf remained for 1 second longer than the rest. Then it opened like a mouth. We moved faster. The red root carried us over a sunken road and through a wall of close trunks. Hand roots snapped below. The mouths and the leaves tried different voices, but the visions didn't return with the same strength. Cole didn't speak. The red leaves kept using his brother's voice behind us. At first they begged. Then they laughed. When that failed, they accused him of leaving on purpose. Cole's shoulders tightened with each word, but he didn't turn again. Grace walked beside him for several steps. You knew he was dead? I knew he probably was. That isn't what you said at the Traveler House. Not that. You said you were still searching? I was searching for a body. Then I started searching for a way to make what I did sound less ugly. Grace's axe shifted in her hands. You killed a guard while doing it. He tried to stop me from opening the grain store after curfew. That doesn't excuse it. I'm not asking you to excuse anything. His voice had gone flat, but the red forest listened. The leaves around us formed the dead guard's shout. Boots pounded on stone that wasn't there. Cole closed his eyes once and kept walking. I understood why the forest liked regret. Hunger and fear weakened a man for a few hours. Regret could keep working for years. He picked up another branch as we passed and used it to steady himself. His face looked older than it had before. The exposed root ended at a stone wall half buried in red wood. Between us and the opening, the root crossed a gap where the ground had sunk 20 feet. Hand roots moved at the bottom, opening and closing in the red mud. The exposed limb narrowed to the width of my boot. I crossed first. The bark flexed beneath me. Halfway over, a mouth opened in the root near my heel and bit through the sole of my torn boot. I kicked free before the teeth closed around my foot. Grace came next, using the axe head against the limb as a hook. Her rough leather sole slipped once. I caught her forearm and pulled her the last step. Cole reached the middle when the voices below changed. His brother called from the mud. The dead guard answered. Then Cole's own voice said, "You always leave." A hand root rose toward his injured arm. Cole didn't look down. He jammed his branch into a fork, swung his weight past the hand, and landed beside us. The branch remained behind. Red fingers pulled it into the mud and broke it into pieces. We're running out of trees you can use as weapons, I said. The forest keeps making more. A narrow opening remained at the wall's base. We crawled through and dropped into a low hall. The air inside was cool. Red roots covered the ceiling but didn't enter the room. Iron nails had been driven into the stone in long rows. Most had rusted away. Carvings filled the walls. Seekers had drawn the gaulled figure again and again. In some pictures, it had a hook. In others, it carried a sword, a staff, or nothing at all. The hollow crown ring remained the same. Words had been cut beneath the clearest image. The hunter wears what the road gives it. Another line ran under that. It isn't the crown. It drives the living toward the crown's choice. Other pictures showed groups entering the tower together. In each, the hunter stood behind them while roots separated the travelers. One carving showed 3 people reaching for a single crown. Only one remained upright in the next picture. The final carving was different. 2 travelers stood with their backs to the crown. A third figure lay between them. The hunter's hollow head had been cut away, and a line led downward from its broken chest. Words beneath the image had been damaged, but I could read part of them. The crown watches what you save when taking it costs less. Cole studied the 3 figures. That sounds like a warning written by someone who lost. Most warnings are, Grace said. It might also be instructions, I told them. Save each other and the crown appears? Cole asked. That's not it. The forest keeps giving us choices where leaving someone would be easier. It's measuring what we do. Grace touched the carving with 2 fingers. Choice of what? Cole leaned against the wall. Who reaches it and kills for it? Who leaves others behind? Then it's been disappointed in Wesley, she said. I'm standing here, I told her. That's why. The gold plate warmed against my chest. I unwrapped it. The line pointed to the far wall. A low doorway stood there, hidden behind hanging roots. We cut them away with Grace's axe. Beyond was a short passage leading uphill. My grandfather's square house mark had been carved near the floor. Under it were 6 words. I followed light. Light followed me. Farther along, another message waited. The tower is empty when it hunts. We left the hall through the hidden passage. The red forest thinned above us. Between the trunks, black branches rose into the dim sky. They joined higher up, forming walls and narrow towers. We'd reached the base of the living trunk tower. From the overlook, it had seemed distant enough to take days. The forest had folded the miles while we weren't watching. A split in the outer roots made an entrance 20 feet high. The ground before it was covered with boot prints. They all pointed inward. Some belonged to bare feet. Some had iron heel marks. One set came from a child or a very small adult. None returned to the red forest. Grace crouched near the nearest print. These aren't all old. The mud still held water in several of them. Cole checked the trees behind us. Then other seekers enter through roots we never saw. Or the tower keeps making prints, I said. Near the entrance, the outer root had grown around a row of names. Most were hidden. One message remained clear because someone had driven iron nails around it. Don't enter while the light is gone. Below that, a second traveler had written, Don't remain outside when it returns. Grace stood. Very useful. The wrapped gold plate warmed inside my coat. Its line pointed through the opening. Cole rubbed his split lip. We can wait for the hunter or walk into the tower that ate everyone ahead of us. You left out going back through the red trees, I said. I was trying to sound hopeful. A thin gold glow appeared between the distant trunks behind us. The hunter had crossed the river or found a new road around it. No gold light showed inside the tower. That didn't make it safe. It only made the choice quick. We stepped through the roots. The entrance closed behind us. The trunk tower smelled alive. Warm sap ran down the inner walls in slow lines. The floor gave slightly under my boots. Every few seconds, something deep in the wood tightened with a dull knock. There were no windows near the ground. Thin gold shapes hung from roots overhead. At first, I thought they were crowns. There were hundreds of them, each formed from 9 narrow points joined in a ring. Some were bright. Others had gone black around the edges. They turned in the warm air without touching one another. Cole raised his branch toward the nearest. Are they false? Grace kept her axe ready. Everything's false until it cuts you. The shape above him opened. Its 9 points bent downward like legs. The ring dropped onto his branch and ran along it. Cole threw the wood away. The gold thing hit the floor, turned, and came at his boots. It wasn't metal. Thin roots covered in gold skin formed each leg. Small teeth lined the inside of the ring. I stamped on it. The legs wrapped my boot. Teeth scraped leather. Grace lit the ring with her axe. The hanging shapes overhead began opening. Keep moving, I said. The tower floor tilted under us. A passage appeared between 2 thick roots. We ran into it as gold rings dropped behind. They struck the floor with light taps, then came in a moving pack. Their legs clicked against wood. Some climbed the walls and ceiling. Others rolled on their points. The passage narrowed to a throat only wide enough for one person. I went last, slashing at the first ring to reach us. My bent sword cut 2 legs. The thing rolled under the blade and clamped around my ankle. Teeth went through the split in my boot. I drove my heel against the wall. Once, twice, then a third time. The ring cracked. Cold, gold fluid ran over my sock. More reached me. Grace pushed past Cole, hooked the axe behind my belt, and pulled me through the narrow place. The first ring struck the opening and tangled together. Cole rolled a loose knot of wood into them. The knot fit the throat and blocked it. The rings chewed through. We didn't wait. The passage climbed inside the tower. Sometimes it became steps. Sometimes the floor rose so sharply we had to use roots as handholds. Gold light shone through cracks behind us, spreading wherever the small hunters moved. The line on the plate pointed upward. After 3 turns, we reached a round chamber. A dead tree grew from its center. Unlike the living walls, it was gray and dry. Names covered the trunk. Some had dates. Some had crown marks. Many ended in a deep cut that crossed the letters out. I found Fox near shoulder height. My grandfather had carved a message beneath it. I waited here for the crown. The tower fed on waiting. A second message ran around the back of the dead trunk. The crown doesn't rest where a king can stand. Follow the hunter down. A smaller line had been added beneath in a different hand. When the throne empties, don't trust the first crown. The letters were cramped and cut with the point of a knife. There was no name beside them. I traced the words. Someone reached this room after a king died. Grace looked up at the hanging gold shapes. Then the curse may change more than the land outside. The crown will need a ruler, Cole said. Maybe it becomes easier to find. Or more desperate to choose, I answered. Grace read it twice. Down where? The tower knocked around us. The dry tree split. Gold rings poured from inside its hollow center. We ran for the only other opening. The chamber wall closed behind Cole's heel. The rings struck wood on the far side and began chewing. The new passage sloped down. My grandfather's words had given us a direction, but the tower seemed to agree too easily. We descended anyway. The first turn held a row of old packs grown into the wall. Their leather had gone soft with sap. One still had a wooden cup tied to it. Another had a child's small shoe hanging from a strap. Grace stopped at that. Some seekers brought families, she said, or found their things inside, Cole answered. Neither choice made the sight better. Farther down, a rusted spear stood upright in the floor. The shaft had become part of the tower. A human hand still gripped it, though no arm remained. When Cole reached for the iron head, roots tightened around the fingers. He pulled back. Everything here wants us to take what someone lost, I said. Grace touched the axe she'd taken from the ruined house. This came from someone. The house tried to close around us after you used it. That's not the comfort you think it is. The tower knocked again. The hanging packs opened along their seams. Small gold legs moved inside them. We hurried down before the rings could crawl free. The walls became hotter. Sap steamed in narrow grooves. Root doors opened before us and closed behind. The plate's line brightened until gold showed through its cloth wrapping. We reached a hall with a high ceiling. Thick roots crossed from wall to wall. Old weapons, packs, boots, and bits of armor had grown into them. The tower had swallowed what seekers carried. A sword hilt stuck from the wall near Grace. She looked at it, but didn't reach. Good choice, I said. I'm learning. Cole stopped beside a black-hide coat half buried in wood. It looked almost like the one he'd lost at the ash gate. He pulled away before the roots could offer more. At the far end, a huge root beam hung over a sunken floor. Clear sap dripped from it into a stone trough. The line on the gold plate pointed straight down. A low arch opened beneath the beam. We had crossed half the hall when the gold light came through the ceiling. It ran along every root at once. The hunter dropped in front of the arch. Its body had changed. The severed arm had grown into a long gold spike. New plates covered the knee Grace had damaged. White roots twisted around the missing finger. The hollow crown ring burned brighter than before. Who claims the road? It asked. Its voices filled the hall. Gold rings came from the passage behind us. We were trapped between them and the hunter. Grace shifted the axe. We don't have a road. The hunter pointed its spike at the floor. Crown stones pushed up through living wood. It made one. The first gold rings reached Cole. He swung his branch low and knocked 3 aside. A fourth climbed it. He threw the branch, drew the cooking pot from his pack, and used it like a shield. The hunter charged. I met the spike with my sword. Deal struck gold. The bent blade jumped in my hands. I turned the point aside, but the hunter's shoulder hit my chest. I flew backward and landed in warm sap. Grace came from its left. Her axe bit into the plates under its arm. The iron head stuck. The hunter turned, dragging her off her feet. Cole threw the pot. It struck the hollow head and rang hard enough to make the light pulse. The hunter released Grace's axe and went for him. Cole backed toward the sunken trough. Gold rings climbed his boots. He kicked one free and crushed another against a root. I pushed up from the sap. The hunter drove its spike at Cole's chest. Cole caught the arm with both hands. His injured right arm failed at once. The spike slid past his shoulder and cut his shirt. He twisted aside. but the hunter's free hand seized his throat. Grace pulled her axe loose and struck the back of its knee. The new blade split. I drove my short sword into the gap. The bent tip entered white roots and stopped against something hard. I put both hands on the grip and shoved. The blade broke. Half of it remained in the hunter's leg. I stumbled forward holding a short piece of steel with a jagged end. The hunter threw Cole into the wall. Roots opened and began closing around him. He shoved his good arm through the gap. A little help. Grace hooked the axe behind his belt and pulled. I grabbed his wrist. The roots tightened across his chest. The hunter stepped toward us, dragging the broken sword half in its knee. Gold rings filled the hall behind it. The huge beam over the trough moved each time the tower knocked. A thick root held it against the ceiling. Clear sap had softened the root where it crossed a stone edge. "Grace the support," I said. She saw it. I pulled Cole while she ran to the trough. Gold rings changed direction and followed her. She jumped onto the stone lip, swung the axe overhead, and struck the softened root. The first cut opened it halfway. The hunter turned. Grace struck again. The axe head went through. The root snapped. The beam dropped. It hit the hunter across the shoulders and drove it into the crown stones. Gold plates burst from its back. The hollow head struck the floor. Light shot out through every opening. The beam caught dozens of gold rings beneath it. Their legs kicked, then slowed. Cole tore free from the wall. Roots ripped cloth and skin from his back, but he stayed upright. The hunter moved under the beam. Its spikes scraped toward Grace. Gold rings swarmed over the fallen root. Two reached her back and fastened to her coat. Their teeth pulled the cloth tight against her shoulders. Cole could have taken the open arch. He was closest to it, and nothing stood between him and the dark passage. He turned away from escape. He caught one ring in the bent cooking pot, pinned it against the floor, and crushed it with his heel. The other climbed into Grace's hair. Cole seized two of its legs with his injured hand. His arm shook, but he tore it free before the teeth reached her neck. The ring closed around his wrist instead. Grace cut it off with the lower corner of her axe. The blade missed his skin by less than a finger's width. "You could have warned me," he said. "You could have kept running. I considered it." "I know." The hunter's spike cut through the trough rim. Stone ships struck my face. I took the broken half of my sword in both hands and drove the jagged end into the empty crown ring. There was no face inside. There was a knot of white roots holding a ball of gold light. The steel entered the knot. Cold hit my arms. Faces splashed around me. I saw my grandfather and my parents. Grace appeared beside Cole's brother, followed by people I'd never seen. All of them spoke at once. "Claim the road." I twisted the blade. The root knot tore. The ball of light burst from the ring. It passed through my chest without heat or pain. For 1 second, I saw the whole tower from above. Red forest surrounded it. The silver river cut through white trees. The dark island held two horses standing close together. Fern and stone were alive. Then the light shot into the floor. The hunter's body went still. Its gold plates dulled. Grace pulled me away as the beam settled lower. A plate broke from the hunter's chest. It was larger than the piece we'd taken from the hook. Lines had been etched into its inner side. I picked it up. The mark showed the trunk tower and a root curling beneath it toward a round space under the roots. "Your grandfather said down," Grace said. Cole rubbed his throat. "The arch is still open." The low arch beneath the fallen beam led into darkness. Behind us, the surviving gold rings began moving again. We took the chest plate and crawled through. Before I entered, I looked back at the crushed hunter. Its hand had reached around the fallen beam. One gold finger scraped the floor, trying to pull the body forward. White roots crawled from the broken chest toward the plate in my hands. Cole stamped on them. They wrapped his boot. Grace cut them with the axe, and clear fluid splashed her wrist. The light in the hollow head dimmed, but didn't go out. "It's still alive," she said. "It's a road wearing a body," Cole answered. "Roads don't care how many stones break." A pack of gold rings spilled into the hall. They climbed over the beam and the hunter alike. We crawled into the arch. The last thing I saw was the small rings fastening themselves to the damaged plates, covering holes with their bodies. The arch closed after us. We descended on hands and knees through a tight tunnel. The walls squeezed my shoulders. Warm sap soaked my sleeves. Cole breathed hard behind me, and Grace's axe scraped stone ahead. The tunnel finally opened into a chamber beneath the tower. A dry stone well stood at its center. Roots formed a circle around it without crossing the floor. Each root bore a burned crown mark above a heart-shaped cut. Grace looked into the well. There's light down there. I joined her. The bottom didn't show stone. It showed a room in the Capitol. An old man lay in a wide bed. His face had sunk around his eyes. Dark cloth covered the windows. A metal bowl on the floor held blood and rags. Benjamin Hammer stood beside the bed in guard armor. Grace gripped the well's edge. "That's my father." The old man coughed. His whole body lifted with it. Benjamin bent close, listening. We couldn't hear the words. The old man's hand fell from the blanket. A crown-shaped mark above his heart went dark. Every root in the chamber tightened. The well's image vanished. A bell began ringing somewhere far beyond the forest. Then insects woke inside the walls. The first beetles came through the crown marks. Flat bodies pushed from the burn lines, slick with sap. They were no larger than beans, but hundreds followed. The roots split around them. Wings opened with a dry rattle. Grace back from the well. Was that real? The bell kept ringing. I'd never heard the Capitol's death bell, but I knew what it meant. Cole did too. His face had lost what little color remained. The throne's empty. A voice moved through the roots. Not the hunter's crowd of stolen voices. This one came from the wood itself, deep enough to shake grit from the ceiling. The king has fallen. The beetles lifted. They filled the chamber in a black cloud. "Cover your faces," I said. We pulled cloth over our mouths and ran for the only opening beyond the well. Grace went first with the axe. Cole followed. I came last, swinging the broken sword when beetles struck my eyes and ears. They bit wherever skin showed. One crawled under my collar. I crushed it against my neck and felt a hot sting. More landed in my hair. The passage beyond the chamber sloped sharply down. Roots along the walls twisted as if the tower had been struck by a storm. Cracks opened under our feet. Dry dead poured through. The national curse had begun outside the forest. Inside, the crown's power had changed. Water burst from the passage wall. It came out clear for a second, then turned brown and stopped. The root around the opening shrank as if it had dried for years. Grace stumbled. I caught her pack and kept her up. "The wells," she said. I knew what she meant. West Rock's wells would be doing the same. We ran harder. The tunnel ended at a root door marked with 3 burned crowns. Grace struck it with the axe. The blade cut bark, but the door thickened around the iron. Cole shoved his shoulder against it. There has to be another way. The beetles reached the passage behind us. I pulled out the hunter's chest plate. The etched root ended at a round mark beneath the tower. 3 short lines crossed the circle. I looked at the door. 3 burned crowns. I pressed the gold plate against them. The roots recoiled. A gap opened down the middle. We forced our way through and pulled the plate free before the door shut. The beetles hit the other side. Their wings made the wood vibrate. The room beyond smelled of dust, dry leather, and old bones. Bodies sat against the walls. There were at least 30. Some wore rusted armor. Others had only scraps of clothes. Roots held them upright. Each dry chest carried a crown-shaped brand above the heart. They were finders. One skeleton still wore a strip of blue cloth across its chest. Another had a farmer's iron knife at the belt. A third sat with both hands locked around a leather pouch. The pouch had split, spilling smooth stones that had once looked like coins. Near the well, a woman's dry fingers held a plain gold band. It had no point and no mark. A false crown cut down to its simplest shape. The forest hadn't needed to trick every seeker the same way. Some had carried wood. Some had carried stones. Some had carried pieces of gold that meant nothing. All had believed long enough for the mark to burn above their hearts. People who had touched the crown and received its mark. None had made it home. Grace stepped closer to the nearest. They found it. Cole looked around the sealed chamber. The forest found them again. The dead heads turned toward us. A whisper passed from body to body. "You must return." The word didn't sound like an order. It sounded like the last thing each of them had told themselves. The farmer's knife came free of its belt. The dry hand holding it shook with old effort. The woman dropped her plain ring and stood without bending her knees. Cole backed toward the well. They were waiting for the king to die. Or for the crown to need them, Grace said. The burned brands brightened together. Leather pulled across old teeth. Fingers scraped stone. Gold light spread through the crown brands. The first body tore free from the wall. It wore a cracked iron chest plate and carried no weapon. Its hands reached for Grace's heart. She swung the axe. The blade struck its neck and stuck between dry bones. The dead finder kept coming. I kicked its knee sideways. The joint broke. It fell, taking the axe with it. 2 more stood behind Cole. He used the cooking pot to block a hand, then smashed the iron rim into a jaw. The jaw broke away, but the body caught his injured arm. Cole shouted. I drove my jagged sword half through the dead finder's elbow. The old joint separated. Cole pulled free and struck the skull with the pot until it split. More bodies tore loose. They didn't move quickly. They didn't need to. The chamber was round, the door had closed, and roots filled every crack. Grace braced one boot against the fallen finder and pulled her axe free. Stay together, she said. We put our backs near the dry well at the room's center. The finders came from 3 sides. A woman in a rotted guard coat reached first. Her right arm had 2 elbows where roots had repaired it. Grace caught the wrist with the hooked part of her axe head, pulled the arm aside, and buried the blade in the woman's chest mark. Gold light burst through the ribs. The body dropped at once. The marks, Grace said. Break the marks. Cole hit the next finder in the chest with the pot. The metal bent, but the crown brand remained. He struck again with the rim. Bone cracked under the mark, and the dead man folded. I faced 2 at once. The first wore a miner's leather apron. The second had roots instead of a lower jaw. I stepped right so the miner blocked the other, chopped the broken sword across his wrist, then stabbed the crown brand. The jagged steel entered dry ribs. A cold pull ran up my arm. For a heartbeat, I saw what the dead man had seen when he found the crown. Gold resting in a nest of black roots, close enough to touch. His hand closed around it. Joy hit him so hard, he cried. Then the vision changed. He ran through trees while the hunter followed. Friends fell behind. He didn't turn. The crown burned into his chest, but the gold object in his hand became a lump of wet wood. The vision ended when the body fell. The crown gave him copies, I said. Grace split another mark. Saved the lesson. The jawless finder climbed over the dead miner. I blocked its hands with my left forearm. Old nails scraped through cloth. It pushed me against the well. Cole came from the side and drove the pot over its head. The body staggered blind. I stabbed the mark. Across the room, roots pulled more bodies from the walls. There were too many. The gold plate under my coat grew hot. I took it out. Lines of light moved across the etched map. The round mark beneath the tower sat where the well should be. 3 lines crossed it. I looked into the dry well. 3 iron bars had been set into the inner wall. Grace opened space. She struck one finder's knee, turned, and hacked another across the hands. Cole shoved with the ruined pot. We forced the dead back far enough for me to climb onto the well rim. I pressed the gold plate against the first iron bar. Nothing happened. A finder seized the back of my coat. Cole pulled it away and took a fist across the mouth. He hit the wall hard. I moved the plate to the second bar. The well knocked beneath me. The third bar turned by itself. The stone bottom opened. Cold air rushed upward. Right there, I said. Grace backed toward the well, axe moving in short, tired strikes. How far? I can't see. That keeps happening. Cole reached us with blood running from his lip. The finders closed around him. You 2 go, he said. Grace stared. You'll follow. I'm considering it. A dead guard grabbed his shoulder. Cole slammed the pot into the crown mark, but the bent metal glanced away. I caught his belt and pulled him onto the rim. We already saved you once, I said. Don't make it a wasted effort. Grace dropped into the well first. The dark swallowed her. A moment later she called, There's water, but it's shallow. Cole went next. I kicked the nearest finder in the chest and jumped. Cold water hit my knees. I fell sideways against Cole. Grace caught the axe before its edge struck either of us. Above, dead hands reached into the opening. The well bottom started closing. A dry face pushed through the narrowing gap. Its crown mark burned brighter, then vanished behind stone. We stood in a low water tunnel. The current moved away from the tower. It smelled of iron and old leaves. The ceiling forced Cole to bend. I could stand only where roots had lifted the stone. Grace wiped water from her face. Those people were marked. They found something, I said. Not the crown. Maybe they found it and couldn't keep it. Cole touched his torn back. The law only says bring it to the capital. It doesn't say the forest lets you carry it. The death bell stopped. Silence filled the tunnel. Then the water began moving faster. We followed it. The root curled beneath the tower, matching the chest plate's map. Roots broke through the walls in thick coils. Some had dried and cracked since the king's death. Others pulsed with gold light. The hunter wasn't dead. Its light had escaped into the tower. Now it traveled in the roots around us, keeping pace. We reached a place where the tunnel divided. The water went left. The gold light went right. My grandfather had written, "Follow what it throws away." The chest plate came from the hunter. The river had carried its hook. Both pointed deeper toward the crown, but not always by the same route. Grace crouched and touched the water. The silver river heard it. Cole looked at the gold roots. The dead finders came alive when the king died. The safe rules may have changed. I held the plate between both paths. Its light line pointed right. The water tugged left. A voice came from the gold-lit tunnel. My grandfather spoke clearly. "Wesley, I found it." Grace's fingers closed around my wrist. "That isn't him." "I know." The voice continued. "I can show you where I turned back." From the water tunnel came the sound of Fern calling. Grace shut her eyes for half a second. The forest had learned which direction would hurt each of us. Cole leaned against the wall. "Pick the lie you like least." I looked at the hunter's map. The round mark beneath the tower ended at the split. No route continued beyond it. The plate wasn't a guide anymore. It was bait. I threw it into the gold tunnel. The roots closed around it. Light flared. The passage tightened until stone cracked. Something large moved behind the roots. We took the water path. The tunnel dropped. We found a narrow shelf before the deeper water and stopped long enough to bind Cole's back. The roots in the tower wall had peeled 2 long strips of skin near his shoulder blade. Grace cleaned them while I held the flint close for light. Cole's teeth stayed clenched. "You can complain," I said. "I'm saving it." "For what?" "When one of you becomes ruler and starts giving orders." Grace tied the cloth. "You'll complain no matter who wins. If I'm alive, I'll consider it a duty." Her hands paused. "You still want the crown?" Cole looked into the dark water. "I want what I thought it could fix. That isn't the same thing anymore. Would you take it if it sat here?" He didn't answer quickly enough. I shifted the broken sword half in my hand. Cole noticed. "I still would," he said. "You wanted honesty." Grace stood. "Then stay where we can see you." The tunnel dropped again. Cold current rose to our waists, then our chests. We held our packs above the water and kept one hand on the wall. Grace's wrapped foot dragged. Cole's injured arm had gone stiff against his body. The current carried us around a bend and through a curtain of hanging roots. We came out behind a waterfall. The upward flow struck the cavern roof and spread through cracks, feeding streams that climbed toward the cliffs. Water had carved a narrow shelf behind the falling sheet. We stood on it shoulder to shoulder, soaked and shivering. The mist hid the far side in slow waves. During one clear moment, I saw roots covering the cavern walls. Thousands of objects hung among them: broken swords, rusted keys, empty coin bags, strips of guard cloth, children's toys, and plain iron tools. Things people had carried because they believed they'd need them after becoming ruler. The crown hadn't only taken weapons and blood. It had collected plans for lives that never happened. Grace saw a guard badge caught in the roots. She didn't touch it. Cole found a small wooden horse hanging by one leg. His face tightened, but he moved past. Then the mist opened again. Silver water climbed from a dark pool in front of us and rose into the roof of a vast cavern. The flow went upward in one solid sheet. Mist filled the air. On the far side stood the gold hunter. It had rebuilt itself from the roots. The chest plates remained broken. The ring around its head had lost one of its 9 points. The spike arm had changed into a long hand with too many joints. Inside its open chest, held behind white root ribs, rested a golden crown. It wasn't a shape made from light. It was solid. 9 points rose from a plain gold band darkened by old blood. The hunter placed one hand over it, its hollow head filled with the dead king's face. "Come earn me," it said. The dead king's face smiled. Water climbed between us and the hunter in a solid silver sheet. Mist rolled across the pool and wet my eyes. The crown inside the white root ribs caught every scrap of light. 9 points. Plain band. Dark stains that looked old enough to have survived a dozen rulers. My body wanted to move before my mind caught up. I felt it in my hands, in the pull of my legs, in the stupid certainty that 3 strides and 1 hard leap could end the journey. Grace tightened her grip on the wood axe. That has to be the first crown. Cole wiped blood from his split mouth with the back of his hand. It looks real enough. So did the one those dead seekers carried, I said. The hunter stepped toward the pool. Its long hand entered the upward flowing water. Silver ran over the gold fingers. Steam lifted at once. The joints blackened and the creature pulled back. The dead king's face twisted with pain that couldn't belong to him. "Come earn me," it repeated. Behind the waterfall, our shelf narrowed to nothing at both ends. The tunnel we'd followed had closed under a mat of white roots. I could still hear water moving behind them, but there wasn't room to cut through before the hunter found another root. Cole looked up. The waterfall struck the cavern roof 20 feet above us. "It can't cross the silver." "It grew a road across the last river," Grace said. "Then we moved before it remembers how." The dark pool below the rising water looked deep enough to swallow the tower. Broken weapons and old tools hung in roots along the walls. A length of iron chain dangled 10 feet to our left, its lower end just above the pool. I pointed. "The chain." Grace followed my hand. "We'd have to leave the shelf." "We can't stay." The hunter touched the crown with one blackened finger. The dead king's face cleared. His eyes found Grace. "Your father watched me die," it said. Grace went still. The voice was exact. Weak from sickness, scraped raw by coughing, but steady beneath it. The same voice we'd heard through the well. "Benjamin begged me to hold another day," the face continued. "He thought his daughter would return." Grace's jaw tightened. "That's not the king." "No, it isn't," I said. "It's what hurt him." The hunter looked at me next. My father's face filled the hollow head. "Your brothers can't keep the south field turned," it said. "The insects reached the grain shed this morning. Your mother sealed the door and heard them eating through the boards." The words hit harder because they could be true. The king had died. The curse had started. Every hour we spent beneath the tower might cost farms, wells, and lives outside. Cole moved before either of us. He ran along the shelf toward the hanging chain. "Cole, stop," Grace snapped. He jumped, caught the chain with his left hand, and swung over the black pool. His injured right arm stayed locked against his side. The chain groaned where roots held it above. The hunter's head became a younger man with Cole's narrow face. "You always run first," it said. Cole kicked off the cavern wall. "Not today." He swung toward a second shelf on the near side of the silver flow. His boots struck stone. He slipped, hit one knee, and caught a root before he fell. The chain swung back. Grace checked the axe head. "You go next. Your foot's worse. That's why you're going to catch me." I tucked the jagged sword half through my belt and reached for the chain. The cold iron tore at the rope burns in my palm. I jumped. The pool moved below me. It wasn't water. It was spaces. Hundreds of pale faces pressed just beneath the dark surface. Mouths open, eyes filmed white. Some wore crown marks above their hearts. Others had smooth skin where the marks should have been. Their hands rose but stopped inches below the surface, as if a clear cover held them down. The chain carried me past the rising silver sheet. Cold spray struck my side. My bad ribs clenched so hard that my grip opened. Cole caught the back of my coat and dragged me onto the shelf. "You weigh more than you look," he said. "You complain more than you promise." I promised to save it. Grace leaped. Her rough leather sole slipped from the stone at takeoff. She caught the chain with both hands, but her body swung low. One boot skimmed the black surface. The hands beneath it struck upward. The pool broke. Gray fingers closed around her ankle. Grace yelled and swung the axe down. The blade hit her wrist. Black water sprayed her coat, but the hand held. I dropped flat and reached over the edge. "Give me your hand." She caught my wrist. Cole seized my belt. The chain pulled away while the thing below pulled Grace down. The hunter walked along the far bank, keeping pace. My mother's face appeared in its head. "Let her go, Wesley." The words came in my mother's tired farm kitchen voice. "The crown is across the water. She'll only slow you." Grace's grip shifted. Her wet fingers began sliding over my wrist. I shoved the broken sword half into the pool. The jagged end entered the gray forearm. The thing below opened its mouth. Water filled it without a sound. I saw through soft flesh and struck something hard. The hand released. Cole pulled. Grace came over the shelf edge and landed across my legs. The chain swung back empty. For a few breaths, none of us moved. Grace's red hair lay across my chest. Her cheek pressed against my coat. I could feel her breathing through the wet cloth. "Still have the axe?" I asked. She lifted it beside my head. "Still have you?" "Most of me." Cole released my belt. "Save the touching for somewhere that isn't full of drowned dead." Grace pushed herself upright, but her hand stayed on my shoulder a moment longer than it needed to. We were on a stone path, curving around the pool. The silver water rose in the center, climbed into the roof, and vanished through cracks. Across the cavern, the hunter stood on a low platform built from roots and old shields. The crown remained inside its chest. The path between us and it had no rail. The black pool lapped against both sides. The faces below followed us as we moved. 3 iron posts stood along the path. Each had a crown shape cut through its top. The first was marked with a fox. The second carried a hammer. The third showed a reed bent over water. Cole stopped at the reed. "Those weren't here before," he said. "They were waiting for our names," Grace answered. The hunter held out its long hand. Roots rose from the path behind us and blocked the chain. More pushed from the pool ahead. They formed 3 narrow lanes leading toward the platform. A voice came from the stone under my boots. "1 crown. 1 road. 1 life returned." Grace glanced at me. "Returned from where?" The fox post opened down the middle. Warm light spilled across the path. I saw my family's kitchen beyond it. My father stood at the table with his sleeves rolled past his elbows. My mother pulled bread from the oven. My brothers and sisters crowded the benches, louder than they ever dared when work waited. No insects scraped inside the walls. No wells had failed. The windows showed green fields under a clean sky. My mother turned and saw me. "You came home," she said. The hammer post opened for Grace. Benjamin stood in a guard yard with sunlight on his gray hair. He wore no armor. His sword lay on a bench, and he held Fern's reins. Behind him rose the Capitol walls, clean and whole. "Grace, listen," he said. "You were right. I should have trusted you." The reed post opened. Cole's brother waited beside a mill stream. He was alive, older than the copy in the Red Forest, with a beard and 2 children clinging to his coat. A small house stood among pear trees behind him. Cole's face emptied. The stone voice spoke again. "Take the crown. Choose the life returned." The 3 lanes split farther apart. The hunter opened its root ribs. The crown slid forward until it rested in its waiting hand. "First one to me chooses," the dead king said. Cole stepped into his lane. Grace raised the axe. "Cole, don't." He didn't look at us. "You saw him. We saw what the forest learned from you. You don't know that." "You do." You walked faster. The stone under our feet changed. My lane tilted toward the hunter. Grace's tilted away. Iron bars rose between us, too close together to squeeze through. I started forward. My family's doorway widened. My youngest sister ran from the table. She looked exactly as she looked when I left, down to the flower on her nose. She gripped the bars on the other side. "Wesley, please." The voice broke on my name. I kept moving. The hunter lowered the crown toward Cole. He was closest. 10 paces. Then 8. Grace struck the bars with her axe. The wood handle jarred in her hands. "Wesley, the carving." 2 people turned their backs on the crown. A root burst from the path and wrapped her injured leg. She fell hard. Another root caught her axe wrist and pulled it through the bars toward the pool. Cole looked back. The hunter brought the crown closer to him. His brother reached through the reed doorway. "Don't leave me again." Cole's left hand rose. I rammed my shoulder into the bars. Iron bit my bruised chest. The bars didn't shift. Grace chopped at the root with her free hand guiding the axe, but the angle was wrong. The pool hands gathered below her. "Cole, look at her," I said. He stared at the crown. "I can bring him back." "No, you can't," Grace said through clenched teeth. "You can choose a lie that knows his face." The crown touched Cole's fingertips. Gold light ran up his hand. A crown mark appeared through his torn shirt, burning above his heart. The hunter's head became his brother. "Take it." Cole closed his fingers around the band. Then Grace's stone lane broke. Half the path dropped into the pool. She caught the edge with one hand. The root around her leg dragged her lower. Gray arms broke the surface and quadded her coat. Cole looked at her. He looked at the brother in the hunter's head. His grip tightened once. Then he let go of the crown. He turned his back on it and ran. The gold mark vanished from his chest. The hunter struck at him with its long hand. Cole ducked under the fingers, jumped the gap between lanes, and hit the bars beside Grace. He drove the bent pot between two rods and twisted. Metal shrieked. The rod spread enough for him to force one shoulder through. I turned away from the crown. The family kitchen vanished. My lane stopped pulling me forward. I struck the bars with the jagged sword half. Cole kicked from the other side. One iron rod tore loose from the path. I squeezed through and dropped beside Grace. The pull hands had her coat and hair. Cole held her wrist. I hacked through the root around her leg, then stabbed one gray hand after another. Grace used the axe hook to catch the path edge. We hauled her onto the remaining stone. The hunter roared in 3 voices. The false doorway slammed shut. The ground fell from its hand and struck the platform. It rang like thin wood. Gold peeled from the band. Underneath was a circle of black roots tied with human hair. "First crown," Grace said. The hunter charged. There wasn't room to fight it on the broken lanes. Cole tore the loose iron rod free and held it like a staff. Grace got to one knee with the axe. I stood between them with my knife in one hand and broken steel in the other. The hunter crossed the first gap without slowing. Cole thrust the rod into its chest. The point passed between the white root ribs and struck the false crown on the platform behind it. The root circle split. Every face beneath the pool opened its mouth. The water dropped. It fell so fast that the silver column in the cavern center shuddered. The black surface sank 10 feet, then 20, exposing walls slick with mud and bodies pinned under clear root sheets. The hunter lost its footing as the current pulled toward a hole below the platform. Grace hooked its blackened hand with the axe and dragged sideways. I drove the jagged sword half into the open chest where the crown had rested. There was no heart inside. There was a tunnel. A narrow passage ran through the hunter's body and into the roots behind it. Gold light moved along the walls like blood under thin skin. The carving returned to me. The hollow head cut away. A line leading downward from the broken chest. "Through it," I said. Cole stared at the opening. "That's your plan?" "It's the only road the first crown was hiding." The hunter twisted. Its long hand seized my coat and lifted me from the path. Grace buried the axe in its elbow. Cole drove the iron rod through the split false crown and into the platform. Roots around the hunter's legs tightened toward the broken circle, pinning it for one breath. That was enough. I climbed into its chest. White ribs scraped my shoulders. The passage beyond sloped down through hot roots. I crawled until there was room to turn, then reached back. Grace came next. Cole followed with the iron rod and the crushed pot tied to his belt. The hunter tore free as Cole's boots disappeared inside. Gold fingers reached after us. The passage contracted. Roots pressed my back and chest. I crawled faster, pushing my pack ahead. Grace's breath came close behind my boots. Cole cursed when the hunter got his coat. I grabbed his left wrist. Grace caught his belt. We pulled while cloth ripped. Cole came free without half the back of his coat. The roots snapped shut behind him. The hunter's roar became a dull knock above us. We slid down a wet slope and landed together in cold mud. Darkness closed around us. For several breaths, the only light came from thin gold veins in the roots overhead. Cole rolled onto his back. His chest rose and fell under the torn shirt. Grace looked at the place where the false mark had burned above his heart. "You touched it," she said. "I know." "You almost took it." "I know that too." I waited for her to accuse him of more. Instead, she held out a hand. Cole looked at it, then let her pull him upright. "You came back," she said. He glanced toward the sealed passage. "Don't make me sound better than I am." "I wouldn't risk it." The gold veins brightened. Ahead of us, something breathed beneath the mud. Not one body. There were many. The ground rose in slow, uneven humps, and crown marks began to glow under the black surface. The first hand came through the mud beside my knee. Its skin had the color of soaked paper. A black root ran through the wrist and disappeared beneath the surface. The fingers spread, found my boot, and tightened. I stabbed down with my knife. The blade entered the back of the hand. Thick brown water pushed from the cut. The fingers kept pulling. "The marks," Grace said. "Find their chests." The mud rose everywhere. Bodies sat up around us, first shoulders, then heads, then torsos wrapped in rotted travel clothes. Some still wore scraps of mail. One had a pack fused to its back. Another held a stone hammer with the handle grown through its palm. Each chest carried a dim crowned shape under the skin. Cole planted the iron rod and dragged himself upright. There are at least 12. There are more under us, I said. The hand on my boot pulled hard enough to sink my foot to the ankle. I cut through 2 fingers, twisted free, and back toward a wall of pale roots. Grace stood on her good foot and used the axe in short chops. The first body reached for her. She struck the wrist aside, stepped close, and drove the blade into the glowing mark. The chest split with a dry crack. Gold light leaked into the mud. The other bodies turned toward it. They dropped to their hands and knees and began crawling over one another, trying to reach the broken mark. They want the light, I said. Cole swung the iron rod across a dead seeker's face. Teeth and mud flew. Then give them some farther away. Grace hooked the axe into the fallen body's shirt and pulled it toward the far side of the chamber. Cole used the rod to shove. The cracked chest left a bright smear across the mud. The buried crowd followed. 3 bodies climbed over my legs. I hacked at fingers with the broken sword haft, but every movement drove me deeper into the mud. A woman with roots sewn across her eyes found my shoulder and pushed me backward. My injured rib struck the wall. Pain emptied my lungs. Her chest mark brightened as she leaned over me. The crown shape wasn't burned into the skin like Cole's false mark had been. It moved beneath it. Thin gold roots crawled from point to point. I jammed my knife under the lowest point and pulled upward. The skin opened. A small ring of twisted roots sat behind her breastbone. It looked like the false crown we'd broken above, only smaller. I hooked it with a knife and tore it free. The body collapsed. The root ring burned my glove. I threw it toward the chamber's far corner. Every dead seeker changed direction. They went after it in a wet rush, climbing across the cracked body Grace and Cole had moved. Their hands dug through mud. Their mouths bit at one another's arms. The ring vanished under them, but the pile kept growing. Grace reached me and caught my coat. Can you stand? I can stand somewhere harder than this. We searched the walls. The sealed passage behind us pulsed with the hunter's blows. Each impact shook mud from the roots. The other side held no door, only a downward slope, blocked by ribbed roots. Cole drove the iron rod between 2 ribs and pulled. These move. Grace joined him. The roots bent apart with a sound like green wood under an axe. I shoved my pack through first. The pile of dead seekers broke apart behind us. One rose with the small root crown clenched between its teeth. Gold light shone through its cheeks. The others tore at its jaw. Move faster, I said. Grace crawled through the opening. Cole followed. I turned sideways and forced myself between the roots after them. A dead hand caught my ankle. I kicked once and hit a face. The grip tightened. Cole reached back with the iron rod and drove the end past my boot. Bone cracked. The hand released, and I pulled my leg through. The roots closed. Dead fingers pushed between them but couldn't reach us. We stood in a narrow stone hall. Mud covered us from the knees down. The air smelled of wet iron and burned hair. Gold veins ran through the ceiling, but their light weakened with every step away from the hunter. The hall ended in a round room with 6 stone seats. None faced the center. Each had been placed toward a different wall, as though the people who'd used them couldn't bear to look at one another. A dry channel crossed the floor. Black stains marked its edges. On a raised stone at the center sat an iron box no larger than a bread loaf. Cole stopped at the entrance. That feels prepared. Everything here is prepared, Grace said. I checked the walls before approaching. No loose roots. No holes at ankle height. No marks except shallow cuts behind each seat. The closest read, I chose my daughter. The next read, I chose my men. A third said, I chose the road home. The fourth had been hacked until only 2 words remained. I chose. Grace read over my shoulder. These people turned away from the false crown. Maybe they did, Cole said. Or they told themselves they did. He kept his eyes off the iron box. I used the jagged sword haft to lift its latch. Nothing moved. Inside lay 3 pieces of flat bread wrapped in waxed cloth, a stoppered clay bottle, and a strip of clean linen. The bread had gone hard, but there was no mold. The bottle smelled of sharp spirits. Beneath them was a thin sheet of beaten copper scratched with words. The first crown gives back what grief took. It gives nothing. It makes a door and asks you to close it on the living. The true road begins after all who reach for it turn away. Below that, a different hand had added another line. Do not mistake mercy for trust. Cole read it twice. That last part's about me. It could be about any of us, I said. Grace looked at the bread. The food could be another test. My stomach cramped at the smell of it. We'd eaten little since leaving the horses. The climb, the tower, and the water had taken more than we had left. I broke one piece in half. The inside was gray but clean. I touched a crumb to my tongue and waited. It tasted of salt, smoke, and old grain. If I start promising to return your family, don't eat it, I said. Cole took a piece. That won't narrow it down. We ate slowly. The bread was too dry to swallow without water, but it settled in my stomach and stayed there. Grace used a little of the sharp spirit to clean the new cuts around Cole's back and my ankle. He hissed through his teeth but didn't pull away. We split the clean linen. Grace replaced the soaked wrap around her foot. I tightened the cloth on my forearm and checked the bites around my ankle. None had turned black. Cole packed a narrow strip against the torn skin near his shoulder. No one suggested sleep. The hunter struck the sealed passage again. Dust fell from the round room's ceiling. Cole sat on the stone seat marked, I chose my men. His wet shirt clung to the fading red line above his heart. Grace noticed it too. The false mark isn't gone. He looked down. A thin half-circle remained under the skin. It stopped burning, he said. That doesn't mean it stopped doing anything. You want to cut it out? She considered him with enough seriousness that he covered it with one hand. I crouched in front of him. What did it feel like when you touched the crown? Cole looked toward the iron box. It felt warm, he said. Then I could remember everything about my brother without the bad parts. His laugh. The way he'd steal the first piece of bread and swear he hadn't. The sound he made when he slept near the mill wheel. His mouth tightened. I knew it was wrong because it felt clean. Real memories aren't clean. Grace rested the axe across her knees. Why did you let go? The path broke under you. That isn't what I asked. Cole rubbed mud from the iron rod. I saw myself take it. I saw you fall. Wesley came after me. I got to the capital alone and spent the rest of my life calling that strength. The hunter hit the roots again. I already left one person behind, he said. I couldn't make it the only thing I know how to do. Grace nodded once. It wasn't forgiveness. It was something harder to earn and easier to lose. The dry channel in the floor made a small clicking sound. We stood. A thread of water appeared at the far wall. It entered the channel and moved around the central stone. Silver shone beneath the black stains. The upward river was draining through the tower. The water touched the first stone seat. Letters appeared in the wall above it. What remains when the thing you want is taken? The second seat lit next. What remains when the person you love is taken? The third. What remains when your name is taken? The final 3 seats carried no words. Their backs began to turn toward us with a slow scrape. They weren't seats. They were lids. The first opened onto a narrow shaft. Cold air rose from below. The second revealed packed bones. The third held a nest of pale fingers that withdrew into the dark. The fourth opened under Grace. I caught her arm as the stone dropped away. Her axe struck the floor and slid toward the shaft. Cole pinned it with the iron rod. Grace hung over darkness, her bad foot scraping the stone wall. A voice below spoke her full name. Grace Hammer. The name, Takers, had found us again. More voices rose from the other open seats. Wesley Fox. Cole Reed. The pale fingers climbed. I pulled Grace on a solid stone. Cole kicked the first hand back into its hole. The room's entrance sealed behind a slab of root and rock. The silver water in the channel rose over our boots. Where it touched the pale fingers, they smoked and curled. The water hurts them, Grace said. It won't fill the room fast enough, Cole answered. The open shaft under the first seat carried the coldest air. No fingers climbed from it. A small square house mark had been cut inside the rim. My grandfather's mark. I pointed. That one goes down. A name taker rose from the bone shaft. Its body had my height, my coat, and my face. The mouth opened too wide. Wesley Fox, it said in my voice. Another pulled itself from the finger nest wearing Grace's red hair. A third came from beneath the fallen seat with Cole's scar already cut into its cheek. We backed toward my grandfather's shaft. The copies stepped into the silver channel. Their feet burned, but they kept coming. The one wearing my face smiled. "You brought us all the way to the crown," it said. Then the room filled with our voices. The copy wearing my face came first. It crossed the silver channel with smoke curling from its boots. Its right hand held a short sword that matched the one I'd bought in Dead End, whole and clean as if the tower had never broken it. I had my knife and half a blade. The copy knew that. It struck low at my injured ankle. I stepped back, caught the sword with the jagged steel, and turned the point into the stone seat. The impact shook my arm to the shoulder. The copy leaned close enough for me to smell damp moss in its mouth. "Wesley Fox," it whispered. The sounds made the crown marks under the mudroom behind us flare through the sealed wall. The thing had more than my face. It had the pull of my name. My hand weakened around the broken steel. Grace hit it from the side. Her axe entered the copy's upper arm. White fibers split instead of muscle. The false sword scraped past my coat and struck the floor. The copy with Grace's face caught her hair from behind. Real Grace grunted and drove an elbow backward. The false one moved exactly as she would, shifting its hips and avoiding the full force. It wrapped both arms around her and dragged her towards the open shaft full of bones. Cole met his own copy in the silver channel. The false Cole carried a crossbow. It raised the weapon one-handed. The string snapped forward. Cole threw himself sideways. The bolt passed his ear and struck my copy in the neck. The point punched through white fibers. My face turned toward Cole with a surprised look I hoped I never made. "Even false me has bad aim," Cole said. His copy dropped the crossbow and charged. Cole set the iron rod across his body. They hit hard enough to drive him through the channel. Silver water splashed his knees and burned the copy's legs. Cole twisted the rod, used the thing's rush against it, and threw it face first into the flow. The false Cole screamed with his brother's voice. That stopped him. The copy rolled, caught the rod, and pulled. Cole's injured right arm failed. He fell to one knee. I couldn't reach him. My copy had torn the bolt from its neck, and now used it like a knife. The point came at my eye. I knocked it aside, stepped inside the arm, and drove my knife under its ribs. There was no crown mark. The blade entered roots and stuck. The copy smiled through my teeth. "You don't know where your heart is, either." It head-butted me. Light burst behind my eyes. I lost the knife and hit the edge of a stone seat. The copy raised its false sword. Grace shouted my name. The word came from both women. I looked toward the sound and saw them struggling beside the bone shaft. Same red hair, same torn coat, same mud on their faces. The false Grace had copied the rough leather sole and the cut along her cheek. The real Grace still had one thing it didn't. Fear for me? She wasn't looking at the axe or the shaft. She was looking past her copy at the blade above my head. I rolled. The sword struck stone where my neck had been. I caught the copy's wrist with both hands and bit down against the pain in my ribs. It pushed harder. The edge lowered toward my throat. Silver water touched my fingers. The channel had risen over the seat base. I shoved the copy's hand down. Its knuckles entered the flow. Skin peeled from the false fingers. The sword dropped. I seized the wrist and pulled the whole arm into the channel. The copy jerked as silver spread through its roots. I drove my boot into its knee. It fell across the water. Steam covered its face. I snatched my knife from its side and pushed the blade through the back of its head. The body softened and collapsed into a mat of white strands. Across the room, Grace hooked her axe behind the false Grace's leg. The copy knew the move and jumped it, but that brought both feet over the silver channel. Cole swept the iron rod under them. The false Grace landed in the water. Its red hair blackened. Its mouth opened with Benjamin's voice. "You left without saying goodbye?" Grace froze for half a breath. Then she struck the copy's chest with the axe. I planned to say it in person. The body split and washed apart. False Cole still held the iron rod. He and the real man pulled from opposite ends, boots sliding in the channel. The copy changed its face. Cole's brother looked back at him. "You found me," it said. Cole's grip loosened. Grace limped toward him. "It isn't your brother." "I know what it is." "Then stop letting it use him." The copy pulled again. Cole stepped forward instead of fighting the force. He drove his forehead into the false face. The nose flattened without blood. Before the copy could recover, he turned the rod and forced one end beneath its chin. He pushed it backward into the channel. Silver climbed its legs. The brother's face remained until the body came apart. Cole held the rod over the empty water. His breath shook once. Then he looked at the shaft marked by my grandfather. Let's leave before they make better versions. The room answered by speaking our names again. Voices filled the open seats. Pale fingers climbed the rims. New faces formed in the shafts, some ours and some taken from memory. I recovered the false sword. It felt solid, but the edge softened when I pressed it to stone. White fibers showed under the metal color. It won't last, I said. It'll last longer than your good intentions, Cole answered. I gave it to him. He tested the grip with his left hand and tucked the iron rod under his injured arm. Grace lowered herself into the marked shaft first. Roots crossed the opening at uneven spaces, making a ladder. She kept the axe through her belt and used both hands. I followed. Cole came last. The copies reached the rim above us. My face looked down. Wesley Fox. I moved faster. The shaft narrowed around my shoulders. Cold air pushed upward. The roots beneath my boots trembled as more weight entered above. Cole looked down. They followed. Grace reached a small opening in the wall and crawled through. I went after her, then turned and caught Cole's left arm. He swung into the opening as false hands reached his boots. One seized the iron rod. Cole held on. Leave it, I said. I just got it. More fingers closed around the other end. The root rung under his foot cracked. Grace grabbed the back of his belt. Lose the rod, or lose the leg. Cole released it. The iron vanished up the shaft. A moment later, it struck the walls several times as the copies fought over it. We crawled away. The side passage stayed low for 30 feet, then opened into a space barely tall enough to sit. The stone floor was dry. Roots formed a thick ceiling above us, rising and lowering in a slow rhythm. The whole chamber breathed. Grace held up a hand for silence. The copies moved through the shaft behind us. Their voices grew faint when we didn't answer. My name came once more. Then the breathing roots tightened over the passage and sealed it. Darkness remained. I struck the flint over a scrap of dry cloth. The first sparks died. The third caught, and Grace lit one of our last candles. The weak flame showed an old camp. A blanket had rotted into the floor. A rusted tin cup sat beside a circle of black ash. Someone had driven 3 iron nails into the wall and hung strips of leather from them. The leather had writing cut into it. A square house mark sat above the first strip. I moved closer. The cuts were shallow, made by a shaking hand. I reached the first crown and turned away. That wasn't enough. The second strip continued. The road below learned our names. We stopped using them. My friend called me farmer. I called him guard. Grace touched the word guard. Your grandfather came with someone. He never told my family. Cole sat against the wall and examined the false sword. Its point had begun fraying. People leave parts out when they return alone. The third strip was longer. Guard was hurt before we found the true road. The forest offered to heal him if I took the gold and left him. I carried him instead. We found a way out, but I never found the true crown again. Below the message, the leather had been cut away. Only the first line of a final note remained. The house charm was his. I stared at those words. The iron charm my mother had placed in my hand on my birthday had belonged to my grandfather's companion. It had opened the bone guardian and broken in the ash grove. The man had carried it into the forest before my grandfather carried it home. Grace lowered herself beside me. Her shoulder touched mine. He chose the guard, she said, and the guard still died. It doesn't say that. He came home alone. The breathing ceiling pressed lower, then rose. I imagined my grandfather younger, carrying an injured man through changing roads. I imagined him reaching our farm with the iron charm and no crown. My family had remembered the failed journey, but not the person he'd tried to save. Maybe that's what frightened him, I said. Not the forest. Having to decide whether the choice mattered when it didn't save anyone. Grace turned toward me. Candlelight caught the green in her eyes. It mattered to the guard. We don't know that. I'd rather be carried out and die knowing you tried than watch you take the crown and leave me under a tree. Her voice stayed low. No grand promise. No demand. It hurt more because she meant it. I touched the cut along her cheek with the back of 2 fingers. Mud had dried near her hairline. She leaned into my hand for a second. I'm not leaving you, I said. You may not get to choose. Then I'll make the forest regret asking. The corner of her mouth lifted. She kissed me before either of us could turn it into a speech. Her lips were cold. One hand caught my coat near the collar. The kiss lasted only a few breaths, but it took the cavern, the hunter, and the crown out of my head, long enough for me to remember why I wanted a life beyond them. Cole cleared his throat from the other wall. The roots are opening. Grace pulled back. You could have waited. I did. Longer than was comfortable. A seam had appeared beneath the leather strips. Cold blue light showed through it. We packed the messages carefully. I took the strip about the charm and folded it into the dry center of my shirt. The rest stayed on the wall for anyone who came behind us. The breathing roots lifted. A stone door swung inward beneath them. Beyond lay a long corridor lined with shallow pools. Each pool held a reflection, though no person stood over it. My father looked up from the first. Benjamin waited in the second. Cole's brother stood in the third. At the far end, a plain gold crown rested on the floor. It had no blood on it and no light around it. Grace raised her axe. Second crown, she said. The plain crown waited at the far end of the corridor. It sat directly on the stone, small enough to lift with one hand. No roots guarded it. No dead king spoke through the walls. The shallow pools along both sides stayed still, each holding a face that belonged somewhere outside the forest. My father looked older than he had when I left. He stood in the south field with a cloth tied over his mouth. Brown insects covered the cut grain behind him. My brothers beat at them with sacks while my mother burned damp straw in a ditch. Smoke dragged low across the farm. The image didn't offer me a clean homecoming. It showed the curse. Grace knelt beside the next pool. Benjamin stood in the king's chamber. The bed behind him was empty. Guards carried the dead ruler through an open door under a gray sheet. Black flies struck the windows in such numbers that daylight came through in moving holes. Benjamin's lips moved. The pool gave us no sound. Grace leaned closer. Can you read it? I asked. He's ordering the gates shut. Is he alive? He was when this was taken. Cole stayed away from the third pool. His brother stood in it beside the mill stream, but the image was wrong in a new way. The young man wasn't calling to him. He lay face down in the reeds while water moved his coat. Cole looked once and continued toward the crown. These aren't promises, he said. They're windows. Or better lies, Grace answered. The pool beside my father's changed. A dry well appeared. People lowered a bucket and brought it up full of black beetles. The next pool showed cattle lying in a field. Another held a child sweating under blankets while a healer burned herbs nearby. The corridor was showing the country fail one piece at a time. The crown at the end remained dull. We moved carefully between the pools. I kept my knife ready. Grace tested each stretch of floor with the axe handle. Cole carried the false sword in his left hand. Its edge had peeled back to white fibers, but the point still held its shape. The pools followed us. My family appeared on my side. Benjamin stayed on Grace's. Cole's brother moved from one pool to the next on his, dead in each image in a different place. After 10 paces, the first whisper came. Come, farmer. It used the name my grandfather's companion had given him below the tower. I didn't answer. Grace's pool whispered, Come, guard. Cole's said, Come, brother. The water trembled. The name takers couldn't use our full names without making bodies. Here they tried the smaller names people carried for one another. Cole glanced at me. Don't say anything you want kept. That includes complaints, Grace said. Then this may be my final hour. The plain crown grew closer. It had no points. The band was smooth except for 3 square holes around the rim. The floor beneath it carried the same 3 marks we'd seen above. Fox, hammer, reed. It's a lock, I said. Grace looked back at the pools. A lock that once 3 people. The moment she spoke, her reflection turned. Not Benjamin. Grace herself. The copy in the pool wore a clean guard coat and both boots. A gold crown mark shone above her heart. She sat beside a throne, while a man remained hidden in shadow on it. My pool showed me in a field. I wore plain clothes and held a child on my shoulders. Grace stood at the fence, laughing at something outside the image. There was no throne. Cole's pool showed him alone in a stone room. A crown lay on the table, and every chair around it was empty. He looked away first. The forest has poor taste in futures. It found one you hate, I said. It found one I recognize. We reached the crown. 3 narrow slots had been cut into the floor around it. Each matched the width of a weapon. The fox mark lay before me. The hammer before Grace. The reed before Cole. Words appeared in the stone. Place down what kept you alive. Grace's hand tightened on the axe. It wants our weapons. It wants them again, Cole said. His false sword shed another strip of its metal-colored skin. That thing didn't keep you alive, I told him. My charm and easy manner did most of the work. The pool behind him spoke with his brother's voice. He ran. Cole didn't turn. I studied the slots. There was no promise that we'd get anything back. My knife had been my last proper steel. The broken sword half was ugly, but it had opened chest marks and cut roots. Grace's axe was the only solid striking weapon among us. The crown asked for what remained, not what had been lost. I drew my knife. Grace caught my wrist. Keep the knife. Use the broken piece. The knife kept me alive in the mud. So did the other steel. It says what kept you alive, not what matters most. Cole crouched beside his slot. Maybe it measures honesty. He pushed the false sword into the reed slot. The white fibers caught fire. The blade burned to ash in his hand. The slot closed without changing the crown. Words formed beneath the reed mark. Borrowed lies carry no cost. Cole stared at the ash in his palm. It could have said that before I touched it. His pool laughed with his brother's mouth. He pulled the bent cooking pot from his belt. The bottom had split, and one handle hung by a single rivet. This kept all three of us alive, he said. He drove the pot edge into the slot. Stone closed around it. One of the square holes in the crown filled with iron. Grace lifted her axe. She'd made it from a ruined house tool and fence wood after the Ashgate took her sword. She'd used it against the hunter, the dead seekers, and her own copy. Without it, her injured foot and empty belt would leave her nearly defenseless. We can turn back, I said. The hunter is above us. The copies are behind us. That doesn't make this safe. Nothing has. She laid the axe head into the hammer slot. The floor gripped it. Grace kept one hand on the handle. For a second, I thought she'd pull away. Then she released it. The wood and iron sank. The second square hole in the crown filled. Her reflection in the pool lost its guard coat. It stood barefoot in the king's chamber, blood on both hands. Grace didn't look back. I held the jagged sword half in my right hand and the knife in my left. The sword had been bought with my father's coins. It had been my first real weapon, the proof that I wasn't only a farmer pretending in the dark with wood. The tower had broken it, but I kept using what remained. The knife had cut food, cloth, roots, and copies. It was more useful. That made the choice clear. I placed the knife in the Fox slot. Grace inhaled sharply, but didn't stop me. The stone closed. The third hole in the crown filled with dark steel. The plain band turned. Not around the floor. Into it. Stone scraped beneath us. The crown sank like the handle of a buried wheel. The three pools closest to us drained through cracks. Their images stretched and vanished. A round section of floor dropped 6 inches and began rotating. Get on it, I said. We stepped onto the moving stone. The remaining pools broke. Water rose in human shapes. They had our faces, but no weight. My father came from one side. Benjamin rose from the other. Cole's brother climbed out behind us. Each body streamed back into its pool while reaching for the platform. Grace had no axe. I had only the broken sword half. Cole tore the loose handle from his ruined pot before it disappeared fully into the slot. The strip of iron was no longer than his hand. The water Benjamin caught Grace's arm. His face looked down at her with anger and fear. You disobeyed me. She seized his wrist with both hands. I learned from you. The platform lowered. The water body stretched from the pool above. Its grip thinned, but didn't break. Grace's injured foot slid toward the edge. I struck the arm with jagged steel. Water split, joined again, and wrapped my blade. Cold ran into my fingers. The shape of my father climbed onto the platform behind me. You left us to starve, it said. I drove my shoulder into it. My body passed through cold water and hit stone. The copy collapsed across my back, heavy as a flooded blanket. It filled my ears and nose. I couldn't breathe. Hands found my coat. Cole pulled me upright. He slashed the water with the pot handle, not to cut it, but to break its hold long enough for the platform to descend. The stone dropped below the corridor floor. The copies struck the closing rim. My father's fingers became a stream running over the edge. Benjamin's face flattened against stone and disappeared above Grace. The crown lock sealed over us. We descended to a round shaft. Gold light came from cracks in the moving platform. Old gears turned inside the walls, though they were made from roots and bone rather than iron. Each tooth caught the next with a wet knock. Grace sat hard and held her bare hands together. "I hate losing weapons," she said. "You have strong opinions left," Cole said. "Use those." She looked at his pot handle. "Give me that. I have fewer opinions." I checked the broken steel. Water had darkened it, but not softened it. We should have kept one knife. "The lock knew which one you'd choose," Grace said. "Then it knew I'd be wrong." "You weren't wrong." The platform jolted. The root gears stopped. We were still inside the shaft. Above us, water began leaking around the sealed crown lock. It ran down the walls and into the gear spaces. Below, something scraped against the underside of the platform. A point pushed through the stone between Cole's boots. He moved as the platform split. Black root spikes punched upward one after another. We crowded against the wall. The moving floor had stopped over an open chamber, and the roots below were trying to break it apart. "There's an opening," Grace said. A gear opening past the shaft wall at shoulder height. It was barely wide enough for a person. I struck the cracked platform with my heel. A section broke loose and fell. The drop beneath us went farther than the candlelight could reach. The black spikes climbed after it. Cole boosted Grace toward the gear opening. She caught the edge, pulled herself through, and turned to help me. I jumped from the failing platform. My ribs struck the opening. Grace caught my shirt and dragged. A spike passed under my boot. Cole came last. The platform broke before he jumped. He launched from the tilting stone and hit the wall below us. His left hand caught a root tooth. His injured right arm hung useless. I lay flat and grabbed his wrist. Grace caught my belt. Below Cole, the platform pieces vanished into the shaft. No impact came back. The root tooth began pulling into the gear wall. Cole looked down once. "I'm getting tired of hanging from things." "Then climb," Grace said. He kicked against the stone. I pulled until the rope burns in my palm opened again. Grace anchored both of us with her good leg. Cole reached the opening. We dragged him through as the gear tooth slid into the wall and cut a strip from his boot. The narrow space beyond sloped downward between moving roots. Each root was thicker than a wagon and slick with gold sap. They pressed together, separated, and pressed again. The whole passage works like the inside of a mill. Far below, through brief gaps, I saw a red light pulsing. Not gold. Red, slow, and deep. The forest had a heart under the tower. A voice traveled through the moving roots. It wasn't my father, Benjamin, Cole's brother, or the dead king. It used Grace's voice while she stood beside me. "Bring me the one who will rule." The roots pressed together. Grace shoved me forward. Cole came behind her as the passage narrowed to the width of my shoulders. Gold sap smeared my coat. The thick roots above and below moved in opposite directions, grinding bark against stone. "Keep low," I said. A root swept over my back and tore the pack strap from my shoulder. I caught the pack before it slid into a red-lit gap. The voice used Grace again. "Bring me the one who will rule." Real Grace crawled close enough that her breath touched my neck. It can ask politely after it stops trying to crush us. The passage opened for 3 feet, then closed ahead. I watched the movement. 2 roots crossed like mill arms. A space appeared between them every 4th knock. "When the lower one pulls left," I said, "go through one at a time." Cole looked at the pulsing red light below. "Which one of us is volunteering to count?" I already did. The lower root pulled left. I crawled into the gap. Bark scraped my bruised chest. The upper root came back before my legs cleared. Grace caught my boots and shoved. I slid onto wet stone as the roots slammed together behind me. The impact shook the passage. Grace came next. Her missing boot and rough sole made it hard for her to push. I caught both wrists and pulled as the gap narrowed. The upper root struck her pack, crushed the last tin cup inside, and tore the flap open. Dragged food scattered into the moving roots. She came through with half the pack. Cole waited for the next opening. The roots moved. He started across. The half circle above his heart turned gold. Every root stopped. Cole froze between them. "Don't move," Grace said. The passage answered in my voice. He already chose. Roots curled around Cole's ankles and waist. They didn't crush him. They pulled him downward toward the red gaps. He caught the stone edge with his left hand. "This mark is becoming tiresome." I grabbed his wrist. Grace wrapped the partial rope around my waist and braced her good foot against the wall. Cole's body sank another inch. Gold light spread from his chest through the roots holding him. The false crown hadn't only left a stain. It had put a claim on him. We have to remove it, I said. Cole looked at the jagged sword half in my belt. You'll enjoy that too much. Hold still. I have roots deciding that for me? I passed the broken steel to Grace and leaned farther into the gap. She looped the rope around a stone tooth, giving me both hands for Cole. Cut around the mark, I told her. Grace stared at me. On him. The roots are feeding through it. Cole's boots slipped lower. Red light touched the soles. Do it, he said. Grace moved beside him as far as the opening allowed. The mark sat high on his chest, just above the torn shirt. She wiped mud and water from it with the last clean edge of linen. The half circle moved under his skin. Not light. A thin root. Grace pressed the jagged steel beside it. Cole's face tightened. You can complain now, I said. I dislike both of you. That's still too gentle. Grace cut. Blood ran down Cole's chest. The gold root twisted away from the blade. The roots around his body pulled harder. I nearly lost his wrist. Grace changed the angle and pressed deeper. The steel found the thin root. A spark of gold jumped across the cut. Cole shouted and struck the stone with his heel. The false mark rose from his skin like a hooked worm. Grace caught it between two fingers and pulled. It came out longer than the mark had looked, a gold thread running beneath his collarbone. Cole's skin lifted around it. He bit down on his coat sleeve. The thread snapped. Every root released him. I fell backward with Cole on top of me. Grace rolled clear as the mill root started again. The gold thread crawled across the stone. She crushed it under the flat of the broken steel. Dark sap popped from it and burned a spot in the floor. She wiped the blade on Cole's torn coat and handed it back to me. Cole lay on his side, left hand pressed over the fresh cut. That was worse than the bolt, he said. Grace used the last of the clean linen and a narrow strip from the inside of his shirt. The bolt didn't try to crawl away. I checked the supplies spilled from Grace's pack. Most had vanished into the mill. We recovered a wrapped handful of dried meat, the small herb bundle, flint, one candle, and part of the rope. The crushed tin cup stayed wedged between two roots until they folded it flat and carried it away. Our water skins remained, though one had a new split near the neck. The voice under us stopped using Grace. It spoke without a stolen mouth, deep and rough through the roots. None chosen. That sounds like disappointment, Cole said. I'm glad, Grace answered. We tied the rope between us before moving again. I went first, Grace in the middle, Cole behind her. If one of us slipped into the gaps, the other two might hold. The mill path dropped around the red pulse. We saw through openings a mass of roots wrapped around something huge and wet. Each slow beat pushed red sap through black branches spreading beneath the tower. Gold light moved in the opposite direction, down from the crown road and into the same mass. The forest heart wasn't one organ. It was a knot where everything it stole came together. Weapons glinted between roots. Coins flashed, then vanished. Bits of cloth, teeth, rings, and carved names traveled through the dark sap. The crown wasn't only testing seekers. It was feeding the forest with them. A wide root rolled under my hands. The bark carried faces pressed into it, eyes shut, mouths moving with the beat. I moved before any opened. The pass ended at a vertical drop. A ladder of iron pegs had been driven into the stone. Several were missing. Cold air rose from below, cutting through the warm stink of sap. My grandfather's square house mark waited beside the first peg. Under it, he'd cut a short line. Cold is empty. Follow empty. I looked through the gap. The red pulse shone to our right. To the left, darkness breathed cold against my face. He came this way after carrying the guard, Grace said. Or before, I answered. Cole tested the first peg. We'll learn whether he trusted iron. We climbed. The rope stayed tied around us, with enough slack for one person to move at a time. I went down first. My injured ankle shook each time it took my weight. Below me, the iron pegs disappeared into darkness. The red glow faded. Cold strengthened. Halfway down, a gold root entered the shaft wall above Cole. It felt along the stone like a searching finger. Cole pressed flat. The root passed over the back of his neck and paused at the fresh bandage on his chest. The false mark was gone. The root continued upward. Grace let out a quiet breath. We climbed another 20 feet. The peg under my left boot pulled from the wall. I dropped. The rope snapped tight around my waist. Grace struck the stone above with a grunt. Cole caught an iron peg in both hands, including the arm that barely bent. I swung over open dark. The loose peg fell without hitting bottom. I found the bad one, I said. Your gift for testing remains unmatched, Cole answered. Grace lowered one foot until I could catch her ankle. I used it only long enough to reach the next peg. She hissed when my weight pressed her injured leg, but held. I regained the wall. We continued slower. The shaft opened onto a narrow ledge. Cold blue light came from a crack in the stone. The air smelled clean for the first time since the Silver River. We untied the rope and entered sideways. The crack led to a chamber cut from gray rock rather than living wood. Frost covered the walls. A thin stream ran through the floor, clear and cold enough to numb my fingers. Someone had camped there years ago. A rusted guard buckle lay beside old ash. A strip of leather had been wrapped around a stone to keep it dry. Under the leather was a page made from pressed bark. My grandfather's writing covered both sides. We read by the last candle. The heart lies with every voice it owns. The crown is beneath the root. It cannot warm. We reached the cold room after turning from the first gold. Guard could no longer walk. I left him here while I searched ahead. The next lines had been cut hard enough to tear the bark. I found the true place. It showed me the farm I could save and the man I would leave. I returned for him. He was gone. Grace's hand tightened around the page. I kept reading. The forest wore him and led me out. I knew it wasn't him, but I followed because the false thing remembered the route he had seen. At the edge, it tried to take my name. I broke the charm and gave it half. The other half went home with me. I looked toward the wall. The iron house charm had been whole when my mother gave it to me. Or it had looked whole. A seam had run down its center. I thought it was part of the shape. The bone guardian had taken the charm and shattered it. Somewhere in the forest, the other half might still hold part of my grandfather's name. The final lines were smaller. If you carry this blood after me, don't follow the warm roots. Don't trust the guard if he returns. Don't trust my face. Find the cold crown below the heart, and remember that taking it is only the middle of the road. Cole sat near the stream while Grace cleaned the cut where the false mark had been. His face had gone pale from blood loss and exhaustion. Your grandfather reached the true crown, he said. He reached the place. He turned back for his companion. Grace looked at the rusted buckle and found a copy instead. The cold room had no second doorway. I searched the floor near the stream. Frost covered a set of shallow cuts. I cleared them with my sleeve. 3 figures had been drawn beside a root. One lay down. One knelt over it. The third stood apart with a crown in both hands. Under the picture, my grandfather had cut a final warning. The forest asks who you'll leave. The crown asks who you'll become after you don't. A hard knot came from inside the frozen wall. The stream stopped. Ice split along the floor. A black root pushed through, but frost formed across it at once. The root slowed. The crack in the wall widened behind the stream. Cold wind rushed into the chamber and put out our candle. Beyond the opening, blue light shone over a bridge of ice and stone. Far below it, the red heart beat. At the bridge's end stood a door made from iron farm tools, guard blades, and mill parts fused together. 3 hand-shaped spaces waited in its center. The 3 hand-shaped spaces weren't the same. The left had broad fingers and deep cuts across the palm. The middle was smaller, with a round scar near the thumb. The right had the end of one finger missing. None matched us. The door had been built from lives that came before, a rusted plow blade, 2 guard swords fused at the edges, mill gears, horseshoes, kitchen hooks, broken hinges, and narrow strips of armor. Frost filled every seam. Behind us, the black root pushed farther into the cold room. Ice slowed it, but didn't stop it. The red heart beat beyond the wall. Each pulse shook loose a little more frost. Cole held the strip torn from the cooking pot. Maybe the hands don't care who uses them. Grace studied the middle space. Everything here cares. I placed my left palm into the broad print. The metal was cold enough to burn. The cuts in the door lined up with the old rope damage in my hand, though the fingers were too wide. Nothing happened. Grace tried the smaller print. Cole used the one with the missing fingertip. The door stayed shut. The black root split behind us. 3 thinner branches crawled across the frost. They moved toward our feet, leaving wet red lines in the ice. Press together, I said. We pressed our hands into the spaces at the same time. The door tightened around our fingers. Cole tried to pull back. It has me. The metal edges closed over my knuckles. A sharp point entered the old cut in my palm. Grace's face tightened as her print did the same. Blood ran into grooves around each hand. The tools in the door began to move. A plow blade turned. Guard swords slid past one another. Mill teeth caught and pulled. The whole iron mass folded inward one piece at a time, opening a narrow seam down the center. The door spoke through the tools. Farmer, guard, and brother. The names from my grandfather's camp. The door didn't want who we were. It wanted what we'd chosen to be for one another. The metal released our hands. We stepped back as the fused tools drew apart and locked against the walls. A gap opened onto the bridge. Cold struck harder outside. The bridge curved over a hollow larger than the cavern above. Ice covered the stone in white sheets. Far below, the forest heart hung inside a cage of roots. It was the size of a house, red and swollen, beating around bones, packs, and old crown marks. Gold veins fed its upper side. Black roots grew from the lower and spread into darkness. The bridge passed beneath it. At the far end, another gray rock chamber waited behind hanging ice. Something dark rested at its center. The true place. The black roots entered the bridge chamber behind us. The door began closing. We crossed. The bridge was wide enough for one person at a time. No rail protected either side. Frost hid cracks in the stone. I went first with the jagged sword half, testing each step before trusting it. Grace followed with the rope tied around her waist. Cole came last, the other end around his belt. The door sealed behind him. A black root struck the iron from the cold room side. The door held. The heart beat. The bridge jumped under my boots. A crack ran through the ice ahead. I stopped and spread my weight. Below us, a gold vein opened along the heart. Faces appeared inside it. The dead king appeared first, followed by my father, Benjamin, Cole's brother, and my grandfather. They pressed outward from the red mass as if trapped behind thin skin. My grandfather's face found me. "You went too far," it said. The voice came through the bridge. I tested the next step. "He'd have said that before I left the farm." "He did say it. You didn't listen." That could have been true too. Grace looked down at Benjamin's face. He had no false smile now. He looked exhausted. "The capital has 7 days," he said. She stopped. "7 days until what?" Cole asked. The face answered her. "The wells beneath the inner wall have failed. Fever has reached the guardhouses. The western granary is burning because the beetles packed the vents." Grace knelt near the bridge edge. "Can he see me?" "Don't answer it," I said. Benjamin's face turned toward me. "Farmer's son, bring her home." The words sounded like an order he might give. Grace rose. "My father would call you by your name if he knew it." The face sank into the heart. Cole's brother replaced it. "He never learned mine either," Cole said. We moved again. Halfway across, the first root reached the bridge. It came from under the heart, black and wet, and curled around the stone ahead. A pointed end felt across the frost. I cut it with the broken steel. The edge entered only an inch. Red sap pushed from the split. The root snapped sideways and struck my legs. I fell. My chest hit the bridge. The sword half slid toward the edge. Grace stepped over my ankle and caught the hilt with her foot. The rough leather sole pinned it before it fell. Cole pulled the rope tight behind us. The root rose for another strike. Grace had no blade. She caught a loose piece of ice from the bridge and threw it at the heart. The ice struck a gold vein. Steam burst outward. The root turned toward the sound. "Cold hurts what comes from the heart," she said. I recovered the broken steel and chopped into the bridge ice. A thick piece broke loose. Cole used his pot handle to pry another from the edge. More black roots climbed. They came from both sides now, 3 on the left, 2 on the right. One curled around the bridge behind Cole and cut off retreat. "Keep moving," I said. We carried ice like stones. The first root lunged. I threw my piece into the open red cut. Frost spread over the bark. The root stiffened long enough for me to step over it. Grace pressed close behind me. Cole held the rope taut while he crossed the same place. A root struck him from the side. He dropped the ice and caught the bridge with his left hand. His body swung over the hollow. The rope snapped around Grace's waist and pulled her backward. She fell onto her bad foot with a sharp cry. I dropped flat and grabbed the rope ahead of her. Cole hung below the bridge. The root wrapped his left ankle and began dragging him toward the heart. He beat at it with the pot handle. The thin iron bent against the bark. "Pull me up," he said. Grace crawled to the edge. "The root has your leg." I noticed. I wrapped the rope around my forearm and pulled. My ribs felt ready to split. Cole rose a few inches, then stopped when the root tightened. The heart beat again. Gold light moved down the black root toward him. The cut where we'd removed the false mark began shining through his bandage. A thread remained inside. "It's still connected," I said. Cole looked at the red heart below. "Then cut the rope." Grace turned on him. "No, we won't. It'll pull all three of us. Then help us stop it." She reached over the edge with the broken pot handle. It wasn't sharp enough to cut the root. She used the hooked rivet at its end, digging into the split where Cole had struck. I pulled the rope with one hand and chopped ice with the sword half in the other. A narrow slab came free. "Cole, cover your face." "From what?" I dropped the slab. It struck the glowing cut on the root. Cold spread in both directions. The bark hardened. Grace drove the pot handle deeper and twisted. The frozen root broke. Cole swung under the bridge. His shoulder struck stone. The rope held. We dragged him up between us. He lay on the frost, clutching his right arm. The bandage above his heart had gone dark again. "You told us to cut you loose," Grace said. "I was being practical. You were being irritating." Those qualities often travel together. The bridge cracked behind us. The root blocking the return path had tightened around the stone and begun crushing it. Other roots climbed from below. We got Cole up. His left ankle held his weight, but the boot had torn and the skin beneath was already swelling. He leaned on Grace's shoulder until the bridge shook again. Then pride or fear made him stand alone. The chamber at the far end was 50 paces away. We moved as quickly as the ice allowed. The heart used new voices. My brother shouted from below. Grace heard guards calling her name. Cole's brother begged him not to leave a second time. None of us answered. The bridge narrowed near the far wall. A final root rose across it, thicker than my body. Ice didn't cover this one. Gold lines ran beneath its black bark. It opened down the middle. A mouth formed without teeth. "One may pass," the heart said. The bridge behind us broke. Stone fell into the hollow. Roots caught the pieces and pulled them into the red mass. We had no path back. "All three pass," I said. The mouth widened. "One carries rule. Two become cost." Grace stepped beside me. "It keeps asking the same question. Maybe it hopes we'll change the answer," Cole said. The root mouth struck. I threw myself left. Its open end passed my shoulder and snapped shut on empty air. Grace jumped right, landed badly, and slid toward the edge. Cole caught her coat. I chopped at the root side. The jagged steel sank into a gold line. Heat flashed through the blade. I saw the Capitol throne room. The crown sat on my head. People knelt before me. Grace stood at my right in a clean guard coat. Cole was nowhere in the room. Then the vision changed. Grace wore the crown. Benjamin knelt to her. I stood behind the throne with a farmer's knife at my belt, close enough to touch her but never beside her. It changed again. Cole sat on the throne. His brother stood alive near the doors. Grace and I hung from the Capitol wall. The root pushed the choices into me through the steel. I released the blade. It remained stuck. The mouth turned toward Grace. "Make your choice." She looked at me, then at Cole. "I've chosen every time." She seized the hilt of the broken sword with both hands and pulled downward. The jagged edge tore through the gold line. The root mouth convulsed. Cole struck the same cut with his bent pot handle. It folded completely, but the blow drove the steel deeper. I grabbed the root with both hands and pushed toward the bridge edge. It was warm and slick. Smaller branches whipped around my shoulders. One caught my bruised ribs and squeezed. Grace drove with me. Cole used his good shoulder. The root slid across the frost. Its mouth opened beside my ear. Wesley Fox. The full name pulled at something behind my heart. My legs weakened. Grace slapped the side of my face. "Stay with me, farmer." The smaller name broke the pull. Cole leaned harder. "Push, farmer." I pushed. The root went over the edge. Its weight tore the broken sword from the gold line. The blade fell with it, still buried in the bark. My last steel vanished into the hollow. The heart caught the root and drew it back into the red mass. The way ahead opened. We entered the gray rock chamber. Ice hung from the ceiling in clear sheets. The cold went through wet clothing and made my teeth knock. A stone ledge circled a deep, round pit. No roots crossed the walls. No gold veins entered. The forest heart beat outside, but the sound came faintly through the rock. At the pit's center, far below the ledge, a thick, white root rose from darkness. It had no bark, no branches, and no warmth. A crown rested around it, not on top. Around it, like an iron ring driven halfway down a post. The metal looked almost black until the blue light moved. Then dull gold showed through pits and old scratches. 9 short points rose from the band. None were even. One leaned inward. Another had been repaired with a dark seam. It looked used. It looked heavy. It looked real. No face appeared. No family called. The crown made no promise. Grace stood at the edge. That's different. Cole's breathing slowed. That may be the first honest thing here. 3 iron chains hung from the ceiling over the pit. Their ends stopped a few feet above us. A narrow stone stair spiraled down the wall, but half the steps were missing. The white root stood 30 feet below. Words had been cut into the ledge. The crown cannot leave in a closed hand. Another line followed. The marked must carry it. The living must carry the marked. Cole touched the bandage above his heart. Marked by which crown? Yours was false, Grace said. It still found me across the bridge. I searched the remaining wall. The square house mark had been cut low, nearly hidden under frost. My grandfather's final message waited beneath it. I touched the cold letters. I reached this ledge alone. The crown showed me no vision. It only waited. I went back for guard because I couldn't carry both. Below that, he had cut one more sentence. If 3 reach it, 3 may leave, but only if the finder doesn't become the forest's next hunter. Grace read it over my shoulder. The hunter was a finder. The dead seekers had marks, I said. The road builds a hunter from what people leave. Maybe it builds the next one from whoever takes the crown wrong. Cole looked down at the dark gold band. Is there a correct way to take a crown? Not in a closed hand, Grace said. We checked the ledge. 1 chain hung above the broken stair. The second hung over open space. The third stopped above a narrow shelf on the opposite wall. The partial rope wasn't long enough to reach the crown from the ledge. We'd have to use the stair, the chains, and one another. Cole sat against the wall while Grace retied the cloth at his chest and ankle. His face had turned gray. The bolt injury in his upper arm had reopened under the climb, and the fresh cut above his heart had soaked through twice. You may have to stay here, I said. He gave me a tired look. The forest has tried that suggestion several times. I'm not the forest. You have the same habit of deciding for other people. Grace tightened the bandage. Can you climb? Down is easier. Coming back up matters too. Cole looked at the crown. Then one of you will carry me. The wall says that's how this works. The way he said it held no humor. I understood then that he expected to be the cost. He'd turned from the false crown, but he hadn't decided he deserved the road after it. Grace understood too. Nobody gets to volunteer as a corpse, she said. That's a harsh rule. It's the first one I'd make. The cold deepened. Ice began forming over the entrance behind us. Black roots struck the outer wall. They couldn't enter the chamber, but each blow sent cracks through the ceiling. We had to move. I tied our partial rope around the first hanging chain. The knot gave us a lower hand hold. Grace tested the broken stair. The first 5 steps held. The 6th had split away, leaving a gap wide enough to fall through. I'll go first, I said. You have no weapon, Grace answered. Neither do you. Cole held up the bent strip of pot metal. The kingdom's finest army. I started down. The stone steps curved along the pit wall. Frost made every edge slick. I kept one hand on the chain and the other against rock. The crown below didn't shine or move. At the missing step, I swung from the chain and landed on the next solid ledge. Pain ran through my ankle. The chain turned above me. Grace came after. She reached the gap, shifted her weight, and jumped. Her rough leather sole slipped when she landed. I caught her around the waist. For 1 second, we stood pressed together on a step barely wide enough for both. Her forehead touched mine. You keep catching me, she said. You keep falling near me. That isn't romantic. I left the romance in the pool. She kissed the corner of my mouth, quick and cold, then moved below me before Cole reached the gap. He crossed with less grace and more noise. The chain swung. His injured arm gave halfway through. Grace and I each caught part of him and pulled him onto the step. "You can laugh after we're crowned," he said. "Only one crown," Grace reminded him. "Then the uncrowned may laugh." We descended another turn. The stair ended 12 feet above the white root. The second chain hung 6 feet away over open space. Its lower end carried an iron ring. The opposite shelf could be reached from it, but the crown remained below. A small platform had been cut into the wall at the stair's end. 3 people could stand if none needed room to breathe. Words covered the floor. One lowers, one holds, one returns. 3 shallow grooves ran from the platform edge toward the crown. Cole crouched carefully. The chains fit these. The first chain could be pulled into the left groove. The second hung over the middle. The third above the far shelf, lined up with the right. We needed all 3. Grace slipped across the pit. "Someone has to reach the far shelf." "I'll swing," I said. "Your hand is bleeding again. Your foot can't land safely." Cole touched the rope knot above us. "Use the rope around your chest. If you miss, we pull." We untied it from the first chain and looped it under my arms. Grace and Cole braced on the platform. I climbed 2 links, swung toward the middle chain, and caught its iron ring. My weight dragged it sideways. The ring slipped in my wet hand. I locked my elbow through it and hung over the pit. The crown sat below my boots. From this height, I could see the inside of the band. Names had been cut into it. Hundreds, one over another, some crossed out, some burned dark. The newest space remained blank. The crown wasn't waiting for a hand. It was waiting for a name. I swung toward the far shelf. The middle chain carried me close, but not close enough. I released at the highest point. My chest struck the shelf edge. Both legs swung over the pit. The rope snapped tight. Grace and Cole pulled from the platform. I clawed at frost, found a crack, and dragged myself onto the shelf. The third chain hung within reach. I pulled it down and set its end into a carved notch. Across the pit, Grace did the same with the first chain. Cole drew the middle chain toward them, using the rope after I untied it from my chest and threw the end back. All 3 chains tightened. The white root moved. It lowered 2 feet. The crown scraped along its surface and stopped at the height of the platform. A bridge formed beneath it, not stone. 3 chains drew together, links flattening into a narrow path from the platform to the far shelf. The crown sat at the center around the white root. Grace and Cole stared across at me. The black roots struck the outer chamber again. A crack split the ceiling. Ice fell onto the chain bridge and shattered. "Come across," I said. Grace stepped onto the links. The bridge dipped under her. She used both arms for balance. Cole followed more slowly. When Grace reached the crown, the blank space inside the band filled with faint letters. "Grace Hammer." She stopped. The letters darkened. A crown mark began glowing through her coat above her heart. "Grace, look down," I said. She looked down. The chain bridge tightened around her boots. Cole reached for her from behind. The crown turned on the white root. His name appeared over hers. Cole Reed. The half-healed cut on his chest burst gold through the bandage. He cried out and fell to one knee. The crown turned again. My name entered the band. Wesley Fox. Something struck the iron door high above us. Natto root. Metal hit metal 3 times in a deliberate pattern. The door opened inward. A man stepped onto the upper ledge. He wore a rotted guard coat. Half an iron house charm hung from a cord at his throat. His face had dried tight around black roots, but his eyes were clear. He looked at the crown, then at me. "Listen, farmer," he said in an old, ruined voice. "Your grandfather left me here." "Listen, farmer," the dead guard said. "Your grandfather left me here." The chain bridge shifted beneath Grace and Cole. Grace dropped into a crouch and caught one of the flattened links with both hands. Cole stayed on one knee beside the crown, his right arm pressed against his ribs and gold leaking through the bandage over his chest. The light didn't run like blood. It crawled in thin lines, searching along the cloth. I stood on the far shelf with the third chain locked in its notch and 12 feet of open dark between us. My short sword was gone. My knife was gone. Even the broken length of steel I'd carried into the chamber had fallen into the forest heart. I had 2 empty hands, a torn coat, and a rib that hurt each time I pulled air into my chest. The guard stepped away from the iron door. His boots struck the upper ledge with the hard sound of old leather over bone. Black roots filled the gaps at his neck and wrists. They moved beneath skin dried tight against his face, pushing it outward in little ridges. The half-charm on his chest was blackened iron, shaped like one side of a narrow house. Its broken edge had 3 bright teeth. I knew those teeth. The charm my mother had tied around my neck had carried the matching break. I'd shoved it into the Bone Guardian's chest to close the route behind us. I'd watched Roots swallow it. The guard looked down at the crown. Don't touch it while it's writing. Grace kept her eyes on him. You're late with that advice. The band hasn't chosen. My chest disagrees. The glow above her heart brightened through her coat, then dimmed. Cole's name remained inside the crown over hers. Mine lay across both in faint gold. The white root supporting the crown turned. The bridge twisted with it. Grace's right boot slid. Her bare, wrapped foot stayed trapped between 2 links. She bit down on a cry and flattened herself. Cole grabbed the back of her coat with his good hand. I pulled against the 3rd chain. The bridge tightened, but the crown turned another inch. Stop it, I said to the guard. I can't. You came through that door. You know this place. I know what it did to me. He started down the wall. There wasn't a stair under his boots. Roots pushed from the stone and formed steps just before each foot landed. They sank behind him after he passed. He descended with his body too straight, his arms hanging loose, his clear eyes fixed on the 3 names inside the band. Cole raised the bent strip of pot metal. It was scarcely longer than his hand, with a torn edge that might cut cloth if he worked hard. Stay where you are. The guard's mouth moved around a dry smile. You brought kitchen scrap to the king's chamber. It's done better work than you. A black root snapped from the wall. Cole turned his shoulder. The root struck the pot strip and knocked it from his hand. It rang once against the bridge and dropped into the pit. His last piece of metal vanished without reaching the bottom. The gold under his bandage flared. Cole doubled over. The chain links around his knees pulled apart, then closed against his legs. Grace caught his coat before he slid toward the crown. The guard reached the level of the bridge. His first mark is still alive, he said. The true band smells the lie. We cut it out, Grace said. You cut what you could see. Cole's face had gone gray. Tell us how to kill it. You don't kill a promise made to this forest. You replace it with a stronger one. Another line appeared inside the crown. Not a name this time. 1 hand closes. 2 hands carry. The words burned around the inner band and crossed all 3 names. The guard saw them and stopped. Roots tightened beneath the skin of his cheeks. For the first time, his clear eyes showed fear. Listen, farmer, he said, get off that shelf. I'd be glad to. The 3rd chain isn't holding the bridge. It's holding the heart open. Something moved far below. A slow red glow opened in the pit, so deep it looked smaller than a coal. The chamber answered with a heavy beat. Frost broke from the walls. The white root under the crown flexed like a finger. My chain jerked. The notch split. I wrapped both arms around the links and leaned back. Pain drove under my left ribs. My boot slid across ice until my heel caught the shelf wall. If I let go, I asked. The bridge folds, the guard said. They fall. The crown goes back into the heart. Grace looked across at me. Wet strands of red hair stuck to her face. Don't be clever, Wesley. I've never had that problem. You had it 6 times today. The guard stepped onto the bridge behind Cole. The links didn't bend beneath him. Thin roots slid from his boots and wrapped around the iron. The crown turned toward him. The names inside the band vanished. A blank glow spread across the metal. The guard froze. Get away from it, I said. He didn't answer. The blank glow formed a ragged mark, not letters. The crown was trying to write a name the forest had already stripped away. The guard's fingers opened and closed. That was mine, he whispered. Grace shifted her weight. You don't remember it. I remember wearing it. That isn't the same. His head turned toward her in a sharp, stiff motion. Your father trained you to speak to the dead? He trained me to notice when something wants me looking the wrong way. She drove her left heel down on a link. The bridge jumped. Cole rolled away from the crown. Grace pulled her wrapped foot free, tearing the rough leather sole loose. She lunged toward the guard and caught the cord at his neck. The half-charm snapped up between them. The guard struck her across the face. Grace fell against the white root. The crown tipped toward her hands. Don't close them. the guard shouted. She flattened both palms against the bridge instead. The crown rolled across her knuckles, cold gold scraping skin, and settled again around the root. Her name flashed inside the band. The mark above her heart burned brighter. Cole grabbed the guard's coat with his left hand. Black roots punched through the rotten cloth and wrapped around Cole's wrist. Cole pulled anyway, dragging the guard off balance. The chamber beat again. My chain tore another inch through the notch. I couldn't stay on the shelf. I looped the chain once around my right forearm and stepped over the edge. The links cut into my coat and skin. I swung beneath the chain, boots over the pit, and kicked toward the bridge. My first kick struck empty air. My second caught the bridge edge and shoved it down. Grace's head snapped toward me. That was your plan? It became one. Cole hauled me by the collar. I hit the link's chest first. My cracked rib turned the impact white and hot. I couldn't pull air for several heartbeats, but I kept my right arm locked through the chain. The third chain now ran from the shelf notch, under my arm, and across the bridge. My weight held it tight. The guard twisted out of Cole's grip. His hand closed around Grace's throat. Roots spread across her jaw. I kicked the back of his knee. The joint bent sideways farther than any living leg could bend. He didn't fall. He looked down at me with those clear eyes while his body corrected itself around the break. Your grandfather kicked harder, he said. I caught the cord around his neck and pulled. The half-charm struck my palm. Heat shot through it. The chamber vanished. I saw a younger man in a guard coat sitting beside a root wall. Blood soaked the cloth over his belly. A boy with my nose in my hands knelt beside him. My grandfather looked no older than me. His face was streaked with mud, and half an iron house charm hung between them on a cord. The guard shoved him away. Take the left half, the guard said. It knows your hearth now. I'm not leaving you. You already carried me farther than I had any right to ask. The vision broke. I returned to the bridge with the charm pressed into my palm and the guard's hand still around Grace's throat. He saw what I'd seen. His fingers loosened. That isn't how I remember it, he said. Grace tore his hand away and drove her forehead into his nose. The dry cartilage broke with a soft crack. Black thread spilled from his nostrils. Cole wrapped both arms around the guard from behind. Memories lie here. The forest lies, the guard said. Memory only rots. He threw Cole over his hip. Cole struck the bridge on his injured shoulder and slid. I caught his belt with my left hand. The third chain cut deeper around my right arm. Grace dropped beside us and grabbed Cole's coat. For one bad second, all three of us lay tangled on the narrow links while the guard stood over us. He could have stamped my fingers loose. Instead, he looked at the charm in my hand. The broken iron teeth shone. A matching shape appeared in the white root beneath the crown. The guard reached for it. A black root burst from the wall and speared through his back. It came out below his ribs in a spray of dark sap. His body jerked. More roots pulled from the stone and wrapped his arms. The forest had decided he'd remembered too much. The root through his back split into smaller branches inside his chest. I saw them lift beneath his coat and spread toward his throat. His clear eyes clouded at the edges. The man in them was being pushed aside while we watched. Grace caught one branch with both hands. It flexed against her grip and dragged her knees over the links. Cole seized another and twisted it around a chain. The branch tightened, pulling the guard lower, but the iron stopped it from drawing him back to the wall. Can you still hear us? Grace asked. The guard's jaw worked. A black root pushed between his teeth. He bit through it. Dark sap ran over his chin. I hear the heart counting, he said. Counting what? Hands, names, and people it can keep. The crown rotated another inch. Grace's name rose inside the band, then Cole's, then mine. Each turn pulled at the dark lines under the bridge. Cole leaned his whole weight against the root tied to the chain. Why didn't you take the crown when you came back? The guard laughed once, though there wasn't humor in it. It wouldn't write what I no longer had. Your name? My end. A branch reached his neck. His eyes flashed gold and then cleared. He jerked his shoulder hard enough to tear dry flesh from the root through his back. I've died in pieces for longer than you've been alive, he said. Don't make a throne from that. The half-charm in my hand grew hot enough to blister my palm. Its broken teeth pulled toward the hollow in the white root. The crown's points leaned toward my fingers as though ready to close them for me. Grace dragged the branch away from the guard's throat. Wesley, move. I crawled another link. The chain beneath my knees rolled. The pit opened on either side, red and deep. My right arm remained trapped in the third chain, so every foot forward pulled the broken notch harder. Cole's injured arm failed. The root snapped loose from his grip and struck his cheek. He caught it again with his left hand and wrapped it around his forearm. "You owe me for this," he told the guard. "If we live, I'll give you everything I own." "You own a coat full of roots. Then choose carefully." The guard fought them with a strength that bent the bridge. "Put the half in the root." I dragged myself toward the crown. The crown turned to face me. My name appeared inside the band, brighter than before. Grace crawled on my left. Cole stayed behind us, both legs locked around a chain while he held the guard's coat. The roots pulled the guard backward. He looked at me. "Your grandfather didn't leave the man. He left what grew after." I reached the white root. The narrow shape waited below the crown, close enough that putting in the charm meant passing my hand through the band. One hand closes. Two hands carry. The words glowed against my skin. I kept my fingers spread. Then I pushed the guard's half-charm into the white root with an open palm. The iron teeth sank into living wood. The true crown screamed. The scream had no voice behind it. Gold rang against bone and iron. The sound drove through my teeth and into the cracked place under my ribs. Grace folded over with her hands pressed to her ears. Cole's grip failed. The guard tore free of him and slammed against the roots holding his arms. The half-charm disappeared into the white root. A dark line raced away from it, following the grain. It passed beneath the crown and split into three paths. One ran toward Grace. One ran toward Cole. The third climbed my arm through the open center of the band. My palm stuck to the root. I pulled. Skin stretched but didn't come free. "Keep your hand open," the guard shouted. The roots through his back dragged him toward the wall. He planted both boots against the bridge and held himself there. Dry skin split around his mouth as he strained. The crown stopped screaming. The chamber went quiet enough for me to hear water ticking from Grace's coat. Then the crown spoke in my mother's voice. "Come home, Wesley." The bridge vanished under my knees. I stood in our kitchen with late sun on the table. My mother worked dough beneath her palms. My youngest brother slept beside the hearth. The room smelled of flour, onions, and wood smoke. My father sat with his boots off and a cup between both hands. He looked older than when I'd left. No insects crawled at the windows. No black rot marked the grain stored near the wall. The empty throne curse hadn't reached us. My mother smiled. "You've proved enough." I knew the kitchen wasn't real. Knowing didn't make it hurt less. My father nodded toward the door. "The road's clear. You can be home by dark." I looked down. The crown rested on the table. It looked small there, plain and almost harmless. "Leave it," my mother said. "Sit with us." My hand was still open against the white root, though I couldn't see the chamber. The crown wanted my fingers around it. It wanted me to make home the price of closing them. I forced my gaze from the table. The wall behind my father had a long crack through it. Something moved inside the crack. Tiny black legs spilled onto the plaster. The grain sack near the hearth sagged. Brown water seeped from its bottom. My brother coughed in his sleep. The lie hadn't hidden the curse. It had only placed the damage where I wouldn't look first. "I can't come home without it," I said. My mother's smile held too long. "You can," she said. "You just won't be the man you wanted them to see." The kitchen broke apart. I returned to the chamber on my knees. My palm remained fixed beneath the crown. The mark above Grace's heart shone through her coat. She stared past me at something I couldn't see. "Father, answer me," she whispered. Cole had both hands raised in front of him. His face twisted as though someone stood just beyond reach. "Brother, answer me," he said. The plea sounded dragged from years he'd spent speaking to an empty place. The crown had found each place where we were weakest and pushed a familiar face into it. The guard fought the roots pinning him. "Don't answer them." Cole looked toward empty air. "I left you." His brother's voice came from below the bridge. "Then come down." Cole shifted toward the edge. Grace caught the back of his coat without taking her eyes from her own vision. "Stay here." "Let go." "I can't. My brother's alive." "No, he isn't." Cole struck her hand away. He crawled to the edge and looked into the red glow far below. Tears cut clean lines through the dirt on his face. I tried to pull my palm free again. The dark line under my skin tightened from my wrist to my heart. "Listen, Cole," I said. "Tell him what you should have said when he was living." Cole's shoulders shook. The voice below softened. You can still fix it. Cole lowered 1 foot over the edge. I was afraid, he said. The red light pulsed. I saw the gate break. I heard you calling. I ran because I thought if I looked back, I'd die beside you. His other knee reached the edge. Grace grabbed his belt. Cole kept speaking. I've spent every year since pretending I went looking for you. I went looking for a way to feel like the man I wasn't. The voice below changed. It deepened and stretched. Come down, Cole Reed. Cole shut his eyes. I can't save you now. He pulled his leg back onto the bridge. The red glow beneath us snapped out. Cole collapsed beside Grace, sobbing without sound. Her own vision still held her. She was looking up toward the iron door. Her face had gone young and open in a way I'd never seen. The hard line she carried around her mouth was gone. Benjamin's voice came from the upper ledge. Grace, take the crown. A man stood there now. Not the guard copy. Benjamin Hammer wore polished mail beneath a blue guard coat. His hair was combed. His face held no sickness or fear. He looked exactly as a daughter needed her father to look when the world had gone wrong. The king is dead, he said. Westrock needs you. Grace's crown mark brightened. You said I needed more training, she replied. You've had it. You said the forest would kill me. I was wrong. The false Benjamin held out his hand. You were always the better choice. Grace glanced toward me. The bridge tightened around her wrapped foot again. The crown turned in my open hand and brought her name to the top of the band. Grace Hammer. The letters burned hard enough to cast shadows across her face. She trained for danger most of her life. She knew the crown laws. She knew the capital, the guard, the roads, the men who'd test a young ruler before she reached the throne. I knew dirt, courses, a short sword I no longer owned, and how to work until my hands split. The crown wasn't wrong to see her. That made the choice harder. Take it, I said. Grace's gaze snapped to me. Don't help it. I'm not. I mean it. You don't know what you mean. I know you'd be better at ruling than I would. The false Benjamin smiled. He knows the truth. Grace looked at him. Her face closed. My father wouldn't use him to make me feel tall, she said. The man on the ledge lost his smile. Grace pressed her chest against the bridge and shoved both hands flat against the iron. I'm not taking anything from a thing wearing his face. Benjamin's shape split down the middle. Roots poured from inside the blue coat and dropped into the pit. Grace's name dimmed inside the crown. Mine brightened. Listen, Wesley, she said, don't close your hand. I'm trying not to. The dark line had reached my shoulder. My fingers trembled around the white root. The crown pressed downward, trying to fold them. The guard's roots tightened. His body pulled another foot toward the wall. It doesn't choose the strongest. It chooses the hunger that can hide itself best. Then none of us should take it, Cole said. The country dies if you leave it. Helpful choices, Grace muttered. The crown spoke again. This time it used my own voice. You wanted girls and adventure. The words came from inside the band, close enough that I felt them in my palm. You wanted servants. Full tables. A bed no brother could crowd. You wanted every man who called you farmer's boy to bend his neck. Grace looked at me. Shame heated my face despite the cold. The crown wasn't lying. Those wants had ridden beside the better ones when I left home. Some had grown smaller. None had vanished. I wanted all of it, I said. Cole wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. Poor time for honesty. It already knows. The crown pushed harder. I spread my fingers until the skin between them burned. I still want a full table, I said. I want my family to stop counting bread. I want people to know my name. I want Grace to look at me like I'm more than a farm boy who bought a used sword. Her expression changed, but I couldn't stop. I also want the wells to hold water. I want the bugs out of the fields. I want Benjamin alive when we reach the capital. I don't know which want is clean enough for this thing, and I don't trust anyone who says theirs is. The crown's pressure eased. The guard stared at me. What do you mean? I asked. Your grandfather said nearly the same thing. He had better luck with it. No, farmer. He had me. A root pulled through the guard's shoulder. His arm tore loose at the joint, held together only by black fibers. He made a raw sound and braced his remaining hand on the bridge. The half-charm inside the white root glowed. A second memory opened around us. This time, all three of us saw it. My grandfather stood on the same bridge. He was thinner than me, bleeding from the side, with one arm around the living guard's waist. The guard's legs dragged behind him. The true crown rested on the white root. Only one name shone inside it. Not my grandfather's? The guard's name had been there, but the forest blurred it before I could read it. The living guard looked at the crown and laughed through his pain. It picked a man who can't walk. My grandfather tightened his grip. Then I'll carry you. The crown mark began above the guard's heart. Black roots climbed from the bridge and entered the injury in his belly. He screamed. My grandfather pulled him away before the mark completed. The crown's name went dark. They fled together. The memory changed. We saw a narrow route, a broken house charm, and the guard on his feet again. My grandfather followed him toward daylight, weeping with relief. But the guard's shadow had too many arms. The living man had died before the route opened. What walked ahead wore his voice and carried his memories. At an iron door, my grandfather understood. He broke the house charm between them. The left half stayed with him. The right remained around the copy's neck. The door took part of my grandfather's name as payment and threw him out alone. The vision ended. The guard copy hung from the wall roots, his remaining hand gripping the bridge. Your grandfather didn't leave me in this chamber, he said. He left me at the last door. I came back because the forest always pulls its lost parts home. Grace looked at the half-charm buried in the root. Why bring that here? To finish what the iron door began. The crown rotated. All three names returned. Grace Hammer, Cole Reed, Wesley Fox. Then new words cut across them. Name the hand. Name the carriers. The bridge links opened beneath Cole and Grace. Iron loops snapped around their wrists. My palms sank deeper into the white root. The crown waited. The guard copy looked at me. It isn't asking who deserves the throne. What's it asking? Who you trust to carry you when it makes standing impossible. The iron loops around Grace's wrists pulled her arms wide. Cole's loops dragged his hands behind him. He twisted, but the bridge links closed against his forearms. The chain under his knees tightened until his left ankle bent at a bad angle. I kept my fingers spread beneath the crown. Name the hand, the guard copy said. That's the one who takes the mark. Name the carriers, Grace said. That's us. If he chooses you. He does. She answered too quickly for the forest to have put the words in her mouth. The crown warmed against the back of my hand. I looked at Cole. He gave a tired laugh. You've pulled me out of enough pits. I suppose I can return one. You tried to kill us 2 days ago. Then the balance still favors you. Gold letters formed along the outer band. The hand must speak. The carriers must answer. The guard copy lowered himself against the roots holding him. His torn arm hung by fibers. Once you name them, the crown will know their full voices. It can call them anywhere inside the forest. It already knows our names, I said. A name isn't a voice. A voice is how it reaches behind the name. Grace stared at the band. What happens if he doesn't answer? The heart closes. You three join the bridge. The chain under us gave a small twitch, as if pleased by the thought. What happens if he does? Cole asked. The copy's clear eyes moved to me. The mark finishes. His legs fail until the crown leaves the forest. If he tries to walk alone, the gold grows. If he commands the forest, the gold grows. If the carriers abandon him, the gold grows. When it reaches his eyes, he becomes the next hunter. Grace's jaw tightened. The old hunter was a crowned seeker? Many seekers. One shape. The white root shifted under my palm. The crown's points leaned inward. Their tips pressed against my wrist without cutting. I felt a slow pull behind my heart, as though a hook had caught there and the crown was testing the line. Why would anyone make a law around this? I asked. The first rulers didn't make the forest, the copy said. They made a bargain with it. West Rock gets a ruler who can't age. The forest gets every failed hunger along the road. Cole looked around at the bridge, the roots, and the red dark below. That seems like a poor bargain. Most bargains do when you meet the thing collecting. The chamber beat. The third chain slipped another inch from the broken notch on the far shelf. My right arm jerked backward. The chain scraped through cloth and opened skin beneath it. Grace saw the movement. We don't have time to argue. We've never had time. Then stop acting surprised. Her voice was rough, but fear lived under it. Not fear of dying. I'd seen that often enough to know the difference. She feared being named and failing me. I feared the same thing. I looked at her trapped hands. Grace Hammer, I name you as a carrier. The iron loops flashed. The forest repeated her name from every wall. Grace Hammer, Grace Hammer, Grace Hammer. Each voice sounded slightly different. A child, an old woman, Benjamin, and me. Grace held my gaze. I'll carry you until we're outside. The loops around her wrist opened. Her crown mark went dark. The relief on her face lasted less than a heartbeat before she hid it. Cole waited. I thought of the bolt he'd fired from the road. I thought of him dragging stone through the gate, holding the broken bridge, turning from the false crown and letting Grace cut living roots from his chest while he stayed awake. Trust wasn't forgetting what a man had done. It was deciding what he'd do next. Cole Reed, I name you as a carrier. The chamber spoke his name. His brother's voice was among the echoes. Cole flinched but didn't turn toward it. I'll carry you until we're outside, he said. His loops opened. The gold under his chest bandage surged once. He cried out and tore the cloth away. A thin root no longer than a grain sprout pushed from the cut. It twisted toward the crown. The crown's nearest point snapped down. A thread of gold struck Cole's chest. The root burned black and fell away. Cole collapsed forward, catching himself on one hand. The false mark? I asked. It's gone, the guard copy said. The true band won't share. Cole pressed his palm over the fresh cut. For once, jealousy helps. The words on the outer band changed. The hand must open. My palm was already flat. I'm Wesley Fox, I said. The crown tightened around my wrist. I'm taking the crown back to West Rock. Nothing happened. The guard copy leaned toward me. Not what you'll do. Say what you're taking. The crown. Not enough. The points pressed harder. Grace crawled closer. It wants the price named. I stared through the band at my own hand. The forest had shown me a full table, servants, respect, and home. It had accused me with true things. I could promise to be good. I could say, I wanted only to save people. The crown had heard thousands of cleaner lies. I'm taking the chance to become king, I said. The gold went cold. I'm taking power. I don't know how to use. I'm taking years that won't age me while everyone I love keeps changing. I'm taking responsibility for people who may hate me before they know me. The chain under my arm trembled. I'm also taking the crown because part of me still wants the throne. I can't cut that part out and pretend the rest is pure. The guard copy's remaining hand relaxed. The crown lifted from the white root. It didn't rise into my fingers. It floated around my open wrist, turned once, and drove its points inward. Gold punched through my coat above my heart. There was no gentle warmth. It felt like a smith had laid a heated brand against bare flesh and struck it with a hammer. I screamed. My open hand tore free of the root. I fell sideways across the bridge. The third chain slipped from my arm and snapped back toward the far shelf. The broken notch failed. The bridge dropped. Grace caught the crown before it could roll into the pit. She didn't close her bare hands around it. She used both forearms and trapped it against her chest through her coat. Cole grabbed the loose third chain. His injured right arm gave it once. The links ripped through his hand. He switched to his left and wrapped the chain around his waist. The bridge hung at an angle. I slid toward the red dark. Grace threw herself across me. Her knee struck my hip. One arm hooked under my shoulder, while the other kept the crown pinned against her body. Cole, help, she shouted. I'm occupied. The chain pulled him toward the edge. His swollen ankle skidded. He dropped flat and jammed both heels between links. The bridge stopped falling. My legs didn't stop. They went empty from the hips down. I tried to plant a boot and felt nothing but distant pressure. Gold spread beneath my shirt in branching lines. It moved from the mark over my heart toward my stomach and shoulders. The guard copy ripped his body forward. The roots in his back stretched. His torn arm came free and fell into the pit. He reached the bridge with his remaining hand and caught the third chain above Cole. Carry him now, he said. Grace hauled my right arm over her shoulders. Cole crawled toward us while still holding the chain. Together they dragged me away from the edge. My boots knocked across the links like they belonged to a dead man. The instant both of them took my weight, the gold stopped spreading. It remained under my skin, hot and bright, but it didn't climb farther. The crown rolled against Grace's coat. Its inner band faced me. Only one name remained. Wesley Fox. The other two had burned away. The letters pulled my sight through them. For a blink, the chamber became every road in West Rock. I saw fields under a gray morning, their young plants chewed down to bare stems. I saw women lowering buckets into wells and bringing up mud. Black insects moved across a church roof in such numbers that the wood seemed alive. A boy younger than my smallest brother carried a cup to a coughing man and found the cup empty before he reached him. The sight jumped to the Capitol. The fountain in the main square was dry. Guards pushed back a crowd at the palace steps. Someone had thrown a stone through a painted window. Inside, a body lay beneath a white sheet on a raised bed. Benjamin stood nearby with one hand on the bed frame and the other pressed against his chest. He was upright. Alive, if the crown showed truth. Grace followed my stare, though she couldn't see the vision. "What is it?" "Your father." Her grip tightened under my shoulder. "What about him?" "He's standing beside the king." "Is that now?" "I don't know." The crown offered certainty at once. A single command would sharpen the image and strip away doubt. Gold touched the edge of my vision. I refused it. The Capitol vanished. The chamber returned with frost falling around us. Grace searched my face. She wanted more. I wanted to give it, but a comforting lie from the crown would be worse than silence. "I saw him standing," I said. "That's all I trust." She nodded once. The movement looked painful. Cole glanced at the name inside the band. "It's already showing you the kingdom. It's showing me reasons to use it." Same thing to a crown. The mark over my heart pulsed again. This time I saw the dry fountain fill. Crops lifted green from damaged fields. Insects dropped dead from walls. All of it waited behind one word from me. I bit the inside of my cheek until I tasted blood. The pictures broke. The other two names had burned away. A 9-point mark shone through my shirt above my heart. The shape was clean, each point sharp. The skin around it had gone dark red. Grace saw it and swallowed. "You're marked," she said. I noticed. "How much can you feel?" "My chest feels burned." "Your legs?" "Not enough." She pressed her fingers hard into my thigh. I felt pressure after a delay, as though her hand touched me through thick water. Cole crawled beside us and looked at the crown. "Congratulations, farmer. Don't call me king." I wasn't going to. The chamber beat again. This time the red glow below surged upward. The white root snapped in half. The bridge links bucked. The crown flared in Grace's arms. Every black root in the walls turned toward it. The guard copy hauled on the third chain. "The heart knows it's been taken." "Where's the way out?" Grace asked. "The same place it was for your grandfather?" "The iron door?" "It isn't. That door goes deeper now." A crack split the upper ledge. The iron door folded inward under a mass of roots. The copy pointed with his chin toward the far shelf where I'd stood. The half-charm's shape glowed inside the broken white root below it. A line of pale light ran through the wall and formed the outline of a narrow house. "The charm remembers both hearths," he said. "The one it came from and the one it was promised." "Can it take us home?" I asked. "It can take you toward what you refused to leave." Fern and stone. The thought hit harder than the pain in my chest. The far shelf was across the tilted bridge. Roots pushed from the wall between us and it, thick as my body. They twisted together, forming hands with too many fingers. Grace shifted my arm across her shoulders. "Cole, take his other side." Cole looked at the loose chain, then at me. "If I release this, the bridge folds." The guard copy wrapped the chain around the roots running through his own chest. "I'll hold it." Cole didn't move. "You're tied to the wall." "I've been tied to worse." The copy pulled the links tight until they cut into the dried flesh at his ribs. Grace studied him. "What do you want?" He looked at the crown pressed against her coat. For a moment, hunger emptied his face of everything else. Then the half-charm's glow reached him through the bridge. His clear eyes softened. "I want the part of me that remembers duty to win once." Cole crawled away from the chain and came to my left side. He pushed his shoulder under my arm. His bolt injury made the movement clumsy, but he stayed beneath my weight. Grace held the crown against her ribs with one arm and held me with the other. My legs dragged behind us. The first root hand struck the bridge. The guard copy pulled the third chain. The link snapped level. "Start moving," he said, "before the rest of me changes its mind." Grace and Cole carried me toward the far shelf as the forest heart began tearing the chamber apart. Grace and Cole carried me 3 steps before the bridge tried to throw us off. The links rolled beneath their boots. Grace's wrapped foot slipped sideways. Cole caught her coat with a hand under my arm, and all 3 of us dropped to our knees. The crown struck Grace's ribs through her coat. Gold flashed across the chamber. Every root hand turned toward her. "Cover it," the guard copy shouted. "With what?" Grace asked. "Anything that once kept you warm." My mother's scarf was gone. Our damp blankets remained tied to the torn packs on Cole's back, but neither man could reach them while holding me. Grace shoved the crown under the front of her coat. The points pressed through the wool around her stomach. She hissed and held the coat closed with her free hand. The gold dimmed. The root hands lost their aim for a heartbeat. Cole hauled me upright again. "Your legs are getting heavier." "I'm doing my best." "Do less. It may help." We staggered forward. The guard copy stood behind us with the 3rd chain wrapped through the roots in his chest. Each time the bridge dropped, the links tore deeper into him. Dark sap ran down his coat and fell between his boots. The largest root hand reached over our heads. Its palm was a knot of pale wood. 7 black fingers spread across the bridge, blocking the far shelf. The tips opened into small mouths lined with splinters. Grace couldn't draw a weapon because she had none. Cole had lost even his strip of pot metal. I couldn't stand without them. The crown pulsed beneath Grace's coat. A thought entered my head without a voice. "Open them." The root fingers waited. I understood what the crown offered. I could command the hand to open. The mark over my heart warmed, ready to carry the order into the forest. Gold moved another inch under my skin. "I won't," I said. Grace glanced at me. "Know what?" "It wants me to use it." "Can it clear the way?" "It can." Cole stared at the root mouths. I dislike easy answers, but I dislike those teeth more. The guard copy pulled the chain tight. "Every command makes the hunter faster." Grace shifted my weight. "Then we make our own way." She lowered me onto the bridge. My back struck the links. The cold iron bit through my wet clothes. Grace rolled away as the first finger stabbed down where her head had been. Cole dropped beside me and kicked the joint where the finger met the palm. The root barely moved. Grace seized the chain under us with both hands. "Help me roll it." Cole understood first. He planted his boots against 2 links and pulled the next link upward. Grace did the same on the other side. The bridge twisted beneath the root hand. I hooked my numb right leg around a link and used both arms to drag myself sideways. Another finger punched through the gap near my shoulder. Its mouth snapped against my coat and tore away a strip of cloth. Grace and Cole pulled together. The chain bridge rolled a quarter turn. The root hand lost its grip on the wall. Its own weight carried it over the side. 3 fingers caught the bridge, bending links downward. The small mouths snapped in panic. Cole stamped 1 finger until it broke. Grace used the edge of a link to crush another. The last tore free and the hand dropped into the red dark. The bridge sprang level. The sudden lift threw me toward the far shelf. My chest struck stone. I caught a crack with both hands. Grace pushed from behind while Cole lifted my hips. They dragged me onto the shelf. The moment my body left the bridge, the gold under my skin advanced. It spread from my stomach toward my right hip. "Hands on me," I said. Grace grabbed my shoulder. Cole cut my ankle. The gold stopped. Grace looked sick. "It knows when we let go." "It knows everything in here," the guard copy said. He remained on the bridge. Roots poured through the upper wall and wrapped his legs. The 3rd chain had nearly cut his body in half. Still, he held it. The glowing outline of the narrow house waited in the wall beside us. The door shape had no handle or seam. At its center, the missing half-charm shone through layers of stone, though we'd left the iron buried beneath the crown. Grace pressed her palm against the shape. Nothing happened. Cole tried next. The wall stayed solid. The copy looked toward me. "The charm remembers the Fox hearth. I can't reach it." Grace and Cole lifted me under the arms and dragged me close enough to place my palm on the stone. The wall felt warm. The kitchen fire flickered behind my eyes. Not the false kitchen the crown had shown me. This one held small details the forest had missed. The table rocked because 1 leg was shorter. Smoke leaked from the hearth when the wind came from the east. My mother kept dried mint in a blue jar with a chipped rim. My father always left his work gloves on the same peg and complained when someone moved them. The house outline brightened. A second place pressed against it. I saw a guard room in the Capitol. 2 narrow beds. A clean breastplate hanging from a wall hook. a child's wooden horse on a shelf. The living guard's hearth, not a family home, but the place where he'd kept what mattered. The two memories met along the broken teeth of the charm. The stones split. Cold air touched my face. A narrow passage opened, barely wide enough for two people shoulder to shoulder. Pale roots formed its walls. They all pointed upward. Grace leaned close to smell the air. "I smell water." "And horse," Cole said. I smelled it too beneath the wet stone, old hay, leather, and the warm, sour scent of an animal stall. It was fern. My heart kicked against the brand. The crown moved under Grace's coat as if it smelled her too. The guard copy shouted. The chain around his body broke. Not the iron. His roots did. The third chain tore through him and snapped toward the far shelf. It struck the stone above our heads, spraying chips. The bridge folded down the middle. The guard copy fell. His remaining hand caught one link. The roots from the wall pulled at his legs while the bridge dragged him toward the pit. His dried face twisted. Clear eyes found mine. "You need to go," he said. Grace pushed my shoulders into the passage. "Cole, take his legs." Cole didn't move. The copy's fingers slipped. Cole lunged back to the edge and caught his wrist. "What are you doing?" Grace demanded. "Returning a favor." Cole lay flat on the shelf, his injured right arm useless against his side. He held the copy with his left hand. Roots climbed from the copy's wrist toward Cole's fingers. The guard looked at him. "Let go before I enter you." Cole's face tightened. "Can you climb?" "I can't." "Then stop making this difficult." He pulled. The copy rose an inch. His body below the ribs had become a drag of black roots and torn cloth. The wall roots pulled harder. Grace left the crown beneath her coat and crawled to Cole. She caught the back of his belt and braced her good boot against the stone. I lay in the opening with dead legs and watched them risk the crown, the route, and themselves for something that wasn't fully human. The gold beneath my skin warmed. The crown wanted a command. "Break the roots." The thought wasn't spoken, yet it filled my mouth with a taste of metal. I could end the pull. One order might save all three. I looked at the guard copy. Gold had begun showing in the roots at his neck. The forest heart was reclaiming him. Even if Grace and Cole dragged him up, he might turn before we reached the next bend. He knew it too. "Listen, farmer," he said, "don't spin yourself on what's already dead." My grandfather had refused that choice once. He tried to carry the living guard. He later followed the copy because he couldn't bear to lose the man twice. The forest had used love like a rope around his throat. I wouldn't leave Grace or Cole. I also wouldn't order the forest to preserve a copy that was begging us to move. "Listen, Cole," I said. "He's asking us to let him choose." Cole looked back at me. "You're comfortable with that because you're not holding him." The guard's roots reached the back of Cole's hand. Cole's skin darkened where they touched. Grace saw it. "Release him." "Not yet." "Cole now." "Gow." The copy tightened his own fingers around Cole's thumb. For one moment, the old guard's grip looked human. "Tell your dead brother you turned back this time," he said. Then he opened his hand. Cole caught empty air. The copy fell with the folded bridge. He didn't scream. The roots below opened and took him. The half-charmed light flashed once inside the wall beside us. A final memory struck through my palm. The living guard sat against a tree with my grandfather kneeling beside him. Dawn shone through leaves. His blood had soaked the ground black. "You carried me," the guard said. "That was the promise. You never promised the forest it could keep you to." The memory ended. The house-shaped opening began to close. Pale roots curled inward from both sides. Grace grabbed me under the arms. Cole seized my boots. They dragged me into the passage. The crown's points scraped stone beneath Grace's coat and threw thin sparks. The wall closed behind Cole's heels. Darkness swallowed us. Grace lay beside me, breathing hard. Cole rested his forehead against the wet root floor. No one spoke for several heartbeats. Then the passage tilted upward. The roots beneath us moved like a slow belt. They carried us away from the broken heart chamber. The crown mark burned with every foot we climbed. Behind us, deep under the forest, something vast tore loose. The passage shook. A red crack opened along the ceiling. Heat rolled through it, followed by the smell of sap, old blood, and scorched hair. The forest heart was breaking. Grace lifted her head. "How far does this go?" I pressed my palm against the moving roots. The crown answered with another tempting certainty. It could show me the distance. It could show every turn. I only had to ask. I pulled my hand away. I don't know. Cole looked back at the sealed wall. That may be the first royal answer I trust. Don't call it royal. Grace shifted the crown against her stomach. Then help us decide what to call the man we're dragging. Wesley still works. She leaned close enough that her forehead touched mine. Keep it that way. The roots carried us upward while the chamber below collapsed, and the dead guard's half-charm burned a narrow road through the dark. The moving roots carried us until the passage became too steep for Cole to hold my boots. My heel slipped from his hands. My body slid backward, taking Grace with me. She caught a thick root overhead and locked her arm around my chest. The crown shifted beneath her coat. One point pushed through the wool beside my cheek. Cole planted both feet against my boots. His swollen ankle folded. He grunted and straightened it again. Put me down, I said. That's the direction you're already going, he replied. There has to be a better way. Grace's arm tightened around me. The crown says we carry you. We're carrying you. It didn't say you had to tear yourselves apart. It didn't provide instructions. The roots beneath us kept climbing. They moved slowly, but the slope sharpened until we were being pushed up the inside of a pale throat. Small side roots caught our clothes and released them. Each touch felt like fingers checking whether we still lived. Cole crawled higher and untied the partial rope from his pack. We had used and cut it so many times that less than 20 feet remained. He looped it under my arms, then passed the ends around his waist and Grace's. Now we can all be miserable together, he said. They climbed on hands and knees while the roots carried my weight between them. My boots dragged. Feeling returned in flashes, a hard scrape at one heel, cold soaking through a knee, a deep ache in both thighs. None of it became strength. The mark above my heart pulsed. Every pulse brought a picture. A road curving left behind the passage wall. A hollow filled with black water 3 levels above. The crown in Grace's coat seen from outside her body. The forest wasn't speaking. It was giving me its senses without being asked. I shut my eyes. The pictures became clearer. I saw thousands of roots running through the hill. Some carried water. Some carried insects. Some held bones. Far below, the broken heart chamber sagged around a red split. The iron chain bridge had fallen into that split and melted. A gold shape moved in the damage. It had no body yet, only a spine of light and hands made from root ends. It pulled pieces of the dead hunter toward itself. The forest was rebuilding. I opened my eyes. Grace saw my face. What happened? It showed me below. You asked. You asked? I didn't. Cole looked over his shoulder. Can it see us? It sees everything touching these roots. That's encouraging. The hunter's growing again. Grace stopped climbing. The rope tightened around my chest. How close? I don't know. The shape is still under us. Can you block it? The crown mark warmed at the question. I could feel the answer waiting. One command might close the passage behind us. Another could crush the forming shape under stone. The forest offered power with the eagerness of a merchant who knew the price would be paid later. I could try, I said. Grace's green eyes stayed on mine. Would it spread the gold? It would. Then don't. Cole resumed climbing. I appreciate a plan that requires us to move before the thing with many hands finishes growing. We went on. The passage widened after another steep turn. The moving floor flattened beneath us and carried us into a round chamber, no larger than a farm shed. Thick roots crossed the walls in neat rows. Between them sat rusted hooks, broken buckles, scraps of guard cloth, and pieces of leather hardened with age. A restroom for people who'd used the charm route before us. The moving route stopped. Grace and Cole lowered me onto the floor. The instant their hands left my body, gold spread beneath the skin of my left hip. Grace caught my wrist. Cole planted one palm against my boot. The movement stopped. We can't sleep like this, Cole said. We may not get to sleep, Grace replied. My coat and shirt had stuck to the brand. Grace opened the coat carefully. The smell of burned wool rose from my chest. She cut no cloth because she had no knife. Instead, she tore the shirt seam with both hands and peeled the fabric aside. The 9-point crown mark sat above my heart. Its lines were raised and gold at the center, red-black around the edges. Thin branches ran from it under the skin. One reached toward my shoulder. Another ended near my ribs. A third disappeared beneath my belt toward the hip that had warmed. Grace touched the skin beside the lowest branch. Pain jumped through me. I grabbed her arm. She didn't pull away. Does it hurt when I touch the gold or the skin? Both hurt. That helps. Cole unrolled the least damaged blanket. He folded it and wedged it under my knees. Try moving your toes. I stared at my boots. The right toe moved slightly. The left didn't. Grace saw it. Her mouth tightened. Try again, she said. I did. The left toe gave a small twitch. That's enough, she said. It doesn't feel like enough. It wasn't a vote. She pulled the crown from under her coat. We saw it fully for the first time since the claim. The gold wasn't polished. Dark age marks filled the spaces between its 9 points. Thin grooves ran around the band where hundreds of names had once crossed. Only mine remained, cut on the inside in letters that glowed faintly. There was no blood on it, though its points had pressed against Grace and me. She wrapped it in the driest part of the blanket and set it against her stomach. The moment the gold disappeared, the chamber walls relaxed. Roots that had leaned toward us settled back into their rows. It notices warmth, Grace said. The guard said cover it with something that kept us warm, I replied. Cole touched one of the rusted hooks. These people knew the same rule. A strip of old cloth hung behind the hook. A 9-point mark had been burned into it. Beneath the mark, someone had scratched words into the wall with a buckle pin. The marked one is road and door. The living carry the road. The dead carry the door. Grace read it twice. The dead guard opened the charm route. And we're carrying the road, Cole said. I looked at the final line. What door? No one answered. Another message had been cut lower, partly hidden behind a root. Do not let the marked one name the dead. I thought of the copy without a name, of the voices the forest had used, of my grandfather's lost piece. What happens if I name one? I asked. Cole gave me a flat look. You might avoid testing every warning we find. I asked a question. Grace studied the wall. Maybe the crown can give a copy a true place in the world. Maybe that lets it leave. Or makes it part of the marked person, Cole said. The root behind the warning moved. A whisper came from inside it. Wesley, answer. My mother's voice. Grace covered my mouth before I could answer. The whisper traveled around the chamber. Wesley Fox. My father said it from the opposite wall. A child's voice followed. One of my brothers, though the forest blurred which one. Wesley, tell us who died. The hooks began to shake. Old guard buckles tapped against the roots. Cole kept his hand on my boot. Don't speak any dead person's name. I don't know many. Then this should be simple. The voice beneath us changed. Your brother waits. Cole went rigid. A name tried to form from root to root, but the sound stretched before it became clear. Say his name. Cole's hand left my boot. Gold moved under my skin. Grace shoved her knee against my thigh while keeping one hand across my mouth. The spread stopped. Cole stood. His left ankle shook under him. His right arm hung stiff. He stared at a section of wall where the roots had begun shaping a man's face. The cheeks were younger than Cole's. The mouth formed first. Brother, come closer, it said. Cole took one step. Grace spoke without removing her hand from me. That isn't him. I know. Then sit down. I know what it is. The face opened its eyes. They were Cole's eyes without the age around them. Say my name, it begged. Let me out. Cole's throat worked. The crown inside the blanket warmed. I felt its power reach toward the root face. If I spoke his brother's full name, the crown would take the copy into its road. I didn't understand what that meant, but the hunger behind the offer made the mark ache. Grace felt my jaw move beneath her palm. Her eyes sharpened. Don't help him by using it. Cole turned on her. You think I need help from either of you? I think you spent years trying to answer a dead man. That's easy to say when your father may still be alive. Grace flinched. The root face smiled. It used the opening at once. Benjamin Hammer is dead. Grace's hand fell from my mouth. The chamber changed. A reflection spread across the roots. The Capitol gate appeared in wet black lines. People crowded outside it. Insects covered their faces and clothing. A cart piled with bodies stood near a dry fountain. Benjamin lay on the gate steps in his guard coat. Grace crawled toward the image. I caught her wrist. My legs couldn't move, but my arms still could. It's showing what gets a name from us, I said. Benjamin's body turned its head. "Grace, come closer," he had whispered. She squeezed my hand hard enough to hurt. "Don't say it," I told her. Her eyes filled, but no tears fell. The image sharpened. Benjamin's face looked gray. A dark stain spread beneath his body. One hand reached toward her. Grace shut her eyes. "You don't get his name from me," she said. The reflection cracked. Cole faced the young Root face. It continued pleading. "You left me once." Cole's mouth twisted. "I did." "Leave me again?" "I have to." "Say my name." Cole looked at me. I shook my head. His shoulders dropped. "I won't feed you with it," he said. The face screamed. Roots burst from the walls. They weren't thick enough to crush us. They came in cords, hundreds at once, whipping toward mouths and throats. Grace threw the wrapped crown into my lap and covered it with her body. Cole dropped beside us. We had no blades to cut the cords. I grabbed two in each hand and pulled. They stretched like wet gut. More wrapped my wrists. One pushed between my lips. It tasted of dirt and bitter sap. Grace caught it near my chin and tore it free. Another looped her neck. Cole hooked his fingers beneath it and pulled until his knuckles split. The Roots wanted names, not blood. Every tip opened into a small ear-shaped fold. They pressed against our mouths. Cole slammed his forehead into the wall face. The Root nose flattened. He struck it again and again until bark split across the cheeks. Grace dragged the wrapped crown from my lap and rolled it across the floor. The cords turned toward it. For one instant, they left our faces. "Move him," she said. Cole grabbed the rope around his waist. Grace took the other end. They crawled for the passage on the far side, dragging me behind them. My back scraped over hooks and buckles. I held the wrapped crown tight against my chest with both arms. The moving floor began again when my mark crossed onto it. Roots chased us from the chamber. They wrapped my boots and pulled. Cole kicked them loose. Grace seized my coat and hauled. The passage narrowed around us, crushing the cords against its sides. The Root face called after Cole in his brother's voice. The capital image called Grace in her father's voice. My mother called from the floor beneath my head. None of us answered. The chamber sealed behind my boots. We kept moving until the voices faded. Grace and Cole collapsed on either side of me, both still touching my body. The crown lay wrapped against my chest. I felt its disappointment like cold pressure inside the brand. Cole stared at the pale ceiling. I nearly said his name. "You didn't give it to the forest," I said. "I gave it to you." "That's different." "It had better be." Grace sat up and checked the rope burns under my arms. Her fingers shook. "The image of my father may have been false. It may have been. It may also have been true. That may be true." She looked angry at me for not lying. Then she bent and pressed her forehead against mine. "If he's dead, I can't fix that from here," she said. "You can't. If he's alive, every hour matters. Every hour matters." Her mouth touched mine. The kiss wasn't gentle. It was cold lips, dry blood, and fear held too tightly. She pulled away before either of us could turn it into a promise the forest might hear. Cole cleared his throat. "I'm still touching his boot. That makes this unpleasantly shared." Grace sat back. "You may look away." I did. The passage is narrow. Feeling returned in my right knee as a deep burn. I tried to lift it. The leg moved 1 inch. Grace saw and placed her hand under the knee. "Try again." I moved it farther. The gold under my skin brightened, but didn't spread while both carriers touched me. Cole pushed himself upright. "Perhaps the crown wants him helpless, not dead." "That's comforting," I said. The passage ahead opened onto darkness. Cold wind flowed toward us. It carried wet grass, horse sweat, and the sharp scent of the herbs Grace had packed around Stone's infected leg. Fern was close. Stone was close. Something else moved with them. Who struck rock above us in a frantic pattern? A mare screamed. Grace and Cole were already pulling the rope tight when the first gold root came crawling down the passage ceiling behind us. The gold root on the ceiling moved without bending. It grew forward by splitting its tip, fastening the new pieces to the pale wall and pulling the rest of itself after them. Each section left a black stain. More gold showed through the split behind it. The forming hunter had found our root. Grace dragged the rope around her waist and crawled toward the dark opening. Cole pushed from behind my boots. The moving floor carried us, but not fast enough. The root reached my coat. Its tip opened into 5 thin hooks and caught the cloth between my shoulders. The mark above my heart burned. Gold moved under my skin toward the pole. I rolled onto my side and grabbed the root with both hands. It was hot and hard, more like heated wire than wood. The hooks tightened in my coat. I pulled until my shoulders shook. The root kept growing from the ceiling. Cole climbed over my legs and stamped it against the wall. The gold cracked. Black sap ran across his boot. Grace wrapped the rope once around the root and passed the end back to him. They pulled in opposite directions. The root stretched between them. "Pull again," Grace said. They jerked the rope together. The root snapped. The piece in my coat thrashed like a cut snake. I tore it free and threw it behind us. It tried to join the growing end, but the moving floor carried it the wrong way. The open dark ahead became a shaft. Wet roots crossed it in a tight knot. Beyond them, Fern screamed again. Hooves hammered close enough to shake dirt into my eyes. Grace pressed her face near the knot. "We're under the island." I smelled the spring water through the roots. Cole pulled at them. They were finger-thick and slick. He broke one, then another. The remaining roots tightened around his wrist. "Use the crown," he said. Grace held the wrapped band against her stomach. "He'd have to command them. We're about to be caught." "I know." The gold root behind us had already repaired its broken end. 2 more tips split from it. I put my palm against the knot. The crown sight opened. Water moved above us in a shallow circle around the island. Fern stood near the shed, tide reins dragging. Stone lay beside the fence with his injured rear leg stretched out. Black roots had crossed the water beneath the mud and risen inside the ring. They wrapped the fence posts and pulled them inward. Something gold moved among them. It wasn't a full hunter. It had 2 arms of uneven length, a narrow chest, and no legs below the knees. It dragged itself through the grass toward Stone. Its head was a blank knot with 1 bright slit. Fern charged it. Her front hooves struck the gold chest. The shape rolled, caught one of her reins, and pulled her down to her knees. I jerked my hand from the knot. Fern's fighting it. Stone's down. Grace's face hardened. Can the root open without a command? The charm opened it before. The charm's behind us. It's in the road. I pressed both palms against the wet roots. I didn't tell them to open. I thought of Fern refusing to leave Stone. I thought of the promise I had made when we left them with grass, water, and grain. I thought of my grandfather carrying a dying guard away from this chamber and the house charm, remembering what he wouldn't abandon. The roots warmed. A broken iron shape appeared between my hands. The charm's 3 teeth pressed from the other side. The knot loosened. "That wasn't a command," I said. Cole shoved his fingers into the gap. "Explain later." He and Grace tore the roots apart. Cold water poured through. The passage filled around my shoulders. Mud and bits of grass washed over my face. Grace caught my coat before the current pushed me backward. Cole forced his head through the opening and clawed at the ground above. The gold root struck my boot. Hooks closed around the leather. Feeling flashed through my left leg. Pain raced from heel to hip. "It has me," I said. Grace turned in the cramped shaft. She couldn't reach my boot while holding the crown and the rope. Cole braced both hands against the opening. "Push him up." Grace got beneath my shoulders. Cole grabbed the rope around my chest and pulled. The root held my boot. Leather stretched. My ankle bent. I kicked with the little strength that had returned. The boot shifted halfway off. "Take it," I said through my teeth. Grace pulled again. My foot came free of the boot. The gold root snapped backward with the empty leather caught in its hooks. My bare foot struck cold water. Cole dragged my shoulders through the opening. I came out in the center of the spring. Water closed over my head. The crown mark flared. For a heartbeat, every root beneath the island showed itself in gold lines. I saw the forming hunter behind us recoil from the water. I saw the broken heart far below pumping red light into those lines. I saw a road of pale roots leading away from the island toward 3 different gates. Then Grace pulled my face above the surface. I coughed water across her shoulder. "Stay with me," she said. "I'm staying." Your eyes went gold. The words frightened me more than the water. Cole waded backward, hauling the rope. Grace held me under the arms. They carried me through the waist-deep spring and onto the island. The gold beneath my skin stopped spreading as soon as both held me. Fern screamed near the shed. The half-built hunter had twisted her rein around one long arm. It pulled itself toward her while she backed away, hooves tearing wet grass. Stone tried to rise beside the fence. His front legs straightened. His good rear leg slipped. The infected leg buckled and he fell onto his side. The hunter turned toward him. Grace lowered me against the old shed wall. Keep the ground covered. She shoved the wrapped band into my arms. Cole tore a fence rail loose. The wood was wet but solid, as thick as his wrist and 6 feet long. Grace seized another. The moment they both let me go, the mark burned. Gold moved from my hip toward my spine. I wrapped one end of the partial rope around my waist and threw the other toward Grace. Hold this. She caught it with one hand. The gold stopped. Cole grabbed the rope farther down and looped it around his wrist. Both carriers remained linked to me while they spread apart. The crown shifted beneath the blanket in my arms. The hunter's bright slit turned toward it. Cole, left side, Grace said. Keep it from Stone. Cole limped through the grass with the fence rail held like a spear. I've never fought tied to a king. My name's Wesley, I said. Fight first. Complain later. Grace moved right. The rope ran from my waist to both of them in a wide shape. If either crossed in front of the hunter, it could catch the line and drag me into the fight. They had to stay outside each other's path. The hunter released Fern's rein. She stumbled backward and nearly fell. Blood marked the soft part above her mouth where the leather had cut. She wheeled towards Stone, placing her body between him and the gold shape. The hunter dragged itself forward on its arms. Its left arm was longer, ending in a hand with 4 iron-colored claws. The right ended at a broken knob. Its chest was a cage of gold roots wrapped around a red core, no larger than an apple. No legs. No speed on open ground. The water ring surrounded the island 10 yards behind it. Drive it to the spring, I said. Grace struck first. She swung the fence rail low and hit the hunter's long arm near the wrist. The impact jarred the rail from her palms. She caught it again before it fell. Cole drove his rail into the gold cage and pushed. The hunter's body slid a foot through the grass. Its clawed hand caught Cole's rail. Gold fingers closed around the wood and crushed it. Cole let go before the broken end could pull him forward. The rope at my waist tightened. I braced both hands against the ground. My legs remained useless weight. Grace brought her rail down across the hunter's bright head slit. The blank knot split. Light spilled out. The hunter swung its long arm. The claws caught Grace's coat near the shoulder and spun her to the ground. Her grip on the rope dragged me sideways. The wrapped crown rolled from my lap. The blanket opened. Gold lit the island. Every black root under the grass rose at once. They came around my wrists, my chest, and my dead legs. The crown lay 2 feet away, uncovered, its points gleaming. The hunter abandoned Grace. It pulled itself toward the crown. Cole threw his broken rail like a club. It struck the red core but didn't break it. Cover the crown, Grace shouted. I couldn't reach it without pulling my carriers toward me. The black roots tightened and began dragging me instead. The crown's voice entered my head. Call the water. I saw how easily I could do it. The spring would rise. The current would sweep the hunter off the island. The horses would survive if I shaped the command carefully. Gold warmed behind my eyes. I looked at Fern. Her rein still dragged from her bridle. The end lay near my bare foot. I hooked it with my toes. Feeling had returned enough to curl them. I pulled the rein toward me with my leg. The motion was weak and slow, but the leather slid across the grass. Fern felt the tug. Her ears turned. Fern, come here, I called. She knew her name from my voice, not from the crown. The mare moved toward me. The hunter reached for the uncovered band. Fern stepped on its long arm. Bone and root cracked under her hoof. The clawed hand pinned to the ground. I caught the rein with my left hand and pulled her closer. She passed between me and the crown. Her belly blocked the gold light. The black roots around my body loosened. Grace rolled onto her knees. She grabbed the blanket, threw it over the crown, and snatched the bundle away from the hunter. Cole seized the rope around my waist with both hands and pulled me clear of the rising roots. Use the water, I said. We need to push it into the spring. Grace tucked the crown under her coat again. Use the rein. She took Fern's loose rein from me and ran behind the hunter, staying wide of its broken arm. Cole caught the other side of the leather. Together, they looped it around the gold cage. The hunter snapped its head toward Cole. Its slit opened into a mouth. My own voice came from it. Cole read, Your brother waits below. Cole's hands shook. He pulled harder. The rein tightened around the cage. Grace moved toward the spring on the right. Cole moved left. They dragged the hunter backward, its short lower body tore channels through the grass. The pinned arm broke free beneath Fern's hoof, leaving 2 claws behind. The creature drove its remaining knob into the ground and stopped. The rope linking my carriers to me stretched tight. I began sliding after them. My back scraped through mud. The shed wall moved away behind me. Black roots followed, lifting my coat and trying to turn me toward the crown. Stone struggled again. This time Fern pressed her shoulder against his neck. The gelding got his front legs under him. His good rear hoof found firm ground. The injured leg hung, shaking, barely touching grass. He stood. Grace looked at him. Stone, move. The gelding took one painful step. The hunter's bright slit turned toward him. Stone pinned his ears and stepped again. He brought his chest against the hunter's back. Grace and Cole pulled the rein. Stone pushed. The gold creature slid toward the spring. Its knob tore through turf. Roots beneath the island grabbed at it, but the waterline was close. I dragged behind my carriers, holding the rope with both hands so it wouldn't cut deeper into my waist. The mark burned. The crown remained hidden. Fern stayed beside Stone, nudging his neck each time his injured leg threatened to fold. The hunter reached the muddy edge. It twisted, caught Stone's hanging leg, and pulled. Stone went down hard. Grace released the rein and struck the gold wrist with the heel of her good boot. The joint bent, but held. Cole wrapped both hands around one of the remaining claws. He pulled until it broke free. The hunter turned on him. Grace seized the broken claw from Cole and drove it into the red core inside the cage. The core split. Hot sap sprayed her coat. The hunter convulsed. Fern kicked its back. The body rolled into the spring. Water closed over the gold cage. The creature thrashed. Steam rose. The bright slit flickered beneath the surface. Black roots shot from the mud and tried to pull it back onto land. Cole grabbed the fence rail Grace had dropped. He planted the end against the cage and shoved it deeper. Grace helped him. The red core cracked open. A cloud of gold dust spread through the water. The hunter stopped moving. For several breaths, the island held still. Then the broken core collapsed into gray pulp. Cole fell onto his back in the grass. Grace sat beside the spring with both hands blistered and red. The rope between them and me lay tight, but they kept contact. Fern stood over Stone. The gelding's sides heaved. His injured rear leg had begun bleeding through the old wrap where the hunter grabbed it. He was alive. It stood. He'd helped push the creature. I pulled against the ground with both arms. My right leg bent. The left followed more slowly. I couldn't stand, but I crawled to Stone while Grace and Cole moved with me, holding the rope. Fern lowered her nose to my hair and breathed hard. I pressed my face against her wet cheek. "You stayed," I said. She shoved me with her nose as if angry I doubted her. Grace crawled to Stone's rear leg. She untied the old cloth and peeled it away. The swelling remained hot and hard around the joint. The new cut crossed the outer side but hadn't reached deep. "He still can't carry anyone," she said. "He doesn't have to." Cole sat up. "Neither can we carry you to the capital." The answer stood around us. Fence rails, blankets, rope, and Fern's loosened tack. We had left enough supplies on the island to keep 2 horses alive. The grain bag was damp but not empty. 1 water skin hung in the shed. Herbs remained wrapped near Stone's old bedding. A small sack held dried food we hadn't dared carry deeper. The forest hadn't taken everything. Cole emptied the shed onto the grass so we could see what remained. The grain sack held enough for several careful feedings, not the long journey home. The dried food amounted to 4 strips of meat, a hard heel of bread, and a fistful of oats we could chew if hunger became worse than pride. 1 water skin had split at the neck. The other held and smelled only faintly of mud. Grace found the herb roll beneath Stone's blanket. Damp had ruined the soft leaves, but the bitter root and the gray powder remained usable. She divided them without being asked. Most went beside Stone. A smaller share returned to her pack for our cuts and fever. Cole lifted a damaged saddle strap. "Fern can pull him, but not with this." "There are 2 sound straps on Stone's pack," Grace said. "He needs those to keep the wrap and bedding in place." Then we braid cloth around Fern's cracked one. I watched them work while lying useless in wet grass. My hands could tie knots. My shoulders could pull. The crown had taken the part of me every farm task depended on and made the others solve what I should have solved. Grace noticed where I was looking. You can strip the blanket edge. She pushed the cloth within reach. I tore it into long bands with my hands and teeth. Cole braided the bands around the cracked strap, then passed it back so I could tighten each knot. It wasn't much, but it put my hands inside the work instead of leaving them clenched around anger. Fern stood quietly while Cole fitted the repaired strap. Her hide jumped whenever a gold spark moved beneath the spring water. Stone kept his head low, saving strength. "We need rules," Grace said. Cole glanced at her. "The forest hasn't provided enough?" "Our rules. Wesley doesn't use the crown unless both of us agree there's no other way." "What if one of you can't answer?" I asked. "Then you don't use it." "What if you're dying?" Her hand stopped on the tack. "Then you still don't turn yourself into that hunter to save me." I looked at Cole. He tightened the last strap. "I agree with her, which should tell you how poor your argument is." "I haven't made one." "You were building it." Grace tied the wrapped crown beneath my coat again. "We don't use dead voices. We don't answer roads with familiar faces at the end. We don't believe any easy view the crown gives you without checking it against what we can touch." "And we return for the horses," I said. Her eyes moved to Fern and Stone. "That promise is already kept." "Then we get all 5 of us out." Cole looked at the shrinking spring. "That one remains ambitious." "It remains the rule. We worked without resting because rest would let the heart below rebuild faster." Grace cleaned Stone's fresh cut and packed it with the last of the sharp-smelling herbs. Cole replaced the wrap with a strip cut from the driest blanket. I held the gelding's head and kept my body linked to both carriers through the rope. Fern's pack saddle had a cracked strap but remained usable. Cole repaired it with a narrow piece of rein. Grace fastened 2 fence rails to either side, their ends dragging behind Fern. They stretched a folded blanket between the rails and tied it tight. And drag litter. It wasn't comfortable. It didn't need to be. They lifted me onto it. Grace tied the crown beneath my coat against my stomach, wrapped in wool. Cole fixed the rope from my waist to 2 short hand loops at the sides of the litter. "As long as each of us holds one?" he asked. Grace tested the line. "We're still carrying him through the frame." The crown mark cooled. The rule accepted it. Cole gave the gold hidden under my coat a sour look. "I'm glad it respects rope." Stone tried to follow when Fern took the first step. His injured leg touched the ground, then lifted. He moved on 3 sound legs and used the 4th only for balance. The progress was slow and painful, but he kept moving. Grace walked beside his bad side with one hand on his tack and the other to the litter loop. Cole took the opposite loop and led Fern. We crossed the island toward the narrow bridge over the spring. The fence had been torn apart during the fight. Black roots lay dead in the grass. Gold dust drifted under the water like silt. At the bridge, Fern stopped. Her ears pointed forward. The white trees beyond the water had moved. When we'd left the refuge, there had been one narrow pass between them. Now 3 roads waited. The left road was paved with pale stone and climbed toward warm daylight. I could smell dry grass and chimney smoke at its end. Dead End's outer wall seemed close enough to reach before night. The middle road followed the crown marks we'd seen on our way inward. It twisted downhill through red leaves and disappeared beside the uphill river. The right road was bare mud. Hoofprints crossed it. Fern's prints. Stone's prints. Our own boot marks, though none of us had traveled there. All 3 roads carried voices. My father called from the left. Benjamin Hammer shouted from the middle. The unnamed guard laughed from the right. Grace tightened her hand around the litter loop. "Which one is real?" The crown answered before I could stop it. A picture opened behind my eyes. The left road ended in a traveler house full of sleeping copies. The middle road reached the uphill river, then turned toward the outer forest. The right road circled under the island and returned to the Broken Heart. Gold crept toward my eyes. I shut them and forced the picture away. "The middle," I said. "I saw where they go." Grace stared at the mark above my heart. "You didn't ask." "I didn't." Cole looked back at the spring. The water level had dropped. Mud appeared along the inner bank. The gold dust no longer drifted. It gathered into thin lines beneath the surface. The national curse had reached the refuge. The spring was drying. Stone took another step. Fern pulled the litter onto the bridge. A crack opened in the muddy bank behind us. Gold fingers pushed through. Not the half-built hunter we'd drowned. These fingers were larger, shaped around knuckles of white bone. A second hand broke the mud farther along the ring, then a third. The dead seekers beneath the island were rising with the gold dust inside them. Grace and Cole pulled the litter faster. Fern crossed the bridge. Stone limped after her. The first dead seeker dragged itself from the shrinking spring. Water poured from an empty chest. A crown mark burned above its heart. It lifted its head. My face formed across its wet skull. When it spoke, my voice came from every road at once. Bring me home. Bring me home. My own voice rolled out of 3 roads and came back from the white trees. Fern jerked against the repaired harness. The drag litter lurched over the bridge boards, and one rail struck the side of my hip hard enough to blur the road. Grace and Cole ran beside me with their hands locked through the rope loops. Stone came behind on 3 sound legs, his bad rear hoof touching down only when he needed balance. The first dead seeker climbed from the shrinking spring. It wore my face badly. The skin was waterlogged and gray, stretched across a skull packed with white root. Gold shone in the cracks around its eyes. Its mouth opened too far, splitting both cheeks as it repeated the words, "Bring me home." 2 more hands broke through the mud behind it. "Middle road," Grace said. "Keep Fern moving." Cole slapped the mare's flank with the loose end of a strap. "Move, girl. Don't look back." Fern pulled harder. Her hooves struck the pale road and threw wet chips behind us. The litter bounced over the first crown-mark stone. I grabbed both rails and lifted my head. The bridge groaned. The dead seeker had reached it. 1 foot dragged. The other bent at the ankle each time it stepped, but the thing didn't slow. Water ran from the empty space under its ribs. Gold threads twisted through that hollow and held its upper body together. Behind it, a second seeker tore free. This one had my father's shoulders beneath my face. A third rose, wearing Grace's red hair over a bare skull. The forest wasn't copying bodies with care anymore. It was using whatever pieces it had. Stone made a harsh sound behind us. I twisted on the litter. His bad leg had slipped between 2 bridge boards. He pulled once, but the swollen joint wouldn't clear. The first dead seeker was 6 steps behind him. "Stone's caught," I said. Grace released her loop and ran back. The crown under my coat turned hot. Gold moved beneath the mark above my heart. It followed my ribs and reached toward my throat, not as pain at first, but as pressure. A command waited there. I could feel its shape without speaking it. Make them rise. The dead seekers would obey. The bridge might obey. The roots under the road would obey. The price waited with the command. I could almost see it, gold filling my eyes, my hands opening without my choice, Grace and Cole becoming ropes tied to a body that no longer belonged to me. "Don't use it," Cole said. "I'm not." He'd seen the white climb my neck. Cole let go of his loop and shoved a fist through the rope near my waist. The crown cooled enough for me to think. Fern stopped when both carriers left the litter, then stamped and strained against the harness. Grace reached Stone. She dropped beside his rear leg and drove her fingers between the board and his fetlock. The bridge shook under the dead seeker's weight. "Lift when I pull," she told the horse. Stone's ears flattened. Grace pushed up on his leg. The seeker stepped close enough to touch his tail. Cole grabbed one of the loose fence rails lashed along the litter. He tore it free, ran past me, and drove its broken end into the seeker's open chest. The rail passed through gold threads and struck the spine. Cole planted both feet and shoved. The seeker folded around the wood. Its hands raked the rail, nails peeling back as it tried to pull itself closer. My face stared over Cole's shoulder. "Wesley," it said in my mother's voice. "Please come home." Cole's mouth twisted. "You picked the wrong family." He heaved sideways. The seeker struck the bridge rail, broke through it, and fell into the low spring. Mud swallowed half its body. It kept pulling itself forward with both hands. Grace freed Stone's hoof. "Move," she said. Stone lunged. His bad leg cleared the gap. He almost fell, caught himself against Grace's shoulder, then hobbled toward the road. The second seeker reached Cole. It had no lower jaw. Gold roots hung from its mouth and moved like searching fingers. Cole swung the broken rail across its knees. Bone snapped. The thing dropped but caught his ankle. Cole hit the bridge on his back. Grace turned, but Stone blocked the narrow boards between them. I pulled against the ropes at my waist. My legs answered with a weak jerk. Not enough to stand. Not enough to reach Cole. The command pressed at my throat again. I looked at the bridge instead of the seeker. The boards had darkened where spring water soaked them. One support post leaned outward. The fence rail Cole had torn away had left a rope running loose beneath my hand. I caught it and pulled. The rope tightened around the remaining side rail. I wrapped it across my forearm and hauled until my damaged rib burned. "Cole, roll right," I said. He didn't ask why. He kicked the seeker's wrist loose and rolled against the bridge edge. I pulled again. The side rail tore free. 3 upright posts came with it. The last post struck the kneeling seeker across the back and drove it through the open gap. It fell into the mud beside the first. Cole crawled up and ran. Grace took her loop. Cole caught his. Fern started before either of them called to her. We reached the middle road as the third seeker stepped onto the bridge. The pale stones sloped between white trunks. Red leaves stuck to them in wet clumps. The uphill river flashed ahead through the trees, its water climbing over black rock with a soft sucking sound. The road under us changed. Crown marks turned one by one as we passed. Each carved point had faced inward when we came this way. Now the marks faced away from the heart. "The road knows we have it," Grace said. "It knows he has it," Cole answered. My coat shifted over the wrapped crown. The band felt heavier against my stomach with each jolt of the litter. Behind us, the bridge broke. I heard wood split and bodies strike mud. Then came the wet slap of hands climbing the bank. "They're still coming," I said. "We noticed," Cole said. His right arm hung close to his side. The old bolt injury had opened again under the strain of the rail. Dark blood spread through the cloth, but he kept his left hand locked through the litter loop. Grace's missing boot made her stride uneven. Her rough leather sole slapped against stone. She used stone's tack with her free hand to keep him moving. The 3 roads vanished behind the white trunks. My father's voice continued from the left. Benjamin shouted from somewhere downhill. The unnamed guard laughed once, then went quiet. My copied voice stayed on the road with us. "Bring me home." The words came from ahead now. Fern slowed. "Keep her moving," Grace said. "There's something across the road," Cole answered. A body stood between 2 white trees 50 feet ahead. It looked like me from behind. Same torn coat. Same dark hair plastered against the neck. A gold crown mark burned through the cloth above its heart. It turned. The face had no eyes. Smooth skin covered both sockets. Its lips moved around my voice. "Bring me home." The dead seekers weren't only following. The roads were placing them ahead of us. Cole reached for a weapon he no longer had. Grace searched the ground. Loose stone. Anything heavy. The pale road had been swept clean. The white trunks had no low branches. Even the red leaves were soft with rot. I looked at Fern's harness. 1 fence rail remained on the right side of the litter. Its front end was tied beside her pack saddle. Its rear end dragged near my hand. "Cole, take my loop and Grace's," I said. "That leaves her free for what?" "Exactly what she's better at." Grace passed him her loop before he could argue. Cole wrapped both ropes around his left forearm. I gripped the remaining rail. "When I say, turn Fern toward the river." Grace moved ahead of the mare with empty hands raised. The copy watched her approach. Its head tilted too far to one side. "You aren't Wesley," she said. The smooth skin over its eyes tightened. "I'm what comes home." Grace stepped closer. "He wouldn't say it like that." The copy rushed her. It moved faster than the dead at the spring. Its bare feet struck the stone in short, hard steps. Both hands opened, fingers packed with gold splinters. Grace waited until it reached her. Then she dropped. The copy's hands closed over empty air. Grace drove her shoulder into its hip and turned her body. The thing stumbled past her, directly beside the litter. "Now," I said. Cole pulled Fern left. The mare swung toward the river. The litter's front end followed. I held the rear rail with both hands and let the turn carry it across the road. The wood struck the copy behind the knees. Its legs flew forward. Its back hit the rail, and the litter rolled partly over it. I felt the impact through my spine. Gold fingers reached around the wood and caught my coat. The crown answered. Heat punched through my chest. For one terrible second, the copy and I shared the same open mouth. I saw the forest heart through its missing eyes. I saw mud, broken gold, and a drowned hunter pulling itself together around a spine made from dead seekers. Home wasn't the capital. Home was the heart. The copies wanted to carry the crown back down. I grabbed the seeker's wrist. Its skin was cold and soft. My thumb sank through it and touched moving root. "You're going the wrong way," I said. I twisted the wrist against the rail. Grace stamped on its elbow. Bone cracked. The hand tore free from my coat. Cole shouted at Fern. She dragged the litter over the copy. One rail crossed its neck. The wheelless frame didn't crush it, but the weight held it long enough for Stone to limp past. Grace ran beside us and caught her loop again. The river came close to the road. Silver water climbed over a low shelf of black rock, moving against the slope. Mist wet my face. The smell wasn't clean anymore. Rot and iron came with it from the inner basin. The road narrowed to a strip between the river and a wall of roots. Behind us, the eyeless copy stood. Its neck leaned at an angle that should have killed anything living. It followed with one arm hanging loose. More shapes entered the road beyond it. 5 dead seekers. Then 8. Everyone wore some part of my face. "We can't outrun them with Stone," Cole said. "We're not leaving him," I answered. I wasn't suggesting it. The river made a deep gulping sound. Its silver surface dropped 6 inches. For the first time since we'd seen it, the water stopped climbing. It hung motionless over the black rock. Then gravity took it. The river rushed downhill. The first real current slammed through the narrow channel, dragging leaves, mud, and broken root away from the forest heart. Water struck the road edge and tore pale stones loose. Fern shied. Stone pressed against the root wall. The dead seekers kept coming. The road began to collapse between us. "Forward," Grace said. "Stay against the roots." Cole pulled the litter close to the wall. The river ate the outer half of the road, stone after stone vanishing in brown water. Fern picked her way ahead. Her repaired strap creaked. Stone followed with his nose against her flank. The copies reached the broken section. The first stepped into the current and vanished at once. The second caught a root, but 3 more crowded into it. Their combined weight tore the root free. All 4 rolled downhill, my voice breaking into wet pieces as the river took them. The eyeless copy stopped at the edge. It watched without eyes. "Bring me home," it called. I held the wrapped crown beneath my coat. "I am," I said. "Just not yours." The river widened the break. The copy remained on the far side as white trees closed around it. Its mouth kept moving, but the water swallowed the sound. Grace and Cole didn't slow until the spring road disappeared behind a bend. The white trunks thinned. Dark oak and pine returned around us. The air lost the sharp smell of the inner forest and gained damp bark, old needles, and animal droppings. Fern's pace dropped to a walk. Stone stumbled once, recovered, then stumbled again. Grace caught his tack. "We need to stop." "Not here," Cole said. "His leg won't care what place you prefer." Stone's bad rear leg shook from hip to hoof. The fresh wrap had turned dark and wet. He'd kept moving because Fern moved, but the strength was leaving him. The Crown Road continued beside the river. Ahead, a fallen pine made a shallow shelter against a bank. The roots had lifted a wall of packed earth high enough to hide us from the road behind. "There," I said. They guided Fern off the stones. Cole released the loops only after Grace had both hands on the litter frame. The mark cooled but didn't flare. They lowered me beside the dirt wall. Fern stood with her sides heaving. Stone tried to remain upright while Grace untied the leg wrap. The smell hit us first. Hot decay. Sour fluid. Wet hair. Grace looked at the swollen joint and said nothing. Cole sat hard against the fallen trunk. His right sleeve was soaked nearly to the wrist. The river ran downhill beside us now, carrying the forest's filth toward the outer lands. For the first time, the way out looked real. So did the cost of reaching it. Grace cut the soaked wrap from Stone's leg. The skin beneath had gone tight and glossy. Heat came off it even in the cold shade. The outer cut had closed at the edges, trapping dark fluid under the flesh. Each time Grace touched the joint, Stone's whole body tightened. "We have to open it," she said. Cole looked at the few supplies left in the torn pack. "With what?" Grace held up a bent brass buckle. "This after we heat it." Fern nosed Stone's neck. The gelding didn't respond. He stood with his head low and his breath shaking through his nostrils. I pushed myself upright against the dirt wall. Feeling had returned to both legs, but they were weak and unreliable. My left foot moved when I told it to. My right knee could drop a few inches before the muscles started to shake. The Crown's punishment hadn't vanished outside the inner basin. It had only loosened. "Put me beside him," I said. Grace didn't look away from the leg. You can't hold him if he falls. I can hold his head. Cole wiped blood from his right hand. That'll help more than watching. They shifted me off the litter and sat me near Stone's shoulder. I looped both arms around his neck. His hide was damp and cold above the chest, hot farther back. He knew my smell. I felt a small change in him when he understood I was there. Grace struck flint into a nest of dry pine fibers. The first barks died. The second caught. Cole fed the tiny flame with bark scraped from the underside of the fallen trunk. Smoke collected beneath the root wall. It smelled sharp and bitter, but it covered some of the decay from Stone's leg. Grace laid the brass buckle in the coals. "We've got gray powder," Cole said. "Use it after." Half after. Half if it starts bleeding too hard. Stone shifted his weight. I pressed my cheek against his neck. "Stay with me. You carried more than your share already." His ear turned toward my voice. The crown under my coat warmed. Not enough to burn. Enough to listen. I pulled my hand away from the wrapped band. Grace saw the movement. What did it offer? I don't know. That means it offered something. It felled him. Cole watched me across the fire. It felt a dying animal and thought you might ask. Stone's ear twitched again. "He isn't dying," I said. Grace took the buckle from the coals with 2 sticks. The brass had darkened. "Then help me keep that true." She waited until the metal cooled enough not to burn the skin. Cole held Stone's tail aside. I tightened my arms around the gelding's neck. Grace pressed the edge into the swollen cut. Stone screamed. His front legs struck the ground. His body surged backward, almost knocking Cole into the river. I held on and spoke into his mane. No soothing words came. I told him exactly what Grace was doing and why it had to hurt. The cut opened. Dark fluid ran over Grace's fingers. The smell thickened until I tasted it. Cole turned his face aside but didn't release the horse. Grace pressed around the joint with both hands. More filth came out. Stone kicked once with his sound rear leg, then sagged against me. "Easy," I said. "You've got us." That was the rule we'd made for ourselves. It had to apply to him, too. Grace rinsed the cut with a little water from the skin. She packed gray powder into it, then wrapped the leg in the cleanest strip left from a blanket. The cloth was thin and patched. It would have to last. Cole retied the strap above the joint. He can't keep the pace we had. "The dead can't cross the river break," I said. "You saw one road stop them. The forest has more than one road." Grace sat back on her heels. Her hands were stained nearly black. "We rest until the shaking stops. Then we follow the river." Cole studied the slope above us. "No sleep." "No sleep," she agreed. Fern drank from the running water after Grace checked it with a strip of silver bark from the inner trees. The bark didn't curl or blacken. We filled the skin. The river carried silt now, but it smelled like stone instead of old blood. Cole cleaned his reopened arm injury with the last of the bitter root. Grace tied it tight. He complained once when she pulled the knot, mostly because complaining let him keep his face steady. Then she came to me. "You used your left arm on the bridge?" she said. "I used both." That wasn't the question. She unwrapped the cut on my forearm. It had opened along one edge. Not badly. She cleaned it and used a narrow strip from the lining of her coat. Her fingers slowed when she reached the mark above my heart. A thin gold line had climbed from one crown point toward my collarbone. It stopped there. "You didn't command anything," she said. "No command." But it moved. The copies pulled at it. Grace touched the skin beside the line, not the line itself. "Does it hurt?" "It feels like a wire under the skin." Cole sat on the far side of the fire, giving us the nearest thing to privacy 3 exhausted people could manage. Grace leaned closer until her forehead rested against mine. The contact was quiet. No promise came with it. Her hair smelled of river water, smoke, and the sharp herbs she'd used on Stone. "I don't need you to become harder than this place," she said. "I need you to keep knowing when it's asking for too much." I almost used it. You didn't. Next time might be worse. Then next time Cole and I will be more annoying. "From the fire," Cole said. "I can improve if challenged." Grace's mouth moved against a tired smile. I wanted to kiss her. I also knew her cracked lips, bruised face, and shaking hands weren't a request for heat. I turned my face just enough to press my mouth against her temple. She stayed there for 3 breaths. Then Stone stamped. Every head turned toward the river. A face moved beneath the surface. It traveled with the current, looking up through brown water. My face again. The eyes were open this time, gold and bright. Hair streamed around it like weed. A second face followed. Then Grace's. Then Cole's. Name takers. They weren't swimming. Their bodies dragged along the riverbed while their faces remained turned upward. Cole kicked dirt over the fire. Grace covered the last flame with her boot. They know where we stopped. They'd known since the crown chose him, Cole said. The first face reached the bank below me. A hand came out of the water. The fingers were too long, each nail split into a white hook. I grabbed a fist-sized rock and struck the hand. 2 fingers broke. The creature didn't react. Its other hand found the bank. Cole drove the heel of his boot into its wrist. Grace seized a burning stick from under the dirt and pressed the red end against the wet face. The skin tightened. My copied mouth opened. No scream came out. Instead, the thing spoke with Grace's voice. "Wesley, the left road was safe." Grace pressed harder. "You're a poor copy." The face split from nose to chin. White root pushed through the opening. Cole hooked both hands under the creature's wrist and pulled it onto the bank. Its body was narrow, almost child-sized, but its arms were as long as mine. River stones had grown into its ribs. It twisted toward me, gold eyes fixed on the crown mark. I raised the rock again. The name Taker changed faces. My mother looked up at me. Not the rough version from the road. This copy had the small line beside her mouth, the gray beginning at her temples, and the look she'd worn when she tied the house charm around my neck. My hand stopped. The creature lunged. Grace's charred stick entered its mouth. Cole stamped on the back of its neck. I brought the rock down on the side of its skull. The face collapsed. Root and black water spilled over the bank. "Don't wait for the face," Grace said. "I know. You knew before." She wasn't accusing me. That made it worse. More hands reached from the river. "We move now," Cole said. Stone's shaking hadn't stopped, but he lifted his head when Fern stepped toward the road. We rebuilt the litter in haste. Grace and Cole caught their loops. Fern pulled me from the bank while Stone followed, stiff but willing. The name takers crawled onto the road behind us. They copied our voices as they came. Grace called instructions from the river. Cole cursed from under the roots. My own voice begged us to wait. We kept the running water on our left and the root wall on our right. The river path sloped steadily down. Real pine needles replaced red leaves underfoot. Moss grew on the north side of trunks. Small signs of an ordinary world returned, but none of them lasted long enough to trust. A rabbit sat beside the road with its back legs missing. It watched us pass without blinking. A flock of blackbirds hung upside down from a cedar, silent and alive. Once, we smelled bread baking. Grace made us stop until Cole found the source, a white fungus splitting open on a stump, releasing warm, sweet air to draw insects. The name takers stayed behind us. They didn't hurry. They didn't need to. By late afternoon, the river narrowed and dropped into a steep cut. The crown road ended at a slab of gray stone set upright between 2 oaks. A house had been carved into it. The roofline matched my mother's charm. 2 small figures stood beneath it, each holding one side of a third figure. Above them, a 9-point crown faced away from the forest. Grace brushed moss from the lower carving. Words appeared under her fingers. "Read it," Cole said. She traced the old cuts. "To carry the hand. Water finds the dead oak. Wind finds the gate." I listened. Water rushed below us. Wind moved through the oak leaves from the west, carrying cold air and the faint smell of smoke. It wasn't fungus smoke. It was wood smoke mixed with grease and horse manure. Human life. Fern smelled it too. Her ears lifted. Stone took one careful step toward the west path. A scream came from the river behind us in my mother's voice. The name takers had reached the marker. The first one placed both hands on the carved house. Gold flashed beneath the moss. The creature jerked backward as if the stone had struck it. Its copied face changed 3 times in a heartbeat. My mother, Grace, then Cole. The last face stayed. A younger man looked out through the creature's eyes. Same narrow cheeks as Cole. Same dark hair, though cleaner and longer. Cole stopped walking. The name taker smiled with his brother's mouth. "You left me." Cole's loop pulled tight against the litter. Fern felt the resistance and slowed. "Keep moving," Grace said. The creature pressed its palms against the marker again. Smoke rose from its fingers, but it didn't release the stone. "You heard me calling," it said. "You chose the road." Cole's face had gone empty. That was how he looked when something hurt too much to show. I reached across the litter and caught his sleeve. "That thing learned the shit from you. It didn't live the day. It knows what he said. It knows what you fear he said." The name taker pulled one hand free of the marker. Its fingers had burned down to black root. It reached along the path. "Come back for me." Cole turned his head toward it. Grace moved between him and the marker without releasing her loop. "You came back for Stone. You came back for me in the crown room. You came back for Wesley when the bridge fell. That's what's alive now." The creature's smile broke wider. Cole lifted the broken end of his branch. For a moment, I thought he meant to charge it. Instead, he threw the wood. It struck the copied face and knocked the thing away from the marker. "My brother's dead," Cole said. "You don't get his last words." The other name takers climbed over it. The marker flashed again, brighter this time. Cracks of gold ran through the carved house and down to the two carrier figures. The west path hardened under our feet, its mud tightening into packed soil. The stone wasn't a weapon. It was a boundary. The copies could cross, but every touch cost them part of the body they'd stolen. Grace and Cole tightened their loops. We followed the wind. The west path had no crown stones. It was a strip of damp ground between old oaks, hardly wide enough for Fern and the litter. Roots pushed through the soil in ridges. Dead leaves hid holes deep enough to catch a hoof. Grace walked ahead and tested each dark patch with a broken branch. Cole stayed beside Stone, using his shoulder against the gelding whenever the bad leg gave way. The smoke smell grew stronger. So did the wind. It moved the right way. That mattered more than the pale light showing between the trunks. The forest had made daylight before. It had made houses, family voices, and roads that returned to their own beginnings. It hadn't made a steady west wind carrying ash sweat and the sour stink of a tannery. The name takers followed at a distance. We heard them in the leaves. Sometimes one used my mother's voice. Sometimes all of them spoke as Grace, arguing over which tree was real. Cole answered none of it. Stone's pace slowed to the rhythm of his bad leg. 3 short steps, 1 dragging touch. 3 short steps, 1 dragging touch. The fresh wrap remained dry, but the joint was still twice its proper size. Fern didn't pull ahead. Each time the harness tightened, she shortened her stride and waited for him. The path bent around a dead oak. It was wider than our farmhouse and hollow from root to crown. Black bark hung from it in long, loose strips. The river from the marker disappeared beneath its roots, making the earth tremble. On the far side, thorn vines formed a wall. They rose 30 feet between living trees and closed over the path in a mass of gray stems. Each thorn was long as my little finger. Human hair, scraps of cloth, and small animal bones hung in the tangle. Beyond it lay open sky. I could see a brown field, the top of a stone wall, and smoke leaning west. Fern pulled toward it. The thorn wall tightened. Stems rubbed together with the dry sound of teeth. Grace stopped 5 feet away. "This wasn't here when we entered." "We didn't enter on this side," Cole said. "The forest edge moved 3 months of road before we even crossed it. A side means nothing." She was right. The outside field could have been anywhere. It could have been another room under the heart. Cole picked up a dead branch and pushed it through the nearest opening. The vine snapped shut. The branch broke in 3 places. Stone shifted behind him. The name takers came closer. My father called from among the oaks. "Wesley, the gate's behind you." Benjamin answered from farther left. "Grace, listen to me this time." Then my grandfather spoke. I'd never heard his real voice. The forest used mine, aged and roughened. The crown belonged below. Grace looked at the wall, then at me. "Can you tell whether that field is real?" The crown stirred under my coat. A picture pushed at the back of my eyes. I fought it before it opened fully. "We check without asking," I said. Cole glanced toward the growing noise behind us. "We may not have time for a careful study." Then we made time. Grace moved along the wall. She found a strip of blue cloth on a thorn and pulled it free with her branch. The cloth was faded, stiff with old rain, and sewn with white thread along one edge. "Royal Guard lining," she said. Cole took it. "Could be 100 years old." "It could." "Smell it." He frowned but raised it to his nose. "It smells like smoke." "Fresh smoke?" fresher than the cloth. Wind pushed through the thorns and lifted my hair. Something small struck my cheek, a grain husk. I caught it against my collar. It was dry, pale, and ordinary. The field beyond the wall had been harvested badly or left to fail. The husk had come from outside on the wind. "The field is real," I said. The first name taker stepped around the dead oak. It wore Grace's face over a body made from braided roots. Water dripped from its long hands. 3 more moved behind it. "Open ground won't help if we can't reach it," Cole said. Grace studied the wall. "The thorn gate opened for Wesley's blood on the way in." "That gate nearly drank him dry," Cole answered. "This one may ask for the crown instead." The wrapped band grew hot against my stomach as if it had heard her. A seam appeared in the thorn wall. The vines pulled back 1 inch, revealing darkness between them. Gold light moved along the inner stems. The forest knew what stood before it. "Give it back," my copied voice said behind us. The name takers spread across the path. Grace and Cole each kept 1 hand through a litter loop. With their free hands, they lifted branches from the ground. Poor weapons, but the only ones available. I reached under my coat and pressed my palm against the wrapped crown. The seam widened another inch. A thought entered me with the heat. Return the band. Keep the mark. Stay forever. The forest wasn't asking me to die. It was offering the role built for a failed finder. I'd guard the road. I'd wear every face it needed. Grace and Cole would be allowed out, perhaps even with the horses, if I let the roots close around me. For half a heartbeat, the offer felt reasonable. Stone could live. Grace could reach her father. Cole could stop carrying old guilt from one road to the next. I'd wanted the throne because I was tired of dirt under my nails and hunger at the table. Now the throne was costing everyone near me. Grace's fingers closed around my wrist. She hadn't released the loop. She'd reached back with her other hand. "Tell me what it's saying," she said. "It'll let you out." "What does it take?" "It takes me. That isn't letting us out." Cole struck the first name taker across the face with his branch. The wood broke. The creature caught the short end and dragged him forward. Stone kicked with his sound rear leg. His hoof struck the name taker's ribs. Root snapped. Cole tore free and fell beside the litter. 2 more copies rushed him. Grace shoved her branch through one creature's knees and twisted. I grabbed Cole's coat and pulled him close enough to recover his loop. The crown burned through the wool wrapping. The seam waited. I knew the command now. Not because anyone had taught it. The word sat in the mark, older than West Rock's roads. Open the King's Road. Using it would cost me. The first accidental vision had drawn gold toward my eyes. A spoken command would take more. A name taker climbed onto the litter from behind. Its long fingers closed around my shoulder. My father's face pressed beside mine. "You've done enough," it whispered. "Come home." I drove my head backward. The back of my skull struck its nose. The copied face folded. Grace jammed her branch under its chin and levered it off the rail. Cole shouted as another creature caught his injured right arm. Stone tried to kick again and nearly fell. Fern strained toward the wall until the harness strap creaked. We'd run out of ordinary choices. "Both of you keep hold of me," I said. Grace understood first. "Wesley, wait. I'm not trading myself. I'm ordering a road. You don't know the difference yet. Then don't let me forget it." Cole wrapped the loop twice around his left forearm. "I've got him." Grace did the same. I pulled the crown from beneath my coat. The wool fell open. Gold lit the dead oak, the thorn wall, and every copied face behind us. The band looked plain in my hands despite the light. 9 points. Dark stains. Scratches from rulers whose names were gone. The name takers stopped. Every head turned toward it. The forest pulled on my arms. I held the crown against my chest and spoke. "Open the King's Road." The command didn't echo. It struck. The thorn wall flattened away from us, as if hit by a giant hand. Stems ripped from trees. Roots tore out of the ground, spraying black dirt. A straight road opened through the wall and across the failed field beyond. At the same instant, gold drove up my neck. My sight filled from the edges inward. I saw roots under the entire forest. I saw the heart rebuilding itself around dead bones. I saw roads twist toward us, each carrying copies. I saw the drowned hunter open one new eye. Then I saw Grace and Cole as bright lines tied to my body. They were carriers. The crown wanted me to pull them wherever I chose. Grace slapped me. The blow turned my head and broke the picture. "Look at me," she said. Gold covered half her face, not on her skin. In my sight, Cole yanked his whoop until the robe cut into my waist. "You ordered the road. Nothing else." I couldn't feel the crown in my hands. "Take it," I said. Grace caught the band through the wool and wrapped it fast. The instant it left my palms, pain cut across both eyes. I shut them. Darkness pulsed gold. Fern ran. The litter shot through the torn thorn wall. Branches scraped my coat. One thorn cut across my cheek. Stone stumbled beside us, recovered, and followed into open air. The name-takers screamed behind us with all our voices. The road remained open until Cole crossed. Then the thorn wall slammed shut. The sound was like 100 green sticks breaking at once. Fern kept pulling across the field. Real wind struck us without trees to slow it. Sunlight warmed my closed eyelids. Dry stalks brushed the litter rails. Somewhere nearby, a dog barked twice. No copy answered it. Grace and Cole guided Fern toward the stone wall at the field's edge. Only when the forest stood 50 yards behind us did they stop. I opened my eyes. The sky was gray-blue and wide enough to hurt. Gold still ringed my sight. Fine lines moved across the clouds when I looked too long, but Grace's face was her own again. She crouched beside me. "How much can you see?" "I can see everything, with too much around the edges." Cole looked back at the forest. The thorn wall had vanished. Ordinary trunks stood at the edge of the field. Between two of them, a narrow horse trail entered shadow. Nothing about it looked impossible. A traveler could ride into that darkness and believe 3 or 4 days would carry him through. Stone lowered himself to the ground. His front knees folded first. Then his body rolled onto one side with a tired groan. Fern turned against the harness and pulled toward him. Grace reached the gelding. He was breathing, but he couldn't rise. Beyond the stone wall, a bell began to ring. It rang slowly, each heavy stroke repeated 3 times. Grace climbed high enough to see over the wall. "What is it?" I asked. Her face tightened. "Dead end." The town lay less than a mile away. Black smoke climbed from inside its walls. The western gate was shut, and armed figures moved along the top. The bell rang 3 more times. Not welcome. It was alarm. Dead End had changed while we were inside the forest. The town's western field had been green when Grace and I bought supplies. Now the soil lay split into plates. Grain stalks stood knee-high and brown, their heads empty. Beetles covered the stone wall in moving black patches. Each time the wind shifted, hundreds lifted together and struck our clothes like hard rain. The alarm bell kept ringing. Men on the gate platform aimed hunting spears and crossbows toward us. None wore a full guard coat. Their armor had been built from boiled leather, wagon plates, and pieces of old chain. "Stop at the ditch," a voice called. Grace stood beside Stone. The gelding had tried twice to rise and failed. Fern remained in harness, sides still heaving after the run from the thorn wall. "We came from the king's forest," Grace shouted. "That's why you'll stop." Cole looked at the dry ditch 20 yards ahead. "They may be less pleased when they see what we brought out." Grace untied the wrapped crown from beneath my coat, but kept it covered. "They don't see it until we know who commands that wall." The gate opened far enough for 6 armed men to step through. One carried a square shield painted with a white line. Another held a long fork meant for moving hay. They spread across the road without coming close. The last man through wore a red coat darkened by sweat and dust. He was broad through the chest, with a shaved head and a short brown beard. A key ring hung from his belt beside a heavy wood club. "I'm Dane Holt," he said. "I keep Dead End standing." Grace looked at the men on the wall, the smoke, and the cracked field. "It's leaning." Dane's eyes settled on her red hair. "You're Hammer's girl." "Grace Hammer. I saw you leave with the farmer." His gaze moved to me on the litter. "You found him in pieces." "He's Wesley Fox." I remember the name. Dane stopped on the far side of the ditch. "The king died 12 days ago. Since then, our wells have dropped, grain spoiled, and black flies have filled 3 houses with fever. Yesterday, the forest edge moved half a mile closer. You'll understand why I'm not opening the gate for anyone who walks out of it." Cole leaned against Fern's tack. "We didn't walk." Dane ignored him. "What happened to the other horse?" "He's alive," Grace said. "He needs a stable, clean water, and someone who knows how to treat an infected leg. Everyone inside needs clean water." I pushed myself upright on the litter. Gold still rimmed my sight. Dane's red coat had thin, bright roots running through it, but I knew they weren't real. The crown's command hadn't fully released me. "We have the crown," I said. The men behind Dane shifted. A crossbow string creaked on the wall. Dane didn't look surprised. That bothered me more than disbelief would have. "Show me," he said. Grace kept the bundle against her chest. "Open the gate first." No chance. Every fever dream in town claims to be carrying a crown. One man carved a mark over his heart and killed 2 people when they laughed. My mark wasn't carved. I opened my coat. The 9-point sign above my heart gave off a low gold light in the gray afternoon. The men at the gate stepped back. One crossed himself. Another lowered his spear without meaning to. Dane stared too long. Not with wonder, with calculation. "Cover it," he said. Grace closed my coat. Dane walked along the ditch, studying fern, stone, the litter, and the ropes held by Grace and Cole. "Who touched the crown first?" "I did," I answered. "Who holds it now?" "Anyone can hold it." "That isn't what I asked." Grace's hand tightened around the bundle. "I hold it because he can't carry everything while injured." Dane looked at the rope loops. "And you 2 are tied to him." Cole gave him a flat smile. "We enjoy unusual travel." The crown mark warmed. Dane had noticed the carrier rule. I couldn't tell whether he understood it, but he was already sorting us into pieces. A child cried somewhere behind the gate. The sound ended in a hard cough. Dane looked back at the wall. "I'll let you in under guard. The horses go to the west stable. You 3 go to the old grain store. Nobody enters or leaves until I send a rider to the capital." "The capital's 3 months away," Grace said. "Not my problem. The country doesn't have 3 months. Neither does this town if I let forest sickness through the gate." Stone tried to lift his head. Flies covered the damp hair around his eyes. I watched Dane's men. They were hungry. 2 had cloth tied over their mouths. One kept scratching red bites along his neck. They weren't eager to fight us. They were afraid of whatever the curse would do next. "We'll accept the grain store," I said. "Fern and Stone stay where we can see them." Dane's gaze hardened. "The stable is inside the same wall. We see them or we remain outside with the crown." The crown mark brightened under my coat. I hadn't called it. Dane saw the glow through the cloth. He glanced at the field behind us and the forest beyond it. "Open the gate," he said. His men laid 2 planks across the dry ditch. Fern pulled the litter over first. Grace and Cole kept their loops. Stone couldn't rise, so 4 townsmen brought a low cart. We rolled him onto it using the remaining blanket and more care than the men expected from people who looked half dead. The gate shut behind us with 3 bars. Dead ends smelled of smoke, sickness, and empty privies. The main well had a crowd around it, but no one drew water. A rope disappeared into the stone ring and came back with a bucket holding less than a cup. Beetles crawled over the wooden roofs. Black flies packed the shaded doorways in humming clouds. The shop where I'd bought my short sword had burned. Its sign lay face down in the road. The inn beside it had all its windows covered with cloth marked by gray handprints. People watched us pass. Some saw the litter and looked away. Some saw Grace carrying the wrapped crown and followed. When my coat opened in the wind and the mark showed, a woman dropped to her knees. Dane's men pushed her back. "Keep moving," Dane said. The old grain store stood beside the west stable. Half its roof had fallen, but the front room remained dry. Dane ordered his men to clear rats and bring a water bucket. He stationed 2 guards outside and kept the key. Grace didn't enter until Fern and Stone were placed in the nearest stable stalls where we could see them through a broken wall. A thin old man treated Stone without giving us his name. He cut the leg wrap, smelled the opened cut, and pressed around the joint. Stone tried to kick him. The old man took that as a good sign. "He needs days without walking," he said. "Maybe weeks. Keep the cut open and clean. If the heat reaches his hip, he won't make it." Grace looked at the dry water trough. "We don't have weeks. You don't have a horse if you push him tomorrow." Dane stood behind the old man. "Fern can pull your litter and the cart." "She can't pull both for 3 months, Cole said. Dane shrugged. "Then the crown finds a better arrangement." The old man left after packing Stone's leg with boiled cloth and a paste that smelled of vinegar and pine. Dane remained. "I need to see the band," he said. Grace stepped between him and the grain store door. "You saw the mark." A mark can be magic without being lawful. The crown proves the claim. The crown burns people who reach for it without permission, Cole said. That wasn't a rule we'd tested, but he said it as if he'd watched 3 men lose their hands. Dane's eyes moved to Cole's chest. You touched another crown, didn't you? Cole's hand covered the cut where the false mark had been removed. Dane smiled once. I've heard stories from men who returned. Not many made sense. All agreed the forest lies. So why would seeing the crown satisfy you? I asked. It would satisfy the people. They aren't the ones asking. The smile left his face. Dane stepped close to my litter. Grace and Cole still held the loops, but the ropes hung loose. My legs rested under a blanket. I looked helpless because I was close to it. He spoke quietly. Dead End has 40 armed people left and food for 6 days. The capital hasn't answered our bills. The road east is full of families trying to reach walls that can't feed them. If you truly carry the crown, you'll need men, wagons, food, and authority. I have what remains of those things here. You have keys, I said. Keys matter when doors are the only thing between children and fever. He wasn't entirely wrong. That made him dangerous. What do you want? Grace asked. A place beside the new king. Cole laughed without humor. You're negotiating before he can stand. I'm negotiating while he needs me. I looked through the broken wall at Stone lying in straw. Fern stood with her head over his stall board. Around them, flies struck the last wet patch in the trough. We need food and a wagon, I said. We need water, medicine for Stone, and a road map showing which wells still hold. Dane waited. In return, I'll remember Dead End opened its gate. That's gratitude, not a place. It's what I'm offering. His club shifted against his leg. Grace moved half a step closer. Dane noticed. Rest, he said. We'll speak after dark, when the town isn't watching. He left and locked the grain store door from outside. Cole listened until the keyring stopped rattling down the lane. He plans to take it. Grace set the wrapped crown on my chest and checked the rope at my waist. He plans to take all 3 parts of the claim. He just doesn't know which part he needs alive. The room held old grain dust, rat droppings, and the burnt smell drifting from town. A narrow window looked into the stable. Another faced the lane, barred with iron. We leave before dark, I said. Stone can't travel, Grace answered. We don't leave town. We leave this room and find people Dane doesn't control. Cole tested the door. With what key? A scrape came from under the floor. We went still. The scrape repeated. Then a loose board near the back wall lifted 1 inch. Small fingers appeared in the gap. A girl's voice whispered, The keeper took your horse's water. Grace crouched, but didn't approach. Where are you? Under the store. Why are you helping? My mother saw his men carry oil. The board lowered. Footsteps ran beneath us and faded. Cole looked toward the stable. Dane hadn't planned to negotiate after dark. He planned to burn the room and take whatever survived. Cole lay flat and pressed his ear to the floor. I hear 2 people under us, he said. Small steps. Moving away. Grace checked the window facing the stable. Fern stood restless in her stall. Stone had moved. The dry trough between them remained empty. Outside, one of Dane's guards coughed. The other said, Oil's here. A clay jug struck the ground softly. I untied the rope from my waist. Get me off the litter. Grace turned. You can't fight on those legs. I can't fight tied to a frame either. Cole pulled the blanket aside. My knees had stopped shaking while we rested, but they felt loose, as if the bones no longer fit the joints. He and Grace lifted me beneath the arms and lowered my boots to the floor. Weight went through both legs. Pain followed, sharp in the right knee and deep through the hips. My feet held for 1 breath. Then the left leg folded. Grace caught me before I struck the boards. Useful test, Cole said. Terrible result. Put me against the grain bin. They moved me behind a chest-high bin near the door. The wood was thick enough to stop a crossbow bolt. I could sit on the floor and still reach the latch if someone came through. Cole searched the room again. No tools. No iron hooks. Only broken boards, the litter rails, and a rusted scoop with half its handle missing. Grace tore the remaining rail from the litter. We split this. Cole braced it across the edge of the bin. Grace stamped with her good boot. The wood cracked into 2 uneven clubs. She handed him the shorter piece because his right arm remained weak. What do I get? I asked. Grace passed me the rusted scoop. The metal blade was broad and dull. The broken handle gave me 6 inches of grip. I've had worse, I said. You've had a sword. It broke. Smoke entered through the stable window, not from the town fire. Fresh smoke, oily and thick. Fern screamed. Grace crossed the room in 2 strides and looked out. They poured it along the stable wall. Cole moved to the door. They burn us, rush in, and claim the crown was destroyed. Or stolen by the forest, I said. The wrapped band rested under a loose floorboard behind me. Grace had hidden it there as soon as the girl warned us. The crown mark above my heart still showed through my shirt whenever it brightened. Dane couldn't hide that unless he hid my body too. The key entered the lock. Cole raised his club. The door opened 6 inches. One guard shoved the burning rag through the gap. Grace struck his wrist. Bone hit the door frame. The rag fell inside, flames spreading across the oil already poured under the threshold. Cole pulled the door wide and dragged the guard into the room by his coat. The second guard fired a crossbow. The bolt struck the grain bin above my head. Wood splinters cut my scalp. Grace drove her shoulder into the door and pinned the crossbow between it and the outer wall. Cole hit the first guard behind the ear. The man dropped across the burning threshold. Water, Grace shouted. We have one skinned, I answered. Then dirt. I shoved the rusted scoop into the grain dust and racked it at the base of the bin. The first load barely covered the flame. I scraped again while Grace kicked the oil jug away from the wall. The second guard abandoned his trapped crossbow and drew a knife. He thrust through the door gap. Grace turned sideways. The blade cut her coat instead of her stomach. She caught his wrist with both hands and pulled it against the door edge. Cole struck the man's fingers. The knife fell. The first guard rolled in the fire, coat smoking. Cole dragged him clear by one boot. Stable, I said. Flames had reached the outer boards. Fern kicked her stall. Stone lifted his head but couldn't stand. Grace ran outside. Cole followed, leaving the 2 guards groaning in the grain store. I tried to rise against the bin. My legs failed at once. The crown under the floor became warm. It offered strength without words. Gold gathered along the mark and waited for me to accept. I put both hands on the scoop and crawled. The floor tore skin from my palms. My damaged rib ground each time I dragged myself forward. I reached the door while smoke rolled under the stable roof. Dane's men were coming from both ends of the lane. Grace had opened Fern's stall. The mare burst out with the repaired harness still hanging from her. Cole stood inside Stone's stall, trying to lift the gelding with his shoulder under the chest. Stone's front legs moved. His rear end stayed down. Dane Holt walked behind 6 armed men. He carried his club in one hand and a wet cloth over his mouth with the other. Leave the horses, he called. Bring me the bundle and disends. People watched from windows and alleys. No one came into the lane. Grace seized the oil jug and threw it at Dane. The clay struck the road and broke at his feet. Oil splashed his boots. He jumped back before the nearby flame reached it. You'll burn your own town, she said. Dane looked at the stable wall. One rotten building. There are fever houses downwind. Then move quickly. 2 men advanced with spears. Grace held her broken rail in both hands. Cole came out of Stone's stall carrying a stable fork he'd found in the straw. Its wooden shaft was cracked, and one iron tine was missing. I pulled myself into the doorway. Dane, listen. He saw me on the floor and smiled. Your crown doesn't make a strong king. It showed me enough to know what you are. That was partly a lie. I didn't need magic to read him. Dane pointed his club toward Grace and Cole. Kill the carriers. Keep the farmer breathing. The men hesitated. So he did understand. Grace shifted closer to Cole. Left spear is mine. I prefer the right, Cole said. The first pair rushed them. Grace knocked the left spearhead aside and stepped inside its reach. Her rail struck the man's throat. He fell backward, choking. The right spear drove at Cole's chest. He caught the shaft between the fork tines and twisted. The cracked wood split. Cole pulled the broken spear toward him and struck the wielder with the fork butt. A third man came around Grace's blind side. I threw the rusted scoop. It turned once and struck his cheek. The metal didn't cut deep, but he flinched. Grace kicked his knee. He dropped low enough for her club to catch his jaw. The stable fire climbed the wall. Fern ran in a tight circle, trapped between armed men and the grain store. Smoke thickened around Stone's stall. Cole pointed the fork at Dane. Called him off. Dane stepped away from the spreading oil. You're 3 dead people protecting a lame horse. A bucket of water flew from an alley. It struck the stable wall and knocked flame from 2 boards. Another bucket followed. Then a cooking pot. The woman who'd knelt when she saw my mark stood in the lane with an empty pail. More townspeople appeared behind her, carrying dirt, blankets, and the little water they had left. Dane turned on them. Back inside. Nobody moved. A man near the well shouted, "You saved water while children burned with fever." Dane's face changed. The fear in the lane wasn't aimed at us anymore. He raised his club and struck the nearest townsman across the mouth. That broke whatever hold he had. People surged from both alleys. They didn't attack like soldiers. They threw stones, pans, roof tiles, and handfuls of dirt. Dane's armed men backed together. 2 dropped their spears and ran. Grace used the opening. She kicked the stall latch apart and helped Cole drag Stone onto the low cart. The gelding cried out when his bad leg moved, but the cart took his weight. Fern came to Grace's whistle. Cole caught the hanging harness and led her between the buildings. I crawled back to the loose floorboard and pulled out the wrapped crown. The gold light filled the smoky room. Both injured guards covered their faces. "Help me up," I told the one nearest the door. He stared at the mark above my heart. "You tried to burn us," I said. "You can start making up for it now." He got one arm under mine. The other guard took my opposite side. Between them, I reached the stable lane on dragging legs. The townspeople fell quiet when they saw the crown bundle in my hands. Dane didn't. He stood near the dry well with oil on his boots and blood on his club. Half his men had scattered. The rest were trying to push through the crowd. "Magic makes a mark," he shouted. "It doesn't make law." Grace moved toward him. "The law is older than your keys." Dane pulled a short knife from behind his belt. He didn't aim for me. He ran at Grace. Cole tried to cross the lane, but 2 men blocked him. Grace raised her rail. Dane knocked it aside with the club. His knife came low toward her belly. My right leg moved. I didn't command it. I didn't ask the crown. I shoved away from the guards and took 1 full step. Pain tore through the knee. I took another. Dane's knife touched Grace's coat. I caught his club arm from behind. My weight dragged us both sideways. The knee folded, but I held on. Dane turned and drove his forehead into my face. Light burst across my sight. Gold answered at the edges. He raised the knife over me. Grace trapped his wrist against her chest. Cole reached us and drove the stable fork through Dane's red coat at the shoulder. The iron tine entered above the collarbone and came out behind him. Dane screamed and dropped the knife. Cole could have pushed deeper. He stopped. "Move away from him," Grace told Dane. Dane looked from the fork to the crown in my hand. Then he grabbed the gold bundle. Grace released his wrist to catch the band. The cloth tore open. Dane's bare palm closed around the crown. Nothing burned him. For a second, triumph crossed his face. Anyone could hold it. He'd mistaken that rule for ownership. He pulled. Grace held the opposite side. Cole kept the fork against Dane's shoulder. I lay between them, still gripping a strip of torn wool. The crown mark above my heart flared. Gold ran from me into Grace and Cole through the carrier ropes still tied around their waists. The loose ends had dragged behind them since the storehouse. Both lines lit. Dane saw them. The crown remained plain and cold in his hand. "No," he said. The dry well cracked. A sound came from below like rain pouring through a deep wooden chute. The stone ring split in half. Black beetles erupted from the opening. They covered Dane first because he stood closest. Hundreds struck his face and entered his open mouth. He released the crown and clawed at his eyes. The swarm spread across the lane. People screamed and ran for doors. Grace threw her coat over my head. Cole pulled the crown into the wool and held it against my chest. The beetles hit us, but the ones that touched the gold light dropped smoking to the road. A clear space opened around the 3 of us. Fern pushed into it, dragging the cart with Stone. Beetles fell from her mane as soon as she crossed the light. Dane staggered beside the broken well. His red coat had turned black with insects. He reached toward us, but his boot slipped and spilled oil. He fell against the stable wall. The remaining flame caught his coat. Cole started toward him. Dane swung the club blindly. It struck Cole's injured arm. Cole dropped to one knee. Grace pulled him back into the gold-lit space. Dane rolled, trying to smother the fire, but the beetles kept climbing over him. His screams ended beneath their humming. We couldn't save him without losing the crown's shelter and exposing everyone clustered near us. The fire took the rest. I held the band through the wool and felt no victory. Dane had chosen every step that brought him to the wall, but choice didn't make the smell less human. The swarm thinned after sunset. Dead beetles filled the lane ankle-deep around the broken well. Townspeople stamped the last stable flames out with dirt. The grain store survived with a blackened door. Stone remained on the cart, exhausted but alive. No one asked Dane for permission anymore. The old man who treated Stone returned with 2 jars of pine paste and clean cloth. The woman from the lane brought hard bread and a bag of dried beans. Others added oats, rope, a water barrel, a small axe, and a covered wagon with 1 cracked wheel. "We can't take what the town needs," Grace said. The woman looked at the dry well. "The town needs the throne filled." They repaired the wagon through the night. Fern would pull it. Stone would ride inside on deep straw until his leg could bear weight. The litter rails were tied along the wagon side. A narrow bench gave me somewhere to sit without using the crown's strength. Near dawn, a riderless gray horse reached the eastern gate. Its saddle was streaked with dried blood. White thread had been sewn around one stirrup. Grace cut a leather tube from beneath the saddle flap. Inside was a folded message sealed with Benjamin Hammer's mark. The writing had been done in haste. Grace read it once, then again. "What does it say?" I asked. She handed me the page. The Capitol Council had closed the inner gates. Benjamin had refused an order to arrest every returning seeker and had been confined inside the West Tower. The message gave one warning. Dressed no royal guard wearing white thread. At the bottom, in a rougher line, he'd written a second instruction. Bring the lawful crown home before the council makes a king of its own. We left Dead End after sunrise. The town's eastern gate opened onto a road crowded with abandoned carts. Families had fled west when the wells began failing, then turned back after the forest moved. Their belongings lay in the ditches, split trunks, wet bedding, a child's wooden horse, sacks cut open for grain that was already gone. Fern pulled the covered wagon. The repaired wheel struck each rut with a hard knock. Stone lay on deep straw inside, his bad leg packed and wrapped. I sat on the rear bench with the straight ash staff between my knees. Grace walked beside Fern, carrying the small axe Dead End had given her. Cole wore a heavy work knife at his belt and kept the gray messenger horse on a lead. We'd gained food, medicine, and a wagon. We'd also gained a message that made every royal uniform a threat. Grace kept Benjamin's page inside her coat. She'd read it so often the fold had begun to tear. "The white thread may be hidden," she said as the wall shrank behind us. "It could be under a collar or around a wrist." Cole looked at the gray horse's stirrup. "Then we assume every guard is against us until proved otherwise. My father is captain of those guards. Your father is locked in a tower by them." Grace's jaw tightened, but she didn't argue. I watched the eastern road. "The message names the council, not one person." "It doesn't need to," Grace said. "Lord Hale has led it since before I was born. He's always said the crown law gives too much power to chance. What does he want instead? A ruler chosen by landowners, officers, and the council." Cole scratched dried blood from his split knuckles. "People like him. Exactly like him." Lord Hale became the 4th living name carried with us. I disliked him before I saw his face. The first day ended beside a dry pond. We dug in the mud until water seeped into the hole. It smelled of clay and dead frogs. Grace boiled it in a dented pot while Cole checked Stone's leg. The cut remained open and draining. The heat around the joint had lessened, but the gelding couldn't stand inside the moving wagon. I spent the evening learning to use the staff. At first I could rise only by pulling on the wagon rail. My legs trembled under my weight. The right knee tried to turn inward. Grace stood close enough to catch me, but kept her hands away until I asked. I made 4 steps along the wagon side. The 5th dropped me into the road. Cole didn't laugh. That told me how bad it looked. Grace crouched and pressed both hands around my knee. No new swelling. "Then I'm improving." "You fell into horse dirt. Improvement can smell terrible." She helped me back to the bench. Her shoulder remained under my arm a moment longer than needed. The crown stayed wrapped beneath the seat. We kept it close enough for the mark to remain cool and far enough that I couldn't touch it in sleep. I still dreamed of roots. On the 4th night, I woke with my fingers reaching toward the floorboards. Cole was already awake across the fire. He tapped the work knife against his boot. You said something, he told me. What did I say? He asked the road to shorten. I looked at the crown under the bench. Did it answer? The wagon moved 3 inches with the brake set. After that, Grace tied one carrier rope around her wrist and the other around Cole's whenever we slept. The middle ran across my chest. If the crown pulled me, it would pull all 3. The road east showed us what 12 crownless days had started. At one farm, wheat had turned black from the roots up. At another, a well gave only beetles. We passed cattle standing dead behind an unbroken fence, their hides moving with flies. Smoke rose from burial pits near villages that wouldn't open their gates. We shared food twice and were refused water 3 times. Nobody knew whether the old king had died from sickness or murder. Some claimed the crown had already been found by a prince in the south. Others said the forest had swallowed every road. A man with fever saw my mark and tried to kneel. His wife dragged him upright and told him kings hadn't filled their bucket. She was right. A lawful claim meant nothing to a dry mouth until it changed something. On the 9th day, Stone stood inside the wagon. He braced his front feet wide and kept the bad rear hoof raised. Fern heard him move and stopped without being told. Grace opened the rear panel. Stone looked at the road, then at the ground, and refused the ramp. Cole scattered oats over the boards. Stone stared at him. You survived the king's forest, Cole said. Don't let breakfast defeat you. The gelding came down 1 careful step at a time. He walked for half a mile behind the wagon before the legs shook. We loaded him again. The next day, he managed a full mile. My progress matched his. I walked each morning with the ash staff while Grace led Fern slowly. Some days I reached 50 steps. Some days my right leg failed after 10. The gold line near my collarbone remained visible, but it stopped growing. Feeling returned to my feet as ordinary pain, blisters, cramps, and the deep ache of muscles being forced to work again. Grace treated my feet at night. On the 12th evening, she sat between my boots with a needle and drained a blister at the side of my heel. Rain ticked against the wagon cover. Cole slept under the cart with the messenger horse tied near him. You could order the pain away, she said. I could order you to stop using that needle. You'd still have the blister. I'd have a quieter blister. She glanced up. Do you still want the throne? The question had waited between us since the crown chamber. I looked out at the failed field beside the road. Water ran over cracked soil and disappeared without sinking in. A farmhouse stood dark beyond it. No smoke. No voices. I wanted it because I thought being king meant never asking whether there'd be enough food, I said. I thought people would see me. Girls too. Grace pressed cloth against my heel. A noble beginning. It was honest. It was foolish. Both can be true. She waited. I want it now because Dane Holt would have taken it. Lord Hale wants to choose someone he can control. The forest wants a hunter. If I turn away, one of them decides what happens to everyone we passed. That's a reason to carry it. It isn't a reason to enjoy the chair. I don't expect to enjoy much. Grace tied the coif and leaned her arms on my knees. You'll enjoy some things. Are you promising? I'm warning you not to become unbearable. I touched the cut on her cheek with 2 fingers. It had closed into a thin red line. She turned her face into my palm. The kiss was slow because neither of us had strength for anything else. Rain covered the small sounds. Her hand rested over the mark above my heart, not on it, and I felt the difference between being held and being claimed. When she pulled back, she said, If you start speaking like an old law book, I'll hit you again. That may be why the crown named you. From beneath the cart, Cole said, I'd like the record to show that I'm also willing. Grace threw a damp rag at him. On the 13th day, white thread appeared. The road crossed a narrow stone bridge over a fast brown creek. 6 royal guards waited on the far side with a wagon turned across the road. Their coats were blue, their breastplates polished, and their boots cleaner than anyone's had a right to be. No white shirt at first. The officer stepped forward. Travel is closed by order of the council. Grace stopped beside Fern. Captain Hammer's order? Lord Hale acts for the throne until a lawful king is seated. Captain Hammer commands the royal guard. He's under inquiry. The officer looked at our wagon. His attention paused at the cloth covering my chest. State your names and business. Grace Hammer. I'm returning to the capital with Wesley Fox and Cole Reed. One guard near the bridge rail touched his left wrist. His glove shifted. White thread circled the cuff underneath. Cole saw it too. The officer smiled. "You'll surrender the wagon for inspection." "Move your barricade," Grace said. His hand settled on his sword. "That wasn't a request." I stood behind the wagon bench, using the ash staff. My legs held, though the right knee shook. The crown remained wrapped under stone straw. Its warmth pressed through the boards. "Lord Hale ordered you to take every returning seeker," I said. The officer's eyes moved to me. "He ordered us to protect West Rock from false claimants." I opened my coat. The mark lit the bridge. 2 guards stepped back. The officer didn't. "Magic proves you entered the forest," he said. "Nothing more." "He knows the mark," Grace said quietly. "He was told what to expect." The officer drew his sword. "Take the woman and the man by the horse. Keep Fox alive." Fern lunged before anyone touched her. Grace slapped the reins across the mare's back. Fern drove the wagon toward the bridge. The guards lowered spears. Cole released the messenger horse and ran beside the left wheel with his work knife out. The first spear struck the wagon rail and slid into the cover. Stone kicked from inside. His hoof hit the shaft and snapped it. Grace met the second spear with her axe. The small blade caught behind the iron head. She pulled the guard off balance and drove her shoulder into his chest. The bridge was too narrow for 6 men to surround us. Their barricade trapped them on their own side. I used the ash staff like the wooden sword I'd practiced with behind the barn. The officer climbed onto the wagon step. He thrust at my chest. I turned the staff across the blade. Steel shaved a strip from the wood. The impact shook both arms and nearly dropped me. He thrust again. I moved the staff late. The point cut my coat and scraped over the crown mark. Gold flashed. The officer screamed and released his sword. Smoke rose from his glove. The mark had defended itself without a spoken command. I didn't have time to fear that. I drove the end of the staff into his stomach. He fell from the step and struck the bridge rail. Cole fought near the rear wheel. A guard swung a short blade at his head. Cole ducked, caught the man's coat, and pushed him between the wheel and the stone side. The wagon rolled over his boot. He went down shouting. A crossbow clicked behind the barricade. Grace saw it. "Get down." I dropped behind the bench. The bolt passed through the wagon cover and struck the front of Stone's stall space. The gelding reared. The wagon rocked. Fern pulled harder, terrified by the noise. The cracked wheel hit the barricade. Wood broke. The turned wagon slid 6 feet and pinned 2 guards against the bank. Grace jumped onto our front board, cut the last blocking rope with her axe, and kicked the loose beam into the creek. Fern dragged us through. Cole caught the rear rail as it passed. His boots left the ground. He hung there until I crawled back and grabbed his coat. The guards didn't follow at once. Their horses had been tied behind the barricade, and the messenger horse was running among them, snapping lead ropes and kicking. We stopped a mile later, in a stand of birch. Grace checked Fern first, then Stone. The crossbow bolt had entered a feed board and stopped inches from the gelding's chest. Cole pulled himself into the wagon and sat beside me. "We should thank that horse for choosing violence." "The gray one or Fern?" I asked. "Both deserve honors." Grace searched the blue coat Cole had torn from one guard. White thread had been sewn inside the collar. In the inner pocket, she found a printed order bearing Lord Hale's seal. Every road station was to seize claimants, kill companions if necessary, and deliver any recovered crown to the council chamber. At the bottom, a handwritten line described me. 18 years old. Dark hair. Farmer by trade. Likely injured. Travels with Gray's hammer. They knew we were coming before Benjamin's message reached dead end, I said. Grace folded the order. Someone survived long enough to report us from a forest road. Or the council had people waiting for any seeker, Cole said. The distinction didn't make the roads safer. We stopped using the main route that afternoon. For the next 20 days we followed farm tracks, dry stream beds, and old boundary lanes. The wagon wheel broke twice. Fern lost weight despite the oats. Stone walked longer each day, but his left rear leg remained thick and stiff. He'd never carry a rider the way he once had. On the 23rd day, we passed a village where everyone had tied wet cloth across their mouths. On the 29th, locusts darkened the noon sky until we lit torches and walked inside smoke. On the 31st, we buried a family beside a dry orchard because no one else remained to do it. The crown couldn't fill a well from inside the wagon. It could have if I commanded it. I knew that with the same certainty I'd known how to open the thorn wall. I could order water upward. I could order insects to die. I could force sick bodies to keep moving. Each command would pull more gold into me. Grace and Cole made me say the choice aloud each time. The worst choice came at a village with 6 empty buckets. Its well had been dug through limestone and had never failed in anyone's memory. Now the rope dropped 60 feet and struck dry rock. Families waited around the stone ring as if patience might make water rise. Their lips were split. White dust covered their clothes. A boy sat against the well with a cup held between both hands. He didn't ask us for anything. He watched the water barrel on our wagon and licked blood from a crack in his lower lip. We had enough for 2 days if the next March spring still flowed. The village had more than 30 people. Half a barrel would give them hours, not rescue. The crown heated beneath stone straw. A command formed in me. Rise to the king. I saw what would happen if I spoke. Water would punch through the dry stone and fill the well to its rim. People would shout. Children would drink. The gold line near my collarbone would reach my jaw, and something in the water would belong to the crown afterward. I couldn't tell whether that meant the well, the village, or every person who swallowed. Grace stood at my right. Cole stood at my left. Neither touched me. They waited for the truth. I can feel it, I said. The gray-haired woman near the rope heard. Then feel it. I don't know what the water becomes. It becomes water. I thought every gift in the forest was what it looked like. None were. Her eyes dropped to the mark above my heart. You're outside the forest. The crown isn't. The boy kept watching the barrel. I hated the caution in my own mouth. A king who wouldn't risk himself for thirsty people was only a man protecting a chair he hadn't reached. A king who used power without knowing the cost could poison them and call it mercy. Cole spoke quietly. Hale will use the crown the first hour he holds it. That doesn't make every use wrong, I said. No, but it makes reaching him more urgent. Grace looked into the well. Give them what we know is clean. Mark the dry spring on the map. When the throne is filled, we send water carts first. The gray-haired woman heard that, too. Promises don't wet a mouth. No, I said. This does. We gave them half our water. I carried the first bucket to the well myself. My legs shook before I reached the ring, but I didn't hand it off. The boy's cup went in first. Then the oldest people drank. Nobody cheered. They were too tired for gratitude and too honest to pretend half a barrel solved anything. We saved the crown for the throne, I said when we left. The words still tasted cruel. The gray-haired woman walked beside the wagon until the last house. Then reach it, she told me. On the 42nd day, Cole's right arm finally lifted above his shoulder. On the 46th, Grace's injured foot fit inside a real boot traded from a farmer. On the 50th, I walked a full mile beside the wagon. That night, my legs cramped so badly, Grace and Cole had to hold them straight. No crown power, no command. Just pain, hot stones wrapped in cloth, and their hands keeping the muscles from tearing themselves tighter. By the 58th day, the land began rising toward the Capitol Hills. Refugees filled every eastbound road. They carried children, pots, seed sacks, and tools. Most believed the Capitol well still held because the old king had lived there. They didn't know the palace cisterns had begun failing before Benjamin sent his message. When people saw my mark, they followed. At first there were 5, then 20. By the 65th day, more than 100 walked behind our wagon. We didn't name them. Names would have turned a moving crowd into more people I could lose one by one. That was cowardly, but I had room for only so much fear. Cole organized them anyway. He put carts together, kept the strongest adults at the edges, and made children ride when animals had space. The man who'd abandoned his brother on a forest road became the one who checked every ditch before the last traveler passed. Grace watched him one evening. He'll make a good captain. He'll hate hearing that. I plan to tell him often. On the 70th day, White Thread riders found us at an abandoned toll house. There were 12 this time. They came at dawn from both sides of the road, expecting frightened refugees and one damaged wagon. Cole had placed lookouts in the fields. The warning reached us early enough to turn carts across the road and put people behind stone walls. The fight lasted less than 10 minutes. Grace knocked the first rider from his saddle with the flat of her axe. Cole pulled another down by the coat. Farmers used threshing poles against trained guards. I stood beside Fern with my ash staff and kept the crown covered. A rider broke through and aimed a spear at the wagon. Stone came out before I could reach him. The gelding had been walking most days, but he'd never moved fast since the forest. He lunged from the rear ramp with his ears flat and struck the rider's horse in the shoulder. Both animals went sideways. The rider lost the spear. Fern spun and kicked him before he could rise. Stone stood over him on 3 strong legs and 1 stiff one. I put my hand against the gelding's neck. "You've proved enough." He blew warm air into my coat. We took 4 riding horses, food, and a sealed packet from the toll house leader. The packet held Lord Hale's newest order. The council would present its chosen ruler in 9 days. No name appeared in the order. Lord Hale hadn't selected a king because he meant to be one without entering the forest. We were still more than a week from the capital at wagon speed. So we left the wagon. The refugees kept it, along with most of the food and the water barrel. Fern took a light pack. Stone carried nothing. Grace, Cole, and I used the captured horses. I could ride now if I kept my right leg loose and stopped every few hours. The lawful crown was tied beneath my coat again. Both carrier ropes ran from my waist to Grace and Cole's saddles. We covered the last distance in 7 hard days. Rain turned roads to mud. We slept in ditches and empty barns. White thread patrols forced us through woods and across fields. Behind us, the refugee line kept moving at its own pace, carrying word that a marked finder was alive. On the 82nd morning after leaving Dead End, the capital appeared. West Rock City spread across 3 hills behind a wall of dark stone. Towers rose above slate roofs. The palace sat on the highest ground, its copper roof stained black by smoke. Thousands of tents filled the fields outside the walls. The curse had reached everything. Trees around the city stood leafless despite the season. The river under the west wall had narrowed to a brown channel crowded with dead fish. Insects moved over the refugee tents in gray clouds. The west gate remained shut. Royal guards lined the wall. White thread showed openly around every spear shaft. A platform had been built above the gate. 1 man stood chained to it. His gray uniform hung in torn strips. Blood darkened one side of his face. Even from the hill road, Grace knew him. Her horse stopped beneath her. "That's my father," she said. Benjamin Hammer lifted his head. He saw Grace first, then Cole, then me between them with gold shining through my coat. Strength came into his body that the chains shouldn't have allowed. "Don't enter the gate," he shouted. The guards raised their crossbows. A tall man in a clean black coat stepped onto the platform beside Benjamin. White thread circled his neck like a narrow collar. Lord Hale looked down at us and smiled. Then the west gate began to open. The gate opened 6 feet and stopped. Darkness filled the gap beneath the raised iron teeth. It should have shown the road inside the city, but a second wall had been built behind it. Fresh timber stood from one gate tower to the other, black with pitch and crowded with narrow firing slots. White thread ran across the boards in tight lines. Benjamin pulled against his chains. The floor drops. "Stay out." A click moved along the wall. "Down," Grace said. I threw myself over the neck of the captured horse as the first crossbow volley came off the stone. Bolts struck the road hard enough to throw chips against my face. One passed through the loose cloth at my shoulder. Another hit the rear of Cole's saddle and stayed there shaking. Fern screamed behind us. She spun away from the wall with Stone crowding after her. A bolt had cut the light pack on her side. Dried food spilled across the road. Stone tried to turn too quickly, and his bad rear leg folded. His hip struck the ground. Grace was already out of her saddle. She landed beside him, one hand on the carrier rope and the other dragging her small axe free. Cole dropped on my left. He pulled my horse's reins down and forced the animal behind the low stone marker at the road edge. The second volley hit where we'd been sitting. Lord Hale didn't move from the platform. His clean black coat stirred in the dry wind. "Wesley Fox," he called. "You've crossed the country under stolen colors, attacked royal stations, and gathered an armed crowd against the capital. Weigh down the false crown and come inside for judgment." "Your judgment has a pit under it," I shouted. A few people in the outer camps heard. Heads rose between patched tents. Hale's smile tightened. "Captain Hammer has been ill. His mind has failed under grief." Benjamin spat blood over the platform rail. "I'd built that gate trap for raiders." Hale lined it with root and changed the release. The white thread across the timber wall moved. It didn't lift in the wind. It tightened by itself. each line pulling toward the shape beneath my coat. Heat pressed against my chest. The crown wanted out. Grace felt the rope jerk at her waist. She looked past me at the gate. That thread's alive. Cole cut the bolt from his saddle with his work knife. It knows what we carry. The iron teeth above the opening rose another foot. Something scraped below the road. I saw the trap then. The paving stones inside the gate didn't meet the walls. A thin, dark line ran around them, square and clean. The whole center section had been built as one platform. White thread ropes climbed from it into the towers. We rode in, the floor dropped, and the timber wall sealed the rear. Even if the fall didn't kill us, the root thread would pull the crown away while guards fired through the slots. Hale raised one hand. Last chance. Grace crouched beside Stone. The gelding had regained his front feet, but his injured leg stayed under him at a bad angle. Fern stood shoulder to shoulder with him, ears flat toward the wall. "We can't outrun another volley with Stone down," Grace said. "We don't leave him," I said. "I know." Cole looked toward the refugee tents. "Then we make the wall choose where to shoot." He snatched Lord Hale's order from inside his coat and ran into the open. "Cole," I shouted. He held the sealed paper above his head. "People of West Rock, here's the order that killed your sons on the roads." The third volley came for him. Cole dropped flat. Both passed over his back and struck tents 50 yards behind us. Screams broke out. One canvas roof sagged as people crawled away from it. Cole rolled behind a dead roadside tree. That helped less than I hoped. It helped enough. The camps moved. A man crawled from the tent struck by the last volley with a bolt through his upper arm. 2 women dragged him behind a cook cart, while another person pressed a folded blanket against the bleeding. A little girl stood in the open, holding a broken cup, until someone swept her up and carried her away. The wall guards could see every face below them. Some kept their crossbows raised. Others lowered the stocks a few inches and stared at Hale as though they'd only just understood what his orders meant when the bolts landed among families. One crossbowman tore the white cord from his weapon. It came loose from the wood, but stayed attached beneath his sleeve. He dropped the crossbow and clawed at his own wrist. The guard beside him struck him with an elbow and forced the weapon back into his hands. The root wasn't controlling every man the same way. Some had been taken. Some were frightened. Some had chosen Hale before the thread ever touched them. That made the line more dangerous, not less. We couldn't free all of them by assuming none were responsible. People who'd spent weeks waiting outside a closed gate came out between the tents. Some carried children. Some carried sticks, cooking knives, or empty buckets. Most carried nothing. They'd seen the wall fire into them. They'd heard Benjamin warn us. Hale turned toward the nearest guard captain. "Clear the road." The captain hesitated. White thread circled his spear shaft. It crept over his glove and sank beneath the cuff. His arm jerked upward as if someone else had pulled it. "Clear it," Hale repeated. The captain shouted an order. Side doors opened at the base of both towers. Royal guards poured onto the road. There were 20 from the left and nearly as many from the right. Half carried shields and short spears. The rest had crossbows held low while they spread into 2 lines. White cords showed around every weapon. Grace got Stone standing. The gelding shook hard, but he put the stiff leg down. "Take Fern and Stone toward the camps," I told her. "I'm not leaving your side. You can stay tied to me and move them." The carrier rope stretched between us. Grace understood. She hooked Fern's lead over one wrist and caught Stone's halter with the other. Cole crawled back from the dead tree. "They're closing from both sides." My right knee had gone tight from the sudden dismount. I planted the ash staff and forced myself upright. The lawful mark burned through my shirt. Gold edged the guards' bodies, drawing lines from their white thread weapons to the timber wall and from the wall to something under the gate. The crown offered a command. Make them kneel. 40 guards would hit the dirt. Maybe everyone on the wall would fall too. I could see the result as clearly as a memory. I could also see gold crossing my throat, filling my mouth, and reaching behind my eyes. Grace caught my sleeve. "Don't. I haven't said anything." "Your eyes changed." Cole stepped to my other side. "Use the people, not the crown." The closest guards were 30 steps away. I drew Benjamin's warning from inside my coat and held it beside Hale's order. Captain Hammer refused to arrest lawful seekers. Hale chained him for it. These orders tell the guard to kill companions and deliver any crown to the council chamber. Read them. The front line kept coming. Several guards looked up at Benjamin. Hale pointed at me. A forged letter from a starving farm boy means nothing. Benjamin dragged one chain across the platform rail. The iron link struck stone with a hard crack. The West Guard knows my seal. They know my hand. They know whose orders replaced mine. A guard on the right slowed. The white thread around his spear tightened. His fingers closed until the glove creased. He tried to let go and couldn't. "It's in them," Grace said. The guard's face twisted. "Captain, we can't drop the weapons." Benjamin looked toward him. "Break the thread." Hale struck Benjamin across the mouth. Grace moved before I could catch her. She released stone, drew the axe back, and threw it. The distance was too great for Hale. She knew that. The axe turned once and hit the chain running from Benjamin's right wrist to the platform post. The blade didn't cut iron, but it wedged between two links and drove the chain against the edge of the rail. Benjamin threw his weight backward. The weakened rail post split. He fell to one knee. Hale grabbed his coat, trying to keep him from going over. Benjamin twisted and drove his shoulder into Hale's stomach. Both men hit the platform floor. The guards on the road looked up. "Break the thread," Benjamin shouted again. Cole charged the nearest shield line. He didn't try to beat it. He slammed his shoulder into the first shield while the guard's eyes were still on the platform. I struck the spear shaft with the ash staff. Grace caught the white cord near the head and pulled. It stretched like wet gut. The guard screamed. The cord had gone through the leather around his palm. Grace wrapped it over the axe handle still tied by its wrist loop and twisted. The thread came free with a strip of glove and skin. The guard dropped the spear. His whole body sagged. "I can move," he gasped. The man beside him tried to turn his weapon on Grace. His spear arm jerked forward too fast, dragged by the cord. I hit the inside of his elbow. Cole caught the shaft, and Grace hacked through the white thread where it crossed the wood. The cut end snapped toward the gate like a released line. Every strand on the timber wall shivered. A sound came from beneath the road. It was low and wet, like a tree trunk being pulled from deep mud. The guards froze. Then the trap floor inside the gate dropped without us on it. Stone slabs tipped inward. They struck support beams below and disappeared into a black shaft. White roots covered the walls beneath them. Human shapes hung among those roots, wrapped from ankle to mouth. Some still moved. The camp saw them. A woman near the road began shouting that her husband was there. Other voices joined hers. Names rose from the crowd, dozens of them, people taken at the gate or on the roads. Hale pushed Benjamin away and gained his feet. "Fire into the camps." Nobody obeyed. He seized the nearest crossbow from a wall guard. Benjamin caught the stock with both chained hands. Hale kicked him in the ribs. Benjamin held on. They fought over the weapon above a 60-foot drop. Grace ran for the tower door. The carrier rope snapped tight and nearly pulled me off my feet. "Grace, stop." She stopped so hard her boots slid. Her father was above her. The open door was 12 steps away. Guards stood between, but several were tearing white cord from their weapons instead of fighting. "I can reach him," she said. A bolt hit the road beside her. Hale had won the crossbow. He aimed again. Cole shoved me down as the shot came. The bolt struck the ash staff and split the top third from it. The impact tore the weapon from my hand. Grace ducked behind a shield held by the freed guard. Hale shouted toward the timber wall. "Close the route." The white lines drew inward. The wrapped bodies beneath the gate began sinking into the shaft. Benjamin looked down at Grace. "Rivermouth," he shouted. "Old Sluice. Palace Hill." Hale hit him with the crossbow stock. Benjamin fell out of sight behind the platform rail. The gate's iron teeth dropped. Grace ran forward, but Cole caught the carrier rope with both hands. I grabbed her coat from behind. Together we stopped her 3 steps from the falling iron. The teeth hit the road with enough force to shake my bad knee. The tower doors slammed. The timber wall lowered over the pit. By the time dust cleared, Benjamin and Hale were gone from view. Grace stood between Cole and me, shaking with rage. "My axe is up there." "We'll get it back," I said. "My father's up there." "We'll get him too." The freed guard beside us pulled the last white strand from his bleeding palm. "The old sluice opens into the west cistern. Captain Hammer sealed it years ago." Cole looked at the dry river channel beneath the wall. "Seals can be broken." Behind us, the refugee camps kept moving toward the road. People were dragging the injured away from the tents hit by bolts. Others surrounded the guards who dropped their weapons. Fern nudged Stone until he took another stiff step. The crown pressed hot against my ribs. Inside the wall, something answered it. Not Hale. Not the empty throne. Roots scraped under the road, turning toward the palace hill. I picked up the broken ash staff. It reached only to my chest now, but the lower end was still solid. We don't enter his gate, I said. We use the river. The freed guards didn't know whether to kneel, run, or fight each other. White cords lay across the west road like pale worms. Some twitched toward the closed gate. Others had gone still after being cut from spear shafts and crossbow stocks. The men who'd carried them stared at their own hands. Several had blood running from narrow holes where the thread had entered beneath glove or sleeve. Grace turned toward the gate again. I held the carrier rope before it could pull tight. The river mouth is our way in. Hale has my father. He had him before we arrived. That doesn't make standing here easier. No, it doesn't. She looked at me. Her eyes were wet, but she wasn't crying. The difference mattered to her, so I didn't pretend not to see either one. Cole stepped between two discarded shields and picked up a short sword. He tested the grip, then offered it to Grace hilt first. It isn't yours, he said. Neither was the axe. It's better than your hands. Grace took it. The blade was broad near the guard and nicked in 3 places. White cord had been tied around the leather grip. She used Cole's knife to cut the cord away, then scraped the remaining fibers against the road until none moved. The freed guard who'd spoken about the sluice knelt beside Stone. The river mouth is half a mile south. You'll see 2 stone arches. One is blocked. The other has an iron screen behind it. Can you open it? Cole asked. Not from outside. The wheel is in the cistern room. Then Captain Hammer wouldn't have sent us there unless there was another way. The guard nodded toward the Dead Fish riverbed. There's a maintenance crawl above the main channel. It was built for boys and thin men. I haven't seen it in 15 years. Grace wiped the short sword on a fallen strip of canvas. You're coming. The guard glanced toward the wall. If I leave, Hale will call every man here a traitor. He'll do that anyway. He has families inside. So did everyone. The crowd from the camps pressed closer. They wanted answers. Water, food, justice, and somebody to blame. We had 2 papers, a lawful mark, and a closed gate. That wasn't enough to keep fear from turning into another kind of trap. A gray-haired man pointed at the gold showing through my torn shirt. Are you the finder? I am. Then open the gate. The gate floor is a rue pit. Use the crown. More voices took up the demand. Open it. Fill the river. Heal the sick. Kill Hale. Each command sounded simple when shouted by someone who wouldn't feel gold crawl into their eyes. The crown warmed under my coat. Images came with the heat. I saw the gate ripped from its hinges. I saw the river rise from dry mud, clean and cold. I saw every white thread guard fall with roots pulled from their arms. All I had to do was speak. Grace put 2 fingers against the side of my neck. The touch was light. It cut through the noise better than a slap. What's it showing you? She asked. Everything they want. What's the price? It isn't showing that part. Cole heard us. Then it's lying by omission. The crowd didn't like our silence. A woman carrying a feverish child pushed to the front. The child's skin had a gray cast. Flies clustered at the corners of his eyes, no matter how often she brushed them away. You said you're king, she told me. My boy won't live another night. I hadn't said I was king. Not yet. That didn't matter to her. I got down on one knee in the road. Pain ran through the bad joint. The crown can force things. It doesn't promise they stay right after. I won't test it on your son. Then what good are you? The question landed harder than Hale's bolt. I opened Fern's damaged pack. Most of the food had spilled, but the small medicine roll from Dead End remained tied beneath the rear strap. Grace checked it. 2 fever powders were left. She gave the woman one. Mix half with boiled water now. Give the rest near dark. Keep him cool, not cold. And tomorrow? We reach the throne today, I said. Then we send physicians, water carts, and grain. Not promises. Real work. The woman stared at me as if deciding whether to strike me. Then she took the packet and walked away. A shout rose near the camps. The refugee line from Dead End had appeared on the western ridge. The wagon came first, small at that distance. People followed in a long, broken column. The sight moved through the outer camp faster than any speech. Men and women climbed carts and tent frames for a better look. A strip of red cloth flew from the wagon seat. It was the signal we'd used on the road when white thread riders were near. The people behind it weren't marching in neat ranks. They limped, leaned on poles, pushed hand carts, and carried babies under patched coats. Still, they kept coming after seeing the closed gate and the guards on the wall. The first people from the capital camps ran to meet them. Questions passed uphill. Had the western wells failed? Was the road open? Had they seen soldiers? The answers came back as fragments, but one fact reached us clearly. Every village behind the refugee line knew the marked finder had survived. Hale could close a gate. He couldn't close 3 months of road. Cole gave a tired smile. Our slow army has good timing. They're not an army, I said. They've survived roads Hale couldn't keep open. That counts for something. It counted enough to keep the wall guards watching the ridge instead of us. I turned to the freed guard. Stay here. Tell the people what's under the gate. Show them Hale's order and Benjamin's letter. Keep anyone from trying the opening if it rises again. You trust me? I don't. I'm giving you a chance to be the man Captain Hammer thought he trained. His face tightened. He accepted both papers. Grace looked ready to object. Benjamin's letter was the closest thing she had to him outside the wall. She let it go anyway. We moved Fern and Stone into the center of the camp. The horses fought separation. Fern planted her feet when Cole took her lead. Stone leaned toward her despite the pain in his rear leg. We can't take them into a crawl, Grace said. I know. She pressed her forehead against Stone's. You stay with her. Don't prove anything else. Stone's nostrils moved against her sleeve. I rubbed Fern between the eyes. She smelled of sweat, road dust, and the bitter medicine rubbed into Stone's leg. You've carried me far enough. Fern tried to follow when I stepped away. A woman from the dead-end wagon caught her lead. She'd helped hold Stone during the days when infection ran hot through him. Fern knew her hands and stopped pulling after the second step. I kept the wrapped crown beneath my coat. Grace tied one carrier rope around her waist and the other around Cole's. We shortened both so the lines wouldn't drag in the river channel. My staff had lost its upper third. Cole trimmed the split wood with his knife until the broken end wouldn't tear my palm. It was a club now, thick and heavy. Better than nothing. We left the road while the arriving refugees drew every eye. The river had once been wide enough for barges. Now we climbed down a stone bank into mud cracked around heaps of dead fish. The smell hit like a warm cloth pressed over my face. Rot, sewage, wet clay, and the sharp stink of insects filled the channel. Flies rose around our boots. Grace wrapped a strip of cloth over her mouth. The arches should be south. We walked beneath the wall's shadow. Above us, people shouted from the west road. Bells began ringing inside the city. 3 hard notes repeated again and again. Is that an alarm? I asked. Lockdown, Grace said. Every district gate closes. Hale's keeping the city from seeing us. He can't keep them from hearing the camps. He'll tell them we brought the curse. Cole stepped over a fish split open by beetles. People believe whatever explains why their children are hungry. The first stone arch appeared under a skin of black moss. Fallen blocks filled it from riverbed to crown. The second stood another 50 yards along the wall. An iron screen covered its mouth. Mud and branches had packed against the lower half. The screen's bars were thicker than my wrist. Grace found the maintenance opening 10 feet above it. A square stone cap sat beneath the curve of the arch, almost hidden behind dead vine. No ladder reached it. Cole crouched with his back to the wall. Use me! Grace stepped into his hands and climbed onto his shoulders. She shoved the vine aside and pressed both palms against the cap. It didn't move. Mortar, she said. I handed up the broken staff. She drove its end into the seam and leaned. Dust fell into Cole's hair. The stone shifted half an inch, then stuck. The crown heated. Force it open. I gripped the carrier ropes instead of speaking. Try again. Cole straightened his legs. Grace forced the staff deeper. The cap scraped inward and dropped into darkness. Air came out of the hole. It smelled of old water and white root. Grace lowered herself into the opening. Cole followed. I tried to climb after them and discovered how much strength my right knee still lacked. My boot slipped from Cole's hand. The joint folded. I struck the wall and nearly fell onto the iron screen below. Both carrier ropes went tight. Grace caught my coat from inside the crawl. Cole braced my left foot and pushed. I dragged myself over the stone lip with my bad leg trailing. We lay in a space barely high enough to crawl on hands and knees. The cap settled behind us, leaving a blade of daylight around its edge. Grace took my face between her hands and checked my eyes. "Do you see gold?" "It's only pain." That wasn't the question. "No gold." She kissed my forehead once, hard enough to feel like anger. "Then say pain next time before you fall." Cole crawled ahead before either of us had to name what the kiss meant. The maintenance passage ran above the main sluice. Stone sweated cold water. Rusted iron brackets caught our clothes. Every few yards, a narrow slot opened under us and showed the larger tunnel below. White roots covered its floor. They hadn't grown from cracks. They'd been laid in bundles and tied with the same thread used on the guards. Some ran west toward the gate trap. Most ran east, uphill beneath the city. Toward the palace, we crawled for what felt like half a mile. My shoulders burned. The short space forced my knee to bend again and again. Grace stopped twice to tighten the cloth around it. Cole's right arm began shaking from the weight. The bells above us went silent. A different sound replaced them. Boots crossed a metal grate ahead. Cole raised one fist. We stopped. Voices came through the stone. "Move the captain before dark." Hale said the throne room. He said the old cistern first. "The root needs his blood." Grace's hand closed around the short sword. Another voice asked, "What about the girl?" "She entered the river. Let the sluice take her." A wheel began turning beyond the grate. Deep below us, iron groaned. The main channel screen opened. There was no river left to release through it. Something else came instead. White roots surged into the sluice from beneath the city, thick as arms and wet with clear slime. They filled the lower tunnel, climbing over one another toward the river mouth. The maintenance passage trembled. Cole looked back at us. "They know we're here." A root punched through the floor slot behind my boot. Grace drove the short sword down and cut it before it wrapped my ankle. The severed end thrashed against the ceiling, spraying cold slime across our faces. More roots struck the stone below. Ahead, the metal grate lifted. Two white thread guards dropped to their knees and aimed crossbows into the crawl. The crossbows filled the crawl from wall to wall. There wasn't room to turn. Cole was in front, Grace behind me, and the roots were breaking through the floor at our backs. "Crown on the stone," the left guard said. Cole's right hand rested flat beneath his chest. His knife was trapped under him. The guard leaned closer to the raised grate. White thread circled his crossbow stock and entered the sleeve at his wrist. The second man had cord around his neck. "Do it," the second guard said. "Hale wants the finder breathing." A root split the floor spot under Grace. She cut downward. The short sword struck stone and threw a spark. The root twisted around the blade. More white growth forced itself through beside it. We had seconds before the passage filled. I looked at the guard on the left. "If you shoot Cole, the bolt stays in him and blocks your only way to the crown." "He'll move." "He can't." "The root has his leg." Cole didn't react. He understood before the guards did. The left man lowered his gaze. Cole drove forward. His head struck the crossbow limbs. The weapon fired into the ceiling. The bolt broke against stone. Cole caught the stock with both hands and pulled the guard face first into the grate. Grace kicked me from behind. I slid under Cole's legs. The second guard fired. The bolt passed over my shoulder and entered the roots behind us. They closed around it at once. I rammed the broken staff through the grate and into the guard's knee. His leg bent. Grace reached past my side and cut the white thread around his crossbow. The cord snapped backward, tearing skin from his neck as it went. He screamed and dropped the weapon. Cole's guard tried to draw a short knife. Cole trapped his wrist against the grate and twisted until the blade fell into the crawl. I picked it up and cut the cord entering his sleeve. Both men collapsed as if sleep had taken them. The roots didn't stop. They broke through 3 slots at once. One wrapped around my bad knee and tightened. Cold pressure sank through cloth and skin. Gold flashed across my sight. The crown showed me the roots path all the way to the palace hill. Thousands of pale strands met beneath the old throne. At their center sat something shaped like a man with no face. I struck the root with the guard's knife. The edge barely marked it. Grace hacked at the same place. Cole tore the crossbow from the left guard's hands and used the iron foot brace like a hook. Together they pulled the root away from my leg while I sawed through it. the passage filled with a smell like fresh-cut wood left in a grave. "Out," Cole said. He crawled through the open grate and shoved the stunned guards aside. I followed, dragging my right leg. Grace came last as roots burst through the floor behind her. The room beyond was tall enough to stand in. A rusted walkway crossed above the main sluice. Water wheels lined one wall, all dry. The large control wheel turned by itself, white cord wrapped around its spokes. Below us, roots packed the channel and crawled west. Grace cut the carrier ropes free from a metal hook as we passed. They tried to catch the lines. The root thread knew what the ropes meant. It didn't matter that cloth and cord had no power by themselves. The forest understood symbols, and Hale had given it months to learn ours. Cole kicked both crossbows into the sluice. "Which way?" Boots sounded through a door on the upper platform. Grace pointed toward a narrow stair. "Cisterns are above. Gate tower is west. Palace Hill is east. My father's in the old cistern. Then up." We climbed. My right knee failed on the 7th step. I caught the rail before falling, but the iron shook under my weight. Cole came beneath my left arm. Grace stayed behind with the short sword turned toward the lower door. "I can climb," I said. "You are climbing," Cole said. "You just doing part of it on me." The upper door opened. A guard stepped onto the walkway. Grace struck his wrist with the flat of the sword before he could raise his spear. The weapon hit the rail. She drove her shoulder into his chest and sent him over it. He fell into the roots. They covered him before he finished shouting. The second guard stopped in the doorway. White thread pulled his spear arm forward. Grace caught the shaft under her left arm, turned, and cut the cord behind the head. Cole dragged me up 2 more steps while the freed guard stared at his own hand. "Captain Hammer," Grace said. "Where is he?" He pointed through the door. "Round room. 2 levels up. Get out through the river crawl. The roots are there. And cut every white cord you find and bring the others." She didn't wait to see whether he obeyed. We entered the wall. The inside smelled of lamp smoke, damp stone, and people kept too close together. Small cells lined one passage. Hands reached through bars. Most prisoners wore road clothes. Several had gold scars above their hearts, but none carried the deep 9-point mark under my shirt. They were failed seekers, messengers, and guards who'd refused Hale. The nearest cell held 4 people around a bucket with no water in it. One man had both hands wrapped in dirty cloth. Gold scars crossed his palms where Hale's men had tested false bands against his skin. A woman farther down the passage had white roots growing through the hem of her coat. She'd tied them off with wire before they reached her knee. The roots beneath the tower weren't only a weapon. Hale had been feeding them people and recording what happened. Chop marks covered the cell doors. Dates, crown shapes, numbers, and short notes written by someone who'd treated suffering like an account book. Grace read one line and went still. "Carry your response after separation." 3 doors bore the same note. None of the people behind them had living companions. Benjamin's warning hadn't been about one trap under the gate. Hale had built his plan from every seeker who reached the capital without enough strength or witnesses to resist him. "Open us," one man said. Keys hung from a white thread guard at the next corner. Grace went low. Cole took the man high. I struck his weapon hand with the staff. He hit the wall, and Cole held him there while Grace cut the cord from his sleeve. The keys came with us. I unlocked the first cell. "Free the rest," I told the people inside. "Take weapons only after cutting away every white strand. The river crawl leads outside." A woman with a shaved head took the keys. "Who are you?" I pulled my torn shirt aside enough to show the mark. Nobody cheered. They'd spent too long in Hale cells to trust a sign without proof. "Captain Hammer sent us," Grace said. That moved them. Doors opened behind us as we reached the next stair. The old cistern occupied the center of the west tower. The round room rose through 3 levels. Empty stone tanks sat beneath iron pipes. A deep basin filled the floor below, dry except for black mud and a web of white roots. Benjamin hung over that basin. His chains ran from both wrists to opposite walls. Another chain circled his chest and held him upright. His boots barely touched a narrow beam. Blood had dried from his temple to his jaw. His shirt was open over the heart. A white root, no thicker than a finger, had entered the skin below his left rib. Grace made a sound I'd never heard from her. Benjamin opened one eye. "You took your time." She ran to him. 3 guards stepped from behind the cistern columns. The first carried no white thread. He dropped a spear the moment he saw Grace. Captain Hammer. The other two attacked. Cole shoved me behind a stone pipe and met the first spear with the captured knife. The spear point slid past his ribs. He trapped the shaft against his body and kicked the guard's knee. Grace couldn't reach Benjamin without crossing the second man. She parried once with the short sword. The impact forced her back. The guard was larger and armored across the shoulders. White cord ran from his spear to the root beneath Benjamin. Every time the man moved, Benjamin's body jerked. "Cut the line," Benjamin said. Grace tried. The guard swept the spear low. She jumped the shaft, landed badly on the foot that had healed inside the traded boot, and hit one knee. I came around the pipe and drove my shortened staff into the back of his leg. He turned toward me. Grace rose inside his reach. Her sword cut the white cord between his hands. The loose end snapped toward Benjamin, but I caught it around the staff. Pain hit my palms. The cord tightened like wire and pulled me toward the basin. Cold filled the edges of my sight. The crown wanted me to order the thread still. I wrapped the cord twice around the staff and stepped backward instead. My knee screamed. The root beneath Benjamin stretched from the mud. Grace struck it. She struck once. She struck twice. The third blow cut through. The piece inside Benjamin came free with a burst of dark blood. The older man sagged in his chains. The guard holding a spear collapsed beside him. Cole finished the other fight by slamming the guard's face against a column. The man without white thread had remained still. Now he drew a ring of keys from his boat and ran to Benjamin. Grace reached her father first. She supported his weight while the guard opened the wrist chains. Benjamin dropped from the beam. Grace went down with him, taking the impact on her knees. He touched the scar through her eyebrow with two shaking fingers. "More training," he said. She laughed once, but it broke in the middle. "You look terrible." "I've had a poor week." "It's been months." "That explains the smell." She pressed her forehead to his. I looked away because the moment belonged to them. Cole pretended to check the fallen guards. The loyal man cut the chain around Benjamin's chest. The basin roots began moving. "Not here," Benjamin said. We carried him into the pipe room above the cistern. Freed prisoners crowded the passage. Some had armed themselves. Others helped the weak toward the river route. Benjamin sat against the wall while Grace bound the hole under his rib. The root had gone deep but missed the lung. He could breathe without bubbling blood. That was the only good part. He looked at the crown beneath my coat. "You found the lawful one." "It found me." "And two carriers." Grace stopped wrapping the bandage. "How do you know about that?" Hale found records sealed under the council chamber, older than the palace. The public law says finder and crown. The buried law says the forest may demand witnesses when it believes a finder belongs to it. Cole leaned against the doorframe. "Hale knows he can't take the claim." "He knows now," Benjamin said. "At first he believed whoever wore the crown on the throne became ruler. Then the roots rejected 3 men he tried." "He tried 3? I asked. "Council volunteers. Prisoners after that. He put false bands on them and used white root drawn from the old king's chamber. 1 died. 2 are under the gate." Grace's hands went still. Benjamin looked at her. "Hale has spent years studying how to break the law. When the king sickened, he stopped hiding it." "What's in the throne room?" I asked. "The empty throne sits over a stone older than the city. The crown must touch that stone while the marked finder speaks their name and the names of any carriers. Then the country recognizes the claim." "That sounds simple," Cole said. "It was before Hale fed forest root into the foundation. The white network reaches the gate, guard towers, wells, palace, and council chamber. He means to put the lawful crown on the throne stone and kill the finder and carriers above it." "Then who rules?" Grace asked. "Hale believes the empty claim will flow into whoever holds the throne room." "He's wrong." "How sure are you?" I asked. Benjamin looked toward the moving pipes. The roots told him the plan. The answer chilled the sweat on my skin. "The forest wants the crown back," I said. "It can't cross the outer boundary in its old shape. Hale gave it roads under the country. If he kills you on the throne stone, it won't make him king. It'll make the capital part of the forest." A heavy strike shook the tower. Dust fell from the ceiling. The roots in the cistern were climbing. Benjamin tried to stand. His legs failed. Grace caught him. "I can get you outside," she said. "That won't work." Hale moved the council and palace guard to the throne hall. He'll seal the hill passages when he learns the tower fell. You can barely walk. I know a way to the old waterworks. You're not leading it. I can point while being carried." Cole crouched and turned his back. "I've had worse burdens." Benjamin looked at his gray beard. "You're the man who attacked them. I'm also the man carrying you. Life gets untidy." Cole lifted him. Grace retied the carrier rope at her waist. The other remained on Cole, crossing beneath Benjamin's legs. I took the shortened staff and the guard's dropped knife. My bad knee throbbed, but it held when I stood. Below us, the cistern wall split. White roots pushed through stone and reached upward in a single thick mass. A head formed at the top, smooth and unfinished. It turned toward me. Benjamin pointed east. "Keep moving. That isn't Hale's trap anymore." The old waterworks ran beneath the western districts in brick tunnels wide enough for 2 men. Cole carried Benjamin for the first 100 yards. The captain tried to direct us with one hand while the other pressed the bandage under his ribs. Grace walked beside him, watching his face each time the floor dipped. I followed with the shortened staff. The roofing kinked at a cistern wall behind us, forcing a body around every turn. It had no eyes, but the smooth head kept facing the crown. Freed prisoners filled the tunnel at our backs. They carried lamps, stolen spears, and each other. The white thread guards who'd broken free moved among them, cutting cords from weapons and sleeves. Benjamin pointed to a low arch on the right. Echoes toward the river. A prisoner lifted a lamp. "The crawl is filling with roots. Then use the service stairs to the tannery district. Open every street gate you pass. Tell people the West Tower is free." "What about you?" "I'm going to the palace." The prisoner looked at the blood on him and didn't argue. The crowd split. Most went right. A dozen wanted to follow us east, but Benjamin sent them toward the surface too. "We need numbers," Cole said after they'd gone. "We need the city awake," Benjamin answered. "A crowd packed into these tunnels becomes bodies the root can wear." The thing behind us struck the brick wall. A pale hand came through. Grace cut the fingers off. Clear slime ran over the stones. The hand pulled back and 3 more pushed into the same hole. We kept moving. The tunnel climbed under houses. We heard footsteps and muffled voices through iron grates overhead. Hale's bells had driven people indoors, but doors were opening now. News from the West Tower traveled street by street. At the first service stair, a woman looked down through the hatch with a cleaver in her hand. She saw Benjamin on Cole's back. "Captain Hammer." "Open the district gates," he said. "Hale has forest route under the city." She stared at the gold mark showing through my shirt. "That's the finder," Benjamin told her. The hatch opened fully. We emerged into a narrow yard behind a bakehouse. The Capitol smelled worse inside the wall. Smoke hung between roofs. Refuse clogged the gutters because there wasn't enough water to wash it away. Flies covered the bakehouse windows in moving black sheets. A dead mule lay beneath a rag near the alley mouth. People watched from doors. Benjamin slid from Cole's back and tried to stand. His knees shook, but he caught the wall. "You need to be carried," Grace said. "I need them to see me upright." Cole kept one hand under his arm. "Then pretend I'm a decorative rail." We entered the street. A printed notice had been pasted to every post. It showed a rough picture of my face with dark lines around the eyes. Beneath it, large letters named me a forest-made copy sent to spread the curse. Grace and Cole were called root servants. Benjamin was described as dead. Grace tore one notice down. "He planned us before we reached the city." Benjamin looked at his own death announcement. "I've looked better." The joke didn't hide what Hale had done. He hadn't only closed the gate. He built a story that made killing us sound like defense. A man carrying an empty water pail stepped from a doorway. "If you're Benjamin Hammer, what did you call the West Barracks cook when she burned the winter stew?" Benjamin frowned. "Not something I'll repeat in front of my daughter." The man's mouth opened. Grace almost smiled. "He said it in front of me when I was 10. Windows lifted along the street. Benjamin raised his voice. "Lord Hale imprisoned seekers, fed living root beneath the gates, and ordered royal guards to kill lawful companions. The marked finder is here. Cut every white thread from every weapon. Open the district gates. Don't enter the root pits." Someone shouted that the captain was alive. The words moved faster than we did. By the time we reached the next crossing, people filled the street behind us. They weren't soldiers. Most carried buckets, hammers, kitchen knives, or nothing. They'd seen their wells fail and their children sicken while Hale posted notices. The palace guard waited at the market square. 30 men stood behind overturned carts. White thread ran between their spear shafts in a single web. Crossbowmen filled the balconies above. At the center of the square, the old public fountain had gone dry. White roots had split its basin and climbed the statue of the first recorded king. The guard commander called, "Captain Hammer, surrender the impostor." Benjamin leaned against Cole. "Cut your weapons free. We serve the council. You serve West Rock. The council is West Rock. That's wrong. The farms, roads, wells, and people behind me are West Rock. The council is a room." The commander lowered his spear. The thread web pulled every weapon with it. Grace moved in front of me. Balconies first. I saw the firing angles. Crossbows on both sides. Spear line ahead. Narrow streets behind us, packed with civilians. We couldn't retreat without sending bolts into them. The crown heated. "Rake the thread." The command came with an image of every white cord snapping at once. It also showed the root beneath the fountain exploding upward through the men tied to it. "It wants me to break the thread," I said. Cole's grip tightened on the carrier rope. "What happens to the guards?" "I don't know." "Then no." Benjamin looked from him to Grace. "You stop him?" "Whenever necessary," Grace said. "That's good." The commander ordered the crossbowmen to aim. A bell rang from the west. Not Hill's 3-note lockdown. This was one long strike, repeated by other towers. The west district gates were opening. The commander glanced toward the sound. Grace ran. She crossed the first 10 steps before anyone reacted. Cole lowered Benjamin against the fountain wall and charged after her. I followed as fast as my knee allowed. The crossbows fired. People behind us lifted doors, tables, and boards. Bolts hammered wood. Grace reached the barricade and slid beneath the first spear. She cut the white line connecting 3 shafts. All 3 guards spun as the released cords snapped toward the fountain. Cole hit the overturned cart shoulder first. It rolled onto its side. I drove the shortened staff through the wheel spokes and used it as a lever. The cart tipped farther, opening a gap. A spear came through it. Cole pushed me aside. The point entered his coat below the right ribs. He grunted and caught the shaft before the guard could pull back. Grace cut the cord around it. Cole dragged the weapon and the man attached to it through the gap. Blood spread across his side. "Cole," I said, "keep moving." The spear had entered shallow and torn sideways when he pulled. Shallow could still kill if it opened enough. Benjamin had left the fountain wall. He took the fallen spear and used it as a cane. Balconies, hold. Several crossbowmen obeyed from old habit. The white cords around their weapons didn't. Stocks jerked downward. Bolts struck the square among both sides. One guard fell. A civilian behind us screamed. The root in the fountain woke. It pulled the thread web inward. Guards slammed into one another. Spears crossed. The commander tried to cut his hand free with a belt knife, but the cord had entered above his elbow. Grace climbed the dry basin. She put one boot against the stone statue and hacked the main white bundle where it entered the root, the short sword bit halfway through. The root turned. A mouth opened in the side facing her. It had Hale's teeth. I reached the basin and struck the mouth with the staff. The wood broke again. The remaining length split the lips and entered soft white flesh. The root clamped around it. Grace hit the bundle a second time. Cole joined us with one hand pressed to his bleeding side. His knife cut beside her sword. The bundle parted. Every tied weapon dropped. For a harpy, the guards remained in the same fighting positions, hands clenched around weapons that no longer pulled them. Then choice returned all at once. One man threw his spear aside. Another turned and cut the cord from the crossbowman above him. A third attacked us anyway, face twisted with fear and anger, until his own commander knocked him down with a shield. The people behind the barricades surged forward. Benjamin shouted for them to stop before panic crushed the fallen. Grace climbed onto the broken cart and repeated the order. Her voice cut through the square. Civilians dragged injured guards away from the root while guards lifted wounded civilians behind the fountain wall. The sides didn't become friends. They simply found a more urgent enemy beneath their feet. The root screamed through 30 borrowed throats. Guards collapsed across the square. Some clawed thread from their sleeves. Others lay still. The fountain root whipped sideways and struck the statue hard enough to break the Stone King at the waist. The upper half fell toward Grace. I caught her carrier rope and pulled. She landed against me as the statue smashed into the basin. My right knee folded under our combined weight. We hit the stones together. Cole stood over us with the knife raised. The root withdrew through the cracked fountain floor. For 1 second, the square went quiet. Then water came through the split pipe beneath the basin. Only a thin brown stream, barely enough to wet the stone. People rushed toward it anyway. Benjamin struck the basin with the spear shaft. Leave it. Boil anything you take. Open the palace road. The guard commander was still alive. He cut the last cord from his arm and looked at the people behind us. The inner gate is sealed. Open it, Benjamin said. Hale has the key. Then remove the hinges. The commander turned to his men. This time they obeyed him rather than the thread. We moved while the square broke apart around us. Grace wrapped Cole's side with cloth torn from a guard's cloak. The cut was long, but hadn't entered the belly. He could walk if he kept his right arm tight against it. You took that for him, Grace said. Cole glanced at me. I've made worse choices. That doesn't answer her, I said. Yes, I took it for you. Don't make me discuss feelings in a street full of dead insects. The palace road climbed steeply. My knee worsened with every step. Benjamin used the spear as a cane. Cole bled through the first bandage before we reached the inner gate. Grace moved between all three of us, checking knots, watching roofs, and keeping the carrier rope from catching on debris. People followed, but the road narrowed between high walls. Benjamin ordered most to remain below and hold the market. The freed West Tower prisoners arrived from another street and joined the guards cutting the inner gate from its hinges. The first hinge pin came free. A deep pull ran through the crown. I staggered. The wrapped gold band tore loose beneath my coat. White root as thin as hair had come through the cracks between paving stones. It twisted around the crown and pulled upward. Grace grabbed the cloth. Cole caught her waist. I seized the gold band with both hands. For a heartbeat, all three of us held it. The root tightened. Gold fire ran through my mark. My fingers opened against my will. The crown ripped free. It struck the street once, still wrapped in road cloth, then vanished into a split between the stones. The crack sealed over it. The carrier ropes stayed tied to us. The claim inside my chest didn't change. But the lawful crown was gone. A crash came from the inner gate. The last hinge failed. Guards and prisoners dragged the iron panty outward. Beyond it, the palace hill rose through dead gardens. At the top, every window of the throne hall filled with gold light. Benjamin stared at the sealed street where the crown had disappeared. Hale has it on the stone. Under our feet, roots began carrying it uphill. The palace hill had once been a garden. Dead hedges lined the road in black rows. Dry fountains stood between bare fruit trees. White roots had lifted the paving stones and woven themselves through the cracks, all of them pointing uphill. The crown moved beneath us. I felt each pull through the mark over my heart. It traveled under the road faster than we could climb, passing one root knot after another. Gold flickered in the dead soil. Grace stayed on my right. Cole walked on my left with his hand pressed to the bandage at his side. Benjamin followed behind them, leaning on the spear. Every few steps, one of us had to stop for the others. Hale's trap had failed to separate the carriers, but pain was doing the work more slowly. The freed guards spread across the lower garden. The people from the market filled the broken inner gate behind them. Nobody had a clean line of command. They saw Benjamin and tried to follow him. They saw my mark and tried to protect me. They saw the white roots moving and understood only that they had to be cut. A root rose under the first guard. It entered through the sole of his boot. He fell without a shout. White growth climbed his leg beneath the uniform, swelling the cloth. The man beside him cut at it with an axe. The blade entered the root, but a second strand wrapped around his wrist. Off the road, Benjamin called. Use the dead beds. Don't step on white growth. The crowd broke left and right. Grace pulled me into the nearest garden bed. Dirt collapsed under my bad foot. Cole caught my belt before I fell. Behind us, the road split from side to side. Figures climbed out. They wore pieces of royal uniform, traveler coats, prison cloth, and bare skin. White root filled every mouth and eye. Gold marks shone on several chests. The root network had taken bodies from under the gate and carried them uphill. The first dead guard swung a spear at Grace. She met the shaft with the short sword and stepped inside the point. Her blade cut through the root at his neck. The head fell, but the body kept moving. Cole drove his knife into the soft knot under its arm and twisted until the shoulder came apart. I struck another figure across the knee with the broken staff. The root inside bent instead of breaking. It grabbed the wood and pulled me forward. My right leg hit the edge of a stone bed. Pain flashed white. The dead seeker opened its mouth with my father's voice. "You should have stayed home." I let go of the staff. Grace cut both of its hands off. Cole shoved the body into a dry fountain pit. It hit stone, folded, and began climbing again. "Don't stop for them," Benjamin said. "The roots will keep making joints." He used a spear like a crutch and drove the point through a root vase blocking the path. A second figure came from his blind side. Grace turned toward him. The carrier rope pulled me after her. My knee gave. Cole caught the other line and hauled me upright as Grace reached her father. Benjamin ducked. Her sword passed over his head and split the attacker's chest. "Still need more training?" she asked. "Your foot was wide." She almost laughed. The palace doors stood open at the top of the hill. Gold light poured from them across the steps. It didn't warm the air. It made every white root cast a black shadow. The crown had reached the throne room. We pushed through the dead garden. Guards and freed prisoners held the root bodies behind us. The fight spread between fountains and hedges. People used hooks, shovels, and broken furniture to drag the bodies into empty pools. Cutting them wasn't enough. Weight and distance slowed them better. Cole's bandage darkened. "You're opening again," Grace said. "I know. Keep pressure." "I'm applying it." "With the hand holding your knife." "I've run out of hands." Benjamin gave him the spear. "Use this. Keep your right arm against the cut." Cole took it. "You need it." "I need you alive more." Benjamin put one arm over my shoulders. He was heavier than he looked. I was weaker than I wanted him to know. We climbed the last steps holding each other upright. The entrance hall was empty. A long table had been pushed against the wall and covered with confiscated belongings. Seeker packs lay split open beside road charms, letters, knives, and pieces of cheap armor. At the far end sat a row of small boxes, each labeled with a town name. Gold dust coated their lids. Benjamin opened one with the spear point. Inside lay 3 cut marks of skin, each bearing part of a crown sign. Hale had removed them from dead or dying seekers and carried them to the throne, as if pieces of flesh could argue with the law. Grace shut the box. "We burn this room after the records are read." "We read every name first," I said. Benjamin looked at me, then nodded. Every name. Portraits of old rulers watched from smoke-dark walls. Some had worn the crown for decades. Others had died young despite it. Their painted eyes had cracked with age, while the people beneath the frames fought over an endless life none of those rulers had kept. A gold line ran across the floor toward the throne hall. White root had grown over every doorway except one. Hale wanted us to follow. Grace checked the first side passage. Blocked solid. Cole tapped the spear point against the root. It pulled away from iron, then grew back. "He's giving us one road." "The forest did the same thing," I said. Benjamin's face had gone gray. "The throne hall has 3 entrances. The council door's behind the dais. Hale will keep it for himself." We moved through the open passage. The gold light brightened until I could see veins in my own hands. The mark above my heart pulled toward it. The crown wasn't calling me with words. It was pulling on everything it had changed inside me. The throne hall doors had been removed. The chamber beyond was longer than a barn and twice as high. Stone pillars divided it into 3 lanes. The old throne stood on a 7-step dais at the far end. Plain black wood wrapped around a seat of darker stone. No jewels covered it. No gold marked its arms. The lawful crown rested on the floor before it. Its cloth wrapping had been torn away. White roots circled the band but couldn't enter the gold. They held it against a flat black stone set into the dais floor. Lord Hale stood above it. He'd lost the clean coat. One sleeve was torn and blood streaked his shirt where Benjamin had fought him. Grace's small axe hung from his belt. 6 council members knelt behind the throne with white cords around their necks. None tried to speak. Hale looked at Benjamin. "You've always mistaken stubbornness for duty." Benjamin leaned against a pillar. "You've always mistaken control for intelligence." Hale's eyes moved to Grace. "Your father told me you'd enter the forest." I expected your body to come back wearing something else's face. You chained him to a gate. I gave him the chance to support an orderly transfer. You put roots in his chest. He refused every cleaner method. Cole shifted the spear to his left hand. This man talks enough to be counsel. Hale ignored him. He looked at me. You're 18. You can't read a tax ledger, command a border post, judge a trade dispute, or feed a city. The law sent a farmer into a nightmare and now expects the country to kneel. I can learn. While people die, they're dying under you already. The curse isn't mine. The roots are. Hale glanced at the white growth around the black stone. They're tools. Dangerous ones, but tools. The old king spent a century protecting this law because it protected him. He let roads fail, officers steal, and villages starve so no council could challenge him. I won't hand Westrop to another immortal child. The crown showed me a picture then. Hale younger, standing behind the old king's chair while petitions piled untouched. Flood victims waiting. Soldiers asking for boots. A councilman speaking while the king coughed and waved him away. The image wasn't a lie. It wasn't the whole truth either. Hale saw my face change. It showed you. You fed it memories. I gave the root what it needed to understand the city. You gave the forest a road. I gave Westrock a way to end a bad law. The white roots around the crown tightened. Hale stepped down from the throne. Benjamin pushed away from the pillar. Don't touch it. I've already touched 3 crowns. Not this one. That's the point. Hale bent and lifted the lawful crown. The gold band came free from the roots without resistance. Pain tortured my chest. I dropped to one knee. Grace and Cole both moved toward me. The carrier ropes tightened. Hale raised the crown above his head. It won't mark you, I said. I don't need its mark. I need a stone to believe the throne isn't empty. He put it on. The crown sank into his scalp. Hale's mouth opened. No sound came at first. Gold ran down his temples in thin lines, too bright to be blood. The white roots around the dais struck upward and entered beneath his coat. He tried to pull the crown off. It wouldn't move. The council members threw themselves backward. Their neck cords tightened and dragged them toward the throne. Hale screamed. His body lengthened. Ribs pushed against his shirt. White root broke through the cloth and curved around the crown like the cage inside the hunter's chest. His fingers split at the tips. Gold thread filled the gaps. The forest hadn't chosen him. It had found an empty body standing over its road. Grace ran left around the first pillar. Cole went right with the spear. I forced myself up and moved through the center with Benjamin behind me. Hale's head turned farther than a neck should allow. The crown stayed fixed above the face while the face rotated beneath it. Find her, the thing said. Its voice carried Hale, the dead guard, my father, and the hunter beneath the forest. Roots struck across the hall. Grace ducked behind a pillar. Cole caught one on the spear shaft and was thrown sideways. He hit the floor on his injured side and lost the weapon. A root came at me low. Benjamin shoved me behind the next pillar. The root wrapped his waist instead. It lifted him. Grace cut across the hall, but another strand blocked her. She parried it with the short sword, each impact forcing her back. I grabbed Benjamin's legs. The root dragged both of us toward the dais. Cut me loose, he said. I don't have a blade. He pulled a small knife from his boot and dropped it. I caught it, opened the root, and sawed. The white flesh closed around the knife as fast as I cut. Cole came from the right and drove the spear through the root against the pillar. It pinned the strand long enough for me to cut Benjamin free. Benjamin fell on top of me. The impact flattened the air from my chest. Hale stepped off the dais. One leg had become a bundle of root below the knee. The other still wore a polished boot. The changed gait made him lurch, but every step covered twice a normal distance. Grace reached the throne. The thing saw her. 3 roots turned at once. She climbed the dais instead of retreating. One strand struck the step below her. Another wrapped the short sword. She let the weapon go and grabbed the axe at Hale's belt as he passed. The 3rd root caught her around the chest. The carrier rope snapped tight between us. My mark burned. I pulled with both hands. Cole caught the line behind me. The root pulled Grace the other way, lifting her feet from the floor. Hale's changed face smiled. It wanted the carriers apart. It wanted us to tear the claim with our own bodies. Grace drew the axe. She couldn't reach the root around her. She threw the weapon instead. It crossed the space above Hale's shoulder and struck the gold band. The crown shifted. Hale screamed again. Every root in the room tightened. Cole lost his footing. His side struck the pillar. Blood came to his bandage in a fresh sheet. Benjamin wrapped the carrier rope around his forearm and pulled with us. Grace kicked against the dais. The root around her ribs stretched. Again, she gasped. There was no second X. I looked at the crown. Gold filled my sight. The command was waiting. Come to your king. If I called it, the crown would tear through Hale's head and cross the hall. I saw bone, gold, root, and blood. I also saw the mark spread over my jaw and into my right eye. Grace's face had begun turning dark from pressure. Cole was sliding in his own blood. I spoke. Come to your finder. The crown tore free. Hale's scalp opened beneath it. White root snapped around the gold band. The crown crossed the hall hard enough to strike my palms and drive me backward. Gold entered my right eye. Half the room vanished behind light. The root holding Grace released her. She fell onto the steps, coughing. Cole dropped beside the pillar. Benjamin crawled toward him. I held the crown. It was hotter than forge iron and cold enough to numb my fingers. Hale remained standing. Without the band, his head opened into a cage of white ribs. A gold point burned at the center. The hunter had crossed farther than any of us knew. Roots rose from every crack in the hall. The council members were pulled toward them. Guards outside screamed. Beneath the floor, the network spread into streets, wells, gates, and homes. The crown offered another command. Take the city. I saw the easy version. Every person would kneel. Every root would obey me. Instead of Hale, the wells would open when I ordered. The gates would close. The country would survive beneath one voice. That was the throne Hale wanted. Grace crawled down the steps and put one hand over mine on the crown. Wesley, she said. Cole dragged himself close enough to touch the other side of the band. Still here, farmer? Their names appeared inside the gold. The command changed. Not because the crown grew kind, because it had to hold all three of us at once. I looked at the roots wearing guards, prisoners, seekers, and stolen faces. Release what isn't yours, I said. The crown struck back. Gold filled my throat. My right eye burned until I thought it had burst. Grace and Cole held the band with me. Their hands shook but didn't leave. The command went into the black stone. Every white root in the hall split open. People fell from them. Names came out as voices, hundreds at once, each speaking only long enough to belong to itself again. The cords around the council members turned gray and dropped. Root under the city ripped free from wells and walls. Hale's changed body collapsed inward. The gold point inside his head went dark. He fell at the foot of the throne, still wearing one polished boot. The black stone waited. Benjamin lay beside Cole, holding pressure against his side. Grace stood with one hand under my arm. I couldn't see from my right eye. I could barely feel my legs. The throne was 7 steps away. We climbed together. Grace took most of my weight on the right. Benjamin stayed below with one hand pressed to Cole's side, but Cole refused to release the carrier rope. He crawled to the first step, braced his back against it, and fed the line upward as we moved. The crown shook in my hands. It wanted my head. It wanted the throne. It wanted the black stone beneath both. The difference between those hungers had become thin enough to frighten me. The first step felt as high as a wall. My right knee didn't bend. Grace put my arm over her shoulders and lifted while I pushed with the left leg. Gold covered half my sight. The other half showed the throne room through smoke, dust, and strands of dying root. Council members pulled cords from one another's necks. Freed guards entered through the open doors. They stopped when they saw Hale at the foot of the dais, his body folded around white growth that was already drying brown. Nobody touched him. The second step took longer. The mark above my heart beat against the skin. Each pulse showed me West Rock in pieces. A dry well beside a school. A field eaten to dirt. My father standing at the edge of our farm with a bucket that held more mud than water. My mother wiping a child's face with the corner of her skirt. The woman outside the gate holding her feverish son. The crown had shown me visions before. Some were lies shaped from memory. These didn't ask me to follow them anywhere. They were simply people waiting. We reached the third step. Grace's legs trembled. She'd been fighting since the West Road and carrying part of me since the forest. Blood from a cut on her palm made the gold band slick. You can stop, I told her. So can you. I can't. Then neither can I. The fourth step brought us level with the black stone. It was set into the floor before the throne, wide enough for both my feet. Old words had been carved around its edge, worn down by generations of boots. I couldn't read them, but the crown could. A ruler is carried before a ruler carries. The sentence entered my thoughts without becoming a command. Cole laughed below us. It came out thin. That stone finally said something useful. Grace looked over her shoulder. Stay awake. I'm too uncomfortable to sleep. Benjamin tightened the bandage. Cole's face went white. The fifth step put the crown over the stone. White root remained in the cracks. It reached toward the gold, but it no longer moved with one mind. Small pieces curled and dried before touching the band. The sixth step nearly ended us. My left boot slipped in Hale's blood. Grace caught the throne arm. I struck the edge of the black stone on both knees. Pain went through my right leg and up my spine. The crown hit the floor, but stayed in my hands. The hall tilted. Gold flooded my right eye again. A man sat on the throne in the light. He wore my face older, harder, and empty around the eyes. Grace stood behind him without a mark of age. Cole was gone. Benjamin was gone. Every person in the hall knelt with white thread around the neck. The crown offered no words. It didn't need to. It showed me what endless years could become if I decided only I could be trusted. Grace slapped my cheek. The vision broke. You were somewhere else, she said. I saw the throne. You're looking at it. Not this one. Then don't sit in that one. She pulled me upright. We reached the seventh step. The throne waited behind us. The black stone lay under our feet. The crown had to touch it while the finder named himself and the carriers. I lowered the band. Gold met stone. The sound wasn't loud. It was a single clear strike, like a hammer against an iron gate far underground. Every person in the hall heard it. The dying roots stopped moving. I spoke before the crown could choose better words for me. My name is Wesley Fox. I entered the king's forest and carried its lawful crown back to the capital. The 9-point mark burned through my shirt. Grace Hammer carried the claim when I couldn't stand. Grace's hand tightened around mine. Cole Reed carried the claim when he had every reason to take it or leave it. Cole lifted his head from the lower step. They're my witnesses, not my servants. I accept the throne of West Rock with their names beside mine. The crown opened. It didn't break. The solid band widened without changing shape, as if the gold remembered being liquid. Light ran down into the black stone. The throne struck me in the back. I hadn't moved toward it. The stone seat pulled me the final foot and forced my body down. Grace caught the crown before it fell. For one terrible moment, I thought it had chosen her instead. Then she set it on my head. The gold points locked around the mark over my heart through a line of heat I could feel under the skin. Westrock took a breath. The river under the west wall moved first. I couldn't see it from the hall, but I felt mud release around buried stones. Water came from hill springs, broken pipes, deep rock, and places the roots had pinched shut. It entered the riverbed in narrow streams, not a flood. Wells across the city coughed air. Buckets struck wet bottoms. Insects dropped from palace windows. Some died. Others flew toward the dead gardens and vanished into the soil. Far beyond the capital, rain began in scattered places. The crown showed me enough to know the curse had broken. It didn't show fields turning green in a heartbeat. Dead grain stayed dead. Fever stayed in sick bodies. Empty storehouses didn't fill. The country had been released from the grip around its throat, but it still had to recover from months without air. That truth felt cleaner than a miracle. The throne also showed what the release cost the forest. Far to the north, the Silver River tore roots from its banks. The trunk tower split along an old scar. Crown-marked dead sank into mud as the names inside them went silent. The hunter beneath the tower remained standing, but the gold in its chest went out. It wasn't destroyed. The forest didn't belong to the throne, and the throne didn't belong to the forest. The road between them had closed when the stolen roots released the city. What remained beyond the boundary would have to keep its own hunger. The gold in my right eye cooled. Sight returned as a narrow blur. Shapes had edges again, though light split around them into bright rings. My legs remained weak. My knees still hurt. The throne had given me endless years and hadn't repaired one piece of damaged flesh. Hale had been right about that much. Power didn't make a ruler fit to use it. A council member knelt. Others followed. The sound of knees striking stone spread through the hall. "Get up," I said. Nobody moved. My voice had changed. The room carried it farther than it should have. The crown pressed the command toward them, eager to turn a request into force. I took the crown off. Grace caught my wrist. "Can you?" It let me. The gold band remained warm in my hands. The mark over my heart stayed. I placed the crown on the throne arm instead of my head. "Get up, because there's work. Cole needs a physician. Benjamin needs one too. Open every city gate except the root pit under the west entrance. Send people to the camps with boiled water. Find grain before you find banners." The council members rose. They still looked frightened. I didn't know which had helped Hale and which had knelt behind the throne because roots held their necks. That judgment could wait until nobody was bleeding onto the floor. Grace went down the steps first. Cole had stopped joking. His eyes were open, but they didn't follow her. Benjamin held both hands over the cut in his side. Blood had soaked through every layer of cloth. "Cole," I said. He blinked slowly. "Did it work?" "Water's moving." "Then I'm taking credit." "You can have half." Generous king. Physicians arrived from the palace infirmary with 2 stretchers. They tried to take Benjamin first because of his uniform. He pointed at Cole. "Take him first." The physicians opened Cole's coat and found the spear cut. The point had torn muscle along the ribs without entering the belly, but the road, the climb, and the fight had pulled it wider. They packed it, bound his chest, and carried him away. Cole caught the carrier rope before the stretcher moved. The line ran from his waist to mine. "We don't know if the claim still needs it," he said. The words came through clenched teeth. Grace knelt and untied him. "The claim is seated." "That sounds like faith." "It's an order from your carrier." "You're not my carrier." "I'll become whatever keeps you on that stretcher." He released the rope. Benjamin allowed the second pair of physicians to help him. Grace walked beside him until he reached the doors. He caught her hand. "You stayed with the finder," he said. "I came for you too." "I know." "You were wrong to keep telling me I needed more training." "You threw an axe across half a road and missed the man." "I hit the chain." "That was the part worth training." She kissed his bruised forehead. "Don't die before I can argue properly. I'll schedule it later." When they carried him out, Grace remained in the doorway until the stretcher disappeared. I stood beside the throne because sitting again felt dangerous. The hall had become a workroom. Guards dragged dead roots away from the entrances. Council clerks brought maps of wells and grain stores. People shouted from the gardens that water had reached the lowest fountain. Somewhere below, bells began ringing without Hale's pattern. Grace returned to me. "You took off the crown," she said. I noticed. "Can anyone else put it on?" "I don't know." "That isn't comforting." "I'm trying honesty." "It's a poor royal habit." "Keep it." She stood close enough that our shoulders touched. The crown rested on the throne arm between us. 3 names remained visible inside the band. Mine hadn't swallowed the other 2. By evening, the west gate platform was empty. The root pit remained open for everyone to see. Crews lowered ropes and brought up the living people still trapped in its walls. Some had been held for weeks. Others had died before we reached the city. The dead were laid beneath canvas in the outer field, each body kept separate so families could search without digging through a pile. The arriving refugee line entered through the south gate after freed guards opened it. The dead-end wagon rolled into the city behind people who'd walked more than 2 months to reach water. Fern and Stone came with them. Grace and I met the horses in the palace yard after dark. Fern pushed through 3 stable hands and struck me in the chest with her nose. The mark hurt under the impact. I wrapped both arms around her head anyway. Stone followed at his stiff pace. His left rear leg had swollen from the day's standing, but he'd kept weight on it. Grace sat in the straw beside him and removed the old wrap. "No more roads," she told him. "You're finished?" Stone tried to eat the clean bandage from her lap. "That means he agrees," I said. "It means he's hungry." Fern stole grain from an open bucket. The palace stables smelled of hay, horse sweat, leather, and clean water. After the forest, the gate, and the throne hall, it was the first room that felt real. Grace finished wrapping Stone's leg. Then she sat beside me against the stall wall. Neither of us spoke for a while. Rain touched the roof in scattered drops. The sound grew slowly. People began cheering in the yard. Grace leaned her head against my shoulder. I put my hand over hers in the straw. "The crown took part of your eye," she said. "I can see shapes." That isn't the same. It might improve. It might not. I know. She turned my face toward the stable lamp. My right eye reflected gold around the dark center. Her thumb moved gently beneath it. I thought it had you in the throne room, she said. It almost did. What stopped it? You hit me. I'll keep that method available. I kissed her. There was no rush in it. No root moved under the floor. No monster waited beyond the stall. Her fingers stayed against my jaw, and the rain drummed harder over us. When we separated, she didn't move away. You're king, she said. I've been trying not to think about that part. My father said the palace will fill with people who've practiced lying longer than you've practiced with a sword. That's a cruel comparison. He meant it as advice. Will you stay? The question came out smaller than I wanted. Grace looked toward Stone. The claim doesn't need carriers now. I'm not asking the claim. I know. She let the silence stretch until I began to hate it. Then her dimples appeared. I followed you into the forest because you looked too foolish to survive alone, she said. I'm not leaving now that you've found a larger place to get killed. That sounds almost kind. Don't become spoiled. 6 days later, Cole walked into the council chamber holding his side and insulting every physician who told him to remain in bed. He refused a title 3 times before accepting one with no land and little ceremony. He became keeper of the king's roads, responsible for removing white thread stations, finding prisoners, and making the route between Dead End and the capital safe enough for supply wagons. You've given a former road thief authority over roads, Benjamin told me from the chair beside the window. His injury had developed a fever but hadn't turned. He could stand for short periods and had already begun rewriting the guard orders from his sick room. He knows where thieves work, I said. Cole lowered himself carefully into a chair. I prefer former seeker with practical experience. Benjamin looked at him. I prefer man who attacked my daughter. She attacked me too. She was raised correctly. Grace sat at the table between them and ignored both. The council maps showed the country in red marks. Dry villages. Fever towns. Failed bridges. Locust fields. Hale had hidden reports that made the damage look smaller. We opened them all. Water carts left the capital first. Grain followed under guard. Healers traveled with both. The palace sold silver plate, spare horses, and half the stored wine to pay millers and wagon crews. None of it fixed West Rock quickly. People still died. The rain came in the wrong places and missed others. Wells returned cloudy. Fields had to be planted again with seed that many families had already eaten. Every day brought another choice with no queen side. The crown sat on a plain wooden stand beside the throne when I worked. I wore it only for public law, never meals, sleep, or private meetings. Each time I touched it, the gold in my eye brightened. I didn't use another command. On the 9th day, a southern grain merchant offered enough food for 2 districts if I signed over 3 river crossings for 20 years. The council called it necessary. Cole called it robbery with polished boots. Grace asked how many guards the merchant had brought. Benjamin asked which council member had arranged the offer before Hale died. We bought half the grain at a fair price, seized the hidden half under the emergency store law, and paid wagon crews directly. The merchant cursed me in the throne hall. Nobody turned him into root or forced him to kneel. He left with less profit and all his fingers. That decision angered landowners, relieved 2 districts, and taught me more about rule than the crown's visions had. Most dangers didn't arrive with teeth. They arrived with contracts and men explaining that suffering was unavoidable. 3 weeks after the throne was filled, my family reached the capital. My father entered the palace wearing the same work coat he'd worn the morning I left. Mud covered his boots. My mother came beside him with the 7 younger children packed around her, all talking until they saw the throne hall. Then everyone went quiet. I crossed the room without the crown. My right knee still made me limp. My eye still caught light badly. I'd gained a scar along one palm from the white thread and lost enough weight that my old coat hung loose. My mother reached me first. She held my face, checked the mark, and struck my shoulder. You took too long, she said. I had trouble with the road. She pulled me into her arms. My father waited until the younger children had climbed over me, touched the throne, asked Grace whether she'd killed a monster, and demanded to see the palace horses. When the room finally cleared around us, he looked at the crown on its wooden stand. You found it, he said. I had help. I can see that. Grace stood near the doors. Cole leaned beside her with one hand on his healing side. Benjamin watched from a chair, pretending not to listen. My father looked at my bad leg and gold-ringed eye. Was it worth the price? Before I could answer, my youngest brother ran back into the hall carrying a strip of clean cloth. Stone had stepped on it in the stable, and the boy believed this made the cloth royal property. 2 sisters followed with hay in their hair. Fern had searched their pockets for apples and found a piece of oatcake instead. Grace came in behind them, trying to look stern. She failed when the smallest girl took her hand and asked whether queens were allowed to sleep in barns. Grace explained that she wasn't a queen. The girls studied our joint hands, decided adults were poor at naming things, and pulled her toward the stable anyway. My mother watched them leave. She brought you back? She and Cole carried me most of the way. Then don't make her regret it. Benjamin coughed from his chair. I've been giving him similar advice. My father looked across the room at Grace, Cole, Benjamin, and the children disappearing through the doors. Some of the hardness left his face. The palace still frightened him. So did the crown. He trusted the people around me more than either one. Then he looked at my bad leg and gold-ringed eye again. Was it worth the price? I thought about the forest road, the people under the gate, the dry wells, and the throne showing me a future where everyone wore thread. I don't know yet. He nodded as if that were the only answer he would have believed. That night, I carried the crown to the highest west window. The rain had stopped. Water shone in the river below the wall, still shallow but moving. Campfires covered the outer field. Beyond them, the road disappeared into dark hills leading toward Dead End and the forest farther north. Grace joined me without asking permission. She'd never needed it. Can you feel the forest? She asked. I feel it sometimes. What's it doing? I put one hand on the gold band. Far away, white roots withdrew from old roads. The rebuilt hunter stood beneath the trunk tower with an empty cage in its chest. Water climbed the silver river again. The outer thorn wall closed around the path we'd forced open. The forest hadn't died. It was waiting for the next seeker, the next empty throne, and the next person certain they could take power without being changed by it. I set the crown down on the stone sill. Below us, Fern called from the stable. Stone answered with a lower sound. Grace slipped her hand into mine. The crown stayed quiet. For that night, so did the forest.